Marxism. An Historical and Critical Study. By George Lichtheim. Contents. Preface. Note on sources. Introduction, a note on methodology. Part 1. The Heritage, 1789 to 1840. 1. German Idealism. 2. Philosophic Radicalism. 3. Early Socialism. Part 2. The Marxian Synthesis, 1840 to 1848. 1. The Logic of History. 2. The Critique of Society. 3. The Doctrine of Revolution. Part 3. The Test of Reality, 1848 to 1871. 1. The German Question. 2. Nationalism and Democracy. 3. Socialism and the Labor Movement. 4. The First International. 5. The Commune. 6. The Permanent Revolution. Part 4. The Theory of Bourgeois Society 1850 to 1895. 1. The Victorian Watershed. 2. Historical Materialism. 3. Bourgeois Society. 4. Political Economy. 5. Marxian Economics. Part 5. Marxian Socialism, 1871 to 1918. 1. General character of the period. 2. Marxism, Anarchism, Syndicalism. 3. Engels. 4. Dialectical Materialism. 5. Koski. 6. The Revisionists. 7. The Radicals. 8. Lenin. Part 6. The Dissolution of the Marxian System, 1918 to 1948. 1. War and Revolution. 2. State and Society. 3. Socialism and Class Conflict. 4. Beyond Marxism. Conclusion. Index. Preface. A study which sets out to present an integrated account of Marxian theory since its first formulation, and of the Marxist movement from its inception in 1848 to its petrifaction a century later, cannot hope to satisfy those who look for a neat dissection of topical problems. Nor is it intended to rival the work of scholars who have examined in detail one particular corner of the field. The task of assembling so many different elements of social and intellectual history under one general heading imposes limitations of which the author is only too conscious. Some of the resulting difficulties are considered in the introduction. It may be pertinent, however, to state at the outset that it is not proposed here to do more than indicate the general sense of the movement and the period under review. This cannot be done without trespassing upon ground normally reserved for specialists, to whom every writer must be grateful, and who in their turn may acknowledge the usefulness of an attempt to bring together what is commonly treated separately. For his part, the author only claims that extent of familiarity with the subject which is required to distinguish what is relevant from the boundless accretion of other data. The principle of selection, and the exigencies of space, may perhaps be thought to have resulted in a degree of compression unusual in a work intended for the general reader. If so, the defense must be that an analysis of so complex a subject is not achieved without rigid concentration upon essentials and ruthless disregard of mere detail. As for the standpoint here chosen, it will be enough to say that it represents no commitment to anything save the critical method inherent in the exercise of rational thinking. While the actual writing of this book has not occupied me for very long, the subject is one which for many years has furnished the theme of constant discussion with friends and acquaintances sharing the same interest. In mentioning a few names, I am conscious of the manifold intellectual debts incurred in the process. The late Franz Borkenau probably had the greatest influence upon the general approach adopted in this work, although he would have been unlikely to agree with all its conclusions. I take this opportunity of paying tribute to the memory of one of the most original and penetrating intellects of our time, an Argonaut of the spirit, daring and even reckless in the discovery of new territory. My other debts are more easily discharged. Several chapters have been read in manuscript by friends, among whom I particularly want to mention Dr. Francis Carston, of London University, Mr. Leo Lebeds, and Mr. Morris Wutnick, of the Russian Research Center at Harvard. I am obliged to Mr. Richard Lowenthal for the loan of material and for some stimulating monologues, to Professor S. F. Bloom, of Brooklyn College, New York, and to Professor J. L. Tallman, of the Hebrew University, Jerusalem, for the benefit derived from lengthy conversations with them, to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, for a research grant which greatly facilitated my work, to the Internationaal Instituut voor Sociale Geschiedenis, Amsterdam, and to the Istituto Giangiacomo Feltrinelli, Milan, for literature supplied to me, to Miss Marian Bieber for her kind assistance in procuring research material, to Linda Hamilton and Ruth Sharon for secretarial assistance, and last but not least to Mrs. Esther Howell, who patiently bore the burden of typing and retyping the manuscript. Note on sources. No formal bibliography is appended to this work. To have done so would have meant stretching to intolerable length the list of works either referred to in the text or taken for granted in the presentation of the argument. What a really comprehensive survey would entail may be gathered from the fact that M. Maximilian Rubel's invaluable Bibliographie des œuvres de Karl Marx runs to 258 pages and lists 885 titles for Marx alone, not counting a mere selection of 151 for Engels. A full-scale bibliography of Marxist literature, not to mention socialism in general, would certainly exceed the dimensions of the present work. For the socialist movement as a whole, the fullest select bibliography known to the author is that appended to the 5 volumes of Professor G. D. H. Cole's History of Socialist Thought. Though selective, it includes nearly all the general studies dealing with the subject, at any rate in English and French, less so in German. In the latter language, one of the best select reading lists is that contained in the notes to the 2-volume biography of Engels by Gustav Meyer. It is, however, inevitably centered on the history of German socialism. As regards the Russian Revolution and the history of Russian Marxism, the reader must be referred to the bibliographies given by the authors cited in the course of this study. Listing these and other sources here would entail an altogether useless duplication. On the other hand, no good purpose would be served by compiling a list based solely on works cited in the text. A selection of this kind would in fact be seriously misleading, in that it would leave out of account a number of general and specialized studies not specifically mentioned in the text, but which form the indispensable background of any serious work on the subject. For practical purposes, then, the bibliography is contained in the notes. The latter refer in general to writings in their original language, though in the case of Marx and Engels preference has been given where possible to English translations. Some of the latter being incomplete or inadequate, the German and the English text are occasionally listed side by side. Thus a reference to Mega is frequently followed by a parallel reference to the 2-volume English language selection cited as MESW, or to the 1-volume selected correspondence. These are Soviet editions, and the same applies to such titles as the English edition of Engels's Anti-Düring, or the more recently published translation of Marx's so-called Paris manuscripts of 1844. Where the editing appeared to be inadequate or tendentious, this has been remarked upon, but in general it has not been found necessary to contrast the original text with the translation. References to Capital, Volume I, are in general to the London, 1938, edition of the original Moraveling translation, first published in 1887 under Engels's editorship. Volumes 2 and 3 are quoted in the Kerr edition, unless otherwise stated. All 3 volumes are now available in an official Soviet translation into English, of which occasional use has been made. In 1 or 2 places the text refers to the recent German edition, Das Kapital. The posthumously published Grundrisse Kritik der politischen Ökonomie are quoted in the only available German edition. The theories of surplus value are cited from the 1-volume selection published in London in 1951, the original 3-volume edition not being available in full translation. Most of Marx's minor works have now been translated, not always adequately. References to Lenin's writings are either to the two-volume English selected works or to individual works available in official English versions, example Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. With Trotsky and some others there is the problem that the only collected editions of their works are the incomplete versions published in Russian in the 1920s. In general, reference has been made to German or English translations, but in the case of some of Trotsky's more important writings, the Russian original is cited. No corresponding difficulty arises for Stalin, whose writings are available in all known languages. The secondary works cited in the text are mostly in English, French, or German. Apart from the German sources already referred to, which relate chiefly to the 19th century, the student can obtain a very comprehensive reading list from the bibliographical essay appended to Karl E. Skorsk's German Social Democracy 1905–1917. This is not merely the best historical account of the dissensions within the German socialist movement, but also a considerable aid to further reading. Central European socialism before and after 1914 is a world in itself, and its understanding requires at least some familiarity with its voluminous literature, including its more important periodicals. In view of the relative paucity of citations in the text, it may be worth remarking that only a fraction of the sources consulted for this topic are expressly referred to in the footnotes. The same applies a fortiori to general literature, and in particular to historical writings on the 1871 to 1914 period, which is the subject of a special chapter. Thus it would have been impracticable to back the few and brief references to British economics and Fabian socialism with extensive bibliographical references. This rule also holds good for the history of the Second and Third Internationals, where it is perforce assumed that the reader will be familiar with the basic facts. Any other procedure would have burst the bounds of what is after all primarily meant to be a critical history of Marxist theory. For the vast field of Soviet Marxism considered as an ideological phenomenon, there now exists the very comprehensive bibliography of Russian sources given in G. A. Wetter's Dialectical Materialism. Like other students of the subject, I owe a debt to the recent work of Professor Marcuse, and I have also gained some insights from an unpublished ms. by Dr. Eugene Kamenka. The post-war discussion on Marxism in Western Europe is referred to only incidentally. What a reading list would involve for France alone may be gauged from the bibliography of Jean-Yves Cave's massive work, La Pensée de Karl Marx. Here a number of important writings are listed which during the past few years have proved to be merely the precursors of a whole new department of French academic scholarship. In general, the reader does well to bear in mind that in what follows he is presented with no more than a bare outline of a subject whose proper study would exhaust the combined resources of a major research institute. Introduction. A note on methodology. Marxism is a term which has come to stand for so many different things that it is relevant at the outset to clarify its intended use here. An attempt will be made in the following pages to trace the development of Marxian theory and to give an account of the manner in which the tradition thus established interacted with other currents to bring about those theoretical and practical results which have become so large a part of our present preoccupations. Viewed under this aspect, Marxism can be regarded as one intellectual construction among others. Alternatively, it can be assigned a definite place among the socialist movements of the 19th century which arose from the impact of the Industrial Revolution on European society. Either approach is legitimate, though one leads to a critical study of the system, the other to an historical account of the movement, both of which go under the name of Marxism. Thus defined, the Marxian synthesis appears as the historical counterpoint to the liberal integration, and indeed there is a sense in which liberalism and socialism can be described as alternative reactions to the challenge posed by the Industrial Revolution. But unless Marxism and socialism are equated, it will not do to speak of a Marxian system as opposed to a liberal one. There have been socialist movements other than Marxism, while conversely there are elements common to liberal and Marxian thought that are missing from some distinctively socialist systems, that of Proudhon for example. Again, there is little purpose in contrasting Marx with some representative figure of 19th century liberalism, J. S. Mill being the obvious example. For even if it were possible to take Mill more seriously as a theorist of society, he cannot be said to have furnished modern liberalism with a working model for everyday political use, whereas the union of theory and practice is the distinguishing trait of Marxism. Hence Marx cannot be discussed merely as a theorist, but must be understood in terms of those historic changes which he both predicted and helped to bring about. It follows that a study of Marxism which attempts to be at once critical and historical, i.e., addressed to the theoretical structure as well as to the historical movement comprised under the same term, must display some such unity within its own methodical frame. The 19th century was indeed a great age of system building. It was also an epoch rich in revolutionary social currents. But the two came together only in the person of Marx. They signally failed to do so in the case of Comte, Mill, or Spencer, to mention three of the leading claimants to celebrity in the field of social philosophy. The unmistakable aura of absurdity which clings to figures like Comte or Spencer, and the diminishing relevance even of Mill, suggests a failure rendered all the more conspicuous by Marx's achievement. The fact is noteworthy quite apart from its historical consequences, but it is of course the latter that are intended when one speaks of Marxism as a whole. There is indeed no plausible way of divorcing one from the other, and it is just this which renders the subject at once so important and so difficult to analyze. In principle, this procedure is consistent with the Marxian approach, the ability to view itself historically being one of its peculiar intellectual charms. Yet if the term Marxism is allowed to comprise all the theoretical and practical modifications introduced in the course of time, under circumstances unforeseen by the Founding Fathers, the historical approach becomes self-validating only at the cost of being emptied of meaning. We are thus back at the beginning. Marxism must be defined historically, but to define it so is to neglect its theoretical significance. A possible way out of the difficulty lies in grasping the historical nettle rather more firmly. Marx himself was not averse to treating theoretical constructions functionally, in terms of what they accomplished in the particular age for which they were relevant. Why not follow his example? It is hardly necessary to stress that such an approach does not exempt one from the duty of attending to the scientific standing of those parts of the whole which clearly call for critical treatment. The notion, example, that Marxism represents a link, possibly the most important link, between the French and the Russian Revolution has a definite theoretical content, in addition to suggesting a particular understanding of European history between 1789 and 1917. What took place during this period is more clearly understood in the light of Marxism than in the illumination shed by rival doctrines. Yet this consideration also serves to place Marxism as the theory of one particular kind of revolutionary movement, that which arose from the impact of early industrialism upon the highly stratified society of 19th century Europe. There is, however, a methodical difficulty which must be faced at the outset. Although it is quite in accordance with Marx's own manner to take an historical view of his work, such an approach presupposes a vantage point made available by developments beyond the stage reflected in the Marxian system. In other words, it assumes that the Marxian categories are no longer quite applicable to current history. For obvious reasons, this is an admission which orthodox Marxists find it hard to make, while others may wonder why this particular scruple should arise in the first place. Its emergence is due to the fact that Hegel and, following him, Marx took a view of history which is not the familiar positivist one. They saw history as a process whose meaning reveals itself by stages, the succession of the latter reflecting man's growing awareness of his role in creating the historical world. To comprehend its past, mankind must raise itself to a higher level, hence our ability to understand our predecessors suggests that we have reached a new altitude. This consideration originally presented itself to Hegel as a consequence of his discovery that philosophical systems had a tendency to age. They appeared to be historical, not merely in the sense of being conditioned by circumstances, but in the more alarming sense of tending to evaporate with the circumstances that attended their birth. Hegel tried to meet the difficulty by establishing an intrinsic relationship between the philosophy of history and the history of philosophy. His system, if not guaranteed to withstand the flux of time, was at any rate promoted to a special dignity by its ability to give an account of the process which had swallowed up all its predecessors. A philosophy which traced the unfolding of the Logos through all its stages, from inanimate nature, via human history, to the realm of spirit, could assign their proper place to the various philosophical systems, including that in which the process had eventually culminated, Hegel's own. The categories of logic were also those of history, or the historical process exemplified the march of reason. No matter how it was put, the philosopher retained his hold on the totality of the system, which was identical with the world. In Hegel's philosophy, unquestionably the greatest speculative construction of all time, the history of logic and the logic of history have the same goal. The gradual unfolding of the absolute idea comes to a climax at the point where the human mind discovers the identity of mind-matter. The universe yields its secret to reason because it is itself the creation of reason. 1. It is today widely taken for granted that the gradual disappearance of these metaphysical certainties has introduced a relativist element into the philosophy of history, on this account frequently described as historicism by an influential academic school. 2. If it is not always apparent whether the target aimed at by these writers is the Hegelian absolutism or the post-Hegelian adoption of a purely human standpoint, it is at any rate evident that they are not happy with an approach which seeks to comprehend both the history and the logic of intellectual phenomena. Since this criticism is directed against thinkers so widely different in their political outlook as Hegel, Marx, and Croce, it clearly reflects a genuine philosophical difficulty. Those who take a different view of what is entailed by the philosophy of history are thus under an obligation to define their own standpoint. This, however, is best done by letting the results speak for themselves. At any rate, it is the thesis of this study that Marxism is to be understood as an historical phenomenon, as against the now standard analysis of Marxian theory in terms of its compatibility with modern thought. Not that such investigations are without value. Few scholarly endeavors are wholly useless, and a sustained indictment of historicism, however unconvincing to non-empiricists, may at any rate help to clarify the issue. But whatever the benefit to be obtained from such studies, their aim is different from that of the present inquiry, which sets out to derive the significance of a corpus of thought from its historic function, to trace the link connecting the French Revolution via German philosophy and German history with the East European cataclysm of our own age, and to do so in terms of an analysis relevant both to the movement of thought and the actions of men, no distinction being drawn between what people thought and what they did. For if it is true that we are dealing with a social transformation of which Marxism was both the theoretical reflection and the political agent, there is no point in confining the discussion to either the historical or the theoretical side. What is required rather is an effort to comprehend the manner in which both came together to bring about the situation now confronting us. An attempt must nonetheless be made to relate Marxism to contemporary thought in general, in other words, to criticize it. For in dealing with the theoretical structure, the genetic approach by itself is of course inadequate. It is not, however, irrelevant. The naive view that doctrines are either true or false, no other judgment being allowed, takes no account of the practical significance of theory, its relevance to the circumstances it sets out to explain. This is not just a matter of sound conclusions being accidentally derived from faulty premises. Rather, the problem consists in trying to identify those theoretical elements which at a particular point in time are genuinely productive of insight. This topic is commonly subsumed under the general heading of intellectual progress, as though it were simply a matter of each generation marching further along the same road and in the process correcting the errors of its predecessors. In reality, the interaction of analysis and actual experience is a good deal more complicated. Thus, to take a well-known example, the labor market and the labor theory of value came into existence roughly at the same time, in the late 18th and early 19th century, and although it is a commonplace of present-day discussion that the labor theory has been superseded as an instrument of economic analysis, it may still be granted that, for the purpose for which it was originally intended, it was, broadly speaking, adequate. Yet it would clearly be absurd to say that the theory was true when Smith and Ricardo suggested it, less true when Marx elaborated it, and altogether untrue half a century later. In a sense, the determination of value by embodied labor always rested on a tautology, yet as an intellectual tool designed to accomplish a particular task it was at one time important, in that it made possible a broadly accurate analysis of the manner in which the social product was distributed among various classes. That it did so with the help of equivocations which proved troublesome later on, is another matter. Intellectual progress consists largely in the substitution of one imperfect set of tools for another. Methodically, the line of advance suggested by this example implies a departure from the customary distinction between factual and value judgments. The usual question with regard to the author of a systematic body of thought is, what did he teach? Is what he taught true? It is questionable whether this approach can ever be very helpful, and it is quite certainly useless in dealing with Marx, the more so as his theories emerged in response to developments which he was the first to identify. We cannot discover what he said without considering the problems he set out to solve, and we cannot analyze the problems without judging the validity of his attempted solutions. And since a problem for Marx was never simply a theoretical question, we cannot consider his solutions without taking a stand on the issues involved. That is why all attempts to discuss Marxism in a morally neutral atmosphere are from the start condemned to failure. It remains to indicate briefly the general line of approach which has been followed. Our starting point is not dialectical materialism, or some such abstraction, but the French Revolution and its impact on Germany at the beginning of the 19th century, along with the Industrial Revolution and its repercussions in the theoretical sphere, i.e., among the late 18th century and early 19th century British and French writers who were then engaged in working out the analytical tools appropriate to the study of the new society. From this point the discussion moves forward in time, and eastward in space, its preliminary locus being Central Europe, and its temporary halting point the abortive upheaval of 1848-9 which prefigured the greater cataclysm of 1917-19. There follows a period characterized by the gradual formation of the Marxist system and its political counterpart. Central European social democracy, the system and the movement both relating back to the failure of the 1848 revolution. The full development of this orthodoxy, from about 1890 to 1914, is shown to depend upon an unstable balance of political factors in Central Europe whose disappearance, during and after the First World War, released explosive forces hitherto concealed beneath the surface of seemingly innocuous theoretical wrangles among revisionist and radical interpreters of the orthodox synthesis elaborated by the theorists of the pre-revolutionary era, Engels, Koski, and Plekhanov. In consequence of this twofold development for the political splits and upheavals were both occasioned by, and reflected in, theoretical divergencies, the subsequent process is shown to involve a further eastward shift, away from the industrially and politically developed societies of Western and Central Europe, hitherto principally concerned in the growth of the socialist movement. The dissolution of Marxian socialism as formulated before 1914, and the emergence of Soviet Marxism is thus seen to parallel the decline of German influence in Central and Eastern Europe. As against this eastward shift it finally becomes necessary to consider those elements in the original Marxian synthesis which appear to have retained their relevance for modern society, notably the critique of liberal economics and the first approximation towards a unified theory of the state. Here an attempt is made to trace the line of development from the classics of political economy via Marx to present-day economics, and the parallel line from the political theorists of the 18th century to the sociology of our own day. If this seems a needless undertaking, one has only to consider what a history of liberalism would be like without mention of Locke, Turgot, Smith, and the authors of the American Constitution on the one hand, and the further development of their thought down to Russell, Dewey, Keynes, and the theorists of the welfare state, on the other. There is in fact no clear dividing line between the history of social theory and the history of society in general, though there may be different views about their interaction. Point 3. Clearly it is impossible to discuss so complex a subject without making a great many affirmations about matters of fact, some of which will necessarily be controversial. The author can only plead that this need has been imposed upon him by his method, which for the rest must justify itself by the results it yields. Since the standpoint here chosen is historical, in the sense common to Hegel, Marx and Croce, not to mention a list of contemporary philosophers, sociologists, and historians, which could easily be stretched to accommodate both conservatives and radicals. It will not be possible to please critics to whom historicism is abhorrent. Neither is agreement to be expected from those who maintain a vested interest in traditional interpretations of the subject. In general, it is here assumed that modern society has moved beyond the stage with whose analysis Marx was primarily concerned. In this sense, the Marxian breakthrough may now be said to have been absorbed, not least through the instrumentality of the socialist movement itself. Such paradoxical accomplishments furnish the stuff of history. Indeed, they alone make it possible to interpret the past to the present, with which it is connected through the medium of those half-conscious convulsions which we call revolutions and which never fail to carry their own misinterpretations along with them. If this conclusion has the ring of scepticism, it also suggests the truth of Hegel's dictum that genuine comprehension occurs after the event. Minerva's owl flies out at dusk. We are able to understand Marx because we have reached a point where neither his own modes of thought, nor those of his 19th-century opponents, are altogether adequate to the realities. 1. For an analysis of this aspect of Hegel's thought, cf. Herbert Marcuse, Reason and Revolution, New York and London, 1941, pages 224-48. 2. Cf. K.R. Popper, The Poverty of Historicism, London, 1957, Passim. 1. For the purpose of this argument, the distinction between Marxism and socialism in general can be ignored. Marxism is after all the predominant element in the socialist movement, at any rate during the period under discussion, and conversely there are non-classical variants of liberalism, example the physiocrats, not to mention Rousseau and his Jacobin progeny. Part 1. The Heritage 1789-1840. 1. German idealism. Classical German philosophy has been described as a secularist form of Protestantism. It has also been called the theory of the French Revolution. There is no need to argue the respective merits of these interpretations. They are compatible, for the effect of the French Revolution upon the German Enlightenment was to accentuate certain traits which had their roots in the Reformation, principally the radical dissociation of the individual soul, and therewith the realm of freedom, from the wretchedness of earthly existence. German idealist philosophy, like German Protestant theology before it, transforms the aims of men into spiritual values. It thus renounces as hopeless the task of anchoring them in material reality. In its origins, the German Enlightenment of the 18th century proceeded from motives held in common with sceptical and deist movements elsewhere in Europe, until in the person of Kant it brought forth a thinker who combined these intellectual strands with the heritage of the Reformation and the first stirrings of the Romantic movement, the latter by way of Rousseau, whose growing influence among the educated elite of Germany prepared the way for a sympathetic reception of the French Revolution in its earlier, pre-terrorist, phase. In this manner the Enlightenment came to rest upon an intellectual assent to changes occurring beyond the frontiers and involving no more than a theoretical acceptance of events which had no counterpart in Germany. This attitude entailed no corresponding change in the contemplative outlook of the elite which had made itself responsible for the guardianship of intellectual values. As before, the life of the spirit was conceived as an autonomous realm unconnected with the sordid circumstances of material existence. Indifferent to the public sphere, because impotent to shape it in accordance with their ideals, the educated strata who around 1800 sustained the flowering of the German Renaissance in the classical Weimar culture, entrenched themselves in the unconquerable regions of philosophy, literature, and art. In so doing they evolved an awareness of personal freedom and a way of life that stood in stark contrast to the realities surrounding them. At the same time they made it more difficult for themselves to break out of their isolation and find the way back to ordinary human community, society, the state. 1. In this process may be traced the final consummation of tendencies latent in German society since the Reformation, tendencies which signalise the subsequent failure to bring the public realm into correspondence with the aims of the liberal intellectuals, when under the impulsion of social and economic change they finally descended into the political arena. In preparing the way for their discomfiture in the abortive 1848 revolution, the liberals simultaneously laid the groundwork for the theoretical justification of their repeated failures, Henceforth every new defeat would serve as additional proof that mankind was neither worth saving nor capable of being saved. Only a few chosen spirits had access to the realm of freedom, truth, and beauty, and for them alone did these supreme values possess concrete existence. For the mass of the people there remained the consolations of religion, concerning whose illusory character Goethe and Hegel entertained as little doubt as did Feuerbach, Schopenhauer, or Nietzsche. Thus the German Renaissance, originally the offspring of northern Germany's traditional Protestant culture, issued in an idealist philosophy which from a secret doctrine of the elect evolved by stages into an openly proclaimed cult of the elite. 2. Hegel's philosophy represents a crucial stage in this process, for it marks both the climax of the idealist movement and the point where its inner tensions threaten to disrupt the philosophic movement. Hegel himself stood midway between the rationalist doctrine formulated by Kant and Fichte, and the reaction which arose from the failure of the French Revolution to translate the aims of the Enlightenment into reality. Opposed alike to the doctrinaire intransigence of the Jacobins, and to the conservative reaction dominant during the Restoration period after 1815, he consistently maintained an intermediate position which in the end led him back to a qualified acceptance of his native Lutheranism and its political sanction, the absolutist state. Yet the growing conservatism of the aging Hegel was superimposed upon a rationalist system incompatible with religious orthodoxy and the ideology of the Prussian monarchy. The tension, never resolved in his lifetime, exploded after his death. It then became apparent that the contradictions which ultimately tore the system apart had been held together by an act of will on Hegel's part. When in 1831 he left the scene, his followers drifted into incompatible positions which finally coincided with the emerging political lineup on the eve of the 1848 crisis. In conformity with the underlying gravitational pull of German history throughout the 19th century, the majority chose the conservative side. 1. The disintegration of Hegelianism thus went parallel with the gradual formation of a movement hostile to absolutism and religious orthodoxy. This coincidence of philosophical and political stirrings is an index to the backwardness of mid-19th century Germany. In Western Europe it was no longer possible to assemble a radical party under the banner of slogans directed primarily against the union of throne and altar, whereas Germany in the 1840s was still struggling with the heritage of absolutism, not to mention the Middle Ages. In Prussia as in Austria, the Church Lutheran in the one case, Catholic in the other provided both the principal safeguard of authority and its ideological justification. In this respect as in others, the two leading German states were closer to Russia than to Western Europe. This contrast was already noticeable during the Napoleonic era and it became more marked after the disintegration of the Bourbon monarchy in France during the 1830 Revolution, an event that coincided with the close of the classical age in German literature and philosophy. 1. Hegel's philosophy must be viewed against this background of slowly mounting dissatisfaction with the continued existence of the old regime, after the latter had been eliminated in France and other parts of Western Europe. The tendency of his thought is to comprehend all possible antagonisms within the unity of a system which allows for conflict only as the motor of gradual progress towards a predetermined goal. The real and the rational are identical. Ultimately this is a theological conception, and the final tendency of Hegel's philosophy is to substitute itself for religion. On the political plane it reflects that reconciliation of thought with reality which is the common trait of all forms of German idealism. Like the classical Weimar culture, of which it is the philosophical counterpart, the Hegelian system provides a transcendental resting place for ideals not realized in actuality. It holds out to men the promise not of freedom, but of the idea of freedom. It envisages not the actual domination of reason in human affairs, but the recognition of the march of reason through history. It thus embodies both the ultimate aims of mankind, liberty and rationality, and their renunciation. Hegel stands midway between the rationalism of the Enlightenment, which looked forward to a golden age of ordered freedom, and the radicalism of the post-1830 generation, determined to resume the advance where the French Revolution had been brought to a halt. His death in 1831 terminates the half-century of Germany's classical period which had opened with Kant's publication of the Critique of Pure Reason in 1781. The equivocal character of Hegel's pronouncements served for a while to conceal the fact that his system embodied, albeit in an obscure and mystifying fashion, some of the aims for which the French Revolution had been fought. Yet the radicals who broke away from him after his death were on solid ground when they denounced the conservative and contemplative bent of his philosophy. The reconciliation of idea and reality is the central motive of Hegel's thought, as the transformation of reality is that of Marx. Hence the Hegelian dialectic in its orthodox form could not serve as an instrument of change, though a time was to come when it would be hailed as the algebra of revolution by Herzen, invoked in support of radical revolt by Bakunin, and acclaimed as the esoteric doctrine of revolution by Engels. 1. Contrary to a widespread notion, the triad thesis-antithesis-synthesis is not essential to Hegel's system, whose motor is rather to be found in the dialectic of the whole and its parts. There is no foundation for the legend that he attempted to deduce the empirical sequence of actual events from the triadic march of logical categories, though this criticism can reasonably be urged against the pseudo-Hegelianism of Lassalle or Lorenz von Stein, neither of whom understood Hegel, or indeed knew how to handle logical concepts. 2. The dialectical method is meant to conform to the actual structure of reality, conceived as a process in which the logical subject unfolds itself into its own predicates. Hegel's marvelously compressed discussion of this theme in the preface to the Phenomenology of Mind is still sufficiently lengthy and involved to defy summary exposition. For our purpose it is enough to say that he breaks away from formal logic, with its apparatus of fixed categories adapted to the empty certainties of mathematics, into a realm where the content and the method of philosophical inquiry are seen to coincide. The result of his inquiry is to demonstrate that reality is not as it appears to empirical perception, but as it is revealed by philosophical reflection. This certainty constitutes the inmost essence of German idealism, and the source of its unbridgeable opposition to every form of empiricism. Insofar as Marxism embodies a similar conviction, with particular respect to history, it is still within the tradition of classical German philosophy. Since for Hegel the truth of a philosophical proposition is demonstrated by what actually happens to the subject of the proposition, e.g., the truth that freedom is essential to men by the course of human history, there is for him no cleavage between the subject matter of thought and the realm of actuality. Philosophical reflection discloses reason to be the ultimate essence of the world with which philosophy is concerned, and reason is likewise the instrument whereby in the course of time this truth is brought to the level of human awareness. This is the core of what has been called Hegel's panlogism, or his rediscovery of Aristotle's ontology. It is also the starting point of all the subsequent assaults on his system by Feuerbach, by Marx and the other young Hegelians, and lastly by Kierkegaard. 1. The Hegelian scheme is operative because for Hegel there is in the last analysis no distinction between mind and its object. Both have a common denominator, which Hegel calls reason and which appears under the guise of spirit in the historical world. Spirit is both subjective and objective, and its internal contradictions are resolved in the dialectical process, whereby the potentialities of all things unfold in a pattern of self-transcendence to a higher unity. Dialectical progress, though mirrored in thought, is the objective history of the real world, which arrives at self-consciousness in philosophy. The traditional criticism of this form of idealism is that it subordinates existence to logic. This misses the point, for in Hegel's system philosophical cognition has itself an existential quality, it enables the individual to recover his essence, which is reason. Yet this identification of thought and reality was precisely the target against which Feuerbach and Marx and from a different standpoint Kierkegaard directed their shafts. These attacks proceeded independently of each other. Marx knew nothing of Kierkegaard, and would not have considered his critique of Hegel important, save insofar as it emphasized the otherworldly nature of Christianity. All the thinkers in question, including Marx, operated within the context of a secularist Protestant culture. The significance of this fact is not limited to the accidental circumstance that Hegel's philosophy became for a while the ideological sanction of the Prussian state. It extends to the core of the Hegelian system, and the subsequent revolt against it. Hegel had conceived the identity of the rational and the real in terms which ultimately went back to Christian theology. Behind the unfolding of spirit in the universe lies the notion of creation. Spirit creates the world by externalizing itself, and eventually returns to itself after arriving at self-consciousness. This process is mediated by toil and suffering, symbolized for Hegel by the image of the cross. Reconciliation, the union of idea and reality, takes place only after the idea has undergone the lengthy travail of passing through successive incarnations in a medium reality which is alien to it, but gradually becomes one with the spirit that permeates it. The concrete identity of the real and the rational is the concept which embodies the essence of things not as they appear in actuality, but as they are in reality. The concept is the logical form of the universal, i.e., that which determines the existence of particulars. As example, man is logically prior to particular men, who exist as such only by virtue of what is common to all. Thus the concept mediates between reality and appearance, as Christ mediates between God and the world. Hence the Logos concept is Christ, and philosophy, which conceives the identity of reality and the absolute idea, becomes theology. But since the idea unfolds through all the successive stages of nature and history, philosophy must concern itself with reality and become science. Yet not empirical science, which never rises above the mere data of existence, but rather knowledge of the essential reality that manifests itself through the march of events in the world. Since we are here concerned not with Hegel's philosophy, the briefest outline of which would fill an entire volume, but with its role in Germany on the eve of the 1848 revolution, it will be sufficient to indicate its relevance to the events which were shortly to dethrone it as the quasi-official ideology of the Prussian state, while incorporating some of its elements into a theory of total revolution. It has been noted that, owing to the peculiar character of the Hegelian dialectic of subject-object, Hegel's system mirrors its own theme. Another way of putting this is to say that while philosophy provides the general categories for the understanding of history, it also turns out to be the secret of history, inasmuch as the latter is revealed as embodied reason, now brought to self-consciousness. In principle it would have been sufficient for Hegel to state this as an axiom of thought. In fact, he postulated it as an achievement that had already taken place. History had reached its appointed goal, and the reconciliation of idea and reality, Hegel's fundamental aim ever since the spiritual crisis which terminated his youthful revolutionary phase, was presumed to have taken place. This notion was not merely unacceptable to Feuerbach and the young Hegelians of the next generation for political reasons, it represented a claim which was plainly unbelievable, namely that the identity of subject and object, thought and reality, had been attained in the true system of science, i.e., Hegel's own. This conclusion did not follow from the conception of history as the march of mankind to domination over nature and possession of the world through reason, but it followed necessarily from Hegel's belief that his system mirrored the totality of the world. Once this was granted, philosophy was reduced to contemplation of the idea's progress through history, now brought to a close in the comprehension of that necessity which had given birth, among others, to Hegel's own system of thought. Alternatively, if it was accepted that philosophy could not go beyond the comprehension of the actual state of affairs as necessary and therefore rational, those who wished to alter the existing condition of things were impelled to advance beyond the contemplative stage. Point 1. The conventional account of this chapter in the history of German philosophy is content to register the dissolution of the Hegelian school into conflicting groups, among whom the left-wingers, principally D. F. Strauss, Bruno Bauer, and Feuerbach, eventually prepared the way for Marx. This hardly takes account of the complexities of a situation in which a radical critic of traditional theology like Strauss could figure as the leader of the left wing around 1836-8, only to become a highly conservative figure in the political field a decade later. What was originally at issue among Hegel's followers after his death was the philosophy of religion, and specifically the literal truth of Scripture. The right wing and the center were defined by their respective attitudes towards the theological iconoclasm of Strauss, for whom Lutheran orthodoxy rather than the Prussian state was the enemy, while some typical old Hegelians maintained their allegiance to the system during the second half of the century, long after the young Hegelians had abandoned the philosophical arena. To be an orthodox member of the school, it was sufficient to be neutral on the religious issue, following Hegel's own example. in a country where the government was then busy promoting a somewhat artificial union of the Lutheran and Reformed churches, with a view to giving the state a solid evangelical foundation, such neutrality did indeed amount to passive support of the status quo, but not every member of the school in the 1830s was necessarily aware of this fact. Strauss was the exception, which was precisely why he initiated the practice of referring publicly to a right and left wing among Hegelians following the terminology of French politics. Strictly speaking, no young Hegelian group existed before the 1840s. By then the excitement over Strauss's critique of theology had yielded to the far greater stir produced by Feuerbach's assault on religion as such, while at the same time Arnold Ruge, Moses Hess, and the Bauers made their first tentative excursions into the critical field. Even then the debate was still partly conducted in metaphysical terms. It could not well be otherwise, since Hegel's doctrine of right was grounded in his philosophy of history, which in turn sought to demonstrate the essential harmony of reason and the actual world. Its categories terminated in the existing condition of things, which in Prussia was characterized by the alliance of the state and the Lutheran Church against liberalism, i.e., against the contemporary form of the Enlightenment. But the Enlightenment was likewise the source of that strand in Hegel's thinking which affirmed the universality of reason and the consequent rationality of the universe. These contradictions would have exploded the system even if in 1840 the accident of a dynastic change in Prussia had not precipitated the long-delayed conflict between the government fully supported by the state church and the nascent radical movement. It was as representatives of the latter that the young Hegelians found themselves harried by the Christian German orthodoxy, which had recently found a program in romantic medievalism, and a leader in the new king, Frederick William IV. If the 1840s are the most exciting period in 19th-century German intellectual history, the reason is that they witnessed the first principled confrontation of the Ancien regime with the heirs of the French Revolution on German soil. For a century to come, the ideas that emerged from this crucible were to place their stamp on every movement originating from similar circumstances. And here it is worth stressing that the assault on absolutism and conservatism began at a time when the middle class was still politically passive, and the industrial proletariat had hardly emerged. The radical intellectuals who incorporated the new outlook were not merely the heralds of a coming storm. Their dissatisfaction with the existing order crystallized a mood which had been growing in Western Europe for some decades. Past and future mingled oddly in the ideology of a new social stratum which had not yet found its bearings, and whose confused gropings could be formulated alternatively in traditional liberal, or newfangled socialist, terms. On the eve of the German pseudo-revolution, which was to satisfy national longings while leaving democratic aspirations unfulfilled, we encounter a new and potentially important group, the intelligentsia. 2. Philosophic radicalism. If the European 19th century is defined as the era between the French and the Russian Revolution, the role played by German philosophy during this period appears in a paradoxical light. Germany resisted the impact of both upheavals, yet produced the essential link between them: Marxism. Moreover, this connection was established with the help of the Hegelian synthesis, a philosophy of contemplation and reconciliation, explicitly addressed to the task of mediating between the liberalism of the Enlightenment and the conservatism of the Restoration. The problem is not rendered easier by the corresponding circumstance that Hegelianism was having an unsettling effect upon East European intellectuals of aristocratic and conservative background long before Marx appeared on the scene. 1. The general character of German political evolution throughout this period is one of negative reaction to the upheavals produced, first in France and then in Russia, by the application to society of the doctrines of philosophic radicalism. The helpless passivity of the thin stratum of German sympathizers with the early phase of the French Revolution has already been noted. It corresponded not merely to the material weakness of the German middle class, but to its state of mind, which remained timidly conservative at least down to the middle of the 19th century. Thereafter the brief revolutionary effervescence of 1848-9 turned out to be a false dawn. German liberalism became progressively less combative as the century drew on, and after 1871 it was increasingly absorbed into the quasi-official ideology of national liberalism. It thus continued the traditional role of the German middle class, that of a socially influential, but politically passive, adjunct to the autocracy. Although on the eve of 1848 this peculiar constellation was not yet fully observable, it was already foreshadowed by the weakness of the radical intelligentsia and its isolation from the bulk of the educated middle-class public. In part the intellectuals compensated for this lack of influence by the intransigence of their theoretical formulations, as did their opposite numbers in France during and after the Bourbon Restoration. But whereas the French ideologists of the left formed a coherent stratum which resisted official pressures and in the end imposed its outlook upon society, in Germany philosophic radicalism, the system of ideas and values held by the opponents of autocratic rule, disintegrated steadily throughout the second half of the century, leaving a vacuum which was not adequately filled by scientific materialism and positivism. As time went on, the entire complex of ideas associated with the French Revolution, ideas which in the 1840s had become the credo of the young Hegelians and through them of the liberal opposition, though in a diluted form, disappeared from the consciousness of the educated classes. It became common form to assert the existence of an unbridgeable barrier between Western rationalism and the truly German philosophy of Romanticism. This outcome casts a revealing light upon the intellectual situation on the eve of 1848, and in particular upon the significance of Feuerbach as the philosopher of Germany's aborted democratic revolution. For reasons unconnected with his status in the history of philosophy, Feuerbach has come to be known chiefly as a precursor of Marx, or more quaintly still of dialectical materialism. This is to ignore his significance as a critic of religion, and of the Hegelian system insofar as it embodied certain remnants of the theological worldview. From a formal viewpoint, Feuerbach's doctrine can be described as inverted Hegelianism. It can even be claimed that his inversion of Hegel's idealism anticipates some of the tenets of dialectical materialism. But here we are concerned with his role in preparing the way for the emergence of a non-religious worldview, i.e., for the completion of the Enlightenment on German soil. The understanding of this subject is not helped by emphasis upon the formal peculiarities of Feuerbach's philosophy. What matters is the effect of his teaching, which was to emancipate the radical intellectuals from the hold of institutional religion and its last remaining theological bulwark, Hegelian metaphysics. 1. Feuerbach begins and ends as a critic of religion, and of philosophical idealism, in his eyes a diluted form of theological idealism. The religious alienation is viewed as the source of the philosophical alienation, of which Hegel's system is the last and greatest expression. 2. Apart from the critique of religious and speculative idealism, Feuerbach strictly speaking has no major aim in view. His attack on the Hegelian system, starting a little hesitantly and gradually rising to a climax in which the former disciple repudiates the master's teachings, turns wholly upon the destruction of speculative otherworldliness. He himself was quite conscious of the fact that his substitution of anthropology for theology was the core of his thinking. 3. This thinking has a passionate, almost lyrical, quality absent in Hegel, but common enough in the Romantic movement. It was the peculiar achievement of Feuerbach to enlist the Romantic strain in the service of humanism. His affirmation of nature, man, the life of the senses, recalls Rousseau, with whom he also shares a certain sentimentality, while his radical rejection of Christianity foreshadows Nietzsche. At the same time he is totally free from Nietzsche's hysteria, which heralds the subsequent collapse of atheist humanism into nihilism. In the emancipation of the German mind from theology he represents the forward-looking stage, when rationalism still sounded an optimistic note. If religion is disclosed to be an illusion, it is also seen to constitute a human creation which flatters its originator, since the attributes of God are in fact those of man. The divine being is nothing else than the human being, or rather, the human nature purified, freed from the limits of the individual man, made objective, i.e., contemplated and revered as another, a distinct being. 1. Feuerbach, like Hegel and almost every other representative of classical German philosophy, a Protestant in his ethic, though not in his theological beliefs, attempts to rescue the religious kernel from the metaphysical husk. The outcome is a system of religious atheism which has man for its unique center of reference. Who then is our Savior and Redeemer? God or love? Love, for God as God has not saved us, but love, which transcends the difference between the divine and human personality. As God has renounced himself out of love, so we, out of love, should renounce God, for if we do not sacrifice God to love, we sacrifice love to God, and, in spite of the predicate of love, we have the God the evil being of religious fanaticism. Point 2. The time has come to transform theology into anthropology. In the incarnation, religion only confesses what in reflection on itself, as theology, it will not admit, namely, that God is an altogether human being. The statement God loves man is an Orientalism, for love of man is the highest. Feuerbach has no use for a God who plainly is nothing but the Oriental paterfamilias writ large, but his critique proceeds from this somewhat sentimental objection to the demonstration that God is an imaginary substitute for the real world. Religion has sacrificed man to God. Now, we need only invert the religious relation, regard that as an end which religion supposes to be a means, exalt that into the primary which in religion is subordinate. At once we have destroyed the illusion, and the unclouded light of truth streams in upon us. 1. The loss of the religious illusion leads straight to the recognition that philosophy, to fulfill its task, must promote the emancipation of mankind from all obstacles which hamper the free development of human faculties. The positive content of philosophy is furnished by study of the real existence of man, not man in the abstract, but the empirical human beings whose liberty and happiness are at stake. He who says no more of me than that I am an atheist, says and knows nothing of me. The question as to the existence or non-existence of God, the opposition between theism and atheism, belongs to the 16th and 17th centuries, but not to the 19th. I deny God. But that means for me that I deny the negation of man. In place of the illusory, fantastic, heavenly position of man, which in actual life necessarily leads to the degradation of man, I substitute the tangible, actual, and consequently also the political and social position of mankind. The question concerning the existence or non-existence of God is for me nothing but the question concerning the existence or non-existence of man. Point 2. In religion, man alienates himself from himself, worships a self-generated image of perfection, and renders himself uselessly miserable. True philosophy breaks this enchantment and brings man back to himself. It does so by illuminating the sources of the religious illusion. The historical progress of religion consists in this, that what by an earlier religion was regarded as objective, is now recognized as subjective, that is, what was formerly contemplated and worshipped as God, is now perceived to be something human. 3. Feuerbach conceived his philosophy to be the realization of all preceding systems in this respect, following in Hegel's footsteps. But he repudiated Hegel's procedure, including his identification of the real and the rational. Philosophy must take its start not from Hegel's abstract idea, but from concrete nature and historical reality. It must trace the natural conditions of human freedom, and understand man as a being whose relationship to nature is mediated by the senses. It must realize that thought is preceded by suffering, and that cognition enters the picture only after man has been formed by nature. Above all, it must cease to judge men by the illusory idols they set up, notably the religious idol which estranges them from their own nature. Here Feuerbach spells out the implications of Goethe's pantheist worldview, which by the 1840s had become the esoteric doctrine of the intellectual elite. For all its political conservatism and the calculated ambiguity of its public utterances, the spirit of Weimar had always been profoundly subversive of religious orthodoxy. There is an obvious retort to all this: why does man experience the need to project the spiritual part of his nature in this curious fashion? One need not be a theologian or an idealist philosopher to see that Feuerbach has to some extent begged the question. But the philosophical inadequacy of a doctrine has never yet prevented it from becoming socially important. The problem for the historian is why Feuerbach's influence on the subsequent development of German thought was so much less than that of a thinker like Nietzsche, who shared his atheism, but not his humanism. To put it differently, Why did those elements in German national life who continued to adhere to Feuerbach's outlook have to become socialists? This question leads back to politics, and specifically to the failure of German democracy in what for a moment promised to be its annus mirabilis, 1848. Feuerbach's position, by and large, corresponds to that of the French materialists and rationalists on the eve of 1789, when the radical intellectuals entered the political arena. In the German setting, these tendencies were necessarily reflected in a caricatured form. The place of the Girondins was occupied by those Democrats who formed the left wing of the National Assembly in 1848-9, and who subsequently maintained an increasingly hopeless resistance to the alliance between the Prussian state and the North German national liberals. This opposition in turn contained an even smaller and weaker Republican element, largely concentrated in the South and actuated by particularist dislike of Prussia. Feuerbach is the philosopher of this Republican-Democratic opposition. Its failure is also his failure. With its growing elimination from public life, his own influence declined, until by the time of his death he was isolated and almost forgotten. Yet his legacy was incorporated within the body of Marxist, or quasi-Marxist, doctrine which at about that time began to permeate the nascent labor movement. This renaissance of his influence proceeded pari passu with the spread of a vulgarist scientific materialism among the middle-class public, now politically quiescent, but still anti-clerical and vaguely liberal. Since he had been among the first to demand the unification of philosophy and science, he could in retrospect be viewed as a forerunner of positivism as well as Marxism. In practice it depended largely upon shifting political affiliations which aspect received the greatest prominence. In the ideology of social democracy, as formulated by Engels around 1880, both elements managed to coexist quite happily, albeit at the expense of the Hegelian heritage which Feuerbach had never quite repudiated. It was now taken for granted that Feuerbach's materialism, i.e., his naturalist humanism, offered the necessary corrective to Hegel's metaphysics. At the same time, the development of science was welcomed as a solvent of speculative idealism and the most reliable reinforcement of the new positivist worldview. All this was a far cry from the situation on the eve of 1848, when radical humanism was the fighting creed of a small but determined body of intellectuals who hoped to take the leadership in the impending revolution. The latter was envisaged in terms derived from French experience, and the radical intellectuals drifted towards Feuerbach's materialism, and away from their traditional idealist moorings, because the struggle against church and state had begun to reproduce some of the features of the earlier revolt against the Ancien regime in France. The extraordinary certainty of victory displayed by all the radicals, including Marx and Engels, in 1848-9 was due to their conviction that history was about to repeat itself. 1. In passing, one may note the remarkable parallelism between the thought of Feuerbach and that of the Saint-Simonist school in France. Whether by coincidence or not, both stress the transformation of theology into anthropology. The kingdom of heaven is to be brought down to earth. When Feuerbach proclaims as his aim the realization of the Hegelian and generally of the preceding philosophy too, he not merely anticipates Marx, but echoes a theme which had already been sounded by the French utopian socialists. 1. The secularization of religion, i.e., the transforming of religious into humanist motivations, was an aim common to radical movements on both sides of the Rhine, with the French generally setting the pace, while the more pedestrian Germans brought up the rear, but in the process deepened the French concepts into a systematic critique of theology and metaphysics. To gain a clear picture of Marx's background, one has to bear in mind that his birthplace, the Rhineland, lay at the crossroads of all these movements. It seems probable that he had already made the acquaintance of Saint-Simonism before he took up his studies. He was still a high school pupil in Trier when a resident Saint-Simonian propagandist in 1835 attracted the unfavorable attention of the authorities with a pamphlet on the privileged classes and the working classes, perhaps the first time that this now familiar battle cry had been sounded on German soil. 2. 3. Early socialism. The French Revolution, whose impact on the European consciousness has so far been discussed only in terms appropriate to the history of philosophy, is today generally acknowledged to have been the source of the modern socialist movement. Point 1. Though unchallenged, this reading of the facts lacks some of the overwhelming certainty which it necessarily possessed for contemporaries. At our present distance from the scene, the suggestion that socialism might equally well have come to birth under different circumstances has at least the plausibility of an academic hypothesis. To any European living between 1830 and 1870, such a notion would have appeared grotesque, just as it would have seemed palpably absurd to associate democratic radicalism with any country but France, and with any tradition save that of the Jacobins. In 1848, and for some decades before and after this crucial watershed, the derivation of socialism from France was as plain as the Russian origin of modern communism is to us. To pursue socialist aims was to think along lines suggested by the evolution of France since 1789. This statement holds good for all the early socialist groups, including the Owenite socialists in England, whose thinking was wholly determined by the manner in which the French Revolution had posed the social problem, namely as a problem calling for the rational reorganization of society. There was nothing in the intellectual tradition of either Germany or England before 1789 to suggest such an approach, not to mention other European countries. Nor was there any conscious formulation of a general socialist program prior to 1830, when utopian socialism crystallized in Paris. After 1830 the situation had altered inasmuch as France now exported socialist ideas and tendencies instead of keeping them at home, but as late as 1848 there was no major socialist movement outside France, and even in 1871 the fate of the First International was determined by the catastrophe of the Paris Commune. Point 1. For our purpose, since we are not concerned with the history of early socialism, but with the socialist component in the Marxian synthesis, the crucial period is that of 1830 to 48. Those were the years when socialism transformed itself from a doctrine into a movement. That it did so in France, and not in England where industrial society was much further advanced, should alone have been enough to put the quietus on all attempts to establish a mechanical cause and effect relationship between economics and politics. Eventually something like a socialist labor movement spread to other areas, example Belgium, where similar circumstances had not previously given rise to parallel forms of thinking or organization. But the original breakthrough occurred in France, and in France alone. Unless the full implications of this fact are grasped, the subsequent history of the socialist movement remains mysterious. In particular, it becomes incomprehensible that the Russian Revolution should have reached back, across Marxism and Germany, to France for its inspiration. Yet the fact is undeniable: to this day, Russia and France remain linked by the common experience of a dramatic break with the old regime, a chapter missing in the history of Germany. They call to each other across that unconquered fortress of a different tradition, and this although the impulse of the French Revolution reached Russia by way of Germany, and although German philosophy has been the proximate source of all Russian theorizing since at least 1917, if not earlier. The mystery of course ceases to be one if the French Revolution is recognized as the starting point of modern political thinking, at any rate on the European continent, if not in the Anglo-American world with its somewhat different traditions. By 1830 this recognition had become sufficiently general to inspire all existing governments with an altogether exaggerated fear of further volcanic eruptions, while the revolutionaries naturally went to the same source for instruction. The dates 1830 and 1848 are crucial, for during this period the nascent socialist movement, then running in harness with democratic republicanism, i.e., Neo-Jacobinism, became fully impregnated with the revolutionary tradition as it was then understood in France. This interaction was to prove more lasting in its effects than the simultaneous infusion of Jacobin tendencies into the European liberal movement. The latter always had an alternative model in the England of the Whigs and parliamentary rule, while the socialists could look only to France, or rather to the revolution that had partly transformed France. It is for this reason that the literature of pre-1848 socialism, irrespective of authorship, so often suggests a conscious harking back to the Convention and the Commune of 1793 to 4.1. But although the decisive formulation of the new doctrine occurred in France, the social matrix out of which the movement arose was already common to the whole of Western Europe. There is no particular point in listing once again the consequences produced by the impact of nascent industrial capitalism upon the European continent on the morrow of the Napoleonic Wars. The conjunction of these two upheavals was crucial for the turn then given to the European mind, in more precise terms, to the thinking of the intellectuals. Unless one bears in mind that the industrial and the political revolutions went hand in hand, interacting on one another and helping to accelerate each other, one obtains no adequate picture of the period, or for that matter of the materialist conception of history which, not surprisingly, arose at that particular moment in time and at the intersection of all these new currents. Marxism, in one of its aspects, is also a theory of the Industrial Revolution, at any rate in its European setting. 1. Perhaps the simplest way of formulating the doctrinal issue, since we are here concerned with what the theorists thought of the new situation, is to say that the liberal vision was challenged at the precise moment when it had ceased to be altogether utopian, i.e., when it was about to descend from the heaven of philosophy to the solid earth of economic relations. In real terms, liberalism then and later on meant bourgeois society, or at least it rested upon that society as its foundation. Bourgeois society having given birth to industrial capitalism, it became urgently necessary to decide whether the promised advance in freedom and welfare was really worth the altogether monstrous birth pangs of the new social order, or indeed whether the promise itself might not be fraudulent. As everyone knows, it was at this point that a split became manifest in the hitherto united army marching forward from the positions occupied by the French Revolution. Socialist progressives parted company with liberal progressives, sometimes to the accompaniment of battle cries which sounded not altogether unlike the despairing complaints of agrarian conservatives and religious traditionalists. The familiar tripartite political spectrum of the European 19th century conservatives, liberals, socialists was about to emerge. All this took place amid a welter of confusing claims and assertions, but in its essentials the socialist protest was already plain enough. It concerned the centerpiece of the liberal system, private property and the market, and the heart of the liberal program, unbridled individualism. Both were rejected as potentially destructive of social solidarity and human welfare. 2. Put thus baldly, the matter appears simpler than it really was. What confronted the contemporaries was a revolution which altered not merely the political structure, but the total culture of society. In particular, social life was rapidly becoming unresponsive to the values of communal existence. Today, with the crisis behind us, we are able to view this disintegration as a stage on the road towards new forms of collectivity, but in the early 19th century the situation looked alarming enough, both to conservatives and to those radicals who were trying to extricate themselves from what seemed to them the blind optimism of the liberals. There was a very real sense of cultural dissolution coming on top of the appalling social conditions created by early capitalism, circumstances which the fashionable liberal ideology either denied or dismissed as the inevitable price of progress. On both counts the socialist opponents of the new order at first sounded the kind of alarm that had already been expressed by conservative critics of liberal individualism. 1. At this stage it is often difficult to differentiate conservative from socialist protests. The Saint-Simonians, though in the tradition of the French Revolution, were critical of its individualism and eventually proposed not merely a new social integration, but a renovated religious faith as well. Across the Rhine, the true socialism mocked by Marx and Engels in the Manifesto drew from the Romantics its somewhat sentimental appeal for a restoration of social solidarity. A primitive communist like Weitling argued on much the same lines as the sophisticated pupils of Saint-Simon in France, or the Christian socialists in England. Modern civilization was setting people against each other, atomizing society, and introducing an individualism hostile to the precepts of traditional morality. At a more elevated level the same theme is encountered in Comte. 2. Behind the social protest there is to be sensed a growing alarm at the threatened isolation of the individual in an atomist society in which communal religion has ceased to function and nothing is taking its place. This has become a familiar theme and one that tends to be shrugged off. In the early 19th century it represented a novel situation, and one which most intellectuals were not well equipped to handle, since it cut across their newly discovered sense of freedom from traditional sanctions. The socialist protest could easily be confused with the Romantic lament, and both with utopian schemes for reviving medieval ways of life. Before socialism could constitute itself in opposition to the now dominant liberal school and to the still strongly entrenched conservatism of the old order, it had to formulate its critique in such a way as to preserve the inheritance of rationalism and the French Revolution. By 1840 this task had been more or less completed, and the political movement could get underway. 1. It could not, however, progress very far without an economic doctrine, and something like a coherent view of society. The first was gradually elaborated with the help of the labor theory of value in its simplified form, i.e., the doctrine that labor is the sole creator of society's wealth. The second required a more philosophical approach. If individualism was to be overcome, its picture of society had to be shown up as defective. Above all, the role of the individual needed to be clarified. At the outset this task devolved upon writers who were anything but politically neutral, the Comteists in France and the Owenites in England, though in the end their criticism of the liberal ethic was incorporated in the generally accepted body of academic philosophy. In England this important movement of thought away from rugged individualism and towards a modified collectivism started the slow erosion of Benthamite orthodoxy. The crucial figure in this process is John Stuart Mill, Marx's contemporary and in a sense his only serious rival, insofar as he is one of the ancestors of Fabianism and welfare socialism generally. Here we are merely concerned to note Mill's place in the 19th century debate on the role of the individual, a controversy in which the new socialist view of man as a creation of society for the first time confronted the liberal thesis that society exists for the benefit of the individuals whose sum total it is. 2. In these early socialist writers the relation of the individual to society is analyzed from a critical viewpoint which does not question the presuppositions of liberalism, but seeks to go beyond them. It is accepted that, once personal freedom has become historically possible, society exists for the sake of furthering and protecting its growth. As against the traditional religious worldview, it is likewise taken for granted that freedom is not to be understood as the illusory possession of an inner spiritual realm compatible with actual enslavement, but as concrete individual liberty, i.e., the right to self-determination. The clash occurs over the socialist insistence upon the responsibility of society to ensure the welfare of all its members. The individual is a social creation. As it cannot develop outside society, so its individual characteristics are, in part at least, chargeable to the community. The latter is thus morally responsible for the fate of its members. Although these conclusions are put forward in the interest of reforming currents, specifically Owenite socialism in England and its various counterparts in France, they embody an embryonic sociology destined to flower into a new academic discipline, not accidentally the achievement of a writer who had made his start in the early socialist movement. 1. A rudimentary sociology is likewise implicit in the work of those economists who after 1815 set out to give a critical estimate of the new market economy. Here it is customary to mention Sismondi, of whom no more need be said than that he deserved better treatment than was meted out to him by Marx in the Communist Manifesto. 2. Although it has been questioned whether he should be described as a socialist. 3. He was sufficiently critical of laissez-faire to warrant inclusion among the opponents of the new orthodoxy. The same clearly cannot be said of those former Saint Simonists whose technological enthusiasm gradually turned them into pioneers of liberalism. 1. In general, the difficulty about this period is that the socialist writers were weak in economics, while the economists dwelt in happy ignorance of sociology. This at any rate is true of France, despite the proliferation of socialist literature after 1830. It is less true of England, where the conjunction of Owenite socialism and Ricardian economics for a while gave promise of a genuine theoretical synthesis. That this was not brought about either by the Owenites or by the Ricardians, nor yet by writers like Mill who stood midway between the two, but had to await the coming from Marx, is one of those baffling circumstances of which history is full. The next step then is to set out the theoretical position established by the Ricardian socialists, leaving for a later chapter a more detailed consideration of Ricardian economics and their influence upon Marx. All the writers in question were adherents of the labor theory of value. This is virtually their only link with Ricardo, and the only good reason for treating them as forerunners of Marx too. It is of course an extremely important link, since the labor theory, when combined with the notion that labor is itself a commodity, leads straight to a doctrine of exploitation which is at least implicitly socialist. Point 3. Yet Owen managed without an exploitation theory, while some of the Ricardian socialists did not share the Owenite dislike of competition and advocacy of cooperation. Point 4. The workers' claim to the whole product of labor could in principle be put forward without going into the further question how industry should be organized. The Owenites did, however, have an answer to this question, while those radicals who developed Ricardo's views on labor as the source of wealth were imperceptibly moving away from him, and towards Owen's view of society. All they had to do was to spell out the implications of the labor theory. From there it was a short step to criticism of a social order which guaranteed to the capitalist the lion's share of the total product. Hodgkin, who angered the Owenites by his indifference to their cooperative shibboleth, was quite clear that private ownership of the means of production was the real issue. It is the overwhelming nature of the demands of capital, sanctioned by the laws of society, sanctioned by the customs of men, enforced by the legislature, and warmly defended by political economists, which keep, which ever have kept, and which ever will keep, as long as they are allowed and acquiesced in, the laborer in poverty and misery. 1. These conclusions were derived from the labor theory of value, in the form given to it by Ricardo. A good many writers of the time seem not to have been aware that Ricardo had been anticipated on this point by A. Smith, and even by Locke. In any event, the assertion that labor was exploited came to be associated with Ricardianism, and had its share in causing Ricardo's system to lose favor among professional economists within a few years of his death in 1823. But there was more than this. Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy appeared in 1817, at a time when the conflict between landowners and manufacturers was sharp enough to encourage a discussion of economic relations in terms of divergent class interests. Point 2. In its classical form, Ricardo's doctrine assumes an identity of interest among manufacturers and workers, but it holds out no very hopeful prospect of improvement for the latter. This pessimism, however, arises from an acceptance of conditions which the socialists soon came to regard as historical and transitory. The obverse of this picture is Ricardo's realistic treatment of the antagonism between the owners of the soil and the industrial producers, the latter term comprehending both manufacturers and laborers, just as it does in Saint Simon. Such an outlook seemed disturbing to his contemporaries, and with the growth of socialist influence after 1830 it became altogether intolerable to writers whose political inclinations were conservative. Conversely, Ricardo's unflinching acceptance of an antagonism of interest between the major classes of society acquired enormous importance for those radicals who were already groping towards a new political doctrine. There was, after all, no need to share his gloom, which arose in part from his quasi-acceptance of the Malthusian population doctrine. If his theory could be given a more hopeful aspect without doing injury to its scientific character, it might be integrated into the emerging socialist worldview. Point 1. In retrospect, it would appear that what prevented the early socialists in Britain, who by 1840 had merged with the general stream of Owenism, from taking this step was not so much theoretical incompetence as lack of historical imagination and failure to raise their generalizations to the philosophical level, while the French socialists, from Louis Blanc to Proudhon, were hampered by ignorance of economics. In any event, it is an historical fact that the writer destined to place Ricardian socialism in the service of a new vision of society was neither a British economist nor a French historian, but a German philosopher. Part 2. The Marxian Synthesis 1840 to 1848. 1. The Logic of History. The transition from Hegel to Marx represents in every respect a radical break in the continuity of 19th-century history. Although the long-term consequences of this rupture have become fully manifest only in recent years, those who witnessed the dissolution of the Hegelian system already had an inkling of what this event portended. There is no lack of evidence that the more thoughtful contemporaries realized the dimensions of the failure of this last grandiose attempt to reconcile theology with philosophy, and both with the modern consciousness. After 1830, and a fortiori after 1848, when European society was violently disrupted by conflicts which had hitherto been fought out only in the pages of learned journals, belief in the possibility of stating valid principles binding upon all was gradually abandoned. Politics, science, philosophy, and religion went their separate ways, in the name of freedom, but under the guardianship of authoritarian regimes whose powers were frequently invoked to prevent liberty from degenerating into what the propertied classes regarded as the threat of democracy, if not anarchy, the two tending to become increasingly linked in the conservative ideology which spread among the German middle class after the failure of the 1848/9 revolution. 1. The universalism of Hegel's system corresponded to a state of affairs which Kant had in mind when he urged his contemporaries to abandon metaphysics for science. The conservative character of Kant's sociology and the triviality of his conceptual apparatus need not hinder the recognition that his positivism is in the general line of advance first sketched by the French Enlightenment. Even his lack of originality reflects the circumstance that he is in the tradition of Turgot and d'Alembert, who almost a century earlier had anticipated his quest for invariable laws of nature and society. The French development, contrary to what students of national psychology might have expected, had been more gradual than the German. The process of rationalization had begun so early that by the mid-19th century French liberalism was in possession of a fully developed worldview, including a scheme of constitutional government and a doctrine of liberal economics, whereas Germany was still struggling to emerge from the Middle Ages, and not succeeding too well. Conversely, the fact that Germany had to emancipate itself all at once from political and ideological traditions which in the West had gradually disappeared, made for greater radicalism in the theoretical sphere. The frantic production of philosophical systems by the young Hegelians between 1840 and 1847 loses its comic aspect when it is seen to herald the approaching storm. For the bewildering speed with which these intellectual productions succeeded one another, each claiming to represent the consummation of all the others, corresponded to the hurried telescoping of historical phases on the eve of the 1848 outbreak, when Germany all at once tried to make the transition from particularism to unification in national life, from authoritarian rule to liberalism in politics, and from medievalism to modernism in morals. That the attempt was a failure, which already foreshadowed the greater debacles of 1918 and 1933, does not detract from its importance. 1. The total character of the crisis of German society in 1848 needs to be borne in mind when considering what preceded and followed the revolutionary upheaval. The events themselves will be discussed elsewhere. What concerns us here is the interrelation of philosophy and politics which gave birth to Marxism as a theory and the practice of that theory. It is true that down to 1848 the only praxis on which Marx could reflect was that of the Jacobins and their heirs among the radical sects in Paris, while his economics were already those of the Ricardian and Owenite socialists in Britain. But the arsenal of conceptual tools which he brought to bear on the facts included an element that neither French rationalism nor British empiricism could supply: Hegel's philosophy of history, and standing behind it the conviction that the totality of the world is an ordered whole which the intellect can comprehend and master. Feuerbach's assault on Hegel had not shaken this faith, it had merely compelled the young Hegelians to cast the theological remnants of the system overboard and place man in the center of the universe, from which he was henceforth not to be dislodged by spiritualist metaphysics. It now remained for Marx to draw the appropriate conclusion. This conclusion owed a great deal to Feuerbach's rebellious materialism, his defense of the senses and natural existence against the abstractions of idealist metaphysics. It owed little to his positive sentiments, for by the time Marx began to formulate his views he had gone from Feuerbach to the ultimate source of the latter's naturalist and atheist doctrine, the radical phase of the French Revolution and the writers who prepared it. Here was a cause of potential discord not merely with Feuerbach, but with the young Hegelians in whose company the youthful Marx had originally learned to turn the Hegelian dialectic into an instrument of radical criticism, above all Bruno Bauer, their acknowledged leader and Marx's first teacher. Unlike these former allies, Marx had no use for Feuerbach's religious atheism, which even in its heterodox guise still trailed transcendental clouds of glory, or for his religion of humanity, addressed impartially to all and sundry, and consequently lacking the revolutionary impulse which in Marx sprang from the conviction that men could free themselves only by overturning the established order. In going back to the French Revolution, Marx was also, without knowing it, reaching back across Feuerbach to the youthful Hegel, whose early writings unpublished in his lifetime and for a century thereafter had sketched a scheme of liberation as far-reaching as anything envisaged in the Communist Manifesto or the Critique of the Gotha Program. In 1795-6, with Paris still the seat of a victorious revolution, Hegel had expressed himself in a fashion not to be mistaken: the halo which has surrounded the leading oppressors and gods of the earth has disappeared. Philosophers demonstrate the dignity of man, the people will learn to feel it and will not merely demand their rights, which have been trampled in the dust, but will themselves make them their own. Religion and politics have played the same game. The former has taught what despotism wanted to teach: contempt for humanity and the incapacity of man to realize the good and achieve something through his own efforts. One and yet more strikingly, I shall demonstrate that, just as there is no idea of a machine, there is no idea of the state, for the state is something mechanical. Only that which is an object of freedom may be called an idea. We must, therefore, transcend the state. For every state is bound to treat free men as cogs in a machine. And this is just what it ought not to do, hence the state must perish. Point 2. This was an aspect of Hegel which remained unknown to Marx. It is the more remarkable that his own youthful writings reflect the spirit of revolt which the aging Hegel had abandoned, but to which the early Marx paid tribute in the preface to his doctoral dissertation when he wrote, "Prometheus is the foremost saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar." Prometheus is the hero of all youthful rebels, but it takes more than natural rebelliousness or even the combined effect of a Jewish heritage and a classical education to keep this spirit alive. Marx preserved his vision at the cost of failing to integrate it into the body of his scientific work. The sociologist in him could have discovered ample ground for discarding the idea of total freedom from external constraint as an impossible dream, but to have done so would have meant abandoning the central energizing concept which in the 1840s turned the youthful Marx into a revolutionary, long before he had come across socialism or envisaged the possibility of a proletarian upheaval which would make all things new. Marx in fact joins Hegel, notably the early Hegel, in treating as irrelevant and merely empirical every mode of reality which presents an obstacle to the unfolding of man's inner essence. This theme is already present in his doctoral dissertation, which is Hegelian to the last degree, and it is expounded with gradually mounting emphasis in the semi-philosophical writings which herald his eventual rupture with Hegel. This rupture has for its cause the discovery that Hegel's system of total comprehension leads to the reconciliation of mind with the world as it is, instead of turning thought into an instrument for transforming the world in accordance with the principles of philosophy. The owl of Minerva spreads its wings when the shades of dusk are falling, Hegel had written in the preface to the Philosophy of Right, a warning to his pupils to remain true to the conception of philosophy as an activity of the spirit which can make its appearance only after consciousness has comprehended the necessity of what has gone before. Marx rejected this interpretation, yet he remained sufficiently faithful to the teachings of his master to repudiate with equal intransigence the traditional dualism of reality and the ideal. The world was to be transformed not by an appeal to eternal principles, but by the progressive unfolding of its own essence, which was freedom. It is only because the youthful Marx, following Hegel but also Kant, Rousseau, and the Enlightenment generally, believes freedom to be inherent in the very nature of man, that he is confident of being able to dissolve all existing structures, and challenge every traditional authority, by raising the demand that man should be allowed to rule himself. 1. Marx takes issue with Hegel on the grounds that his system contradicts his own insight into the condition of human existence. Freedom demands self-determination, but Hegel had come to justify the existing state of affairs which rested on the imposition of external authority upon unfree individuals. Marx develops this theme in his early writings which, for all their long-windedness and their devotion to philosophical jargon, succeed well enough in making the point already suggested by Feuerbach that in Hegel's philosophy of civil society the state is the only real subject, while individual men, social classes, and society itself, appear as its predicates. Marx is here still guided by Feuerbach, from whom he was soon to emancipate himself. His standpoint is that of a typical radical democrat of the period, not a socialist, let alone a communist. The socialist critique of bourgeois society entered his horizon only after he had removed to Paris in 1843. At this point, philosophy and politics once more coincide. The revolt against the Hegelian system, as the theoretical defense of the status quo, from the start transcended the limits of philosophic discourse. It was the work of men who conceived their aim to be a radical critique of all existing institutions, with a view to their eventual destruction. On this point all the left Hegelians were in agreement, however much they might differ over ends and means. Feuerbach, Ruge, Hess, Bauer, Stirner, Bakunin, Marx, and Engels formed a party in the true sense, though they spent much of their time squaring accounts and disputing one another's title to the leadership of the coming upheaval, the revolution that would destroy the old regime, dissolve religion, renovate society, unify Germany, liberate Europe, and emancipate the proletariat. 1. So far from being more utopian than the others in the group, Marx was distinguished by his greater realism. For if it was fanciful to expect all these results to follow from the next turn of the revolutionary wheel in Paris, it was clearly absurd to suppose that the walls of autocracy would collapse at the mere sound of critical trumpets. Yet the young Hegelians still retained their faith in the efficacy of theoretical criticism, for the most part criticism of revealed religion at a time when Marx had already discovered economics and the proletariat. They were, it is true, domiciled in Berlin, already a growing city, but no metropolis, or in small university towns, where their energies were absorbed by the struggle between the philosophical and the theological faculties. Germany, then as in later days, was far from being an ideal training ground for revolutionaries. The theory as well as the practice of the coming upheaval had to be worked out in Paris. To say this, however, is merely to underline the central paradox of Marxism. What was it that enabled Marx to conceive the alliance between German philosophy and the French proletariat in the form of a revolutionary doctrine which for a time actually drew together some of the most explosive elements in the situation? Why did he succeed where others failed? And what is to be made of the fateful synthesis he established, in the light of his and Engels' subsequent attempt to restate the original concept in a more scientific form? It is customary to answer this question by pointing to Marx's radical inversion of Hegel's philosophy with the aid of the French materialist doctrines, whose current representatives were the socialist revolutionaries he encountered in Paris during his stay there. Men like Blanqui and his followers, or writers like Cabet, had indeed already arrived at a standpoint which was to be that of Marx only from 1845 onwards. They evidently did not need to be told that materialist humanism led straight to socialism. 1. That was their own discovery, as it was their disillusionment with the social achievements of the French Revolution which had impelled them to go beyond the Jacobin demand for political equality. Though his encounter with these men turned Marx from a radical democrat into a communist, it did not per se require him to interpret communism as the fulfillment of history. Nor did Feuerbach's humanism lead to such conclusions. It was Hegel who supplied the missing link. But for the heritage of German idealism, the materialist conception of history would never have come into being. The apparent paradox is lessened when one reflects that what Marx shared with Hegel was after all simply the belief that there is an objective meaning in history. For Hegel this is constituted by the progressive evolution of the spirit towards freedom, while for Marx it is bound up with man's mastery over nature, including his own nature. Since for Hegel freedom and self-consciousness are united in the absolute idea, i.e., God, history becomes the autobiography of God, and this aspect of his system inevitably provoked a reaction which in some cases went all the way towards radical empiricism. Yet it is a misconception to suppose that Marx abandoned the attempt to see the historical process as a whole. History to him was the story of man's self-creation. It was a single process held together by an internal logic whose pattern lay open to discovery, once the idealist mystification had been cast off. It was not a record of events passively reflected in the mind, any more than it was the unfolding of the disembodied idea through time and space. Feuerbach's influence had enabled Marx to get rid of Hegel's Neoplatonic idealism, which within the framework of empirical, exoteric history, introduces the operation of a speculative, esoteric history. One, it had not caused him to doubt that history possessed its own logic. Nor was he in the least inclined towards the sceptical nominalist position of writers for whom theory yielded not a true report of the inherent structure of reality, but merely a kind of intellectual shorthand. The logic of history was thoroughly objective and communicable. It could be grasped by the intellect, and at the same time, since it was the history of man, it was capable of modification as soon as men understood the nature of the process in which they were involved, a process whereby their own creations had assumed the aspect of seemingly external and inevitable laws. History therefore culminated not in the intellectual contemplation of the past, but in the deliberate shaping of the future. The modern age in particular was distinguished precisely by this realization. The French Revolution in politics, and German philosophy in theory, were different forms of this incipient breakthrough. True humanism, i.e., socialism, was its consummation. The coming revolution represented not simply the negation of the existing social order, but the triumph of rationality over brute existence. In common with Feuerbach, and with the philosophic radicals in general, Marx held that mankind had reached maturity. The creation of a rational society need no longer be relegated to the realm of utopia. 2. The critique of society. To say that history is logical is to affirm that there is a logic of social development. For this conclusion Marx did not depend on Hegel. The decisive steps had already been taken by the theorists of the French Enlightenment, from Montesquieu to Linglet and Condorcet, and by the Scottish historians of the same period. 1. What Marx obtained from Hegel was the notion that history is the progressive self-creation of man, a process whose motor is practical social activity, i.e., in the last resort, human labor. Hegel had expounded this theme in his customary obscure fashion, but his meaning could be disentangled without too much trouble from his perverse habit of attributing the real movement of history to the unfolding of pre-existing categories. The great thing in Hegel's phenomenology is that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, regards objectification as alienation and as transcendence of this alienation, and that he therefore grasps the nature of labor and comprehends objective man, as the result of his own labor. Man produces both himself and his world, and he does so through practical activity which modifies his own nature, at the same time that it transforms external nature. For socialist man, the whole of what is called world history is nothing but the creation of man by human labor, and the emergence of nature for man. He therefore has the evident and irrefutable proof of his self-creation, of his own origins. There is a great deal more to the same effect in the Paris and Brussels manuscripts of 1844-6, some of which were only published in 1931-2 and are still insufficiently known. 2. Taking the economic philosophical MSS, the Holy Family, the theses on Feuerbach and the German ideology as a whole, one can say that they combine a fully developed philosophy of history with a rudimentary sociology, the latter for the most part derived from the French encyclopedists and their 19th-century successors, the Saint-Simonians and the other schools of French socialism. What is misleadingly called the materialist conception of history represents a fusion of these elements. The social system viewed as a whole turns upon the historical process, and conversely the latter discloses its human, social essence as soon as man's nature is seen to consist in his ability to produce the means of his existence, thereby transforming nature into human nature. Anthropology is the key to history, as with Feuerbach, but whereas the latter had postulated an unchanging human essence, Marx emphasizes that man should be viewed historically. What he makes of himself depends on the interaction of his forces with the environment, including the man-made institutions of society. 3. Nonetheless, it will not do to make a positivist out of Marx, although the temptation is strong if one merely considers his criticism of the antiquated idealist fashion of writing. History.1 However scientific and empirical in intention and in its methodical treatment of problems, his sociology rests ultimately upon a view of human nature which is philosophical. The Marxian critique of society is motivated by society's failure to realize man's potentialities. For while man actualizes his being in social life, he is also hampered by it. Man is social by nature. One must, above all, avoid postulating society once more as an abstraction confronting the individual. The individual is a social being. Individual life and the life of the species are not different things. But precisely for this reason society can become a hindrance to the full development of man's faculties. The motor of this development is labor, which so far from being merely an economic category is the existential activity of man, his free conscious activity, and his principal means of developing all the potentialities of his universal nature. Point 3 Now man cannot develop fully unless he is free, but this must not be done at the expense of others, as in classical antiquity where work was performed by slaves, for both parties to such a relationship are inevitably dehumanist. Freedom, to be genuine, must be universal, hence the individual is free only if all other men are free and able to develop as universal beings. Only when this condition has been attained will the existence of individual men realize the potentialities inherent in the species. Point 4. These terms relate back to the philosophy of history outlined by Hegel, as well as to the materialist anthropology of Feuerbach and the Saint-Simonians. The fusion operates at two levels. On the one hand, Marx introduces the Hegelian dialectic of subject-object, so as to eliminate the one-sidedness of a mechanical materialism which posits man as the passive receptacle of an unchanging nature. On the other hand, man's self-creation is seen to involve the real needs of empirical human beings, which Hegel had neglected. The conclusion demonstrates that man is truly himself insofar as he is able to recognize himself in the man-made universe which surrounds him. Point 1 The failure to attain this self-realization is defined as alienation, and the ultimate goal of the historical process which realizes all the potentialities of man's nature is described as the overcoming of alienation. Point 2 There are two comments to be made on this. First, the notion of such a consummation is metaphysical, and indeed ultimately religious. It represents the utopian element in Marx's thought, transmitted to him both via Hegel's philosophy of reason and Feuerbach's conception of human nature. Secondly, it evidently forms the counterpart of the Marxian union of theory and practice. The latter is required to bring about that total revolution in human affairs which philosophy by itself cannot provide, because being an intellectual activity in a world not really ruled by the intellect, it must of necessity come to terms with reality as it is. Philosophy thus becomes an aspect of man's alienation, insofar as it represents an illusory realm of essences divorced from the world of material existence. Even a critical philosophy, the last refuge of the young Hegelians, shared this radical defect, quite apart from the fact that with Bauer et al. It usually limited itself to a critique of theology. To realize its aims, philosophy must become practical, i.e., cease to be philosophy. It must become the theory of total revolution. For the realization of philosophy is not to be achieved without strife. In order to satisfy the needs which all men share in theory, it is necessary to proceed against some men in practice. 3. The sociology of Marx is the obverse of his philosophy of history. It is not detached from it, nor does it employ a historiographical foundation for the purpose of deducing generalizations, in the manner of positivism. In his writings between 1844 and 1846 Marx develops a critique of society whose theoretical character is not contradicted by its practical purpose. The concept of alienated labor is used as an analytical tool to define the actual role of the working class in modern, i.e., bourgeois society. Labor likewise appears as a political category in the context of the revolution then preparing, which was of course destined to be a bourgeois one, at any rate in Germany. It has been remarked with truth that the proletariat makes its first appearance in Marx's writings as the social force needed to realize the aims of German philosophy in its latest, Feuerbachian, stage, a class with radical chains was needed to bring about a radical change in society. Point 1. This concept could still be interpreted in traditional Jacobin fashion as looking towards the democratic revolution which France had undergone, and which Germany was destined to miss, and presumably it was so. Interpreted by the liberal Hegelian Arnold Ruge, under whose auspices Marx's writings then appeared. Point 2. But Marx was already beginning to move away from both Ruge and Feuerbach. If his political standpoint in 1844-6 is still democratic, his critique of society increasingly sounds the socialist theme. And it is precisely this critique which causes him to see society as a whole, i.e., to develop a theory of how it functions. Feuerbach had sought the secret of alienation in anthropology, Marx seeks it in sociology, or rather, he is obliged to sketch out a rudimentary sociology in order to account for phenomena religion, class division, the state which had remained incomprehensible as long as radical thinkers failed to grasp their historical and social character. Feuerbach was the prototype of all such thinkers. Insofar as he is a materialist, history does not exist for him, and insofar as he treats of history, he is no materialist. 3. Two conditions are necessary: society must be viewed historically, and it must be viewed as a whole. To do so is to realize that the social system is propelled by internal contradictions which are essential to its functioning and cannot be legislated out of existence, though they can be overcome at a higher level, i.e., after history has reached the stage of the classless society. For the time being, class antagonisms are the motor of historical development. Progress depends upon them. At the same time they are responsible for the failure of humanist philosophy and its counterpart, utopian socialism, to alter the conditions under which men are compelled to live and work. This failure has a theoretical and a practical side. Theoretically it expresses itself in the inability of materialist humanist doctrine to give an account of the actual social process. Practically it is demonstrated by the impotence of reform movements which start from the supposition that society is the plastic material of the critical intellect. The materialist doctrine concerning the alteration of circumstances and education forgets that circumstances are changed by men, and that the educator must himself be educated. It is therefore obliged to divide society into two parts, of which one is superior to the other. The coincidence of the transforming of circumstances and of human activity, or self-transformation, can only be conceived and rationally apprehended as revolutionary practice. 1. Here the union of theory and practice is seen to entail nothing short of revolution. But even where Marx theorizes about the given social structure, as in his later writings, the theory of society is always integrated with the radical critique of the existing order. This is not to say that a politically neutral and value-free sociology cannot be deduced from Marx's utterances, but he himself clearly did not believe that this could be done systematically until the social order had been transformed. Before social relations could become sufficiently transparent for a genuine science of society to be feasible, men would have to achieve conscious control over their circumstances. Indeed, this aim was the very essence of socialism. The standpoint of the old materialism is civil society, the standpoint of the new materialism is human society or socialized humanity. Point 2. The customary mistranslation of the Hegelian term civil society as bourgeois society tends to obscure the fact that Marx is here polemicizing against both Feuerbach and Hegel. The latter had employed this term to designate the sum total of social relations which bind the individual to the community. The philosophic radicals, on the other hand, including both Bentham and his French forerunners, were obsessed with the intelligent self-interest of the individual, a concept which played a key role in their systems. Ultimately, political theory reduced itself for them to interest psychology, while for Hegel it culminated in an authoritarian doctrine of the state, for whose sake the individual was supposed to exist. In its West European, hedonist and utilitarian form, materialism was quite compatible with the political orthodoxy of its day. Indeed, it supplied liberalism with much of its intellectual ammunition, both in the domestic struggle against the old order, and in its attempts to dissolve authoritarian structures on a world scale. In the 1840s it was not yet clear that Germany would by contrast become identified with conservative, romantic, and authoritarian worldviews, but the issue had already been stated, in an ideological form at least, by Hegel and his conservative followers in the Prussian bureaucracy, and the radicals badly needed a counter-ideology. In going beyond Feuerbach, Marx also indicated his conviction that the radical movement ought to steer clear of the old materialism in its vulgarist Benthamite form, since to accept it was to sink below the theoretical level attained by the German critics of utilitarianism. It was impossible to dislodge Hegel by appealing to Bentham or for that matter to Owen. The heritage of idealist metaphysics must be transcended, not discarded, and the first step consisted in realizing that Hegel had been right to reject the dualism of empirical fact and normative aim. Values are incarnate in history, and their realization depends on historical activity. Man transforms his own nature through labor, and history is the record of this transformation. Human solidarity is achieved by dissolving the social barriers erected in this process. To Marx this was not an ideal in the Kantian sense. He held that a stage had been reached where men could build a genuine community and thus overcome the alienation imposed upon their own existence by the previous effort to master external nature. Precisely for this reason the old interest psychology, which treated human nature as a datum, could be relinquished. If human nature was a social category, it too was capable of being transformed. Such a transformation, however, could not operate in a society disrupted by class antagonisms, a society, moreover, in which those who did most of the work were excluded both from political power and from the official culture. Socialized humanity was inconceivable without genuine solidarity, hence a socialist society must be one without classes. The philosophy underlying this conclusion is spelled out in the Paris manuscripts. The following is a brief summary of the main argument, though without any attempt at systematization. Point 1. Political economy, though ostensibly concerned with abstractions such as capital, labor, or land, has for its real subject the relationship of man to the man-made world of objects within which he moves and which reflects his essence as a generic being. It is the nature of man to surround himself with a man-made universe. In so doing he loses himself. Labor's realization is its objectification. This loss can become so extreme as to involve the annihilation of the creator. So much does labor's realization appear as loss of reality that the worker loses reality to the point of starving to death. So much does the appropriation of the object appear as estrangement that the more objects the worker produces the fewer can he possess, and the more he falls under the dominion of his product, capital. This circumstance exemplifies a more general law. It is the same in religion. The more man puts into God, the less he retains in himself. In society, this dialectic becomes more pronounced to the extent that the individual is estranged from his own creation, so that the life which he has conferred on the object confronts him as something hostile and alien. Political economy, far from clarifying the state of affairs, obscures it by treating capital, labor, etc., as independent realities, instead of recognizing them as manifestations of human activity. Political economy conceals the estrangement inherent in the nature of labor by not considering the direct relationship between the worker and production. It is true that labor produces for the rich wonderful things, but for the worker it produces privation. It produces palaces but for the worker, hovels. It replaces labor by machines but some of the workers it throws back to a barbarous type of labor, and the others it turns into machines. It produces intelligence but for the worker, idiocy, cretinism. 1. Alienated labor also interferes with man's generic nature as a being who spontaneously produces objects in which he mirrors himself. For he contemplates himself in a world that he has created. In tearing away from man the object of his production, therefore, estranged labor tears him from his generic existence, and transforms his advantage over animals into the disadvantage that his inorganic body, nature, is taken from him. Similarly, in degrading spontaneous activity, free activity, into a means, alienated labor transforms man's generic existence into an instrument of his physical existence. The alienation of man from his own product involves his estrangement from other men. Hence within the relationship of alienated labor, each man views the other in accordance with the standard and the position in which he finds himself as a laborer. In this resides the germ of class division. Every self-estrangement of man from himself and from nature appears in the relation in which he places himself and nature to men other than and differentiated from himself. Thus the religious alienation necessarily appears in the relationship of the layman to the priest, or again to a mediator, etc. In the real, practical world, self-estrangement can become manifest only through the real practical relationship to other men. The medium through which alienation takes place is itself practical. Through estranged, alienated labor, then, the worker produces the relationship to this labor of a man alien to labor and standing outside it. The relationship of the worker to labor engenders the relationship to it of the capitalist, or whatever one chooses to call the master of labor. Private property is thus the product, the result, the necessary consequence of alienated labor, of the external relation of the worker to nature and to himself. 1. Private property in the means of production, and class rule by a propertied and privileged minority, are historically connected, they represent two sides of the same coin. Private property subordinates the producer to the non-producer. Communism, by simultaneously abolishing class rule and human exploitation, thus appears as the positive transcendence of private property, of human self-alienation, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man. Communism is the riddle of history solved, and it knows itself to be the solution. It is able to attain this standpoint because it represents not a mere ideal, but an actual process inherent in the nature of things. Modern society, in creating the proletariat, has finally compelled men to take note of the fact that the reality underlying all their strivings is the alienation of labor. Under modern conditions, this relationship is bound up with the division of society into mutually hostile classes. The division of labor is the expression in political economy of the social character of labor within the alienation. Under capitalism, labor itself, the precondition of human existence, becomes a commodity, and the workman a proletarian who owns nothing and is in fact owned by someone else. The split in society mirrors that in the individual who has been estranged from the products of his toil, i.e., from his own nature. Private property as a form of self-alienation produces communism as its necessary antithesis. Its supersession therefore signifies the ending of social conflict and the restoration of man's harmony with his own nature. On these grounds it is possible for Marx to assert that communism represents both the realization of freedom and the resolution of the conflict between man and nature. A society in which men are no longer estranged from themselves is also the first that can be described as truly human. 2. 3. The doctrine of revolution. After what has been said, it is scarcely surprising that one should have to revert from sociology to Hegelian philosophy and from France to Germany in tracing the doctrine of revolution, unfolded in Marx's writings on the eve of 1848, the date of the Communist Manifesto and of the abortive European democratic rising. It has become customary to treat the manifesto as the theoretical expression of that proletarian revolution which is supposed to have triumphed in Russia in 1917 after some hopeful preparatory experiments on French soil between 1848 and 1871. More will have to be said about the link between the French and the Russian experience. For the moment the question is what the revolution signified for Marx on the eve of 1848. And here the first point to be noted is that they were primarily concerned with Germany. This may seem obvious, seeing that they were in the forefront of the German radical movement which briefly occupied the stage in 1848-9. But it is frequently overlooked, all the more reason for emphasizing it. The only revolution possible in Germany at that stage was a bourgeois democratic one, a fact quite obvious to Marx and Engels by 1847 at the latest. 1 With the wisdom of hindsight, it is easy today to perceive that in actual fact the revolution never emerged from the theoretical sphere, but in the 1840s this outcome was not easily predictable. In retrospect one can also discern a difference of emphasis on this point between Marx and Engels, the former being less inclined to hope for a successful democratic rebellion against the absolutist regime, preparatory to a normal development on Western lines. Indeed, Marx never seems to have believed that such an outcome was likely on German soil, while Engels frequently insisted that it was inevitable, and moreover that it was the duty of the communists to promote it and not let themselves be deflected by the anti-capitalist and anti-liberal tirades of those true socialists whose sentimental longing for a partnership between the monarchy and the working class merely served to prolong the death agony of the old regime. Point 1, where both men agreed was in holding that if there was to be a successful revolution in Germany, it would need to mobilize the masses, but this left open the question who was to direct it. That the German middle class was quite incapable of promoting a radical break with the past did not become apparent for some years, and when it had, the theoretical and tactical differences between Marx and Engels automatically ceased to be relevant. But this is to anticipate. In 1844-7, and a fortiori before he had formed his lifelong partnership with Engels in the autumn of 1844, Marx was occupied with the problem of fitting the imminent German Revolution into the conceptual framework he had just elaborated, and here his reading of recent French history suggested a possible solution. Paradoxically, the very backwardness of Germany made it seem plausible to suppose that the Germans would not content themselves with the kind of revolution that Western Europe had undergone. True, in many respects Germany had only just reached a stage already attained in France or Britain, notably in economics. Point 1, but precisely because his native country was so far behind, Marx thought that the coming revolution might be all the more radical. It would then transcend the socio-political level reached in Western Europe and for the first time place the proletariat upon the stage of history. It is not the radical revolution, universal human emancipation, which is a utopian dream for Germany, but rather the partial, merely political, revolution, which leaves the pillars of the building intact. What is the basis of a partial, merely political, revolution? Simply this: a part of civic society emancipates itself and attains general domination, a particular class, from its particular situation, undertakes the general emancipation of society. But in Germany every class lacks not only the consistency, the incisiveness, the courage, the ruthlessness required to turn it into the negative representative of society, but also that generosity needed to identify itself, if only for a moment, with the popular mind. The middle class hardly dares to conceive the idea of emancipation from its own standpoint, and already the development of social conditions, and the progress of political theory, declares this standpoint to be antiquated or at least problematical. In France, partial emancipation is the basis of complete emancipation. In Germany, universal emancipation is the conditio sine qua non of any partial emancipation. In France it is the reality, in Germany the impossibility, of a step-by-step emancipation which must give birth to complete liberty. Where then is there the positive possibility of German emancipation? In the formation of a class with radical chains, a class which is the dissolution of all classes, a sphere of society which has a universal character because its sufferings are universal, and which claims no particular right because the wrong committed against it is not a particular wrong but wrong as such. When the proletariat declares the dissolution of the existing social order, it does no more than proclaim the secret of its own existence, for it constitutes the effective dissolution of this order. As philosophy finds its material weapons in the proletariat, so the proletariat discovers its intellectual weapons in philosophy, and once the lightning flash of the idea has penetrated this naive popular soil, the emancipation of the Germans to manhood will become reality. The emancipation of the German is the emancipation of man. Philosophy is the head of this emancipation, and the proletariat its heart. Philosophy cannot realize itself without abolishing the proletariat, and the proletariat cannot emancipate itself without realizing philosophy. Point 2. This famous passage is commonly cited as proof that in 1844 Marx was not yet a Marxist, in other words, that he had not yet developed the materialist outlook which after 1850 and in particular from the 1870s onward was to become the hallmark of orthodoxy. This seems a curious way of approaching the subject. Whatever may be said about the evolution of doctrine, there is no Marxism apart from Marx's own writings, and the above passage is certainly one of his most characteristic early statements. Moreover, so far from being a passing aberration, it represents the very essence of his pre-1848 theorizing about the coming revolution. It is true that in later years he took a less exalted view of the part which thought had to play in transforming the world, just as the concept of a social revolution which would transcend philosophy by realizing its aims, disappeared from his writings, but it was never repudiated, nor could it have been, for it is precisely what he meant by the union of theory and practice. Without this central idea, Marxism is just another species of materialist determinism, and this is indeed what the later socialist movement largely succeeded in making out of it. But the transformation was never complete. At the core of the system, however much it might be watered down by its own author and others to suit the positivist fashion of the later 19th century, there remains something resembling the original vision of a world made new by a unique event fusing thought and action, theory and practice, philosophy and the revolution, into a creative drama of human liberation. It is literally true that apart from this quasi-metaphysical tour de force, the whole subsequent history of the Marxist movement must remain incomprehensible. It is worth noting that while in his essay of 1844 Marx stood Hegel's conservative philosophy of the state on its head, he did so by carrying to its furthest extreme Hegel's own rationalist mode of thinking. Although the language of the lengthy passage just quoted is reminiscent of Feuerbach, notably the emphasis on the emancipation of man, the logic behind it is Hegelian. The present order of things stands condemned because it is irrational. Elsewhere in the same essay, the existing state of affairs is declared to be beneath the level of history and beneath criticism, from which it follows that its dissolution is both imminent and urgent. No more than Hegel did Marx doubt that what was irrational was also unreal. The most irrational, and consequently the least real, of all possible phenomena was a state of affairs such as that in pre-1848 Germany, which, unlike the Ancien regime of 1789, could not even claim to represent the traditional social order, but was a pure anachronism due to the backwardness of Germany and its lack of social development. To criticize the state of affairs, to lay bare its contradictions, was to demonstrate why such a condition of things could not be maintained much longer. But in order to become effective, criticism had to abandon its purely theoretical status and turn into an instrument of revolution. If the youthful Hegel had in a general manner developed the notion that reason must go out into the world and, as it were, work for its living in order to come to itself, Marx goes so far as to postulate a theoretical critique which makes an end of philosophy in the traditional sense of the term by realizing its aims. Such a critique is indeed no longer philosophy, if by that term is meant contemplation, and on these grounds it has sometimes been said that Marx at this point ceased to be a philosopher. This suggestion fails on two counts. In the first place, Marx had never written anything but critiques, though it was only in 1844 that he extended his criticism of institutions to the point of fusing theory and practice. Secondly, this fusion was no less philosophical, indeed metaphysical, for being directed against the ruling ideas of the age. To say that the coming revolution would make an end of philosophy by fulfilling its ultimate aims, liberty and equality, was to make as grandiose a claim as any that had been put forward since German idealism was launched by Hegel and Schelling in the 1790s. Where Marx breaks away from the idealist scheme is in placing thought within a material context. Philosophy by itself cannot transform the social order simply by holding up a scheme of perfection or a conceptual image of true reality. It needs an ally, and can find it only in a class whose existence proclaims the effective dissolution of this order. This is a radical inversion of the idealist conception, but hardly a repudiation of philosophy as such. The critical theory of 1844 is still philosophical in essence. Its criterion of judgment is the irrationality of religion lengthily developed in the same essay, and the deeper irrationality reflected in the need for religious consolation. At no point is it suggested that the coming revolution is to be welcomed simply because it is inevitable. Rather, its inevitability is deduced from the intolerable conflict between the demands of reason and the unreasonableness of the status quo. These general considerations find their counterpart in a doctrine of revolution behind which it is not difficult to perceive the general model of Jacobinism, as modified and brought up to date to suit the theoretical requirements of the 1840s. The critical theory is intended as the theory of a political revolution patterned on that of 1789–94, but with this difference: instead of the people we now almost for the first time encounter the proletariat. The essential precondition of the hoped-for German revolution is defined as the formation of a class with radical chains, a class which is the dissolution of all classes. Marx as good as admits that as yet no such stratum exists east of the Rhine, though it is beginning to form, thus raising backward Germany to the West European level. Its inevitable growth is expected to furnish philosophy, i.e., the radical intellectuals, with the instrument required to overturn the existing order. That of course was substantially what had occurred in France in 1789, with the important difference that in the meantime the industrial proletariat had taken over from the traditional urban plebs. By the same token, the question why the French Revolution had in the end failed to achieve the ultimate aims of its most advanced spokesman could now at last be answered in the light of recent socialist-communist literature. The Jacobins had been unable to transcend the framework of bourgeois society. Yet partial emancipation had been secured, and complete emancipation was sure to follow. In backward Germany, still lagging far behind, this order had to be reversed. Only the revolutionary proletariat, led by the intellectual vanguard, could accomplish even the partial emancipation implicit in the merely political revolution already victorious in France. Only a class whose inhuman condition proclaimed the dissolution of the existing social order could enable philosophy to realize its aims. Because that class was bound to reject the social order root and branch, philosophy finds its material weapons in the proletariat. The coming revolution would be total because its aim was nothing less than the radical transformation of man's being in the world. For all its utopian overtones, not to mention the strained conjunction of Hegelian and Feuerbachian concepts, Marx's essay of 1844 discloses a clear enough realization that the German bourgeoisie would not in fact make the revolution which in his view was required to bring Germany up to the West European level. And if it failed, the task necessarily devolved upon the class which was already forming in the womb of bourgeois society, but had not yet found political expression. Hence the revolution, though bourgeois in origin, would have to be led by the proletariat. 3/4 of a century later a similar mode of reasoning served to fortify Lenin in his faith that the hour had struck for Russia to proclaim the world revolution, not although but because she was the most backward of the great European nations. In so doing he was compelled to repudiate not only social democratic orthodoxy, but post-1850 Marxism as well. He was not, however, being untrue to the spirit of the early Marx, though reflection might have prompted doubt whether philosophical manifestos are meant to be taken literally and used as political guideposts. In 1844 Marx had not yet emancipated himself from either Feuerbach or Hegel, and even the Communist Manifesto of 1847–8 presents far too sweeping a synthesis of philosophy and revolutionary strategy to be of use as a political textbook. All this, however, belongs to a different chapter. In the 1840s there was no real chance of anyone in Europe, least of all in Germany, taking such formulations literally. Indeed, the German proletariat so confidently invoked by Marx scarcely existed. The actual historical locus of revolutionary politics was Paris, and in Paris the era of proletarian insurrections in the service of bourgeois democracy was drawing to a close. 1. If the utopian extrapolation from Feuerbach's philosophy was to be abandoned, and by 1847, when the manifesto was in preparation, Marx had already cast some of his youthful ideological baggage overboard, there arose a further difficulty. To say that the coming German Revolution could only be a bourgeois one too was equivalent to saying that it would bring the liberals to power. This awkward conclusion could be qualified by asserting that the proletarian revolution would follow in the wake of this first upheaval. 3. But there remained the task of making these paradoxes plausible to those outside the narrow circle of the communist leadership. Already there loomed the problem of inducing the masses to follow the lead of a vanguard which could afford to take the long view because it incorporated the science of revolution. In 1848-9 these preoccupations were to be drowned in a torrent of happenings that fell far short of accomplishing even the modest opening phase of the two-stage upheaval envisaged in the manifesto. Subsequently, the rise of social democracy, and the virtual abandonment of the old strategy by Marx himself, served to obscure the significance of the solution with which the founders of Marxism had briefly toyed in those turbulent years. Here again it remained for the Russian Revolution to revive a dormant issue that Western socialists had long believed to be dead. While the manifesto skipped entire stages of the sacrosanct historical process in order to telescope two different revolutions into one, its authors could at least point to the example set by the French socialist and communist sects of the period. In common with them, Marx and Engels thought in terms of the revolutionary experience of 1789-94, when moderate factions were displaced by more radical ones, until the whole democratic movement had advanced far beyond its original starting point. It was more difficult to justify the implicit assumption that European capitalism in 1847 was already outmoded and ripe for socialization. This was to mistake the birth pangs of the new order for its death throes, a misunderstanding only possible in an age in which the memory of the French Revolution had accustomed people to expect the imminent collapse of the existing social order. That the latter was still largely pre-capitalist, hence in urgent need of radical bourgeois measures, was a circumstance not wholly lost upon Engels, who had seen enough of England to be able to correct any misconceptions Marx might have entertained on this point. Yet paradoxically it was Engels who in 1844-5 persuaded Marx to regard Britain as the laboratory of the first genuinely proletarian socialist revolution. 1 By 1847, with the manifesto in preparation, it became urgent to formulate the theoretical grounds of this forecast, and here again it was Engels who took the lead. He did so in a document which has not received its due share of attention, despite the fact that Marx utilized it in drafting the final text of the manifesto. 2 Taken together with his earlier writings, it may be said to outline a conception of history and a doctrine of revolution significantly different from that of Marx. That this is not an academic matter becomes evident when one compares these early writings with the works of the mature Engels, which from the 1870s onward became the theoretical foundation of German social democracy. The internal consistency is striking, so is the persistence of certain guiding ideas which do not occur in Marx and in some respects even run counter to the general tendency of his thinking. Thus Engels makes considerable play with the Industrial Revolution, a concept which Marx had not yet begun to employ. 1 In other respects too, the tenor of his argument is a good deal more technocratic than that of the manifesto. At the risk of some schematization, the difference can be described as that between a socio-political concept oriented on French political experience, and a doctrine derived from the contemplation of industrial strains in early Victorian England. Thus it is plain in reading Engels that he is mainly concerned with the role of the proletariat in the Industrial Revolution, and behind this theme there already looms the notion that the proletarian revolution is destined to set free the productive forces at present held back by the institutions of bourgeois society. Echoes of this technological enthusiasm recur in the manifesto, as does the emphasis on the revolutionary role of capitalism in doing away with pre-industrial forms of society, but where Marx stresses the catastrophic character of the process, Engels is inclined to emphasize its liberating and progressive side. The emancipation of the productive forces already set in train by the Industrial Revolution remains incomplete under capitalism because private property stands in the way. Communism represents its consummation, and the proletarian revolution is primarily envisaged as the act whereby the Industrial Revolution escapes from bourgeois control. 2. If this idea was destined to become a key concept of Leninism, another aspect of Engels's thought turns up a generation earlier in the ideology of German social democracy, namely his stress upon the inevitability of the coming socio-political transformation. The latter being the necessary consequence of the Industrial Revolution in its relentless unfolding within the womb of bourgeois society. Its tempo depended primarily upon the degree of economic development already reached under capitalism. The more industrialist a country, the more numerous its working class, and the nearer the date of socialization, whether peaceable or violent. In 1847 Engels still thought that Britain would lead the way, with Germany far in the rear, and the backward agrarian countries waiting to be transformed by the example of the more advanced. 1. A generation later this perspective was extended to Germany, and then to Europe in general. Engels is thus in a very real sense the father both of social democratic orthodoxy and of the Leninist faith in industrialization. He could even be viewed as a distant precursor of Fabian socialism, were it not for his skepticism about the likelihood of a peaceful transition, and his dislike of the pre-1848 socialists who urged measures falling short of the abolition of private property in the means of production. Too, it may be that gradualism is not a necessary consequence of determinism. The prevalence of the latter in Engels's thinking is unquestionable, and helps to explain not merely some of his more obvious divergencies from Marx, but also the fact that in the subsequent development of the socialist movement it was Engels rather than Marx who supplied guidance at the tactical level. As against the complex dialectic of existence and essence, reality and alienation, which Marx develops in his writings between 1843 and 1848, Engels sketches a simpler and more harmonious picture. Neither the condition of the working class nor the fragmentary Grundsätze are weighed down by philosophical ballast. In conformity with their author's lifelong adherence to the optimistic worldview of the Enlightenment. 3. The emancipation of society through communism is envisaged as a unilinear process in which modern man as formed by the Industrial Revolution and the attendant triumph of science over religious superstition achieves complete self-realization. In contrast to Marx, the accent falls upon the satisfaction of human needs rather than upon the transformation of nature. The coming revolution is destined to remove the barriers to freedom and equality. Its inevitability arises from the conflict between the productive forces unleashed by the new technology, and the inadequacy of the existing institutions. The Marxian complexio oppositorum of bourgeoisie and proletariat has no real place in this picture. Although duly mentioned in passing, it is external to the real purport of Engels's argument, which operates with the concepts of the Enlightenment in its most recent, positivistic, phase. In close parallel with these methodical assumptions, the role of the subjective factor is reduced almost to vanishing point. Determinism rules throughout, the active agents of progress being disembodied entities such as technology, science, or the Industrial Revolution as such. Other abstractions prominently displayed include society, machinery, the productive forces, capital, industry, the class struggle, and finally the new society, in which all these factors will be combined in a new and superior harmony. 1. On the eve of the 1848 upheaval, this optimistic and positivist doctrine was no more than an ingredient in the explosive theoretical mixture which Marx was preparing in the Manifesto. The time had not yet come for the socialist movement to step into the liberal inheritance. In 1848 most radicals commonly employ Jacobin terminology. For the tiny Communist League, then about to seize partial control of the radical stirrings in Germany, Marx's philosophy of total revolution, with its chiliastic overtones familiar to readers brought up in the Judeo-Christian tradition, was more appropriate than the hopeful anticipations entertained by Engels. Not that the two men were conscious of important differences in outlook. When it came to drafting the manifesto, Engels characteristically yielded to the unquestioned authority of his senior associate. The first published document of German communism thus bore the imprint of revolutionary French thinking, down to points of style and phrasing whose Jacobin, or Bobovist, ancestry could not possibly be mistaken. Whatever the precise extent of Marx's debt to his Saint-Simonian and Fourierist predecessors, among whom Victor Considerant requires special mention on account of his Manifeste de la Démocratie au XVIe siècle, which anticipates some of the formulations of the Communist Manifesto, the latter is clearly as much a French as a German document, and its incomparable rhetorical power owes more to the synthesis of these two European traditions than conventional critics have been ready to concede. For the same reason it does not translate well into English. In this seemingly external and insignificant fact it is possible to discern the latent element of a problem which was to become important when Marxism ceased to be a continental European doctrine and tried to accommodate itself to the traditions of the English-speaking peoples. In the age of the democratic revolution, which in Western Europe climaxed in 1848, it was natural for the first generation of socialists to think of the coming transformation in terms derived from their own political experiences. On the continent of Europe, these experiences were determined by the struggle against absolutism which ran parallel to the new conflict of classes. The birth pangs of the Industrial Revolution thus aggravated a tension which had no real counterpart in Britain, let alone North America. Notwithstanding the Chartist movement, the social revolution meant different things to continental Democrats still struggling to throw off the inherited deadweight of autocracy, and to English radicals not burdened with this particular problem. Red republicanism was confined to Europe, and within Europe it centered on France, where democracy's first battle had been fought and won in the streets of Paris. The Communist League of 1848 was the inheritor of this tradition, and the manifesto spells out the implications of a worldview which owed more to reminiscences of 1789–94 than its authors would have been willing to admit. Part 3. The Test of Reality 1848–1871. 1. The German Question. The Communist Manifesto, as everyone knows, made its appearance on the eve of an upheaval in Europe, an abortive rising serving as the curtain raiser for an era of war and revolution. In consequence, there has been a tendency to see Marx as the man of 1848 and his doctrine as a response to problems peculiar to Central Europe. Although the plausibility of this view is somewhat diminished by the overwhelmingly French character of the manifesto, and the irrelevance of its guiding ideas to the conditions then prevailing in Germany, there is some substance in it, provided one is not misled into supposing that the European turmoil of 1848–9 bore a close resemblance to the social revolution predicted, on the eve of these uprisings, in the manifesto. This was not the case even in Paris, where the February Revolution, and the subsequent proletarian insurrection in June, came nearest to fulfilling the conditions laid down by Marx for the seizure of power. There was no question of a real threat to the bourgeois order elsewhere in Europe, not even in the Rhineland, to which the leaders of the Communist League repaired in the spring of 1848, hoping to get the nascent democratic movement under control. An event such as the February Rising in Paris, which had driven Louis Philippe from his throne and proclaimed the Republic, was altogether beyond the horizon of the German Democrats, let alone the liberals. The principal concern of the latter, from the moment power had fallen into their lap as the result of popular insurrection in the spring of 1848, was to obtain the adherence of the princes, notably the King of Prussia, to the national cause. 1. This early attempt on the part of the liberals to win the headship of the German national movement through a policy of compromise has customarily been treated as a sign of weakness, already foreshadowing the subsequent capitulation of liberalism during the Bismarck era. While such an assessment is accurate enough, it tends to simplify the complex of problems confronting Central Europe in general and Germany in particular. The region was one in which past historical failures had left a particularly rich legacy of unsolved problems. If liberalism failed in 1848, Lutheranism had done so 3 centuries earlier, not to mention the abortive medieval attempts to establish an effective central authority. The present enshrines the past. In the case of 19th-century Germany, it enshrined a record of misfortune unparalleled in Europe. 2. This background determined not merely the actual course of events in 1848–9, of which more later, but also the manner in which these events were perceived. From the threatened autocracies, through the liberal constitutionalists, to the national democratic revolutionaries, and finally to the leaders of the embryonic Communist Party, each group had its own formula for explaining the past and shaping the future. If ever there was a region where philosophies of history had immediate political relevance, it was Central Europe, for here everything depended upon a correct reading of the structural faults embedded in the political landscape. These structures plainly were of ancient origin and correspondingly brittle in texture. 3. It is a mistake to suppose that Marx and Engels were unique in approaching their task with an arsenal of historical concepts in mind. The appeal to history was the common feature of conservative, liberal, and radical theorists, not to mention the spokesmen of some 24 submerged nationalities who in 1848–9 were suddenly and dramatically propelled into the political arena. Indeed, the national question soon took precedence over all others, until rivalry among the European powers and among the leaders of conflicting revolutionary sects reduced itself to a search for the means of mobilizing popular support for the redrafting of frontiers. The German question naturally held the center of the stage, but Poland, Hungary, Bohemia, and Italy were not far behind. It was a foretaste of the greater cataclysm of 1918-19, and the yet more drastic rearrangements of 1945-8. Some of the unsolved problems then dramatized for the first time are still with us. Germany conditioned everything else, and in Germany the pivotal position was occupied by Prussia. Since the defeat of German liberalism was later to become the single most important element in the European picture, this subject requires some consideration. In 1848 the Prussian autocracy passed through a crisis which foreshadowed its violent dissolution 70 years later, in the German pseudo-revolution of 1918. The opening stage was the Berlin insurrection of March 18 to 19, 1848, which pitted a rebellious population against the hated army, and compelled the king to temporize for a while with democratic demands. Behind this clash lay the gradual dissolution of the autocratic structure inherited from the 18th century and only superficially modified by the so-called reform era of 1807 to 19.1. After the upheaval of 1848 to 9, Prussia gradually transformed itself into a semi-constitutional state, but the change remained incomplete, and the resulting patchwork of bureaucratic reforms and quasi-parliamentary institutions without real power involved the liberals in a series of compromises which in the end cost them both their self-respect and their popular following. Their discomfiture was completed in the 1860s when Bismarck unified Germany without them and against them. Liberalism never recovered from this moral catastrophe. The subsequent history of Germany, down to and including the disasters of 1918, 1933, and 1945, is in part determined by the failure of the 1848 revolution. This sequence, however, must be seen in the context of a national history which made a different outcome unlikely. To say that the Prussian liberals and more generally the German liberals failed in their task is merely to say that they followed in the footsteps of earlier generations who had not succeeded in creating political institutions on the West European model. From the viewpoint of a genuinely revolutionary party, the resulting distortions were simply an additional handicap to be overcome in the democratic reconstruction of Germany, but such a party, though not wholly non-existent in 1848 or later, was far too weak to undertake this reconstruction unaided. The initiative lay with the liberals, who then had the backing of most of the middle class and the peasantry, and the liberals, for reasons which soon became apparent, aimed at a compromise with the autocracy. The outcome, since the government had no intention of compromising on terms that endangered its control over the army and the administration, was a stalemate which lasted for some years, to be broken when Bismarck channeled the growing national flood into the reactionary camp. In 1848 this termination of the constitutional struggle was still veiled. Liberalism and nationalism had been marching together for decades, and it seemed unlikely that the alliance would split apart. Indeed, so confident were the Prussian liberals of their unshakable hold over the national movement that during their brief triumph in the spring of 1848 they made no serious attempt to get the army under control. Even the royalist coup d'état of November 1848, and the subsequent imposition of a pseudo-constitution, did not shake their belief that time was on their side. It never occurred to them that the autocracy might in the end establish links with the nation over their heads, or that the army might gain a popularity which would enable it to dispense with parliamentary control. 1. These misconceptions were rooted in a situation which had no counterpart in Western Europe, though in more than one respect it resembled that in Russia. The defeat of the liberal constitutionalists cannot simply be put down to inadequate leadership. There was something about Prussia that baffled both its enemies and its defenders. In the end they could only take refuge in the assertion that the Prussian state was unique, as in a sense it was. Certainly, for all the obvious parallels with Russia on the one hand and Sweden on the other, there was nothing quite like it in Europe. 2. The uniqueness of Prussia lay not simply in the preponderant role of the military, but in the fact that the kingdom exercised the leading political role in Germany on the basis of a social structure which was essentially East European. As far back as the 15th century, the social destinies of Eastern and Western Europe had separated, and at this crucial juncture the territories which later formed Prussia had begun to follow the Russo-Polish pattern. 1 Nor was this trend effectively reversed at a later date. The 18th century absolutism did not carry enlightenment to the point of abolishing serfdom or tampering with the privileges of the landowning nobility which controlled the army and there reproduced the relationship between junker and serf in the officers' despotism over the men. 2 Most remarkable of all, even the collapse of Prussia in the First War against Napoleon did not lead to a radical reconstruction. The modernization of the government undertaken during the subsequent reform period stopped short of structural changes dangerous to the power of the landed gentry. The latter indeed obtained the principal benefit from the belated abolition of serfdom in 1807-10, the chief effect of the reform legislation being the creation of a landless agricultural proletariat. When something like genuine peasant emancipation finally came in 1848, it was too late. The mass of the peasantry had been ruined, and the junker class, already in control of military and administrative power, now possessed an unchallengeable economic base as well. 3. If peasant serfdom and the preponderance of the rural gentry were traits which Prussia shared with Russia and Poland, the Prussian military monarchy was genuinely unique. Poland had no effective central government, hence its disappearance from the map in the late 18th century, and Tsarist absolutism lacked the bureaucratic efficiency which was the special mark of Prussian administration. It was the bureaucracy which enabled the Prussian monarchy during the Napoleonic period to survive defeat, and thereafter to substitute administrative improvements for a genuine political renovation. The reform legislation instituted after 1807 was the work of enlightened bureaucrats, and it was their conversion to economic liberalism that was responsible for the gradual adoption, from 1815 onwards, of tariff measures which facilitated the subsequent unification of Germany under Prussian leadership. 1 By 1848 these tendencies were sufficiently far advanced for the main body of middle-class opinion to favor a policy of building a unified Germany around Prussia. Yet the same bureaucratic efficiency which enabled Prussia to take the lead in economic development also gave the government a considerable degree of direct and indirect control over the economy, thereby strengthening the autocracy at the very moment when it came into conflict with the bourgeoisie. 2. To grasp what happened in 1848-71 it is necessary to bear in mind that while the Prussian monarchy rested upon the twin pillars of the officers' corps and the civilian bureaucracy, control of the former was its real foundation and remained essential to its functioning. In every major crisis the government revealed itself as a military despotism in which the army took precedence over the civilian administration. In quiet times the latter carried sufficient weight to give Prussia the appearance of a quasi-constitutional state, but every challenge to the royal autocracy, or to the basic interests of the landed nobility and gentry which exercised control over the army through the junker-dominated officers' corps, brought into play a mechanism against which democratic opposition movements beat in vain. In 1848 these movements could still look to the Territorial Reserve Army, the Landwehr, as a bulwark against complete junker domination. Subsequently its effectiveness was blunted, and the middle-class opposition lost its only shield. In exchange it obtained a pseudo-constitution and a parliament elected on a franchise which secured a permanent majority for the larger property owners. Having won this inadequate foothold, the liberals thereafter devoted their major energy to urging a German policy upon the government, i.e., a policy of using the unreformed Prussian army in the service of the national cause. 1. The national question, in the form in which it came to dominate German, and ultimately European, politics down to 1933-45, was not at first intrinsically linked with the internal policies of Prussia. The fact that her territories were scattered across the 5 parallel streams which flow through northern Germany did indeed help to make Prussia the natural focus of the national movement, once it had become clear that Austria was incapable of unifying Germany on an alternative basis. But the choice involved some hesitation on the part of even the North German liberals, let alone the South German Democrats who clung to the belief that a federal and/or republican solution, with or without Austria, was possible. The conflict over this question dominated the 1848–71 period and had a profound effect upon the outlook of the political parties then in process of formation, as well as the labor movement, which by the 1860s had split into pro- and anti-Prussian factions. In 1848 all this was still hidden in the mists of the future. A democratic reorganization of Germany seemed not impossible after the Vienna and Berlin insurgents had driven the army from the two great capital cities and forced the governments to hold parliamentary elections on a basis of universal suffrage. It was plausible to suppose that the revolution might enter a republican phase, as it had done in France, or at least compel the various German governments to federate on a more or less democratic basis. The defeat of these hopes was shortly to bring about that fateful alliance between German nationalism and Prussian militarism from which all the subsequent misfortunes of Germany have sprung, but in 1848 the issue was still in the balance. It was soon to be decided in a fashion which deepened the antagonism between Germany and the Western world, without improving German relations with the Slavs. Point 2. The complex interplay of nationalist and democratic movements throughout Central Europe in this period will have to be briefly considered in conjunction with the development of Marx's and Engels's views on the national question. Here it is pertinent to recall that in 1848 both men could publicly and privately associate themselves with the cause of German national unification, while remaining true to the principles laid down in the publications of the Communist League. Under German conditions, nationalism was an integral part of the democratic program, to which the communist group was committed since it represented the extreme left wing of the democratic movement. That movement was then engaged in what promised to become a struggle for the radical reconstruction of Central Europe, and the presence within its ranks of a small but energetic ginger group caused neither surprise nor dismay. It was a situation which in later years was to have its counterpart in numerous democratic upheavals, with the important difference that the Central European experiment of 1848–9 was a failure, both from the standpoint of the radicals and in the opinion of those who stood further to the right. Both groups were united by the conviction that the national question demanded a democratic solution, though Marx and Engels had their own idea of what that solution would ultimately have to look like. After the defeat, when it had become obvious that the German middle class was incapable of leading a national democratic revolution, these differences were accentuated by the growing readiness of most Democrats to accept half a loaf, but in 1848 no one as yet thought in those terms. That a quasi-solution of the national question would be achieved under Prussian leadership, supported by the main body of middle-class opinion, seemed the least probable of all outcomes. In retrospect it is apparent that all concerned underrated the strength of the Prussian position. Not only did Prussia possess the most efficient military organization in Germany but her economic policies had secured for her the tacit support of the industrial bourgeoisie, which was rapidly becoming the most important element in the movement for national unification. The protectionist and, by implication, anti-liberal tendencies of this group were already noticeable before 1848, as were its dislike of England and a certain veiled antagonism towards those liberal elements in German society who stood for free trade and the adoption of English institutions. In the 1830s and 1840s such nationalist and protectionist tendencies were skillfully combined by influential propagandists like Liszt into a coherent system which anticipated many of the subsequent features of the Bismarckian national liberalism of the 1880s, though Liszt himself was South German and Grossdeutsch, i.e., intent on including the Habsburg lands. While a succession of political crises shook Germany, the Prussian government and the manufacturing interests in the north gradually moved towards a rapprochement, until the collapse of the liberal parliamentary opposition in 1866, and the subsequent Bismarckian unification of the Reich, enabled them to conclude a permanent union. 1. It is typical of the confused alignments of the period that the opposition to this North German interest bloc ran all the way from the conservative South German particularists to the embryonic communist group led by Marx and Engels. Defense of states' rights played a conspicuous part in the conflict over German unification, which in the end all but deadlocked the National Assembly in 1848–9, while among the various interests who sheltered behind this convenient slogan the Catholic Church was by far the most powerful. Its adherents rarely came into the open, but were all the more active behind the scenes. 2 The cleavage between the Protestant North and the predominantly Catholic South divided Germany as effectively as the traditional clash of interests between agrarian Prussia east of the Elbe and the industrial Rhineland, where middle-class radicalism shaded off into revolution. To make matters worse, the Rhineland belonged formally to Prussia, and the Rhenish radicals, Marx and Engels among them, for all their dislike of the Berlin regime, were compelled to operate within a political framework which saddled Prussia with the task of unifying, if not the whole of Germany, at least its northern half. The alternative was a radical reconstruction which would have done away with all the existing governments and reorganized the whole of Germany on a republican democratic basis. But though such demands were voiced in 1848-9 by a sizable fraction of the Democratic Party, they were not practical politics in the absence of a mass movement which never materialized outside the two capital cities and a few isolated districts in the southwest. Least of all did such a movement have a chance of gaining power in Cologne, where the Communist League had its headquarters. Its leaders therefore wisely concentrated on permeation, the left wing of the Democratic Party in the National Assembly being the obvious field of maneuver. 1. To grasp what this strategy involved, it must be borne in mind that adherence to the National Democratic cause in practice meant the Großdeutsche solution of the German question, i.e., the incorporation of the Habsburg territories in a unified Reich. The consequences of this alignment were to plague Marx and Engels for years. Among others, they were partly responsible for the quarrel with Lassalle in the 1860s and the failure to found a unified labor movement before 1875. Immediately the issue brought them into conflict with the Slav nationalists in Austria and with Bakunin. This was a trivial reflection of the far from trivial circumstance that German nationalism in 1848-9 celebrated its appearance on the European stage by declaring war upon the Western Slavs. 2 Like Liszt, who in this respect was a typical South German Democrat, the majority of the radicals in the Frankfurt Assembly were not only Großdeutsch but annexationist. If the Catholic conservatives disliked Prussia for religious reasons, and because their leaders preferred the Habsburgs to the Hohenzollerns, the Democrats, with the saving exception of a small minority who genuinely adhered to the nationality principle, were carried away by a mixture of patriotism and archaic dreams of a restored Reich which in effect foreshadowed the Middle Europa of 20th century politics. By comparison, the moderate liberals, who merely wished to conquer Germany with Prussian help and then build a navy to overawe the Danes and impress the British, were models of realism and statesmanship. 3. Behind this chauvinist immaturity lay a social cleavage between the democratic radicals, who on the whole represented the less enlightened elements of the provincial middle class, and the liberals, who stemmed from the cultivated upper stratum and consequently had less use for patriotic rhetoric. By upbringing and education, Marx and Engels belonged to the latter group, while politically they stood far to the left of both. If they nevertheless maintained a tactical alliance with the democracy, while ridiculing both its slogans and its leaders, this was owing to their conviction that the liberals would not advance one step unless driven on by a popular movement. This proved true enough, but the Communist League nonetheless paid a heavy price for the involvement of its leaders with a party which first ruined the democratic cause by its rhetorical extravagance and political ineptitude, and then passed its Großdeutsche program on to a generation that no longer believed in democracy. On the whole, Marx and Engels probably had no choice, since the labor movement was as yet virtually non-existent. The alternative to the tactics they adopted would have been to abandon the arena altogether to the Democrats, hardly a course to be expected from the authors of the Communist Manifesto. It can be argued that in urging a democratic revolution, alliance with the French Republic, the Italians, and the Poles, and revolutionary war against Tsarist Russia, the Neue Rheinische Zeitung under their editorship did about as well as could have been expected in the circumstances. The fact remains that in 1848-9 the leaders of the Communist League could obtain a hearing only by blowing the patriotic bugle as hard as possible. In later years they might defend these tactics on the grounds that the backwardness of Germany left them no choice, but the example had been set and could be followed by others. 1. 2. Nationalism and democracy. Any attempt to discuss the flow and ebb of revolution and reaction between 1848 and 1871 must inevitably concentrate on the interplay of domestic and external events. The era was particularly rich in revolutionary upheavals, and at the same time it witnessed the unification of Germany and Italy, and therewith the completion of the European state system of the 19th century. It has never proved possible to disregard the evident connection between these parallel series of happenings, and indeed once nationalism and liberalism had become respectable, the dominant school of historiography took pride in establishing the thesis that the liberal middle class had stood in the forefront of the national struggle. Although at best a half-truth, this approach did serve as a guidepost to the analysis of national movements elsewhere. It also enabled the newcomers, principally Germany and Italy, to assert a definite political orientation, though in either case the national liberal integration soon proved powerless to contain popular energies. In our present context, it is relevant to inquire what effect these events had upon the consciousness of the newly emerging labor movement, which was soon to come under the influence of Marxist doctrines. It has been noted that in 1848-9, and for some time thereafter, Marx and Engels operated within the radical wing of the democratic movement, which in Central Europe was still overwhelmingly bourgeois, in the sense of being non-socialist. If this suggests that they had a foot in each camp, this impression must now be corrected, at any rate to the extent of showing in what respect bourgeois democracy in 1848-71 connoted something different from the term of abuse which it was to become in Leninist literature 2 or 3 generations later. The revolution of 1848-9 was a genuine turning point among others also in that it disrupted the alliance between the middle class, the peasants, and the urban workers, which had been the basis of the democratic movement in Europe since the French Revolution. Once this rupture had occurred, liberalism and socialism were left to confront each other as enemies, and it became plausible to assert that bourgeoisie and proletariat were the only active agents of the historical process. Prior to 1848, such a statement would have sounded extravagant even in Paris, where the two classes were soon to meet on the barricades. Outside France, and more particularly in Germany, where 2/3 of the population were still engaged in agriculture and there was as yet hardly anything resembling modern industry, such a doctrine lacked even the degree of persuasiveness it might have possessed for French socialists, had it come to their attention. Belief in the power of democracy to solve all social problems was still too deep, and democracy itself too radical a slogan, for anyone save a handful of communists to suppose that the proletariat could signify anything but the lower ranks of the people, i.e., the burgher-peasant-worker coalition which had made the Great Revolution in France and now was expected to score an even greater triumph all over Europe. It was the failure of these expectations, and the consequent dissolution of the great democratic movement into a host of quarreling sects, which for the first time caused a significant number of revolutionaries to doubt the efficacy of the ancient Jacobin panaceas. 3. But before this disintegration had set in, the classical democratic coalition secured a final triumph over large areas of Central Europe. Its victorious sweep in the spring of 1848 enabled the peasantry to get rid of the remnants of serfdom and become free property owners. This done, the coalition dissolved, the peasants turning conservative, and the urban radicals were left to fight unaided, or aided only by the workers, not yet an industrial proletariat in the modern sense, but for the most part a fluid mass of recently pauperized artisans ready to fight democracy's battles, though there was also a nucleus of genuine factory workers, who on the whole tended to be more cautious and reformist. Thus the political upheaval brought about a significant social realignment, of which bourgeois liberalism and labor socialism were to be the beneficiaries. 1. Such an outcome, though gratifying to the liberals who during these years everywhere obtained a share of power, and in a measure to the socialists, for whom it constituted proof of their doctrine of class conflict, was far from pleasing to the democratic radicals. This party had borne the heat of the day in 1848-9 and now found itself everywhere defeated, persecuted, driven into exile, or dragged before courts-martial, and in addition scorned by socialists and reactionaries alike as the rump of a hopelessly discredited cause. This disintegration of European democracy in 1848-9 has been succeeded and overlaid by so many bigger catastrophes that there is some danger of overlooking its significance. Immediately it meant the termination of all hope of reconstructing Central Europe along democratic lines, possibly a utopian aim, but one which had animated the intellectual elite before 1848. In the somewhat longer perspective, it supplied the chief motive force behind the emerging social democratic movement, which was largely the old movement on a new social basis. It also compelled Marx and Engels to break with their old democratic associates and shift the gravitational center of their activity towards the labor movement. This aspect has naturally attracted the attention of socialist historians, who have frequently failed to notice that in the process the founders of Marxism were obliged to jettison part of their theoretical baggage. Neither the Marxian theory of democracy nor the Marxian view of national evolution are fully comprehensible unless it is remembered that they took shape on the morrow of the worst defeat democracy and nationalism had yet suffered in Europe. 2. The informal but effective Republican Democratic International of 1830-48, with its unofficial headquarters in Paris, had been held together by loyalties and beliefs which in the last analysis went back to the crowning achievement of the French Revolution, the democratic dictatorship of 1793-4. To the adherents of this tradition, republicanism and democracy meant neither more nor less than the realization of the goals proclaimed in that crucial moment of history. In this sense, the Democratic Party included not merely the socialist sects of the period, but also the left-wingers among the Chartists, and those national revolutionaries who stood for a drastic solution of the agrarian problem. The Paris workers were regarded as the vanguard of the movement, for the good reason that they seemed most likely to bring about a successful uprising, but the revolution's aims were so defined as to leave room for liberal and socialist tendencies alike. If most of the radicals believed that democracy would automatically solve what was coming to be known as the social problem, those who disagreed did not on this account renounce their allegiance to the democratic movement which on the eve of 1848 drew together in the struggle against all existing authorities. Thus in 1847 Marx and Engels spent much of their time establishing contacts between the Chartists in Britain and what was generally known as the Democratic Socialist Party in France. The essential unity of this international was well demonstrated when on November 29, 1847, the anniversary of the Polish insurrection of 1830 was celebrated by the Fraternal Democrats in London at a meeting attended by English, French, Polish, German, Swiss, etc., delegates, at which Marx addressed the gathering on behalf of a corresponding society in Brussels, in effect the local chapter of the German Communist League. 1. It is noteworthy that even then the bulk of those who in 1848-9 were to be known as Democrats in Central Europe, i.e., the left wing of the Frankfurt Assembly and their followers in Austria and southern Germany, stood outside the Democratic International so defined. Jacobinism had few followers in Germany, and those mainly among the illegal socialist sects. The country as a whole was too backward, and the democratic opposition too conservative and Philistine, to encourage a form of popular radicalism with socialist overtones. But these distinctions were fluid, and it seemed likely that Germany too would be drawn into the movement, as indeed happened to some extent in 1848-9 under the impact of events. Red Republicans who appealed to peasants against landowners, then the most extreme type of revolutionary activity possible in Central Europe, outside a few great cities, could and did pave the way for social democrats who in the next generation turned to the industrial workers. But the changeover took some decades to accomplish, and it was precisely this interim period which witnessed the defeat of democratic hopes. 1. In the subsequent development of the European socialist movement, it became the fashion to blame the outcome of the 1848-9 uprising on the weakness and short-sightedness of the middle class, which had sold its political birthright for a mess of pottage. Marx and Engels set the tone too, and their followers repeated that the German middle class had failed where the French bourgeoisie had succeeded in 1789, and the English a century earlier. This analysis still lacked the edge which its authors gave it in later years, after further reflection had caused them to revise their earlier estimate of the liberal bourgeoisie as a revolutionary force. By the 1860s, Engels was ready to write liberal democracy off as a lost cause and to describe Bonapartism as the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. 3 Marx did not go quite so far, if only because he was committed to the view that the democratic republic was the normal form of bourgeois political organization, and Engels eventually adopted the same position, though largely on the grounds that democracy had now become a conservative safeguard against socialism and the proletariat. 4. In all this it is possible to trace an equivocation which was to become the source of considerable theoretical and practical confusion in later years. The bourgeois revolution referred to in the manifesto is the radical democratic revolution on the Jacobin pattern of 1793-4, in which the middle class seizes political power with the help of an emancipated peasantry and the urban working population. By contrast, the bourgeois republic of Marx's and Engels's later writings relates to political institutions such as the Third Republic in France after 1871. Lastly, there were countries, example Bismarckian Germany, where in the absence of a powerful bourgeois democratic party it fell to the labor movement to promote those aims which had once been the common property of liberal and socialist radicals. This was assumed to be the chief task of social democracy until it had won power, when it would be able to introduce socialist measures with the backing of the majority. In Marx's and Engels's scattered observations on the subject, these concepts are clearly distinguished, but the distinctions were never systematist, and the resulting ambiguities played their part in enabling rival groups to claim the inheritance of orthodoxy. The significance of these disputes for the nascent European labor movement will be considered later against the background of French experience from 1848 to 1871, i.e., from the June days to the Paris Commune. For the moment we must retrace our steps in order to determine the link between democracy and nationalism in the thought pattern developed by Marx and Engels in the 1850s and 1860s. Consideration of this theme involves a geographical shift from Western to Central Europe, except for Italy, whose belated national unification in 1859-70 gave it an equivocal position midway between the German and the French experience. Italy, unlike France, was not yet a nation, but unlike Germany it was not saddled to the same degree with the imperial curse. Its national movement could thus develop along fairly straightforward lines, while German nationalism was deflected from its true aim by the mirage of the medieval Reich and the consequent tension between genuinely national and spuriously imperial aims. Also, unlike their German counterparts, the Italian nationalists were for the most part neither hostile to France nor oblivious of the fact that the French Revolution was the source of almost all progressive currents in Europe. In this respect, too, they maintained the underlying unity of West European liberalism, against which the nascent German national movement of Napoleonic and post-Napoleonic days was consistently in revolt. 1. It has been noted that the emerging split between liberalism and democracy in the German Revolution of 1848-9 corresponded to the dividing line between North and South, and thus in part to the religious cleavage, although some regions in the South were both Protestant and liberal. It also reflected the growing social antagonism between the modern industrial and commercial bourgeoisie, which increasingly supported the Prussian solution, and the mass of burghers, artisans, and peasants in areas not yet touched by the Industrial Revolution. The social homogeneity of the southern environment provided the democracy in 1848 with an élan which rendered it irresistible so long as it did not overstep its regional boundaries. Had the whole of Germany resembled the agrarian Southwest, the national democratic movement would doubtless have carried the day and unified the entire country under the black-red-gold banner. That it proved incapable of attaining this quite reasonable aim was due not simply to the provincial philistinism of its leaders, but in the estimation of Marx and Engels anyhow to its class character, while the Liberal Party, with its North German backing and its growing identification with the industrial bourgeoisie, attracted all the more influential elements in German society and eventually spread to the south to become genuinely nationwide, the democracy remained bound by its agrarian origins and consequently dwindled into a permanent opposition group. National unification, whether Grossdeutsch or Kleindeutsch, could only succeed on an industrial basis, and once the liberal bourgeoisie had made up its mind to back the Prussian solution, the democratic cause was doomed. doubly so because its adherents tended to be either pro-Habsburg or pro-French, while the Protestant North, for sound economic as well as political reasons, looked to England. The British system had become the admired liberal model. It excluded the majority of the population from power, while satisfying its material needs and promoting a rate of economic development unheard of in the remainder of Europe. 2. It is typical of Marx's somber realism itself, a grand bourgeois trait incomprehensible to an associate like Wilhelm Liebknecht, who stemmed from the South German democracy, that the moment he grasped this situation he resolutely severed the remaining links which bound his group to the dying democratic cause. Henceforth, whatever he and Engels might think of Prussia's political record, they accepted not merely the Prussian solution of the German question, but its corollary, the defeat of democracy in its old form and the consequent necessity of imposing upon the embryonic German labor movement the backbreaking task of transforming Bismarck's empire into a nation on the Western model. Whatever one may think of the manner in which the social democratic movement subsequently discharged this duty, its spiritual fathers cannot be accused of having set their aims too low. If anything, they erred in the other direction. 1. These experiences went far towards shaping the considered view which Marx and following him Engels took of democracy and the nation-state. Nothing that had occurred since the manifesto's publication as yet pointed away from its definition of the executive of the modern state as a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. 2. If anything, the course of events in France after the fall of Louis Philippe seemed to confirm its truth. Though the Bonapartist dictatorship after 1851 based itself directly on the army, and indirectly on the peasants, its principal social function plainly was the defense of property against the have-nots. 3. The plaudits showered upon the regime throughout Europe left no doubt that it was precisely this feature which rendered it acceptable even to liberals, despite its militarism and the dubious character of its leading figures. 1. At the same time, the increasing affection shown by the middle class in Germany for Prussia, and the eventual capitulation of the national liberals to Bismarck too pointed in a similar direction. As for Britain, the parliamentary franchise still excluded the working class, and when in 1867 its upper layer was admitted, this was done on the express grounds that since the collapse of Chartism in the 1850s, labor's aims no longer represented a threat to the social order. If there was any doubt about the bourgeois character of the British government, it sprang rather from the fact that the aristocracy had managed to hold on, through the House of Lords, to a disproportionate share of power. In Marx's view, this was largely owing to its stranglehold on Ireland, England's first colony, and among the aims suggested by Marx and Engels to their English associates Chartists and trade unionists alike, the promotion of Irish self-government and land reform consequently stood high on the list. 3. In contrast with Britain and France, the Central European picture was complicated by the fact that the nation-state had not yet come into being, while the middle class showed no desire to promote democratic institutions even to the limited extent already taken for granted in Western Europe. This same middle class, moreover, was just then splitting up into antagonistic sections, its economically stronger wing drifting towards compromise with the authoritarian regime, while the retrograde mass of petty traders, peasants, and artisans clung to a Rousseauist, or Jeffersonian, concept of democracy that was plainly outdated if they did not seek salvation in Bonapartism. A modern labor movement scarcely existed as yet, and its first stirrings were accompanied by the usual utopian schemes for bypassing the reality of industrial capitalism by way of producers' cooperatives. It is not surprising that Marx and Engels had to expend considerable ingenuity on the task of maintaining contact with this primitive movement. Indeed, for a number of years they were almost isolated. 1. This deadlock was broken in the 1860s by the American Civil War, the founding of the First International, and Lassalle's agitation in Germany, which established the nucleus of something like an independent labor movement. Pending these events, the two exiles relied for their contacts on Italian, Polish, and Hungarian nationalists among the refugees, rather than on their fellow socialists. Of these three movements, only the Italian could lay claim to liberal democratic orthodoxy. The Polish national movement was democratic without being liberal, the Hungarian, a rebellion of the landowning gentry against Vienna, was neither. Its only merit, from the revolutionary viewpoint of 1848-9, lay in its resolute fight against the Habsburg monarchy and in the fact that it had been put down by Russian arms. The Poles, whose political outlook was more advanced, for a while became Marx's and Engels's favorite revolutionaries, as indeed they were foremost in all domestic battles on the continent, down to the Paris Commune of 1871. Their romantic nationalism formed a suitable counterpart to the utopian French socialism which dominated the period. Neither survived the catastrophe of 1871, when France finally became a bourgeois republic after abjuring its revolutionary past in an orgy of bloodletting that eclipsed even the June days of 1848. These attachments remained episodic. Neither Poland nor Hungary could supply a substitute for the great democratic army, now defeated and scattered all over the globe. Already in 1850 Marx considered that the fate of their struggles for national independence had been settled by the crushing of the proletarian insurrection in the streets of Paris. The Hungarian shall not be free, nor the Pole, nor the Italian, as long as the worker remains a slave. 3. While this became a favorite theme of the new social democratic internationalism which slowly developed from 1864 onward, it did not immediately suggest a revision of political concepts already formed in 1848. Meanwhile Engels refused to retract his unfavorable opinion of the Western Slavs, though he and Marx gradually became more hopeful of the Russians. 4. From a theoretical viewpoint the chief gain from the confused polemics of this period lay in a slight clarification of the national class concept vaguely thrown out by Marx in the manifesto and then left in the air. Since this aspect of his theorizing was to acquire major importance with the victory of Leninism and the subsequent spread of Russian communism to backward countries, it justifies some consideration, the more so since in Western literature it has been neglected in favor of some of the more sweeping, but less operational, notions adumbrated in the manifesto, notably the well-known statement that the workers have no fatherland. This was just the sort of thing that young men influenced by French socialism were fond of saying on the eve of 1848. It made a splendid slogan, but it had absolutely no significance, save as a protest against the alienation of the industrial proletariat from society. By contrast, Marx's concept of the national class is altogether original and extremely relevant to the theory and practice of modern communism. Rather surprisingly, it has been ignored. 1. To grasp what is involved it is necessary to recall the paradox inherent in the four decisive texts in which Marx formulated his doctrine of class conflict: the Communist Manifesto, the class struggles in France, the 18th Brumaire, and the Civil War in France. All four are determined by French experience and French political thinking, yet they aim at something like a general theory of the state. The strain thereby thrown on the conceptual framework was only slightly lessened by the assumption that France was the model European nation and that its politics presented in chemically pure form what elsewhere was still partly confused or veiled by medieval survivals. Unlike the majority of German political theorists of his age, notably the liberals too, Marx regarded England rather than France as the exception from the general European rule. France was the classical case. Just as in medieval times it had been the center of feudalism, so now its national life provided the clearest possible view of the class conflicts which were splitting society apart, even though economically Britain was further advanced along the same road. But France was also the model in that its political institutions had been refashioned by the greatest and most successful of bourgeois revolutions. Here more than elsewhere it was evident that the bourgeoisie had once functioned as the national class, i.e., the class which represented the interest of the whole of society as against its retrograde members. 1. Now for the proletariat to aim at political power meant that it must prove its ability to take over the bourgeoisie's role as the socially progressive class, and to this end it must take the lead in reorganizing society. Failure to rise to this level would count as evidence that the working class was not yet ready to play the part for which history had cast it. 2. In the quasi-Jacobinical form which Marx gave to this doctrine in 1848-50, the dictatorship of the proletariat was the obvious reply to the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. This conclusion did not necessarily follow from the concept of the national class, and Marx subsequently modified it to take account of the rise of social democracy. The core of the doctrine was not affected by this development, for whether or not the transition to socialism was pictured as peaceful and democratic, Marxism always implied that the rise to power of the working class would bring about a total reorganization of society. The assumption was that the labor movement represented a higher form of social organization, rendered possible by the development of the productive forces beyond the point compatible with capitalism. For society, one was not merely split into antagonistic classes, it also incorporated antagonistic modes of production, some of them inherited from the past, others in process of emerging. At this point the class concept cut across that of the nation. The national class was that stratum which embodied the forward-looking tendencies, i.e., those which at a given moment made it possible for society to raise itself to a higher technological, economic, and social level. The bourgeoisie had once been such a class, but Marx considered that its historic role was now nearing its term. In the manifesto it was even asserted that this fact was evident from the growth of pauperism, from which it followed that the bourgeoisie is unfit any longer to be the ruling class in society. 2 This extravagant assertion, a typical rhetorical product of the hungry 40s, was later quietly abandoned by Engels, after Marx had already watered it considerably in Capital. But the underlying argument retained its importance not only for Marx but for his followers, in particular for those among them who were not troubled by concern for the preservation of bourgeois democracy. Now it is evident that the national class concept can be given a conservative interpretation. It can be employed to defend a social order which, though class-ridden and undemocratic, is distinguished by rapid economic growth. It can also be turned into a politically neutral instrument of sociological analysis, once it is realized that cooperation among social classes is at least as frequent and normal a phenomenon as conflict. Nonetheless, the idea does have revolutionary implications, since national leadership by a rising new class may be of crucial importance when a country stands at the crossroads of national unification and/or industrialization. And it is precisely the sense which Marx intended when he tried to apply his French doctrine to Germany in 1848-71. For the German middle class had not followed the example of its Dutch, English, American, and French predecessors. Instead of trying to conquer political power, it had contented itself with capturing the market, leaving the exercise of governmental authority to others. Nor was the German labor movement able to supply the lack. Germany nonetheless became a modern country, but it did so with a difference which was to prove crucial when in the following generation its rulers embarked upon a course of rivalry with the Western powers. Marx did not live to see the outcome, but he left a doctrinal legacy which both democratic socialists and communists could interpret as they chose. To say that the roots of this historic divergence are to be found in the above-mentioned Marxian texts is a meaningful statement only when it is remembered that these writings are themselves part of a tradition reaching back to some of the most critical episodes of the Great Revolution, the Jacobin dictatorship of 1793-4, the Thermidorian reaction of 1794-5, and Babeuf's abortive rebellion against the newly consolidated bourgeois regime. Marx generalized from circumstances profoundly marked by the political and intellectual heritage of this brief but crucial period. The inheritors of the Jacobin Babeuvist tradition in the France of 1848-71 were the Blanquists, and Auguste Blanqui was both the unquestioned leader of the conspiratorial underground and the most important link between the old and the new revolutionary movement. Marx never concealed his admiration for Blanqui, without altogether sharing his faith in the providential role of Paris as the capital of the revolution. Yet he was aware that the German situation differed profoundly from the French. It would have been ludicrous to speak of a revolutionary proletariat in the Germany of 1848, and no German city, not even Vienna, let alone Berlin, resembled Paris in strategic importance for the revolutionary movement, whether middle class or proletarian. Significantly, Marx's pamphleteering in 1848-52 for the most part dealt with France, not Germany. He left it to Engels to describe in a series of articles in the New York Tribune which appeared over Marx's signature the tragi-comedy of the abortive German Revolution. 1. 3. Socialism and the labor movement. With the concluding remarks of the previous chapter, the theme has insensibly shifted towards social democratic strategy in the liberal age, and away from the issues uppermost in the minds of both conservatives and radicals in 1848-9. This fact in itself provides a key to the understanding of the era which opened in the 1860s and closed in 1914. In the main, its problems will concern us later, in connection with the rise of a social democratic movement which was at least nominally Marxist. Here it is worth noting that this fusion represented something like a shotgun marriage. Social democracy was older than Marxism, and its first manifestations did not gain the plaudits of either Marx or Engels. A perusal of their correspondence is enough to show what an unflattering opinion they held of its leaders and programs. Even the term social democrat irritated them. It reeked not only of reformist socialism, but of lower middle-class respectability, and there was nothing they disliked more. 1 Moreover, the roots of the whole movement according to Marx anyhow lay in the defeat which the proletariat had suffered in the Paris insurrection of June 1848, and in the subsequent reconciliation of the Democratic Opposition Party with the revolutionary working men's clubs. This democratic socialist coalition, in which the bourgeois Democrats took the lead, had in its turn failed to bar Louis Bonaparte's road to power. 1 The legacy it left, an alliance of democracy and the workers under the banner of reformist socialism, was not to his taste. Its temporary success in 1849 he attributed to the peculiarities of the French situation. The triumphant reactionaries, having cast off the Republican politicians who dominated the government and parliament after the fall of Louis Philippe, had felt free to give vent to their monarchist longings. The cry "Long live the Social Democratic Republic" was declared unconstitutional. The cry "Long live the Republic" was prosecuted as social democratic too. This sufficed to invest the new party with a revolutionary aura which did not properly belong to it. Moreover, France was economically backward compared with England, and this circumstance vitiated its politics. In England, and the biggest French manufacturers are petty bourgeois compared with their English rivals. The manufacturers, a Cobden, a Bright, are encountered at the head of the crusade against the bank and the stock exchange aristocracy. Why not in France? In England industry predominates, in France agriculture. In England, industry requires free trade, in France protection, national monopoly alongside other monopolies. French industry does not dominate French production, hence the French industrialists do not dominate the French bourgeoisie. In order to secure the promotion of their interests as against the other factions of the bourgeoisie, they cannot, like the English, head the movement and simultaneously push their class interest to the fore. They are obliged to follow in the wake of the revolution and serve interests which are opposed to the common interest of their class. In France the petty bourgeois does what normally the industrial bourgeois ought to do, the worker does what normally should be the task of the petty bourgeois, and who accomplishes the task of the worker? Nobody. It is not accomplished in France, it is proclaimed in France. It is nowhere solved within the national walls. The class war within French society turns into a world war in which the nations confront one another. The solution begins at the moment when the world conflict pushes the proletariat to the forefront of the nation which dominates the world market. England won. With this concept in their minds, it is understandable that Marx and Engels were far from enthusiastic when the only radical movement in Germany, that founded by Lassalle in 1864, chose a name which in 1849 had sounded revolutionary only after the defeat of the real revolution. It was as good as an announcement that proletarian revolution and communism were ruled out, in the interest of an alliance between the nascent labor movement and what was left of the democracy after the defeats and disappointments of the 1850s. That this was indeed the purpose of the new movement became obvious before long, even after it had split into rival groups, one of which was headed by men who regarded themselves as disciples of Marx and Engels. To the latter this relationship was scarcely obvious. The only explanation they could find for the ensuing muddle was that Germany was even more backward than France. But then England, which was economically most advanced, could not, after the final collapse of Chartism in the 1850s, even boast a Labour Party on the continental model, merely a trade union movement. In the circumstances there was nothing for it but to work through all existing organizations, in the hope that the pre-socialist remnants would gradually be sloughed off, a process which was to take almost a generation and whose completion Marx did not live to see. Point 2. The immediate problem was how to cope with the effect of Lassalle's agitation in Germany, which focused on the popular demand for a democratic franchise in Prussia, and at the same time sought to draw the emerging labor movement away from the middle-class liberals who were then engaged in another of their periodic bouts of pseudo-opposition to the Prussian government. Point 1. The story is fairly familiar in its broad outlines, though frequent emphasis on the personal antagonism between Marx and Lassalle has tended to obscure the issue. It was not a question of reformism versus revolution. Lassalle was if anything more inclined than Marx to force the pace, and in any case neither man dealt in such childish banalities. The dispute concerned the role which the fledgling workers' movement was to play during the next phase of Germany's national democratic revolution, i.e. the attempt to transform Germany from a congeries of petty states into a modern nation. There could be no question of ignoring the political struggle, but it was by no means clear that the tactics of 1848-9 could be revived. In those days the embryonic communist group had functioned as the extreme left wing of a broad coalition which in principle included the liberal bourgeoisie. Lassalle now proposed to break away from this policy. Instead of trying to drive the liberal opposition forward, he decided to bypass it. The workers' movement led by himself was to take the lead in the political struggle with a view to extracting a broader franchise in Prussia. Eventually the movement was to become both national and democratic, war and revolution being Lassalle's recipe for the unification of Germany. On the other hand, its socialist aims were to be realized in part at least by the Prussian government, notably through state aid to producers' associations. Lassalle seems to have thought that he could unleash a mass movement which would force Bismarck to introduce universal suffrage as the only means of gaining popular support. Meantime, the evident impossibility of unifying Germany by peaceful means, and the unwillingness of the bourgeois opposition to adopt a revolutionary program, gave him a chance to accuse the liberals of treason to the national cause. Point 2. In judging these tactics and the effect they had on Marx and Engels, it is necessary to bear in mind that Lassalle understood the situation in Prussia much better than they did. He would not have fallen into the mistake Engels made in 1866, when on the eve of Prussia's decisive military triumph over Austria he confidently predicted an Austrian victory and a rebellion in the Prussian army. Point 1. In retrospect, it is also clear that he was right in refusing to credit the liberals with the capacity or the desire to lead a popular movement for the democratization of the Prussian franchise, or indeed for the defense of the constitution following Bismarck's flagrant disregard of Parliament in 1862-6. One can go further. It is, after all, a fact that Bismarck introduced universal suffrage in the Reich after Lassalle's death in 1864, and that this extension of the franchise enabled the Social Democrats to become the largest German political party. Finally, in 1918 Bismarck's successors were compelled to efface themselves before the heirs of Lassalle. It is thus tempting to conclude that Lassalle's political judgment in 1863-4 was altogether superior to that of the two theorists in England. Point 2. The trouble with this argument is that it ignores what to Marx and Engels was most important, namely the effect which Lassalle's tactics were likely to have on the long-term outlook of the labor movement. To draw the workers away from the liberals was one thing, to enter into an unholy partnership with Bismarck was quite a different matter, and potentially demoralizing for a movement whose political character was still unformed. Lassalle's fantasies about state aid to producer cooperatives were bad enough, but what really made Marx and Engels increasingly hostile was his silence, and that of his followers after his death, about the means whereby the Prussian nobility and gentry maintained their hold over the countryside. Point 1. Lastly, the Lassallean tactics smacked of realpolitik, i.e., subordination of principle to expediency, and it was Marx's considered view that this kind of opportunism had been the ruin of the democratic opposition in 1848. To revive it now, on the plea that it was possible to obtain concessions from Bismarck, seemed to him the height of folly. Too, it was an aggravating circumstance that both Bismarck and Lassalle seemed to be toying with Bonapartism. This was not simply Marx's belief. Lassalle's German contemporaries too sensed that he was drifting in this direction. 3 At first Marx merely poked good-natured fun at Lassalle for being an enlightened Bonapartist. 4 Later he came to suspect that Lassalle would have sold out completely had not his sudden death intervened. By a coincidence, this event occurred a few weeks before the inaugural meeting of what was to become known as the First International. Some months later, Marx's old enemy Proudhon died, thus relieving him of another worry. Thus 1864-5 is a turning point in the story. For the first time Marx was able to exert direct influence over the international labor movement. If the rise of Marxist social democracy must nonetheless be dated from 1871 rather than 1864, this is because as yet neither the British trade unions nor the French socialist movement had felt the need to revise their indigenous traditions. The 1860s were a turning point in other respects as well. Down to 1848 the social problem in Central Europe had been virtually synonymous with the land problem. 1 To an extent this was true even in France, though here the peasants had already turned conservative, a fact noted by Marx in his analysis of Bonapartism. 2 In consequence, democratic movements had to satisfy peasant demands, and where they failed to do so, notably in Hungary and Poland, where the movement was dominated by the landowning gentry, but also to a degree in Italy, they were in danger of being undercut by the governments. 3 On the eve of 1848 the radical wing of the movement, which subsequently became the nucleus of social democracy, would have denounced as an evident absurdity any attempt to differentiate between peasant and worker interests. Both classes were being exploited by the moneyed aristocracy and oppressed by the governments under its control. 4 By the 1860s this naive view had given rise to a more sophisticated but less hopeful analysis. The peasants were now rated a conservative force, while the pauperist artisans who manned most of the barricades in 1848-9 had either despaired of democracy, emigrated to America, or become factory workers. Only in the latter case were they suitable recruits to the nascent social democratic movement. Insofar as they still hoped to remain independent of the industrial capitalist nexus, they were more likely to back conservative, clerical, or utopian chimeras than to give their support to the new socialist movement. 5. The latter therefore had to begin by explaining to the newly proletarianist masses of the industrial regions that the economic revolution could not be reversed. However much the disappearance of the old independent artisanate might be regretted, the chicken could not be put back into the egg. This was in line with the prevailing liberal orthodoxy, but it did not render a political alliance with liberalism any easier, for conditions in Central Europe were now beginning to approximate that social cleavage between bourgeoisie and proletariat which Marx had postulated some years earlier in the Manifesto. If Lassalle was careful not to quote Marx in public, he was nonetheless his pupil and aware of what was happening. At the same time he was enough of a political realist to frame his program in terms which made an appeal both to the new industrial workers and to pauperist artisans who still hoped to escape the factory. It was this feature of his agitation which so irritated Marx. On theoretical grounds he had a good case, but Lassalle had the better political instinct. State aid to producer cooperatives might be economic nonsense, but it was exactly what the somewhat amorphous working class movement in Leipzig, Frankfurt, and other German cities wanted to hear. Lassalle's original socialist pronunciamento of March 1, 1863, had perforce to be addressed to men who were utopian socialists in the succession of Weitling, the first German communist, though himself still an artisan of the old school. Its instantaneous success was due to the fact that it combined the old radical fervor with newfangled talk about economic science, but the latter so interpreted as to turn its edge against the manufacturers and their liberal apologists. Intellectually it was just what his hearers required. A purely Marxian analysis would have been incomprehensible to them. 1. With his appeal to the existing governments to help solve the social problem, Lassalle was likewise on traditional ground. Such an approach suited both the outlook of the Prussian bureaucracy and the intellectual climate of a country which had not cast off that veneration of the state which was Marx's principal bête noire in relation to Germany. Whenever Marx has occasion to vent his irritation on the state in general, and the Prussian state in particular, he sounds more like a liberal than a socialist. Doubtless he would have denied that there was any basic conflict or contradiction of view, unfortunately no longer tenable. Point 2. Even Lassalle's agitation for universal suffrage did not reconcile Marx to his tactics. Conditions in Germany being what they were, he held that a broader franchise was more likely to promote Bonapartism than democracy. This did not entail support for the liberal program of rule by a parliament elected on a narrow franchise weighted in favor of property owners, a program which gave Lassalle his best opportunity for denouncing the liberals as enemies of democracy and the working class. It did, however, imply that such denunciations should be coupled with a refusal to trade labor support of Bismarck for a broader franchise. But the notion of such a stratagem was Lassalle's trump card. On this point no understanding between him and Marx was possible. Point 1. In later years, when Marx became involved in doctrinal disputes with the Proudhonists and with Bakunin over the nature of the state, he was compelled to formulate his views in a somewhat more systematic fashion, and he then did so with reference to France, more particularly after the Paris Commune of 1871, in his view the first proletarian dictatorship in history. These issues did not enter into his quarrel with Lassalle, for the excellent reason that in Germany the only relevant question was how far the fledgling labor movement should go in support of the liberal opposition. This tactical problem solved itself when the liberals made it clear that, given a choice between authoritarian rule and democracy, they greatly preferred the former. A liberal democratic movement, i.e., one which, though led by the middle class, genuinely backed the demand for a broad franchise, would have constituted a severe embarrassment not only for Lassalle but for Marx. But no such movement ever materialized. Universal suffrage was introduced by Bismarck in the North German Federal Parliament in 1867, after he had won his fight against the liberal opposition, and the latter made no attempt to press for a similar change in Prussia, where the old undemocratic franchise remained in force until the general collapse of 1918. By a coincidence, 1867 was also the year in which the Second Reform Bill gave the vote to the upper layer of the British working class, and since here Parliament had real power, trade union pressure on both political parties yielded practical results. It is evident from Marx's comments on the subject that these developments laid the ground for his subsequent belief in the possibility of a peaceful British evolution towards socialism. Point 1. But then England had always had a mellowing effect on him. As early as the 1850s his reports on British parliamentary proceedings in American and German newspapers show him not merely conversant with the intricacies of the party game, but also inclined to believe that the British working class need only gain the franchise to obtain political power. Point 2. It is important to note this gradual shift in Marx's attitude to democracy, for his involvement in the affairs of the International becomes incomprehensible on the stock assumption that there had been no change in his outlook since he contemptuously dismissed the first manifestations of democratic socialism in France, in 1849-52 as a coalition of petty bourgeois and workers which by its nature could do nothing to eliminate the antagonism of capital and labor. The Marx of 1864 was the theorist of a labor movement and therefore committed to democratic socialism, however much the circumstance was clouded in his own mind by the continuing struggle to overthrow the old regime. 4. The First International. It is convenient at this point to introduce some general observations before turning to the First International and the Paris Commune. At first sight neither has much to do with Marxism. The International emerged from an exchange of views among English and French labor leaders, while the Commune was directed by men who were either indifferent or hostile to Marx's theoretical standpoint. Point 1. But the Marxian doctrine of class conflict in its final form reflects the impact which these developments had on him, and conversely he helped to formulate the program of the First International Labor Movement too. It is thus relevant to inquire what were the theoretical preconceptions with which he approached his task. The reply is by no means simple, for in dealing with an international movement centered on London and later with a revolutionary outbreak located in Paris, Marx was in part guided by tactical considerations which enjoined caution in expressing his real views. He had to bridge the gap between bourgeois democracy and socialist democracy, for the International was by no means committed to socialism, let alone revolution. He also had to clarify certain ambiguities in his own mind. It is this last point which concerns us here. When Marx emerged from semi-obscurity in 1864 to take a hand in shaping the program of the International, he had spent 15 years in London and become sufficiently familiar with British political life to appreciate that a strategy derived from continental models would no longer do for England. This realization, however, cut both ways. If it ruled out the possibility of anything like a revival of Chartism, it also suggested that the British labour movement might be able to bypass some of the stages through which the continental movement was going. Britain was both nationally homogeneous and highly industrialist, in fact the only genuinely capitalist country in Europe. Apart from Ireland, there was neither a national problem nor a peasant problem to confuse the class lineup, and we have seen that Marx hoped for an agrarian revolution in Ireland which would relieve British democracy of the incubus still weighing upon it. This consideration, however, was linked to a circumstance which consistently baffled him, namely the fact that although British society was bourgeois, the British government was not. Parliament, though no longer the almost exclusive domain of the landed nobility, was still to a very large extent controlled by it, the House of Lords completely so. The immediate problem therefore was to drive the aristocracy from power, including the Whig aristocracy, which, though up to a point willing to execute bourgeois policies, was constitutionally incapable of really doing so, and indeed had recently displayed this incapacity during the Crimean War. 2. In the early 1850s, Marx still tended to regard Tories, Whigs, and Peelites as parties belonging essentially to the past, whereas the Cobdenite Free Traders and the Chartists represented the future. 3. It was therefore annoying that the Cobdenites failed to gain greater political power, while the Chartists steadily declined. Instead, the Whigs gradually transformed themselves into the nucleus of the Liberal Party, to which the Cobdenite group lent its reluctant support, while the trade unions brought up the rear. Even the Tories continued to exist, despite the abolition of the Corn Laws which Marx had regarded as fatal to their prospects. By the 60s this transformation had advanced sufficiently far to render illusory all hope of a middle-class revolt against the oligarchy, a threat which had loomed large in the hungry 40s and was almost revived for a moment by the national indignation over aristocratic mismanagement during the Crimean War. At the height of the resulting storm against the ministry, Marx's hopes rose for a brief moment. 1. When the governing caste muddled through, he lost interest in the subject and turned to other matters. By the 60s, with the International there to absorb his energies, he became reconciled to the thought that the historic alliance between aristocracy and bourgeoisie, which had characterized British history since 1688, was likely to continue. This, however, rendered all the more urgent the task of drawing the trade unions away from the nascent Liberal Party. At the start, i.e., in 1864, this strategy looked quite hopeful, the more so since it was the Tories under Disraeli's skillful leadership who reaped most of the benefit in 1867, when the skilled workers got the vote. Later the tide began to run in the other direction. Marx's growing troubles with the General Council of the International from 1871 onward arose from the fact that the British trade union leaders, who until then had given him what amounted to a blank check, were becoming reconciled to the status quo, hence less inclined to associate with continental socialists. 2. The latter were for the most part far from revolutionary, especially after the expulsion of Bakunin and his anarchists from the International in 1872. But even the Social Democrats now stood considerably to the left of the British Union leaders, who had decided to throw in their lot with the reigning Liberal Party at the very moment when on the continent labour was moving towards a decisive rupture with liberalism. Even without the Parisian cataclysm, a breach with the British trade unions would thus in the long run have been unavoidable. Marx could put up with liberals who shrank from breaking the political power of the governing caste, but he could not extend the same tolerance to labour leaders. The issue in Britain after all was simply one of parliamentary democracy. No one had proposed anything really drastic. For the middle class to pursue its traditional symbiosis with the ruling aristocracy was one thing, for the trade unions to enter into a similar relationship with the now politically dominant bourgeois aristocratic coalition was, in Marx's view, equivalent to surrendering labor's birthright. Under his influence, and that of Engels, this became the prevailing view among European Social Democrats during the following generation, and the resulting tension lasted until the British Labour movement once more became politically active. 1. Bearing all this in mind, it is remarkable that in 1864 the leaders of the British trade union movement committed themselves to a document which revived some aspects of the Chartist tradition and at the same time pointed forward to what was later called democratic socialism. The inaugural address is in a sense the Charter of Social Democracy. It sets out both a political and an economic program, the theoretical side of which will have to be considered in connection with Marx's critique of political economy. Politically, it drew upon the traditions of the 1848-9 movement, i.e., the struggle for democracy. Radical Democrats could and did take satisfaction from what the address had to say about heroic Poland, then as later assassinated by Russia, and the immense and unresisted encroachments of that barbarous power whose head is in St. Petersburg and whose hands are in every cabinet of Europe. 3. All this was familiar enough and straight in the democratic tradition of 1848 to 1849. The novelty lay in the emphasis upon the aims of organized labor, working through legislatures still dominated by the possessing classes, as well as through its own organizations. The address reminded its readers that although Chartism had faded out, the British working class after a 30 years struggle fought with the most admirable perseverance, had won a great victory by pushing the 10 Hours Bill through Parliament. Moreover, there was in store a still greater victory of the political economy of labor over the political economy of property, namely the cooperative movement. 1. The value of these great social experiments cannot be overrated. Still, even these triumphs were bound to remain incomplete, for nothing much was to be expected from a House of Commons dominated as Palmerston had recently proclaimed in public by landed proprietors. To conquer political power has therefore become the great duty of the working classes. They seem to have comprehended this, for in England, Germany, Italy, and France there have taken place simultaneous revivals, and simultaneous efforts are being made at the political reorganization of the Working Men's Party. 3. Here the language is fairly ambiguous, and no doubt Marx did not speak his whole mind. 4. Yet whatever his arrière-pensées, he had in fact outlined the basic program of social democracy. When the British trade unions a few years later shrank back from its implications, it was they and not he who abandoned the common platform, and eventually they were to return to it. It has been remarked with some justice that neither Marx nor Engels ever quite understood the character of the democratic labor movement which came into being in Western Europe from the 1860s onward. 5. Both men had their roots in the pre-1848 revolutionary sects which aimed at a complete transformation of society, and they experienced some difficulty in adapting to the modern labor movement which was inevitably a good deal more reformist than the old Jacobin Socialist International with its dreams of a new heaven and a new earth. Yet somehow or other they managed to make the transition. In 1864 it was still possible to draw upon both the old and the new sources of radicalism, and Marx did so with remarkable skill, fusing the traditional democratic creed with the new upsurge of organized labor into a mixture which seemed explosive enough, though the only real explosion of the period, the Paris Commune, had nothing whatever to do with it. The Commune in fact not only helped to wreck the International, it introduced an equivocation into the very heart of the movement, for under its influence Marx temporarily abandoned his realistic outlook of 1864 and reverted to the utopianism of the Communist Manifesto. Moreover, by enshrining the memory of the Paris Rising in the greatest of his political pamphlets, he imposed upon the growing social democratic movement a political myth which stood in no relation to its daily practice. Hence in part the split personality which from 1871 onward came to plague all socialist parties in Europe. They could not very well disown the Commune, but neither could they steer by the lurid light it cast. It remained a glorious event and the sharpest possible point of difference with bourgeois liberalism, but its symbolic value far outweighed any political significance it possessed. Even this qualified adoption of a revolutionary standpoint went far beyond what the state leaders of the British trade unions were prepared to accept, and Marx's impassioned defense of the Commune helped to bring their association with the General Council to an end. Many of them had indeed never been altogether comfortable in the presence of so many foreigners, and only a very special combination of circumstances in the 1860s enabled them to place their weight behind the International. The story is complicated, and the more one studies it the more one is impressed by the importance which the continuing struggle for democracy possessed for the emerging labour movement. 2 The London Trades Council, which took the initiative on the British side, had indeed emerged from a major economic conflict. 3 But the Council was also behind the public meetings in support of the North in the American Civil War and the great demonstrations welcoming Garibaldi when he visited England in April 1864. Above all, its leaders were prominent among the signatories of an address to their French colleagues on the subject of Poland, which had nothing whatever to do with trade union matters, but all the more with the democratic crusade against Russia. 1 The address itself was a sequel to a public meeting held at St James Hall, London, on July 22, 1863, when British and French radicals and labour leaders for the first time protested jointly against Russian oppression of Poland, consequent upon the Polish insurrection in that year, and urged their respective governments to intervene. 2 At an earlier meeting, on April 28, where pressure was urged upon the British government committed, like the French, to diplomatic protests on Poland's behalf, no French delegates had been present, but news of a parallel pro-Polish agitation among the Parisian workers suggested the advisability of proceeding jointly. Since the British and French labour leaders had already become acquainted during the London International Exhibition of 1862, there was no difficulty about making contact. The two governments could not well object. Napoleon III was then in his liberal phase, and besides, the Polish cause, unlike the Italian, had Catholic support, so that he ran no risks from that quarter. British public opinion, i.e., liberal middle-class opinion, was likewise favourable, though its illusions about the British cabinet's readiness to help the Poles were not shared by the more advanced Union leaders. At the July 22 meeting, the future British delegates on the General Council of the International not only went all out in support of Poland, but also indicated that they did not expect Palmerston and his colleagues, who had recently distinguished themselves by supporting the South in the American Civil War, to lift a finger on behalf of the Poles. 3. The whole movement must be seen in the context of the democratic upsurge of the 1860s, which succeeded a decade of reaction. January 1863, the date of the Polish insurrection which inflamed the old democratic hatred of Russia, was also the date on which Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation went into effect, and the British Union leaders were first drawn into the movement by way of the radical campaign to aid the North. 1 To these men the anti-slavery struggle in America represented substantially the same cause as the Italian and Polish national insurrections, the attempts of the French workers to organize themselves under the dictatorial rule of Napoleon III, and their own campaign for universal suffrage. The December 5, 1863, address to the workmen of France from the workingmen of England, already referred to, characteristically opens not with a reference to industrial conflicts, but with a lengthy tribute to the cause of Poland. After various uncomplimentary remarks about kings and emperors who have their meetings and feasts pleasing the frivolous and gratifying the fortunate, at the same time creating heavier burdens for the honest and industrious poor to sweat under, the address states that as a means to check the existing abuse of power, we echo your call for a fraternity of peoples, and after further lengthy references to Garibaldi, Mexico, Switzerland, and the cruel war with China recently conducted by the British and French governments, the document concludes with yet another appeal for a united effort for the freedom of Poland, an appeal couched in the authentic language of the popular radicalism of the period. 2. After this, it is scarcely surprising to find the same men prominent in the Trades Unionist Manhood Suffrage Association formally constituted in September 1864, only a few weeks before the St. Martin's Hall meeting which launched the Working Men's International Association. When Marx, in the inaugural address drawn up on their behalf, laid stress on the obstacles to social progress presented by the unreformed House of Commons, he was generalizing from their recent experience and could be certain of their further support. For the next 5 or 6 years he was their spokesman in all dealings with the continent, while at the same time he interpreted the Continental movement for their benefit. In particular, it seems to have fallen to him to discourage the somewhat uncritical Francophilism of Comte's British followers, in whose eyes even Napoleon III benefited from the afterglow of the French Revolution. 1. The counterpart of all this activity was the renaissance of the French labor movement, which went on steadily during the 1860s, notwithstanding the fact that trade union activities remained at most semi-legal too. It is impossible here to pursue the dispute between those socialists in France who favored a strictly non-political trade union movement, and their opponents who aimed at an organization with broadly political aims. Both groups supported the International, but as time went on the politicals grew stronger, and by 1870 they were in control of most sections, a circumstance which made the Commune possible, though hardly inevitable. The Parisian working-class leaders who brought their followers into the International, principally Tolaine, Fribourg, and Varlin, had begun as disciples of Proudhon, who for years had been preaching abstention from politics. This was not his only point of difference from Marx, and indeed Proudhonism remained Marx's principal worry throughout this period. In the later 60s the congresses of the International were largely dominated by somewhat academic debates over Proudhon's economic nostrums, while towards the end of the period a further element of confusion was introduced by Bakunin's intervention, which merged with the Proudhonist issue, both men being hostile to state control and centralization. All this makes a wearisome tale of complicated maneuvering in the pursuit of which much toil and virtue were consumed. The main outlines are nonetheless fairly simple. They must be recapitulated, though with extreme brevity, if the conflicts provoked by the catastrophe of the Paris Commune are to be placed in perspective. 1. Except for being contemporaries, Proudhon and Marx had little in common. 2. Fortunately for the International, their historic dispute over socialist theory in 1846-7 did not enter directly into the matter, for Proudhon had died in January 1865, 4 months after the movement got underway. Had he lived longer, its congresses would probably have been enlivened by some further acrimonious polemics, the more so since Proudhon did not share the general democratic enthusiasm for Poland and hatred of Tsarism. For his French followers, and generally for the labor movement in France, 1864 was an important date, for it witnessed something like the tacit legalization of trade unions, as well as a revival of political interest among the Paris workers. The new mood was reflected in a manifesto published early in 1864 by Tolaine and other labor leaders who were active on the French side in forming the International. Though strongly influenced by Proudhon, they differed from him in advocating participation in elections, and their growing impatience with abstentionism was probably a factor in causing Proudhon to reformulate his views in his posthumously published work, De la capacité politique des classes ouvrières, in such a way as to make it possible for his French disciples to retain their ideological purity and yet take part in the International, side by side with men who took an altogether different view of the connection between the economic and the political struggle. The Manifesto of the 60 was signed by most of the men who subsequently played the leading role in the International as representatives of Proudhonism. Its publication preceded by a few months the law of May 25, 1864, which placed trade unionism in France on a semi-legal basis, though with many restrictions, and it was immediately followed by Tolaine's unsuccessful candidature in a Paris by-election, the first time that a representative of the workers had come forward in a parliamentary election under the Second Empire. The manifesto itself is an extremely moderate document which eschews not merely all revolutionary activity, but even the idea of organizing strikes. Labor's aims are defined as la liberté du travail, l'écrédit, la solidarité. Politically, the nomination of workers' candidates is described as a means of fortifying, by completing it, the action of the liberal opposition. This was a far cry from Lassalle, but also from Proudhon, who had previously counseled abstention from elections. The reference to credit, on the other hand, was a tribute to Proudhon's favorite panacea, a credit bank to finance workers' cooperatives. From Marx's viewpoint, these developments were vastly more important than the subsequent quarrel with Bakunin. France was one of the two main pillars of the movement, England being the other, and the French labor movement was the principal force whose reawakening promised to undermine the stability of the Second Empire. He therefore took good care not to let doctrinal differences with the Proudhonists interfere with his direction of the General Council, though he was not sorry when their influence declined as control of the French sections increasingly passed to their collectivist rivals, among whom Eugene Varlin gradually assumed the leadership. What Varlin described as anti-authoritarian communism was the nearest thing to his own viewpoint then possible in France. The collectivists were likewise in the forefront of the attempt to give a genuinely political character to the French labor movement. Yet Varlin was opposed to the Blanquists, who for their part took no interest in the International. He represented a new type, the politically educated labor leader who had emancipated himself from sectarian fanaticism and conspiracy mongering. In 1871 he was to become one of the central figures of the Commune, and the principal internationalist on its directing body. In view of what was to follow, it is worth bearing in mind that for Marx these French issues were quite unconnected with the subsequent rift caused by Bakunin. A personal element entered into the matter. Marx had a high regard for Blanqui, whom he more than once characterized as the head and the heart of the proletarian party in France, one he was also prepared to take Proudhon seriously, although he disliked him. In contrast, he seems to have regarded Bakunin's intervention as nothing more than a squalid nuisance too. It was one thing, in his view, to dispute theoretical questions with a man like Proudhon, who though self-taught was something of an economist, or to differ over tactics with Blanqui, the most stoically enduring of revolutionary martyrs. It was an altogether different matter to have one's work disrupted by someone like Bakunin, who not only spread confusion wherever he went, but who in his spare time preached panslavism. 3 Personal issues apart, the revolutionary movement in France, and the handful of Russian exiles in Geneva, could scarcely be said to inhabit the same political universe. In the 1860s and for some time thereafter, Marx saw no reason to take Russian emigrants seriously. 5. The Commune. Communism is a term which in the course of time has acquired a variety of meanings. In the 1840s it was associated with the conspiratorial Société Communiste in which old Montagnards and youthful plotters came together on a common platform. 1 In the 1870s it signified the Paris Commune of 1871. There is irony in the fact that the Commune's leadership did not include a single communist in the modern sense of the term, and at best one delegate who could be called a Marxist. Not untypically he was a refugee from Hungary. 2 After its fall Marx was to impose the heritage of the Commune upon the social democratic movement. This was a remarkable tour de force even in France, where the massacre perpetrated by the forces of order in May 1871 blended easily with memories of the slaughter of Parisian workers by the army and the National Guard in the June 1848 insurrection. 3 Beyond the borders of France it was scarcely possible to see in the Commune anything but the final catastrophe of the old romantic French socialism. This was how Marx himself came to view the matter a decade later, when passions had cooled. But by then a myth had been established. The Paris Commune of March, May, 1871, in one of its aspects, was the last of the revolutionary convulsions through which the Republic consolidated itself after 1789. While aware of this circumstance, Marx held that it was also the first major rebellion of the modern industrial proletariat. This view had for its corollary the belief that France was setting the pace for the struggle between capital and labor. But Marx himself had observed that France was economically and socially lagging behind England, and that its political struggles reflected this backwardness. 1 After the failure of the Commune he saw more clearly that the repeated proletarian rebellions were evidence of political immaturity, and towards the end of his life he said as much in a letter which was published much later. 2 He thus came close to echoing the advice Proudhon had given the French workers 20 years earlier, not to let themselves be drawn into political uprisings which did not benefit their class. Yet in the 1860s Marx had favored Blanqui rather than Proudhon, though neither he nor Engels had any illusions about the antiquated character of Blanqui's doctrine in which France figured as the predestined leader of humanity. Characteristically, the Blanquists took no interest whatever in the International. Nor was it possible for Marx to hold with Blanqui that Paris was the veritable representation nationale in all circumstances, even if the rest of the country repudiated its leadership. Paris, the true representative, the concentrated essence of the nation, dominates the assembly, which is only its material and nominal emanation. 3. To Marx this was precisely the kind of old-fashioned Jacobin romanticism which the Paris workers would have to outgrow. 4. These contradictions were subsequently enshrined in the official ideology of Marxist social democracy, itself a term of dubious ancestry, since social democracy originally signified a coalition of workers, peasants, and the urban lower middle class against the aristocracy, the latter including both the old landed nobility and the aristocracy of money, to employ the significant term much in vogue in the 1840s. In this traditional sense it could perhaps be held that the Paris Commune had been a social democratic enterprise, for had it not claimed to represent the entire people, and were there not among its leaders old-fashioned Jacobin republicans, alongside Proudhonist socialists, Blanquist communists, and newfangled internationalists? This is as much as to say that the Commune belonged to the old world of the bourgeois revolution, or at most that it represented a transitional phase, which is precisely what Marx and Engels came to suggest in later years, thereby salvaging scientific socialism from the utopian shipwreck. But before casting anchor on this new shore they felt constrained to pay tribute to the older deities on which they, no less than the Parisian workers, were reluctant to turn their backs. 1. These Parisian workers were not, in 1871, factory hands in the English sense, any more than they had been in 1848. The majority were employed in small establishments, and indeed were craftsmen rather than industrial proletarians. 2. The state of affairs explained the influence of Proudhon, since his schemes for establishing producers' cooperatives were calculated to fit the interests of artisans not yet drawn into the industrial maelstrom. In the inaugural address of 1864 Marx had made his bow to tradition by explaining that cooperative production demonstrated the possibility of socialism. 3. Though he had also emphasized that cooperative labor ought to be developed to national dimensions, and consequently, fostered by national means, which in turn depended upon the conquest of political power by the working class. 1. This fell short of the socialization of the means of production, a slogan which Marx could not at this stage have incorporated into the program of the International without antagonizing the bulk of the French delegates. 2. For not only Tolaine and his group, but the majority of French socialists in the 1860s, were mutualists and hostile to collectivism. The society to which they looked forward was one in which every man would own property and receive the full fruit of his labor, either personally or through a cooperative producers' association, the latter to be financed by gratuitous credit, i.e., interest-free loans advanced to them by a people's credit bank, which was to be an autonomous public institution, written into the Constitution, but in no sense under government control. 3. To Marx all this was the merest fantasy. He had, however, no wish to engage in a doctrinaire dispute over cooperation and socialization, not merely because it would have been tactically unwise, but because he did not in fact regard it as an urgent issue. It was no part of his scheme to induce the existing governments to take over the control of industry. Only a state controlled by the workers could be trusted to participate in the socialization of production. On this point, as it happened, both Proudhonists and collectivists were in agreement with him. While in England the issue of state aid had been dead since the early days of Owen, the cooperative movement here was developing on a purely voluntary basis. 4. Moreover, the real drive within the International came from the trade union movement, which pitted the industrial workers against the employers, i.e., followed what Marx considered the best way of curing the workers of their residual illusions about class harmony. In this respect he had been able until 1870 to feel that time was on his side. Hence the confusion caused by Bakunin's propaganda from 1868 onward seemed to him essentially trivial. If Bakunin and his followers thought fit to argue that the International should go on record against the existence of God, the authority of the state, or the morality of inheritance, they were to his mind merely introducing a childish irritant which the labor movement could be trusted to outgrow. 1. All this was changed in an instant by the catastrophe of the Paris Commune. Not only did this political earthquake revive all the old Jacobin Blanquist illusions about the revolutionary dictatorship of Paris over the rest of France, it also fused the issue of cooperation versus collectivization with the Proudhonist Bakuninist hostility to the state. Nearly all the leading communards had been opposed to centralization and in favor of reorganizing France, after the defeat of 1870-1, on the basis of a federation of free communes. Even a collectivist like Varlin, who in the 1860s had moved steadily away from mutualism and craft unionism, was a confirmed federalist. The France he looked forward to was not a centralist republic on the Jacobin model, but a federation of autonomous communes, with the authority of the central power reduced to a minimum. In short, the state was to wither away. If the Jacobins and the Blanquists, who together formed the majority on the elected council of the Commune, were opposed to such a wide delegation of authority, they did not for the moment make an issue of it, the more so since all parties were agreed that Paris must take the lead in the revolution. 2. The isolation of the Commune from the remainder of France meant that these issues could not be put to the test, while in Paris the brief experience of quasi-socialist rule only resulted in a few innocuous measures which had nothing to do with socialism in either its Proudhonist or its Marxist form. 3. What made the Commune important were not its achievements, or the clamour of some of its leaders for a revolutionary war against the Prussians, but the fact that despite its evident harmlessness, it was drowned in blood by the Versailles government, spurred on by a frenzied legislature in which rural monarchists and clericals predominated. Confronted with this display of savagery, against which bourgeois liberalism raised only the most muted protest, it was impossible for the nascent social democratic movement to remain silent. Moreover, the official hysteria had transmitted itself to the bulk of middle-class opinion all over Europe, with the result that the International, which had next to nothing to do with the outbreak, was held responsible for all the real or imagined outrages of the communards. Even had they wished to do so, socialists belonging to it could not have dissociated themselves from the disaster that had befallen their comrades. If any doubts persisted, they were stilled by Marx's impassioned defense of the Paris Rising, whose tragic defeat he represented as the glorious harbinger of a new society. 1. The immediate consequence of the Paris upheaval was to wreck the International, not so much because it was persecuted by the European governments, but because the British trade unions withdrew, while its continental followers were disrupted by the conflict between the factions led respectively by Marx and Bakunin. 2. This is often represented as a struggle between social democracy and anarchism. It is more accurately described as the occasion for the formation of these two rival movements. In 1872-4, when the conflict was at its height, there were only shades of difference in regard to what was later assumed to be the main issue, i.e., the role of the state. For all Bakunin's diatribes against the authoritarian doctrine of Marx, the latter had embodied the substance of the Proudhonist federal scheme in his manifesto on the Commune 3, much to the indignation of the Bakuninists, who accused him of having done so merely in order to annex the memory of the martyrs to his own cause. On this issue most of Marx's French supporters after 1871 were Blanquist refugees, but they could not be described as adherents to his doctrines, their only point of agreement with him being belief in the need for a temporary dictatorship during the revolution. 4. Marx had no use for their conspiratorial tactics, their belief in leadership by a self-appointed vanguard, and their overestimation of the role of Paris, to say nothing of their antiquated vision of France as the revolutionary messiah. Among the nations, a tradition they shared with the old-style Jacobins who had been their allies during the Commune. And they in turn could make nothing of his concern for trade union organization and the self-emancipation of the working class. The surviving Proudhonists were equally unhelpful, most of them eventually joining Bakunin. The only French labor leader who had ever come close to Marx's position in these matters was Varlin, and Varlin was dead. 1. What made the whole issue so confusing was that while the Commune had largely been run by the Jacobin Blanquist majority plus a handful of internationalists in direct touch with the General Council in London, its proclaimed goals were Proudhonist federalism, i.e., the replacement of bureaucratic centralization by local self-government, being foremost among its aims. There were no state socialists among its leaders. Even Varlin urged workers' control of industry, rather than state ownership of the means of production. 2. What then did communism mean? To the Jacobin Blanquist majority it evidently meant the revolutionary dictatorship of Paris over the rest of France, on the model of 1793, though exercised in the name of the proletariat, and this was how Thiers and the rural conservatives in the National Assembly at Versailles saw the matter, whence their determination to drown the rebellion in blood. Yet the Commune had been democratically elected and could legitimately claim to be the properly constituted government of Paris. From a legal viewpoint it was simply the municipal government, though a municipality on which socialists for the first time held power. It could not well be described as a proletarian dictatorship, for not only had it been duly elected, but its political composition ran all the way from middle-class Republicans to socialists of the most varied hues. But for the panic flight of a large number of propertied citizens it probably would have had a bourgeois Republican majority. Even so, its armed defenders included considerable numbers of men who represented the traditional republicanism of the French middle class. In his pamphlet, which was to become one of the canonical texts of social democracy, and later of communism, though each gave it a different interpretation, Marx straddled these issues in a manner which to this day has enabled adherents of both schools of thought to claim him for their master. Reviving his 1848-52 polemics against the parasitic growth of bureaucracy in France, he drew a picture of the centralist state power, with its ubiquitous organs of standing army, police, bureaucracy, clergy, and judicature organs wrought after the plan of a systematic and hierarchic division of labor. 1. This ready-made state machinery the working class could not simply lay hold of, and wield it for its own purposes. 2. Already in 1848 this truth had been dimly felt, and now at last the Commune had clarified it. The direct antithesis to the Empire was the Commune. The cry of social republic with which the Revolution of February was ushered in by the Paris proletariat, did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The Commune was the positive form of that republic. 3. The Commune, moreover, had been both an elected body and a true representation of the working class. It was formed of the municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in the various wards of the town. The majority of its members were naturally working men, or acknowledged representatives of the working class, for Marx regarded this as natural because after all the majority of the population belonged to the working class, yet the industrial proletariat properly so called was a minority even within the general working population. The pamphlet goes on to declare that the Commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. 5. A formula which was later to become a Leninist shibboleth. Lastly, the Paris Commune was of course to serve as a model to all the great industrial centers in France. The communal regime once established in Paris and the secondary centers, the old centralist government would in the provinces, too, have to give way to the self-government of the producers. That indeed was what the federals had believed, but it is odd to find Marx lending his support to this amiable piece of wish fulfillment. Was he justified in terms of contemporary opinion? The local commune was indeed the traditional unit of administration. France was made up of communes, and every opponent of the monstrous centralist state apparatus tended to think of his local commune as the focus of popular resistance to the government, a government which the industrial workers had come to identify with an oppressive ruling class. Yet the Paris Commune had represented the workers only because the propertied classes had fled, and outside Paris the towns were islands in an agrarian sea. What was to be the relationship of the reorganized urban centers to the country population, a population still under the sway of the local nobility and clergy, and only too ready, as soldiers, to carry fire and sword through the proletarian suburbs of the great cities? In 1871 Marx seemed to have thought that he held the answer. As he formulated it, it was a conclusion curiously resembling the vision of his old enemy Proudhon. It is generally the fate of completely new historical creations to be mistaken for the counterpart of older and even defunct forms of social life to which they may bear a certain likeness. Thus this new commune, which breaks the modern state power, has been mistaken for a reproduction of the medieval communes which first preceded and afterward became the substratum of that very state power. The communal constitution would have restored to the social body all the forces hitherto absorbed by the state parasite, feeding upon and clogging the free movement of society. By this one act it would have initiated the regeneration of France. The communal constitution brought the rural producers under the intellectual lead of the central towns of their districts, and thus secured to them, in the working men, the natural trustees of their interests. Point 2. It may readily be granted that this was an ultra-democratic vision. For this very reason it was also a utopian one. It was likewise new for Marx, to say nothing about the establishment of a centralist revolutionary government, and to usher in the reign of liberty without further preliminaries. On this point he seemed in 1871 to have come close to Proudhon. Yet when in his critique of the Gotha program 4 years later he referred to the dictatorship of the proletariat, he did not mention the example of the Commune. Apparently, then, the federal solution was suitable for France alone, and perhaps on second thoughts not even for France. Point 1. Nor was he consistent in defending the tightness of the decision to rise in arms, under the eyes of the victorious Prussian army which stood ready to back the Versailles government. In 1871 he had been emphatic in declaring that even should the rising be crushed, it was the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection. Point 2. Yet a decade later he told a Dutch correspondent that a socialist government does not come into power, unless conditions are so developed that it can immediately take the necessary measures for intimidating the mass of the bourgeoisie sufficiently to gain time, the first desideratum for permanent action. And he went on. Perhaps you will refer me to the Paris Commune, but apart from the fact that this was merely the rising of a city under exceptional conditions, the majority of the Commune was in no way socialist, nor could it be. With a modicum of common sense, however, it could have reached a compromise with Versailles useful to the whole people, the only thing that could be attained at the time. The appropriation of the Bank of France alone would have been enough to put a rapid end to the rhodomontades of the Versailles crowd, etc. 3. This was to be Marx's final verdict on the Commune, and in time it became the settled judgment of those socialists who felt that in following him they had forever broken with the utopian tradition preserved by the anarchists. In practice this meant the social democratic movement in Western Europe and the United States. It did not then occur to its representatives, most of whom had meanwhile assumed the habit of describing themselves as Marxists, that the issue would one day be revived. 6. The permanent revolution. It is time for a summing up. We have seen how Marx and Engels anticipated the revolutionary upheaval of 1848 with the publication of the Communist Manifesto, and how in 1871 Marx reacted to the catastrophe of the Paris Commune with a qualified restatement of the traditional revolutionary standpoint in his pamphlet The Civil War in France. In between these two important dates, the founding of the First International in 1864 had quietly inaugurated the appearance on the scene of a new political force, the modern labor movement, committed to democratic socialism. Marx stood at the center of these currents, the streams of history converged in his person. In 1871 he enshrined the memory of the Commune in a pamphlet whose grandiose rhetoric rang down the curtain on an epoch, yet at the same time he managed to keep alive the heritage of revolutionary utopianism. In the following year he drove Bakunin's adherents from the International, and for good measure affirmed his own belief in the possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism wherever democracy was far enough advanced. Point 1. Ever since then it has been possible for social democrats and communists alike to appeal to his authority, and for good reason. The contradictions latent in his outlook were fused into a doctrine which Janus-like confronted the beholder whatever his angle of vision. The roots of the dilemma are traceable to the earliest and least understood chapter in the history of Marxism, the role of Marx and Engels in the secret Communist League of the late 40s and early 50s. 1. It was here that the founders of modern socialism first encountered the workers' movement, and this circumstance inevitably left its mark, long after they had broken with conspiratorial politics in general and the League in particular. For the League was not merely a secret society that was something it had in common with half the revolutionary movements of its time, including some whose political aims were tamely liberal. It was the repository of the communist dream in its original messianic form. Those who joined it had by that very act broken with the existing world and committed themselves to aims not realizable as long as society was organized into classes, held together by the state, and synonymous with the nation. The new vision not merely invalidated these traditional concepts, it declared them to be superfluous and on the point of being superseded by the proletarian revolution, which would usher in a society without classes, without exploitation, and most remarkable of all without national affiliations. It was precisely this vision which distinguished the communists of the 1840s from the socialists, doctrinaire reformers who merely wished to place society on a stabler basis. But the League was also the extreme wing of the bourgeois revolution then preparing in Germany, and when that revolution broke out, its leaders found themselves involved with a democratic movement whose aims, so far from being communist, were not even socialist. There was as yet in Central Europe no labor movement to lend real weight to such tendencies, indeed there was hardly an industrial working class. The revolution, moreover, was not merely bourgeois but national, its immediate aim being the unification of Germany. The only internationalism possible in this situation was one which had little in common with that of the Communist League, but could be justified on traditional Jacobin lines, a revolutionary alliance of French, German, Polish, Italian, and Hungarian democrats against the powers of the Holy Alliance. In the circumstances of 1848-9 this program made excellent sense, and the League did its best to propagate it. But it was not specifically communist, and it entailed support for every national movement that revolted against its ancient oppressors. Marx's repeated assertions in 1848-9 that the revolution would win once the Paris proletariat had triumphed over its oppressors established only the slenderest kind of link between the bourgeois and the proletarian components of the League's ideology and only as long as the revolutionary intoxication lasted. After 1850 the hope of an impending social transformation faded, and with it the conviction of Marx's associates that their role in it would be that of the Jacobins in the old revolution. 2. What this role would have involved, had the opportunity for it occurred in Western Europe, may be gathered from a document which received little attention during the heyday of social democracy after 1871, but was given due prominence by Leninists from 1917 onward, the address of the Central Committee to the Communist League drawn up by Marx and Engels in March 1850, i.e., at a time when they believed another revolutionary outbreak on the continent to be imminent. Here is to be found the entire compendium of communist tactics in a bourgeois democratic revolution, from the united front strategy to the systematic undermining of one's allies, and the establishment of proletarian dictatorship. 3 Even a hint of terrorism is not lacking. Marx was then under the influence of Blanqui and not for the last time in a tactical alliance with the Blanquist emigrants in London. The latter even persuaded him to join a super-secret international society, which seems to have quietly faded away after a few months. Nothing came of all this in the short run, the less so since Marx soon concluded that the revolutionary era was over. Yet he never quite repudiated his activities during this period, just as on the other hand he never regretted having advocated a purely bourgeois democratic strategy for Germany in 1848-9. On the latter point he had even been ready to break with close associates. The long-term significance of these experiments was to be considerable. They were never quite forgotten, and when the revolutionary movement came to a head in Russia around 1905 their spirit was revived by Lenin. By that time the West European movement had become democratic, and Marxism itself now signified the theoretical justification of peaceful and reformist tactics, as against the antiquated revolutionism of Bakunin's anarcho-syndicalist progeny. But the Communist Manifesto and the address of the Central Committee could still be quoted, and these documents breathed a very different spirit. Western Social Democrats might dismiss these writings as relics of a bygone age. Even in France, Blanquism no longer counted after 1871, now that the Republic was firmly established and the labor movement had begun to evolve on democratic lines, while in Germany, henceforth the main stronghold of Marxist social democracy, the Manifesto and the address were not taken seriously even by the most orthodox Marxists. 1 Their assumptions had been abandoned, tacitly by Marx himself, explicitly by Engels and his German followers. They presupposed a pattern of events which experience had shown to be no longer possible in Europe or indeed in any advanced country. But the obverse also applied, where the pre-1848 situation still existed, the fire that had gone out in the West might still burst into flames. Point 2. It is not clear to what extent Marx himself perceived the significance of his brief Jacobin Blanquist aberration in 1850. 6 months after drafting the address he broke with the majority of his German associates, among others on the grounds that they were trying to force the pace. While we say to the workers, you have 15 or 20 or 50 years of war and civil war to go through, not just to alter the existing circumstances, but to change yourselves and make yourselves fit for political power, you on the contrary say, we must obtain power at once. While we draw the workers' attention to the undeveloped state of the German proletariat, you outrageously flatter the national sentiments and social prejudices of the German artisan. Just as the Democrats made a sacred entity of the word people, so do you with the word proletariat. There was here a hint of a new attitude, but no specific recognition that the day of Blanquist coups might be over for good. By the 1870s this realization had sunk in, and even the Paris Commune, though for a moment it revived the old revolutionary fervour, did not permanently dislodge Marx from his mature standpoint. As the modern democratic labor movement took shape, it became evident that its aims and methods were essentially different from those of the old revolutionary movement, now seen to belong to a bygone age, at any rate in Western Europe. The strategy of the Communist League was now paradoxically revealed to have fitted the circumstances of a bourgeois revolution rather than the needs of the emerging labor movement. The latter, where it was able to develop in more or less democratic conditions, adopted what it could from the corpus of Marxist doctrines, but took no interest in the slogan which in 1848-50 had seemed to the leaders of the Communist League to sum up its purpose as well as its strategy, the revolution in permanence. In 1850 the slogan possessed a perfectly clear operational meaning. As Marx put it in the address, it was the task of the workers to arm themselves during the first stage of a democratic upsurge against the old regime, and having acquired arms with the benevolent connivance of their bourgeois democratic allies, to dictate such conditions to them that the rule of the bourgeois democrats will from the outset carry the seeds of its downfall, and their subsequent extrusion by the proletariat be considerably facilitated. Above all, the workers must compel the Democrats to carry out their present terrorist phrases. Alongside of the new official government they must establish simultaneously their own revolutionary workers' government, whether in the form of municipal councils, or workers' clubs or workers' committees, so that the bourgeois democratic authorities, from the outset see themselves supervised and threatened by authorities backed by the whole mass of the workers. This was the Blanquist strategy in a nutshell. As practiced in France or rather in Paris by Blanquy's followers in 1848-9, it was both a foretaste of the 1871 Commune and a throwback to the Jacobin Bobovist risings of 1793-6. After all, it was not for nothing that Buonarroti had been the teacher of Blanqui and indeed of an entire generation of youthful rebels who won their spurs in the 1830 rising. The aged Nestor of the Revolution was the progenitor of the conspiratorial Société de Saisons from which in the 1840s the German Communist League had branched off. The only trouble was that all this had extraordinarily little to do with the actual circumstances in which the handful of German communists were placed after 1850. As soon as Marx realized this, it did not take him long. He dissolved the League, turned his back upon the Blanquist emissaries, and for the remainder of his life adamantly refused to engage in revolutionary conspiracy. Moreover, he renounced at least by implication the entire perspective sketched out in the confidential 1850 circular. This new orientation was to culminate in the doctrine laid down in the inaugural address of 1864. Western Europe having turned the corner and acquired democratic institutions, however inadequate, the ancient revolutionary model was clearly out of date. It was not formally repudiated, merely allowed to drop out of sight. This attitude became the cornerstone of social democratic Marxism from 1871 onward. It took the first Russian Revolution of 1905 to introduce a new political lineup. But this is to anticipate. The point to note here is that Marx's tacit renunciation of Blanquism also entailed the abandonment of the vanguard concept. In the brief but crucial history of French revolutionary socialism between 1830 and 1870, this concept had implied at once the dictatorship of Paris over the rest of France, and the dictatorship of the proletariat over the rest of society. Both had suffered shipwreck in the Commune. Both were now discredited, along with the entire Jacobin Bobovist tradition on which French republicanism, and subsequently French socialism, had fed since the Great Revolution. There was of course no corresponding tradition in Germany, nor did its profoundly unrevolutionary labor movement require to be told that insurrections were out of date. Bismarckian Germany was already launched on its own course of development, and German social democracy shared little more than the name with the survivors of the Commune. In German eyes, the adoption of Marxism signified that the era of Romantic Revolution was closed. The issue could be revived only if a situation corresponding to that in France before 1871 arose in Eastern Europe. For here the old regime was still intact, and an effective challenge required at the very least the active participation of the workers in the struggle for democracy. Because this was to become the key issue in the history of Russian socialism, it is important to state exactly what it was that distinguished Marx's attitude from that of Blanqui on the all-important subject of political leadership. Both men, as we have seen, were largely in agreement at any rate down to 1871 on the necessity of a temporary dictatorship under circumstances such as those which had repeatedly arisen in France. But whereas Blanqui was all his life fundamentally indifferent to the labor movement, Marx eventually came to adopt the view that working-class activity provided the only yardstick by which the progress of socialism could be measured. In practice, this meant that the character as well as the tempo of political action had to be regulated by the spontaneously formed aspirations and beliefs of authentic labor leaders, not by the preconceived notions of a self-appointed vanguard for the most part composed of intellectuals. Here was a genuine cleavage of the most fundamental kind. Blanqui's indifference to the real workers' movement, his tendency to lump all the toilers together under the comprehensive label of the people, his old-fashioned Jacobin chauvinism and his worship of conspiracy all marked him off as a representative of the old revolutionary creed. It was a necessary consequence of his outlook that popular movements not controlled by a conspiratorial elite of professional revolutionaries, the type, though not the term, was already in existence, should incur his hostility or indifference. In this respect, Leninism was later to demonstrate a remarkable resemblance to the Blanquist model, whereas Marx, for all the personal sympathy he repeatedly expressed for the old conspirator, had never seriously considered adopting his strategy. The only vanguard he was prepared to trust was one composed of authentic labor leaders, and the only thing he demanded of them was that they should recognize the political character of labor's protracted struggle for emancipation, as Varlin and his group had finally done in the late 1860s, when they broke with Proudhon's teaching and came round to the view that the working class must gain political power. Because this was the basic test he applied to the workers' movement, Marx in the end evolved a political outlook which fitted the requirements of the modern age. In this mature conception, labor's conquest of power represents an aspect of the struggle for democracy. Capital and labor now confront one another as rivals within a political setting whose nature determines the form and to a considerable degree the content of their struggle for predominance. Democratic socialism takes its place alongside democratic liberalism as the universally recognized expression of labor's slow rise to maturity and power. If Marx never expressly repudiated the Jacobin model enshrined in the Manifesto, he did not in practice allow it to hamper him. The pragmatic theorist who guided the uncertain steps of the First International, and who preserved its heritage after the catastrophe of the Paris Commune, had finally outgrown the man of 1848. Part 4. The Theory of Bourgeois Society 1850–1895. 1. The Victorian Watershed. In attending to the course of events in Europe, down to the Paris Commune and the dissolution of the First International, the preceding part necessarily left an important gap in respect of Marxist theory properly so called. In particular, very little has so far been said about Marx's economic studies, and nothing about capital, the bulk of which took shape in the 1860s. The resulting white spaces on the map must now be filled, and to this end we are obliged to retrace our steps in time by some 20 years, reckoning back from the catastrophe of 1871 which marked the close of the revolutionary era in continental Europe. This brings us to 1851, the date of the great industrial exhibition which provided Victorian England with a suitable opportunity for celebrating the peaceful conquests of free trade. When the first volume of Capital was published in 1867, the liberal era was at its height. The 1890s by contrast witnessed a significant slackening of the characteristic Victorian optimism, side by side with the revival of socialist tendencies in Britain. The biographical data Marx returned to his economic studies in 1851, and the concluding volume of Capital was published by Engels in 1894, a year before his death, fit easily into this framework, which has the additional merit of clarifying the connection between liberal and socialist economics, while rendering somewhat more comprehensible the internal logic of the Marxian system. As we shall see, that system has much in common with other creations of the Victorian age. If there are general grounds for describing Marxism as essentially a product of the bourgeois mind, this description applies with special force to those writings of Marx and Engels which represent, as it were, the critical counterpoint to the almost perpetual Victorian celebration. At times indeed the critics themselves join the chorus. We now turn to America. The most important factum here is the discovery of the Californian gold fields. Even now, after barely 18 months, one can foresee that this discovery is due to have even more grandiose results than that of America itself. For 330 years the entire trade between Europe and the Pacific has revolved around the Cape of Good Hope, or around Cape Horn. All projects for a shortcut via the Panamanian Isthmus were wrecked by the narrow-minded jealousy of the trading nations. The Californian gold mines were discovered 18 months ago, and already the Yankees have started a railway, a major highway, a canal from the Gulf of Mexico. Already steamers ply the routes from New York to Chagres, from Panama to San Francisco. Already the Pacific trade centers on Panama, and Cape Horn is left behind. A coastline extending for 30 longitudes, one of the most beautiful and fertile in the world, hitherto almost uninhabited, visibly transforms itself into a wealthy, civilized country, thickly populated by people of all races, from the Yankee to the Chinese, from the Negro to the Indian and Malayan, from Creoles and Mestizos to Europeans. The gold of California pours in torrents over America and the Asian shores of the Pacific, dragging the most obscurantist and barbarous nations into world trade and civilization. For the second time, world commerce changes course. What Tyre, Carthage, and Alexandria were for the Old World, what Genoa and Venice were in the Middle Ages, what London and Liverpool were until now the emporiums of world trade that New York and San Francisco, San Juan de Nicaragua and Leon, Chagres, and Panama, are about to become. The gravitational center of world commerce in the Middle Ages, Italy, in more recent times, England is now to be found in the southern half of the North American continent. Old Europe's industry and trade will have to make tremendous efforts if they are not to fall into the decay of Italian trade and industry since the 16th century, if England and France are not to become what Venice, Genoa and Holland are today. Thanks to the gold of California and the tireless energy of the Yankees, both shores of the Pacific will soon be as populous, as open to trade, as industrial, as the coast from Boston to New Orleans. The Pacific will become what the Atlantic is today, and what the Mediterranean was in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, the great highway of world commerce, while the Atlantic will decline to the status of an inland sea similar to the Mediterranean today. The sole chance for the civilized European countries to avoid the industrial, commercial, and political dependence which has befallen Italy, Spain and Portugal lies in a social revolution which, while it is yet time, transforms the modes of production and transport in conformity with the technological requirements of modern production, thus releasing fresh productive forces, securing the superiority of European industry and cancelling the disadvantages of the geographical situation. 1. This unabashed hymn to industrial progress under capitalism, barely 2 years after the publication of the Communist Manifesto, was quite in accordance with Marx's and especially Engels's outlook, but it must have grated upon the less sophisticated members of the Communist League and hastened the dissolution of that organization. The years 1850–2 were in fact marked by a growing cleavage within the League, most of whose adherents were unwilling to follow Marx and Engels in taking the long view. Already by the end of 1850 Marx had come to the conclusion that European politics pivoted on Britain, which was just then entering upon a period of industrial prosperity that had the effect of stabilizing the existing order. The original process always occurs in England, it is the demiurge of the bourgeois cosmos. On the continent, the various phases of the cycle periodically traversed by bourgeois society occur in secondary or tertiary form. Two political revolutions on the continent hence lacked ultimate significance unless they reacted upon the center of the bourgeois cosmos, Victorian England. Violent eruptions are naturally more likely to occur in the extremities of the bourgeois organism than in its heart, since here countervailing tendencies are more effective. On the other hand, the degree to which continental revolutions react back upon England represents the measure in which these revolutions genuinely impinge upon bourgeois conditions of life, or merely upon their political forms. 3. As it happened, the revolutionary cycle, which had begun in 1847 and reached its apogee in 1848–9, was now nearing its close, and the opening of another cycle was contingent upon the future outbreak of an economic crisis in Britain. With this general prosperity, during which the productive forces of bourgeois society develop as luxuriantly as bourgeois conditions permit, there can be no question of a genuine revolution. Such a revolution is possible only in periods when these two factors, modern productive forces and bourgeois forms of production, are in conflict. The squabbles currently engaged in by the various factions of the Continental Party of Order, so far from promoting fresh revolutions, are on the contrary possible only because the social foundation is momentarily so stable and what the reactionaries don't understand so bourgeois. It will repel all reactionary projects intended to stem bourgeois development as surely as it will repel the moral indignation and the enthusiastic manifestos of the Democrats. A new revolution is possible only as the sequel of a new crisis. It is, however, equally certain. 1. As if to underline the change in perspective, the projected industrial exhibition of 1851 is expressly described in the same article as the British bourgeoisie's rejoinder to the merely political revolutions on the continent. This exhibition was announced by the British bourgeoisie, with admirable calm, already in 1849, at a time when the entire continent still dreamed of revolution. In it summons all its vassals, from France to China, for a great examination, when they must show how they have spent their time, and even the almighty Russian Tsar is constrained to order his subjects to present themselves before the examiners. This great world congress of products and producers has an altogether different significance than the absolutist congresses of Bregenz and Warsaw, which induce such nightmares in our continental democratic Philistines. With this exhibition the world bourgeoisie erects its pantheon in the New Rome, where it proudly places on show the deities it has fabricated. 2. Victorian England, though regrettably immune to revolution and refractory even to ordinary democracy, was likewise too bourgeois to provide a suitable soil for aristocratic and clerical manipulations. The death of Peel in 1850 gave Marx and Engels an opportunity to note that the statesmanship of this leader of the landed aristocracy, who himself stemmed from the middle class, consisted in the realization that nowadays the only remaining aristocracy is the bourgeoisie. 3. Even Catholic emancipation and the controversy over papal influence, a major issue of British politics in 1850, are brought in to underline the point. The most recent event to attract attention in England is the appointment of Mr. Wiseman to the post of Cardinal Archbishop of Westminster, and the papal decree which divides England into 13 Catholic bishoprics. This step, which came as a considerable surprise to the Church of England, provides fresh evidence of the illusion entertained by the whole reactionary party on the continent, viz., that the victories they have recently gained in the service of the bourgeoisie must necessarily entail the restoration of feudal absolutism with its entire religious panoply. Catholicism finds support in England among the two extremes of society, the aristocracy and the mob. The latter, the Irish mob, is Catholic by descent. The aristocracy toyed with Puseyism while it was fashionable, until it became the fashion to join the Catholic Church. At a time when the struggle with the advancing bourgeoisie impelled the English aristocracy to emphasize its feudal character, it was natural that the religious ideologists of the aristocracy, the orthodox high church theologians, in conflict with the middle-class dissenters, felt compelled to draw the logical conclusion from their semi-Catholic dogmas and rites, so that cases of reactionary Anglicans joining became more frequent. These insignificant events produced the most sanguine hopes, in the minds of the Catholic clergy. For the bourgeoisie, the whole comedy is significant only insofar as it provides it with a chance for fresh attacks upon the High Church and its universities. 1. Britain for Marx and Engels was the rock on which the revolutionary wave of 1848-9 had been dashed to spray, but only insofar as the movement had for a time attempted to transcend the bourgeois order. Its purely political aims were compatible with British interests, and had been frustrated chiefly because the conservative forces were able to fall back upon the great bulwark of European reaction, Tsarist absolutism. The question then was whether the two great conservative powers Russia and England would fall out, and when they did so in 1853-6, over the Straits and Constantinople, Marx's only fear was that the Crimean War might end in a draw. His writings and letters of the period are full of sardonic comments on the inability of the British and French governments to press the war to a successful conclusion. For the rest, he expected little in the way of new political stirrings. Engels at first was more optimistic. Reasoning on Hegelian lines, he terminated an appraisal of the political situation in 1853 with the words, "However, it is a good thing that the revolution this time encounters a sturdy opponent in the shape of Russia, and not such feeble scarecrows as in 1848-1, when his hopeful expectation of an aristocratic bourgeois revolution in Petersburg, and an ensuing civil war within the country too, came to nothing." He cheerfully switched his attention to Germany, where trouble was brewing between Austria and Prussia. Viewed from a British vantage point, these tensions in Eastern and Central Europe had much in common. Insensibly, the two exiles were drawn towards the standard Victorian attitude to continental affairs. Whatever shape events in Europe might take, England was certain to follow her own course. There was no true community of destiny linking the Venice of the ocean, then nearing the zenith of its power and splendor, with the semi-agrarian military monarchies of the continent. Even France was no longer taken quite seriously, though the next political outbreak was certain to occur in Paris. In this respect, as in others, Engels and Marx from about 1850 onward came to adopt the representative Victorian outlook. In time they even developed a faintly supercilious attitude towards continental revolutionaries who attached undue importance to purely political convulsions in the extremities of the bourgeois organism. Democracy and the labor movement might still have to fight major battles on the continent, but from an economic viewpoint England stood out as the cradle of the modern world and the center of bourgeois society. Until it was drawn into the general movement, socialism would remain parochial. Here then was a paradox: while continental socialism grew in strength from the 1860s onward, there was no corresponding development in Britain until the 1890s, when Marx had already left the scene. For the greater part of the period, Marx and Engels had before them the spectacle of a Britain where the free trade boom had seemingly made an end of class conflict in its old form. Chartism was forgotten. Already in 1850 the prospects of that once great movement appeared dim, the more so since the petty bourgeois elements who still adhere to the party, together with the aristocracy of labor, have formed a purely democratic faction whose program is limited to the People's Charter and a few other petty bourgeois reforms. 3 True, the mass of workers who genuinely live under proletarian conditions belong to the revolutionary wing of Chartism, but their leaders, Julian Harney and Ernest Jones, failed to come up to the expectations they had briefly aroused in Marx and Engels. Even Owenism was dying out, and the ambiguous attitude of the trade unions towards the International has already been noted. The long Victorian peace thus constitutes a watershed between two phases in the socialist movement, that which climaxed briefly in 1848-9, and the revival of the 1890s. During this lengthy interval no forward move was possible in England, consequently the emphasis had to fall on the purely political part of the social democratic programme, and even this was too radical for the British labour movement. Insofar as they did not blame this unsatisfactory state of affairs on the Irish imbroglio, Marx and Engels attributed it to the free trade boom and Britain's temporary near monopoly of world trade in manufactures. Point 2 Behind this passing configuration, Marx, as was his habit, discerned a deeper historical logic. We cannot deny that bourgeois society has experienced its 16th century a second time, a 16th century which will, I trust, sound its death knell, as the former thrust it into life. The real task of bourgeois society is the establishment of the world market, at any rate in outline, and a productive system based on this foundation. Since the globe is round, this seems to have been achieved with the colonization of California and Australia, and the opening up of China and Japan. The difficult question for us is this: on the continent the revolution is imminent and will immediately assume a socialist character. Will it not of necessity be crushed in this little corner, since over a much vaster terrain the movement of bourgeois society is still in the ascendant? 3. In pondering such utterances it is worth remembering that for Marx bourgeois society was synonymous with what his liberal contemporaries termed civilization, save that he took a more somber view of its merits and prospects. It signified both a social whole and a stage in history. That much indeed was common ground at the time. On liberal principles there was no cause to suspect that civilization, having at long last emerged from barbarism, feudalism, militarism, and various attendant evils, might itself be no more than a passing phenomenon. On the contrary, now that liberal society had finally come into full bloom, there was every reason to expect that it would spread over the whole globe. To Marx, of course, this kind of faith simply represented further proof that the liberals were incapable of telling the difference between the substance of historical reality and its transitory forms. In contrast to their optimism, he held that bourgeois society had already exhausted its raison d'être in giving birth to forces which socialism stood ready to inherit. With the growth and development of the labor movement, at any rate in Europe, this outcome could now, in the mid-19th century, safely be taken for granted, though it raised awkward problems in relation to the more backward regions of the globe, an interesting anticipation of issues which were to arise in a rather different context a century later. But this same society, whose ideologists so plainly mistook temporary success for genuine permanence, possessed a past as well as a future. How had it come into being, and what kept it going? Its first flowering in the Renaissance of the 16th century, as well as its present Indian summer, were rooted in historical circumstances now lost from view. Moreover, there was the unsolved problem of its location. Why had it come into existence only in Europe? If the historical aspect of Marx's theory was to be integrated with his analysis of capitalism, these questions demanded an answer. In Capital it is taken for granted that the Industrial Revolution is associated with a particular stage of Western society. But before the economist felt able to work on this assumption, the historian in Marx had to come to terms with the evidence and relate it to his vision of the social process. The theory of society had to account for a particular problem, the genesis of bourgeois society. 2. Historical materialism. To appreciate the Marxian conception of history it is necessary to remember that its author belonged to an age which recognized no limitations to the range of knowledge available to a single mind. Historical generalizations of the most far-reaching and universal kind were not merely admired but expected. In this regard Marx was a true Victorian, for faith in general theories was by no means confined to Central Europe, though German writers were among its foremost exponents. Taine, Tocqueville, and Gobineau in France, Mill and Spencer in England, were as productive of sweeping hypotheses as any German. Nowadays the fashion has changed, and a committee of experts sitting on the problem would doubtless have little difficulty in showing that these writers piled up errors of fact all over the place. But the committee would have to be numerous and well staffed, No single scholar today commands the erudition and breadth of vision characteristic of the Victorians, to say nothing of the confidence with which they approached their several tasks. The particular problem with which Marx was concerned, though closely related to the investigations of his contemporaries, had a character of its own, by reason of his peculiar philosophical training. For writers like Taine or Tocqueville it was enough to describe the historical links connecting successive stages of society, example to trace the causal sequence of events leading from the rise of feudalism in medieval Europe to the Ancien Regime in its finished form, and thence to the French Revolution. To Marx this was not an altogether satisfactory procedure, although he did not disdain it and indeed relied for his factual research on historical investigations of just this kind. They were not, however, what he was really after. For his own purpose it was essential that the pattern of events should display the kind of internal logic where each successive stage is seen to arise as a matter of necessity, and not just of fact. Thus processes such as the development of feudalism out of primitive tribalism, or the growth of bourgeois society within the feudal system, had to be related to changes inherent in the logic of the anterior stage. Unless this could be done, the study of history, for all the scholarly precision of the historians, was bound to remain a merely empirical enterprise, hence pre-scientific. In relation to modern society this problem exhibited two different aspects: why had bourgeois society come into being in Europe, and how had it arisen out of medieval feudalism? On the customary view these were distinct questions, the province respectively of two independent disciplines. For Marx they were two sides of the same coin, since to him bourgeois civilization was both an organic whole and a particular stage in the general process of world history. Failure to grasp this connection was in his eyes proof of theoretical incompetence, or subjection to the bourgeois ideas treadmill. The Marxian theory of early capitalist development will be discussed in the next chapter. What concerns us here are Marx's hypotheses regarding the genesis of European feudalism, and more generally the Marxian doctrine of historical stages. What is known as the materialist conception of history is best understood in this context. Indeed, it is arguable that outside the range of this particular set of problems it is not really a definite theory at all. Marx fell in with the general run of 19th-century writers by postulating the primarily military character of the feudal system. Point 1 The question then was how this particular form of society had come into being, and how it had managed to maintain itself after its original military function had been usurped by other agencies. This problem is much more troublesome for Marxists than the rise of capitalism, which can be explained in fairly straightforward fashion as a consequence of technological change, the bourgeois mode of production gradually proving its superiority, thereby enabling its agents, the capitalists, to accumulate first wealth and finally political power. By contrast, the origins of feudal society plainly have to do with military conquest, while the resulting system of landlordism in turn conditioned the structure of society, including its technology. This looks at first like a very awkward poser for the Marxian conception of history, and scholars who otherwise sympathize with at any rate the general model of historical materialism have been inclined to argue that it works only for a single case, the genesis of capitalism. Point 1 In fact, as we shall see, Marx did have a theory of feudalism which is consistent with his general doctrine and requires no auxiliary hypotheses, though for various reasons it did not gain wide currency. Engels in particular paid little attention to it, while advancing his own, much less interesting, explanation. Point 2. The first rudimentary sketch of the Marxian theory of class society appears in the opening section of the 1845-6 manuscript known as the German Ideology, while a fuller version was inserted in the original draft of Capital, composed in 1857-8 but not published during Marx's lifetime. Point 3 The fact that some of these writings remained unknown for many years undoubtedly helped to cloud a discussion which was anyhow confused by partisanship. From our viewpoint the relevant fact is that the 1845-6 draft already contains a brief sketch of the Marxian theory of society, with particular reference to classical antiquity and the European Middle Ages. The guiding ideas are deduced from the standard histories of the period, a good deal of emphasis being laid on the growth of latifundia in late antiquity and the emergence of primitive serfdom in early medieval times. But these conclusions are subsumed under a general notion which Marx had worked out for himself, namely that the various stages of development in the division of labor represent so many forms of property, i.e., the particular stage reached in the division of labor determines likewise the relations of the individuals towards each other with regard to the materials, instruments, and product of labor. Tribal ownership is described as the original form of property, corresponding to a social order defined as an extension of the family, patriarchal tribal chiefs, below them the members of the tribe, lastly slaves. The slavery latent in the family develops only gradually with the increase of population and necessities, and with the extension of external intercourse, whether commerce or war. Next, on a higher historical and social level, we encounter the communal and public property of antiquity, resulting especially from the union of several tribes into a city, either by agreement or by conquest, and which is still accompanied by slavery. Alongside communal property, mobile and later also immobile private property begins to develop, but as an abnormality subordinate to communal property. It is only as a community that the citizens hold power over their laboring slaves, and for this reason alone they are tied to the form of communal property. Hence the social order established on this basis, and with it the power of the people, decays in proportion as real private property develops to the third form of property is feudal and pertains to the European Middle Ages. Though its origins are linked to fortuitous historical circumstances, the decay of the Roman Empire, the barbarian conquest, the decline of the towns, etc., Marx considers that feudalism displays a social logic which relates it back to the earlier forms from which it sprang. Like tribal and communal property, it likewise rests on a community, but one which confronts not the slaves, as in antiquity, but the peasant serfs as the directly producing class. This feudal hierarchy, just like the antique community, was an association against the subject class of producers, though owing to differences in the conditions of production, the forms of association, and the relationship towards the direct producers, were different. 3. Though only briefly sketched out, this rudimentary scheme already discloses the characteristic Marxian urge towards fusing historical and social logic. In the bulky 1857-8 draft manuscript, the historical sketch of pre-capitalist society reappears in a much more detailed version which provides the clue to a good many otherwise puzzling Marxian utterances on the subject of class. In the meantime, however, Marx had jointly with Engels come across a fresh problem. His stay in England, and especially his study of the British government's involvement with India and China, had made him aware that Oriental society posed a difficulty for his scheme. Hitherto he had virtually ignored non-European cultures and contented himself with drawing upon the known history of classical antiquity and the Middle Ages. From 1850 onward we find him engaged in an increasingly systematic attempt to bring Oriental society within the compass of his general theory, until with the emergence of a revolutionary movement in Russia the subject acquired immediate political importance, as well as posing an intricate theoretical problem, of which more later. 1. The first fruits of these studies were some newspaper articles on India and China in which Asiatic society makes its appearance, together with a suggestion that climate and territorial conditions made extensive canalization the basis of Oriental agriculture, while social conditions unfavorable to voluntary association brought about the interference of the centralist power of the government. 2. This hesitant entry into a new theoretical field was preceded by a correspondence between Marx and Engels. 3. Which went some way towards clarifying the subject in their minds, the chief conclusion being that earlier writers were correct in considering the basis of all phenomena in the East, to be the absence of private property in land. This is the real key, even to the Oriental heaven, for this theme in turn leads to some skeptical remarks on the role of the self-governing Indian village community. I believe one cannot imagine a more solid foundation for a stagnant Asiatic despotism. And however much the English may have hibernicized the country, the breaking up of these primitive stereotypes was the sine qua non of Europeanization. 1. In contrast to Asian despotism, feudalism appeared to be a socio-historical formation outside the Oriental context. Marx seems not to have concerned himself with Japan, but his thesis regarding the nature of the Asiatic mode of production does not exclude the possibility of exceptions from the general pattern. So far as Europe was concerned, feudalism clearly was linked to an historical fact, the decline of classical antiquity. On the other hand, its social roots appeared to lie in the military chieftainship of the barbarian tribes who had overrun the Roman Empire, and this tribal structure did not differ from the organization of the primitive Indo-Germanic peoples who, some 2 millenniums earlier, had become the ancestors of the Greco-Roman civilization. Why then had feudalism not developed in Greece and Rome out of this earlier wave of conquests, which in fact led to the city-state of classical antiquity? And conversely, why did not the city-state in due course give birth to something like modern capitalism, instead of collapsing and making way for a more primitive form of social organization? Marx was as much bothered by these questions as were later sociologists, and it is noteworthy that the theory he sketches out has much in common with the conclusions subsequently reached by the greatest of his critics. Point 2. Both explanations turn on the role of slave labor, and both also have this in common that they treat slavery as an organic feature of the society which found its political form in the Greek polis, thereafter in the Roman Republic, and finally in the Roman Empire. Since this theme is closely linked with the Marxian theory of capitalist development, no apology is needed for devoting some space to it. Apart from their intrinsic interest for sociologists and historians, Marx's observations on the subject, duly edited and purged of their real theoretical content, have become the foundation of an ideology which has replaced other modes of thought over a third of the globe. This alone should be sufficient to ensure some attention for his views. But there is the further consideration that his scattered remarks, when properly understood and related to each other, are by no means favorable to the standard interpretation current in the Soviet orbit. They could even be described as potentially subversive of much that currently passes for orthodoxy in those parts. 1. In a lesser degree this also applies to Engels' subsequent popularization of the Marxian conception, notably in his Origin of the Family, though here one comes up against the difficulty of having to cope simultaneously with the Morgan Engels view of prehistory, which is not strictly germane to our subject. It is perhaps worth noting that the Marxian hypothesis does not depend on any particular anthropological data other than the most general notions about tribal society then current among European scholars. Marx begins by asking what a society is like in which the producers own the instruments of production, and he replies that historically such a state of affairs is exemplified by peasant proprietorship. For capital and labor to come into existence as separate and independent factors, the laborer must cease to be the owner of the material resources on which production depends. Thus above all separation of the laborer from the soil as his natural laboratory, hence dissolution of free petty proprietorship in land, as well as of collective land ownership resting on the Oriental commune. Under both forms the laborer confronts the objective conditions of his work as their owner. This is the natural unity of labor with its material preconditions. To the transformation of this independent producer into a landless laborer is the outcome of a lengthy historical process whose early phases reach back to primitive tribal society. At this stage, the earth is the great laboratory, the arsenal, which provides both the implements and the materials of labor, as well as the seat, the basis, of the commonwealth. Each individual is an owner or proprietor only, as a member of this commonwealth. The real appropriation through the process of labor occurs under these preconditions, which are themselves not the product of labor, but appear as its natural or divine presuppositions. 1. Historically, this primitive society takes two different roads of development, the Oriental and the Occidental. In the former, the tribal community forms the basis of a unitary system whose unifying function is represented, and ultimately usurped, by the despot, while its ideological reflex appears in the deity. The primitive unity of the small tribal community, by now only one among many, appears realized in the despot, as the father of the many communities, who also appropriates the surplus product. 2. Having become sedentary, the scattered village communities continue to be the real owners of their land, notwithstanding the juridical fiction which makes the king the sole owner. But part of their surplus labor belongs to the higher unity which at last exists as a person, and this surplus labor finds expression both in tribute and in joint labors glorifying the unity either of the real despot or of the imaginary tribal personality. The god. 3. The king and the god are both historical creations, they are projections of the tribe, with the difference that the former represents its real unity in warfare against other tribes, the latter its illusory existence as an entity different from and independent of its members. The social organism may be more or less democratic, depending on the degree to which common tasks are performed freely or under central direction. Where the major economic operations of society come under central control, as in the Asian societies with their extensive waterworks, these socially necessary operations appear as the work of the higher unity, the despotic government suspended above the small communities. Point 4. As against this oriental pattern some Indian tribes. 5. A second form of development, the product of a more varied historical life, the destinies of the original tribes, leads to a social organization centered on an urban seat of government. Here the occupants of the land reside in town and the soil appears as the territory of the city, not the village as a mere appendage of the land. Point 1. In the absence of a central power, these tiny urban republics collide frequently with one another, with the result that warfare becomes endemic. The difficulties encountered by the Commonwealth can only result from other commonwealths, which either have already occupied the soil or disturb the community in its occupation. War is therefore the great common task, the great joint effort required to occupy the objective conditions of living existence, or to guard and perpetuate their occupation. Hence the community, composed of families, originally has a warlike, military, organization, and this is one of the conditions of its proprietorship. The urban concentration of dwellings is the foundation of this military organization too. In this Occidental society typified by Greece and Rome, communal property, as state ownership, ager publicus, appears separate from private property, which now becomes the basis of a new type of civilization. The individual develops into an independent landowner, i.e., into a farmer, while the community as the state represents on the one hand the interconnection of these free and equal private owners, their union against the outside world, and also its guarantee. The community is here as much dependent on the status of its members as working farmers, as the independence of the latter rests on their interconnection as members of the community. The securing of the ager publiae for common needs and common glory. 3. Yet the peculiar circumstances imposed upon these tiny warlike commonwealths tend constantly to burst their narrow bounds. The perpetuation of the community requires the possession of a minimum of land by all its members and their reproduction as self-sustaining peasants, whose surplus time belongs to the commune, i.e., to the labor of war, etc. 4. Hence the essence of ancient citizenship is military. Only constant warlike expansion can guarantee landed property to all citizens, and conversely farming is rated highly as a school of the soldierly virtues. The socio-economic organization of the community thus implies a definite political structure. Only landowners are full citizens, while trade and industry are left to foreigners and freedmen, artisanship not being regarded as an occupation suitable for a citizen. The history of classical antiquity is the history of cities, but of cities founded on land ownership and agriculture. 1. These societies eventually succumb to their own logic. In order that the community be able to go on existing in the ancient manner, its elements must be reproduced under the objective conditions which are presupposed. Production itself, the growth of population necessarily does away with these preconditions, destroys them instead of reproducing them, and thus the commonwealth disappears together with the forms of property on which it was founded. In particular, the effect of war and conquest, which e.g. in Rome was among the essential economic preconditions of the community, eliminates the real tie binding it together. To the basis of the whole process is always to be sought in the reproduction of, more or less natural, or, traditional relations of the individual to his community, and a certain predetermined, objective form of existence. The form of the process is thus determined by limiting factors which impose a barrier to progress beyond a certain point of growth, and this is one side of the matter. On the other hand, the gradual removal of these primitive conditions, e.g., in the case of Rome, by way of military expansion, slave labor, latifundia, etc. leads to the dissolution of the old commonwealth. Within a certain orbit, major developments are possible. The individuals may appear as great. But no free and full development of the individual or the society is possible, since such a development is in conflict with the original relationship 3. The cycle of growth and decay is thus predetermined by the primitive social nexus. There is no escape from its logic. If the individual alters his relationship to the community, he thereby alters the community and has a destructive effect upon it and upon its economic base. On the other hand, the change in the economic base is brought about by its own dialectic, impoverishment etc. For the manner in which the agrarian commonwealth is organized precludes the development of the productive forces beyond a certain point. Among the ancients we never encounter an inquiry as to which form of landed property is the most productive, the most wealth-creating. The question is always what form of property is conducive to creating model citizens. As an end in itself, wealth appears only among the few commercial peoples monopolists of the carrying trade who live in the pores of the old world. Hence the antique viewpoint which makes man under whatever restricted national, religious, or political definition the end of production, appears very lofty in comparison with the modern world, where production appears as the end of man, and wealth as the aim of production. But in fact, when the narrow limiting bourgeois form has been discarded, what is wealth but the universality of human needs, potentialities, enjoyments, productive powers of the individuals? The full development of man's control over the forces of nature, and over his own nature? Hence on the one hand, the childish old world appears as the higher stage. It is so if we look for self-contained harmony, form, limitation. It represents satisfaction from a narrow standpoint, while modernity gives no satisfaction, or, where it does so, appears vulgar. 1. But this primitive harmony has for its foundation the warlike solidarity of the commonwealth against its neighbors, and the solidarity of the citizens against their own slaves, who in the end are left to do almost all the productive work, while their owners monopolize public life, i.e., war and politics based on war. 2. The restriction of citizenship to members of the conquering tribal nation leads straight to the enslavement of vanquished and despoiled enemies. Slavery and serfdom are thus only further developments of the form of property resting on a tribal foundation. 3. Conversely, colonization and war are made necessary by the growth in the number of citizens. Hence slavery and extension of the ager publicus, and therewith the patricians who represent the commonwealth. Hence the maintenance of the commonwealth leads to the destruction of the conditions on which it is based. If it be argued that productivity could be raised within the same area by developing the productive forces etc., this would necessitate new forms of organizing labor, thus once more doing away with the old economic conditions of the commonwealth. The act of reproduction alters not merely the objective preconditions, but the producers themselves change, in that they develop new qualities, new forces and ideas, new forms of communication. 1. A certain stage in the development of the forces of production of the laboring subjects, corresponding to definite relations among themselves and towards nature. Reproduction until a given point. Then, dissolution. 2. Historically, this dissolution of the childish old world, in which man exists as a citizen only insofar as he is not a slave, appears as the decline and fall of classical antiquity. When Marx describes Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society, 3. He takes the unilinear view of history common to his age, that is to say, he assumes that slavery, feudalism, and capitalism are definite phases in the development of Western society, unknown to the Orient, whose historical stagnation is viewed as the consequence of the dominant Asiatic mode of production. In this context, in which classical antiquity stands for one particular form of social organization, medieval and modern Europe represent at least two, feudalism and capitalism, and possibly three, since Marx considered that Europe had become ripe for socialism. Apart from occasional worries over the political constellation, he does not seem to have questioned the ability of European civilization to rejuvenate itself through periodic social transformations. Since it had already undergone the changeover from medieval feudalism based on peasant serfdom, to modern capitalism founded on free labor, there seemed to be no reason why it should not take the further step of transcending the bourgeois framework, notwithstanding that over a much vaster terrain the movement of bourgeois society is still in the ascendant. Point 4. But while his general scheme is unilinear, Marx does not altogether share the prevailing optimism in respect of progress. There are hints that every advance has to be paid for by the relinquishment of achievements possible only under more primitive conditions. Thus the civic virtues of the Romans were inseparable from the quasi-military nature of their original republican commonwealth. Thus, too, with certain spiritual creations. In the case of art, it is well known that certain flourishing periods are not by any means proportionate to the general development of society, hence to its material foundation, the skeleton, as it were, of its organization. For example, the Greeks compared with the moderns, or Shakespeare. In the case of certain art forms, example the epos, it is even recognized that they cannot be produced in their epoch-making, classical form once artistic production as such has begun, hence that within the artistic realm certain important formations are possible only in an undeveloped stage. 1. There is here perhaps an echo of Hegel's pessimism concerning the fate of art in an increasingly rational and scientific world. At any rate, Marx, in this instructive passage of his original draft for Capital, goes on to raise the awkward question whether an evolution of society which excludes all mythological attitude towards nature may not in the long run turn out to be the death of art. Material progress has to be paid for. To say that on these assumptions socialism is bound to evolve as the synthesis of primitive tribal communism and its opposite, private property, would evidently be nonsense. No such perspective is inherent either in the above historical sketch, or in the materialist conception generally. It could even be argued that the entire scheme is politically neutral. In any event, Marx himself, unlike some of his followers, deduced the necessity of socialism not from any general theory of history, but from the analysis of the capitalist mode of production and its social counterpart, bourgeois society. 3. Bourgeois society. At first glance it may seem surprising that this topic should be discussed under a separate chapter heading, instead of being included in the theory of capitalism. Alternatively, it might well be thought that the two have little to do with each other. On this view, capitalism denotes certain purely economic arrangements, and the question of its genesis as a social system is quite irrelevant to its functioning. This is the customary approach, and if the present study were concerned with any doctrine but Marxism, it would be quite feasible to treat the subject in this manner. But it will not do in the case of Marx, for the good reason that he admitted no such distinction. For him, capitalism and bourgeois society were intrinsically linked together, not as topics of research, but as historical realities, and the notion that capitalist production might have arisen under any other circumstances was just what he was trying to demolish. On his view, bourgeois society had given rise to capitalism, just as capitalism in turn had given birth to the Industrial Revolution, the entire process culminating in the dissolution of the social system which had cradled it. 1. Of the three terms relevant in this context, bourgeois society, capitalism, the Industrial Revolution, the first refers to a state of society which allows capitalist relations of production to become dominant. The distinction was important to Marx, the more so since academic economists had in his day already acquired the habit of treating capitalism as an extension of capital, and the latter as synonymous with the use of tools. This made a capitalist of the savage, possibly also of the orangutan, while it obscured the circumstances under which capital was accumulated until it became the determining factor in society. On the Marxian view, this process culminates in the rise of industrialism, after going through a phase in which merchant capital predominates. 1. Hence the Industrial Revolution comes last, instead of being placed first, as became the fashion in the later 19th century. Modern industry emerges from the nexus of bourgeois relationships, and thus represents the final achievement of the entire bourgeois capitalist era. Insofar as it necessitates large-scale production, hence concentration of capital, industrialism tends to disrupt bourgeois society while the capitalist mode of production is still in full flower. 2. What then is this bourgeois society which is neither synonymous with modern capitalism, nor, as we have seen, traceable in the East, notwithstanding the presence of urban centers and commerce. The only possible answer is that it represents the particular form of society which grew up in Europe since the late Middle Ages. So far from being a variant of a universal type, it is historically unique. Classical antiquity sprouted cities and a form of commercial capitalism, but it never developed a society which was genuinely bourgeois, i.e., based upon autonomous urban corporations dominated by independent artisans, traders, and manufacturers, who in time accumulated sufficient capital to become the socially dominant stratum. The bourgeoisie has grown from small beginnings, starting with a hole and corner existence in the interstices of feudal society. This is a theme to which Marx recurs frequently. It will not do, however, to rest content with citing his early and rather general utterances on the subject, before he had delved deeper into historical studies. 1 As time went on, he refined his concepts and became more adept in distinguishing various stages in the process, starting with the municipal movement in early medieval times. His comments example on théories histoire de la formation et du progrès du tiers état already show a considerable advance beyond the brilliant but sketchy generalizations of the Manifesto, let alone the philosophical abstractions of his early Hegelian phase. 2. In general, Marx distinguishes three stages in the process: the growth of urban centers in the later Middle Ages, still as it were within the pores of feudal society, the great expansion of world trade in the 16th and 17th centuries, which stimulated the development of commercial capital and at the same time induced small manufacturers to accumulate capital and take to trade. 3. And the modern age properly so called, in which industrial capital predominates. To some extent these phases overlap. Thus trade is already important in the first stage, while on the other hand capitalist production in manufactures provides the basis for the worldwide commercial expansion characteristic of the Renaissance. Nonetheless, each stage is associated with a particular dominant form: artisanate, commerce, industry. The first and third phase in turn are linked by the circumstance that handicrafts proved more important than commerce in laying the foundations of manufacturing industry. Commerce stimulated the general development of the economy and, together with colonial expansion in Asia and America, helped to disrupt the feudal system. Nevertheless, the modern mode of production, in its first period, the manufacturing period, developed only in places where the conditions for it had already been created in the Middle Ages. Compare for instance Holland with Portugal. And when in the 16th, and partly in the 17th century, the sudden expansion of commerce and the creation of a new world market had a determining effect on the decline of the old mode of production and on the rise of the capitalist mode, this occurred on the basis of the already existing capitalist form of production. 1. At first sight all this looks like ordinary economic history, and indeed it is the common view that Marx was really an economic historian who unfortunately coupled his investigations with a doctrinaire theory of economics properly so called. Large stretches of his chief work can in fact be subsumed under the general heading of economic history, notably those sections of Capital, Volume I, where he goes into the genesis of what he termed primitive accumulation. Nonetheless, one cannot really separate Marx the historian from Marx the economist, for the good reason that his definition of capitalism as a working system is itself historical. Not only did he stress its roots in bourgeois society, but he insisted perversely, in the opinion of his critics, that capital and labor were historical factors, in the sense that a major socio-historical revolution was needed to bring them into being. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie, the latter term referring to the capitalist stratum which took the place of the medieval guild artisans and small-scale manufacturers, had come into being through a process in which the majority of producers were forcibly separated from their tools. Primitive accumulation thus constituted a social revolution. The capitalist system presupposes the complete separation of the laborers from all property in the means by which they can realize their labor. 2. There is no need to go into details. The chapter on primitive accumulation in Capital, Volume I, is among the best known of Marx's voluminous writings. Its general thesis has never been seriously disputed, and perhaps the only thing remaining to be said is that Western economists have been strangely reluctant to make use of it in analyzing the imposition of industrialism under non-capitalist regimes. For it is of course obvious that everything Marx has to say about the forcible dispossession of peasants and artisans, and the artificial creation of wage laborers at the mercy of a new ruling class, applies with equal force to planned and centralist industrialization under conditions of despotic state control. While it is hardly surprising that Soviet economists have been disinclined to fit the cap to their ears, the embarrassed silence on this topic in other quarters perhaps reflects a certain reluctance to have this particular skeleton pulled from the closet. From a theoretical standpoint, the significant question is whether Marx was successful in linking the economic logic of the process to its historical environment. What caused primitive accumulation to take a form that resulted in full-fledged capitalism establishing itself in Western Europe? It has been suggested that on the Marxian view it is essential for the logic of capitalism, and not only a matter of fact, that it grew out of a feudal state of society. 1 At first sight this seems borne out by Marx's observation that the economic structure of capitalist society has grown out of the economic structure of feudal society. The dissolution of the latter set free the elements of the former. This statement, however, is immediately preceded by another one which does not sound like a generalization. The so-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historic process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistoric stage of capital and of the mode of production corresponding with it. This leaves it uncertain whether Marx regarded the rise of capitalism, where and when it occurred, as more than the outcome of a special combination of circumstances. As has been noted, Marx and Engels held that the Orient had not evolved anything corresponding to private property in land, unquestionably one of the preconditions of genuine feudalism. Neither were there any self-governing manufacturing towns elsewhere but in Europe. The whole development therefore constituted a very special case, and its roots lay in a definite period, the later Middle Ages. Marx says expressly that although we come across the first beginnings of capitalist production as early as the 14th or 15th century, sporadically, in certain towns of the Mediterranean, the capitalist era dates from the 16th century. Wherever it appears, the abolition of serfdom has long been effected, and the highest development of the Middle Ages, the existence of sovereign towns, has long been on the wane. It is only in this context that the immediately preceding passage, the starting point of the development that gave rise to the wage laborer as well as the capitalist, was the servitude of the laborer. The advance consisted in a change of form of this servitude, in the transformation of feudal exploitation into capitalist exploitation assumes the character of a generalization. The whole argument clearly is not intended to do more than summarize what in Marx's opinion had actually taken place. Moreover, he goes on to say that the process occurred in its classic form only in England, though elsewhere similar tendencies were at work. 1. On the whole then it would appear that he was not, in this part of his work, trying to lay down a general law. Certainly there is no suggestion in his mature writings that the feudal system is bound, from a kind of inner logic, to sprout capitalist tendencies. Such a notion would in fact have run counter to the historical cast of his thinking. The conclusion cannot be avoided that Marx regarded European capitalism as a unique social formation. Its rise was historic in the sense that it had taken place under definite conditions, which presumably accounted for the absence of similar developments under less favorable circumstances. This line of thought is open to criticism, but it does not support the suggestion that the transitional stage is simply wrapped in mystery. 2 What it amounts to is an emphasis on the uniqueness of those formative processes which had given rise to a new type of social organization, in this case the prehistoric stage of capital, i.e., the stage which antedates the establishment of the capitalist mode of production properly so called. What lies before this unique occurrence is prehistoric in the sense that capital has its own history, which is of course primarily an economic one, the history of its transition from commercial to industrial capitalism, and beyond the latter to the point where centralization of the means of production and socialization of labor, become incompatible with their capitalist entanglement. 3. So far as the factual side is concerned, economic historians since Marx have for the most part been content to elaborate upon his general ideas. If this leaves the genesis of capitalism partly in the dark, The reason is that we still do not know enough about the manner in which early bourgeois society grew up in the interstices of the feudal system. Concerning the latter, Marx held views which are not intrinsically related to his theory of capitalist development, since this deals with the manner in which simple commodity production by artisans and peasants is transformed into capitalist production carried on by wage laborers. It is therefore not a strictly relevant question whether Marx had a satisfactory theory of how feudalism came to develop in the European Middle Ages. The general explanation they favored, that it was an outgrowth of military conquest which disrupted the old tribal pattern by turning the hereditary chiefs into reigning sovereigns, is clearly no more than an approximation. Point 1. In any case, it is irrelevant to the problem of accounting for the modest beginnings, and the triumphant culmination, of the bourgeois epoch. So far as Marx was concerned, this epoch opens with the formation of sizable urban centers in the later Middle Ages, i.e., at a time when the feudal mode of production had barely reached its apogee. Thus the two stages overlap, and the interconnection between them appears at first only in the circumstance that some kind of commodity production and trade based on this production had to be carried on even at the very low level of economic activity characteristic of the Middle Ages. That this happened when it did is simply an historical circumstance which as such enters into any history of economics, whether socialist or liberal. One cannot even say that there is anything specifically Marxian about the notion that the revival of urban manufacture and commerce was bound to have a disruptive effect upon feudal society, since this was a commonplace among the writers from whom Marx obtained his own notions on the subject, and has not been questioned by economic historians since his day. Point 2. The stress laid by Marx on the disruptive character of the process is, however, connected with his general theory, because it enables him to challenge the conventional stress upon the harmony of all legitimate interests. Before the market economy could come into being, a violent revolution had to operate upon the institutional framework of a society characterized, on the one hand, by peasant farming and, on the other, by small-scale commodity production. The bourgeois economists who concentrated on the operation of the market and the price system were, in his view, oblivious of the historical ground on which they stood, or else apologetically employed in glossing over the reality of class conflict. The rise of capitalism involved the creation of the modern proletariat. Its functioning depended upon the confrontation of capital and labor, under conditions where labor was synonymous with non-ownership. Point 1. If these terms were reshuffled so as to give labor control over capital, the system would cease to operate, or change into something else. It was of course Marx's purpose to help bring this about, but he also believed that the process had its own logic. Labor would become the dominant factor because its constantly growing productivity made it unnecessary to operate the economy within a framework of class rule. Capitalism itself was laying the foundations of the new order by developing the productive forces of society beyond the point where they could still be contained by the existing social arrangements. When that point had been reached, the political economy of labor, i.e., socialism, would take over from the political economy of capital. The shape of the new order was not sketched out very distinctly, and the same obscurity was allowed to envelop the character of the transition period. Presumably it would depend on circumstances. But whether it was slow or rapid, peaceful or violent, the changeover would necessarily involve the disappearance of a society based on private ownership of the means of production. The latter were in any case due to be progressively centralized and socialized by the very logic of the capitalist system, a system fatal to the institutions that had once given birth to it. Point 2. 4. Political economy. Having reached this point, it might seem reasonable to proceed straight to the Marxian theory of how the capitalist system operates, once it has come into existence as the result of the process described by Marx as primitive accumulation. Instead, we are obliged to undertake a detour into methodology. There are two reasons for this. First, Marx originally developed his doctrine in the form of a critique of what was then known as political economy, and his reasoning cannot be adequately understood outside this context. Secondly, his critique of current doctrine implied a theoretical approach which places him as an economist belonging to the so-called classical school. Since the revision of Marxist theory at the end of the 19th century coincided with the displacement of this school from the position it had hitherto occupied in the official teaching of economics, the classical view needs to be considered alongside the Marxian, with which it shares certain basic assumptions. Unless this is borne in mind, it is difficult to understand why and how the Marxian position continued to be defended after 1895 by writers who had before them a clear choice between two alternative models, of which the Marxian by that time looked distinctly old-fashioned. It can of course be held that the choice was motivated by non-scientific considerations, but even if this is accepted, it is important to see what it was that the Marxist school thought worth preserving. Point 1. At the lowest level of abstraction relevant to the discussion of economics, the problem which presented itself to Marx may be set out as follows. It is assumed that the organization of society has a determining effect upon the division of the social product among the various classes. It is likewise assumed that economic theory must throw light on macroeconomic processes bound up with the class structure. We have seen how in Marx's model this mechanism operates to bring about the accumulation of capital in pre-bourgeois and bourgeois society. This was something to which economists before his time had not given much attention. For Marx it was, in every sense, the starting point. At the very outset of his career he had protested that the economists ignored the social foundations on which the market system was based. Point 2. Almost a quarter of a century later, after he had himself become a professional economist, he still maintained that the socially determined division of labor ought to be the starting point for any rational explanation of how the economic system operated. Every child knows that a country which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but even for a few weeks, would perish. Every child knows too that the mass of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions cannot possibly be done away with by the particular form of social production, but can only change its mode of appearance, is self-evident. And the form in which this proportional distribution of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. Point 3. On the Marxian assumption, commodities exchange in proportion to their values, i.e., in proportion to the amount of labor embodied in them. This is the celebrated law of value, described by a critic as the economic expression of the fact socially productive labor, the basis of economic existence. Point 1. As such, the formula is really no more than a restatement of the materialist conception of history, which is meant to hold for all forms of society. Engels, however, goes on to suggest that the law determines economic processes in a capitalist system, despite the fact that average prices no longer correspond to the embodied values of commodities, as they had done under simple commodity production. Point 2. This discrepancy of course was not unknown to Marx. On the contrary, he regarded it as the chief riddle of economic theory, but a riddle that could be solved, provided the ultimate determination of all economic exchanges by the embodiment of socially necessary labor was kept in mind. The scientific task consists precisely in working out how the law of value operates. So that if one wished at the very start to explain all the phenomena which apparently contradict the law, one would have to present the science before the science. The vulgar economist has not the faintest notion that the actual everyday exchange relations cannot be directly identical with the magnitudes of value. The essence of bourgeois society consists precisely in this, that a priori there is no conscious social regulation of production. The rational and naturally necessary asserts itself only as a blindly working average. Point 3. It is important to be clear about the meaning of this passage. Economic sociology did not require Marx to go beyond asserting that the historically constituted division of labor in bourgeois society was the determining factor in causing the system to operate in certain ways, example to remunerate owners of means of production in proportion to their capital rather than their managerial function. These and other points were indeed important to him, as they were to socialists who did not share his interest in the law of value, but they did not concern him primarily as an economist. In the latter capacity he thought it necessary to affirm, not just that bourgeois relations of production represented an institutional framework of great importance for the functioning of the system, but that it was possible to construct a theoretical model with reference to one particular factor of outstanding importance, namely, labor. It followed that the prime task of economic theory consisted in deriving market prices from this factor. It is worth trying to understand how Marx came to regard such an operation as both possible and necessary. Nothing is explained by saying that a commitment to the labor theory of value was implicit in the socialist critique of capitalism. This sort of explanation may be adequate when applied to the early Ricardian socialists, but it becomes positively absurd in dealing with Marx. For him there had to be conclusive intellectual arguments in favor of pursuing a line of reasoning which even in Ricardo's day had not gone without criticism. Point 1. To say that he was essentially a Ricardian who saw every problem through the eyes of his predecessor, hardly represents a satisfactory explanation. Moreover, one must not overlook the important difference between Ricardo's theory of value and Marx's. Ricardo introduced the labor quantity theorem as a means of explaining the actual movement of exchange values, but otherwise attached no significance to it, and would have been perfectly willing to drop it if another explanation had suggested itself. This was not the case with Marx. Point 2. For the moment, however, we must leave Marx and turn to the broader question how classical political economy came to concern itself with the value problem in the first place. Although theorizing about economic phenomena is older than either capitalism or the science of economics, it is indisputable that the latter developed alongside the former, as a systematic clarification of problems inherent in the growth of a market economy. Political economy, as it came to be known after having outgrown medieval canon law, had for its immediate subject those social relations and economic processes which were about to give rise to merchant capitalism. Point 1. This involved a gradual shedding of concepts inherited from an earlier age, when a certain amount of rudimentary theorizing about exchange relations took place under the aegis of scholasticism. Point 2. From an analytical standpoint, the medieval prohibition upon the taking of interest is of less interest in this connection than the scholastic attempt to formulate the concept of a just price, since this entailed a distinction between the value of commodities and the price his goods might fetch in the market. Any discrepancy between cost and reward that failed to repay the seller in respect of labor invested, but also risk undertaken, costs of transport, etc., was regarded as an infringement of commutative justice, and as such would incur moral censure. Ideally, and to some extent actually, cases of this sort fell under the jurisdiction of the authorities who would normally apply common sense criteria in judging whether costs and rewards were proportionate. Under conditions of simple commodity exchange, this usually sufficed to secure both an acceptable measure of distributive justice and a means of defining the relationship between values and prices, there being no great theoretical or practical difficulty about comparing average costs and average rewards in a society where trade was at a minimum and the producers normally operated under roughly comparable conditions and with similar tools. Point 3. The disruption of this simple equilibrium through the growth of merchant capital meant, among other things, that it was no longer practicable to equate value with producers' costs. Instead, attention shifted to the manner in which goods were priced under more or less competitive conditions, and it came to be recognized that the just price might be equated with the current market price, wherever the latter was not distorted by artificial price fixing or monopoly. Thus the estimation of the market was accepted as valid, and if the producer did not recover his original outlay, that was his bad luck. Conversely, if he obtained more for his produce than it was worth to him, this might be justified on the grounds that it was evidently worth more than its costs to his customers. The valuation placed by the buyer upon the commodity thus introduced a new criterion, which in due course made it possible to drop the cost approach and equate value with subjective usefulness to the buyer. Alternatively, value could be identified with actual market price, the latter being regulated by supply and demand. This was the final step, and not surprisingly it was taken by the mercantilist writers who generalized the practice of the merchants. By the 17th century, therefore, value in economic literature had generally come to signify price, its determination being left to the market, though it was generally understood that there was also something called intrinsic value or usefulness, this being the material foundation, so to speak, of the exchange mechanism. Exactly how exchange value could be said to arise from usefulness was left unclear. Point 1. The next turn of the wheel introduces a different conception of value, which once more lays emphasis upon production costs, and it is here that our analytical difficulties begin. For this period the so-called classical one is associated both with the rise of industrial capitalism, and with the emergence of the labor theory of value, in the form in which Marx inherited it from A. Smith and Ricardo. This circumstance alone shows that the subject has to be approached historically. From the late 17th century onward, political economy, now beginning to acquire definite shape, aspires to become a science and at the same time gropes towards a theory of costs based upon a new evaluation of the importance of human labor. This is one of the watersheds separating the mercantilist from the industrial era, and quite properly it is graced by the emergence of a fresh set of theoretical generalizations. Among their authors mention must briefly be made of Locke, since he can be said to have anticipated Smith in suggesting that labor is the principal source of value. Point 1. Throughout this period, the new emphasis upon the wealth-creating power of production rather than trade clearly reflects the growing importance of manufacturing industry. This is true at any rate of England. In France the later 18th century witnessed the rise of the physiocratic school, which rather perversely sought to place manufactures among the sterile occupations, reserving the honorific term productive for agriculture, though here too the emphasis was upon the productivity of labor when applied to natural riches. Point 2. The next step was taken by A. Smith, who summed up what had gone before, notably with regard to value theory. This intellectual inheritance included some striking suggestions thrown out by the anonymous author of a pamphlet to which Marx referred on some occasions and which may be conjectured to have influenced Smith when he came to formulate his views, for here we encounter a labor quantity theory which substantially anticipates that of the classical school, even to the extent of stating, in regard to the necessaries of life, that the value of them, when they are exchanged the one for the other, is regulated by the quantity of labor necessarily required, and commonly taken in producing them, and the value or price of them, when they are bought and sold, and compared to a common medium, will be governed by the quantity of labor employed. Point 3. There is an echo of this in The Wealth of Nations, though the notion that quantity of labor regulates the exchange of products is limited by Smith to that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land. It is questionable whether this in itself constitutes more than the skeleton of a labor theory, since for the situation envisaged by Smith it is equivalent to saying that labor is the only available factor of production, in which case the whole proposition comes close to being a tautology. Point 1. But the Smithian formulation does something else. It fixes attention upon the social relationships which determine the share out of the total product. Smith went on from there to restate the natural law doctrine that the produce of labor constitutes the natural recompense or wages of labor. In the original state of things the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer. He has neither landlord nor master to share with him. Two affirmations of this sort were too vague to occasion either surprise or resentment when they were first uttered, though this attitude was to change later on, after the socialists had learned to make use of them. In any case such propositions were not germane to economic analysis, which even in the days of A. Smith operated at an altogether different level of abstraction. But they did something else. They set political economy firmly on the road towards a general theory of society. In treating the division of labor as the central mainspring of economic activity, Smith went beyond economics in the technical sense of the term. His theory of value, such as it is, grows out of his analysis of social relations, as does his inquiry into the division of the social product. Nothing is gained, however, by pretending that his discussion of value theory is satisfactory from a theoretical viewpoint. His utterances on the subject are ambiguous and confused, several different strands of thought being interwoven in his treatment of the value concept, so that it became possible for later writers to claim him for the subjectivist school, while other elements of his thinking were developed by Ricardo and his pupils. Point 3. For a genuine labor quantity theory, which makes labor the regulator of exchange value, as well as the source of use value, one has to turn to Ricardo, while the only consistent Attempt to work out the implications of the labor theory was made by Marx. Before leaving Smith, however, it is worth noting that his defective formulation of the value concept does not necessarily invalidate his factual analysis. The latter is not logically dependent upon the labor theory in the form in which he stated it, or failed to state it. When he suggested a rudimentary doctrine of surplus value, he did so not with reference to any speculative derivation of market prices from values, but on the basis of observable facts which few contemporaries would have been willing to question. Moreover, he did not pass censure upon the arrangements he described. A system based on the appropriation of surplus value by landowners and manufacturers appeared to him the only possible one, if not perhaps the best possible in some philosophical sense. The point is worth making because it has frequently been affirmed that moral condemnation of surplus value appropriation, from the standpoint of natural law ethics, is the essence of socialism. This holds good, with some reservations, for the Ricardian socialists around 1830, for Proudhon and his followers in France, and for Rodbertus, who can fairly be described as the spiritual father of German Kathedersozialismus, but it is absurd when applied to Marx, who spent much of his time criticizing the utopian socialists for interpreting the labor theory to mean that the whole produce of labor ought to accrue to the immediate producer. This was impossible, as he took pains to point out, even under full socialism, too, and it certainly did not provide the socialist movement with a practical orientation. The labor theory was indeed bound up with a social philosophy which placed relations of production in the center of the picture. But by itself it did not commit its adherents to any particular program. For proof of this contention one need look no farther than the work of Ricardo, who was the first writer to formulate the labor theory in a manner that made it relevant to theoretical economics. Point 3. What Ricardo meant by political economy, and it is this meaning which Marx took over from him, and which the Marxian school has conserved, is indicated in the very first sentence of the preface to his great work, "The produce of the earth, all that is derived from its surface by the united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely, the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock or capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated." After noting that in different stages of society, the proportions of the whole produce of the earth which will be allotted to each of these classes, under the names of rent, profit, wages, will be different, he goes on to declare that to determine the laws which regulate this distribution, is the principal problem in political economy. Point 1. The theory of value was a means to this end. There were moments when he wavered on the question of the practical use to which the doctrine of value might be put in analyzing the proportions in which the whole produce is divided between landlords, capitalists, and laborers, too, but these doubts were voiced in his private correspondence, not in his published work. The latter is dominated by the quest for an invariable standard of value applicable to the measurement of the social product, and in this search for an unchangeable standard he was led to the famous statement which introduces and sums up the first chapter of the Principles: "The value of a commodity, or the quantity of any other commodity for which it will exchange, depends on the relative quantity of labor which is necessary for its production, and not on the greater or less compensation which is paid for that labor." 3. Utility, he added, is not the measure of exchangeable value, although it is absolutely essential to it. These affirmations may not represent the heart of the Ricardian system, which has to do with the rent of land and its effect on the rate of profit, but they are all that need concern us, for they form the starting point of Marx's attempt to formulate a satisfactory theory of value after Ricardo's immediate followers had abandoned the attempt. Point 5. That the enterprise was so soon relinquished was principally due to Ricardo's failure to account for the discrepancy between embodied labor ratios and actual exchange ratios, a difficulty he tried to meet by introducing modifications which undermined his general principle. In his analysis of wages, too, he came up against an obstacle which had already baffled Smith. The exchange of commodities was supposed to represent an exchange of equal quantities of embodied labor, but this equivalence disappears when capital and labor are exchanged, for the wages paid to the laborer possess a smaller exchange value than the output which he produces for the capitalist. In other words, the theory failed to account for the phenomenon of profit. It was this theoretical puzzle which led Marx to formulate his doctrine of surplus value, of which more later. Here it remains to be noted that the social and political implications of Ricardo's general model were plainly unfavorable to landowners, but in no sense favorable to industrial workers too. It is true that the Ricardian socialists were able to draw their own conclusions from the suggestion that labor is the only value-creating factor of production. This, however, required no great ingenuity, and if the notion of surplus value had amounted to no more, it would have been lost from view so far as economic theory was concerned. That this did not occur was due to the intervention of Marx, who gave a new formulation to the concept. Surplus value and exploitation are both inherent in the Ricardian system, but Ricardo did not himself draw such conclusions, let alone anticipate their later use. Compared with the Ricardian version of the labor theory, the Marxian is distinguished by greater logical coherence, though this does not necessarily rescue it from the charge of being irrelevant to the proper business of economic analysis. At any rate, Marx was the only Ricardian who ever went through with the labor theory of value. To do this he was obliged to reformulate it. He started from the proposition already laid down by Smith and elaborated by Ricardo that a commodity which is to serve as the standard of exchange value must itself be invariable. Point 3. He also accepted Ricardo's statement that such an invariant measure of value was to be found in the unit of labor embodied in commodities. On this hypothesis, all that was needed to obtain an invariant measure was to imagine a commodity which always embodied the same quantity of labor. By means of this intellectual operation, commodities acquired inherent values which could be compared, the very thing that was impossible as long as exchange value simply meant exchange ratio. But Marx went further than Ricardo. The latter had treated embodied labor as the regulator of exchange values, but had not troubled to define the concept of value itself. For Marx, the quantity of labor incorporated in products does not merely determine their value, it is their value. Commodities are congealed labor. This difference had practical consequences. Ricardo, and even more so his followers, notably James Mill and McCulloch, had been baffled by the discrepancy between actual exchange ratios and imputed labor costs. This seemed to make nonsense of the principle that the exchange values of commodities are proportional to the quantities of labor embodied in them. It would be an absurdity to say that for Marx this problem did not exist, since it formed the starting point of his theorizing, but it did not constitute any reason to modify his value theory, for on his supposition value was always identical with embodied labor, whatever might be true of relative prices. The problem rather consisted in showing how these absolute values came to be realized in such a way that commodities, while still retaining their values, were sold at market prices not proportional to these values. For Ricardo, values and prices were ultimately the same thing, for Marx they were not. Hence he was able to carry the notion of an absolute value to its logical conclusion, though at the cost of creating what in the end turned out to be the insoluble problem of relating the two calculi to each other. Given the original assumption, there is no logical flaw in the Marxian system, for we may define value in whatever manner we please. Whether the operation yields results commensurate with the intellectual labor invested in it, is another matter, on which Marxists and non-Marxists have continued to differ. Point 1. In judging Ricardian and Marxian economics from a modern standpoint, it is important to disentangle their problems from their attempted solutions, and the solutions from the methodical assumptions that went into them. The latter included a labor cost theory of value which ultimately went back to the natural law proposition that all riches are produced by human toil. Point 2. General notions of this kind in turn served as a pointer towards the solution of genuinely technical problems, example the problem of discovering an invariant measure of value. These procedures have to be judged on their merit, and cannot be validly defended on philosophical grounds alone. In the lengthy debate around the labor theory this was frequently overlooked. It became a commonplace of academic criticism that Ricardo, and following him Marx, had been induced by non-scientific considerations to adopt a value theory which was irrelevant to the task of economic analysis. On the other side, the defenders of the labor theory clung to the notion that the expenditure of human energy somehow constituted a unique cost element which in the long run must regulate prices. This was not necessarily an irrational approach to the problem of identifying an objective standard of measurement lying outside the field of price variables. Whether the search was successful is a question which has nothing to do with one's philosophical or political preferences. It is also worth noting that the abandonment of the classical cost approach does not necessarily entail a diminution of interest in the problem it was intended to clarify. The central issue posed by Ricardo and elaborated by Marx, namely the relative shares of capital and labor in the total product and their connection with the rate of capital formation, has certainly not lost its relevance. The classics were guilty of many confusions, but they never overlooked the fact that political economy had to do with the operation of the system as a whole, not merely with the determination of prices. In technical language, they tried to build a macroeconomic model. Their successors had less ambitious aims in view and were generally more successful in attaining them. Whether at the level of abstraction at which they chose to operate it was still possible to see the economic problem in realistic terms, is another matter. Even the labor theory of value was not simply the empty general notion its critics professed to see in it. Among the distinctions established by classical political economy was that between riches and value, the point being that while nature, as well as the expenditure of human physical energy, went into the creation of wealth, value by contrast represented a social relationship. Its origin was held to lie in costs, and the latter in turn had to be measured by a particular scarcity factor, namely labor. These distinctions belong properly speaking to the realm of economic sociology, and it is arguable that in applying a labor cost theory of value derived from primitive social conditions to an economic model belonging to a higher stage, the classics were guilty of confusing different levels of abstraction. Point 1. Instead of becoming unduly concerned over this logical blunder, one should bear in mind that their attention was fixed on processes having to do with the size and distribution of the social product. Ultimately, what concerned them was the wealth of nations, and the social conditions under which human effort went into the production of riches. To this Ricardo added the division of the total product among the major classes of society, and thus laid the basis for the Marxian synthesis of sociology and political economy. Marx's formulation of the so-called materialist conception of history too implicitly defines the subject of his economic doctrine, inasmuch as it was his aim to lay bare the law of motion of bourgeois society by analyzing its economic mechanism. This meant welding into a whole sociology and economics, both conceived historically. Technical economic analysis entered into the synthesis as an indispensable element, no more. The basic conception of an immanent economic process whose logic transforms bourgeois society into something else, retains its significance even in the absence of proof that the process is regulated by the operation of the law of value under the particular conditions created by capitalism, conditions which for Marx were characterized by the failure of the participants to perceive the essentially social nature of their actions. This approach is arbitrary, but no more so than a doctrine which starts from the experiences of Robinson Crusoe. To the extent that he based his economics on a comprehensive vision of society, Marx stands in the central tradition of political economy. Paradoxically, he can be described as the last, as well as the greatest, of the classical economists. Point 3. 5. Marxian economics. It remains to summarize as briefly as possible Marx's theory of economic development and its relevance for his sociological analysis. After what has been said about his views on the historic relationship of capitalism to bourgeois society, there is no need to emphasize that Marx's strictly economic theorizing operates at a level of abstraction much higher than and in any case quite different from his sociology. In the end both are brought together by his theory of capitalist development, which purports to show that the inherent logic of the system imposes insuperable barriers to its functioning beyond a certain point. But this conclusion is arrived at by way of a very elaborate process of reasoning which systematically abstracts from all save strictly economic relations. In this part of his work Marx proceeds like any other classical economist, though this fact is obscured by his terminology. Where he differs from his predecessors is not in being more abstract, but in abstracting from other matters. The analysis of rent in Ricardo's work had been related to its author's concern with the conflicting interests of industry and agriculture. Marx in turn emphasized the capital-labor relationship as being central to the functioning of capitalism in its fully developed phase. The starting point of his analysis is the purchase of labor power by the capitalist, and large sections of Capital are devoted to a discussion of the capital-labor relationship in an isolated or abstract form, other social relations being temporarily ignored, to be reintroduced later. This is standard procedure and does not entail the impossible notion that there are only two classes in society. Marx considered that capital had become the all-dominating power of bourgeois society, from which it followed that industrial production was the logical starting point for an analysis of the system. 1. Since even the briefest outline of Capital would fill a volume, we must content ourselves with elaborating a few points which are relevant to our theme. Perhaps the most general formula serviceable in this context would be to say that Marx was trying to show how the law of value operates under capitalism, and how in the long run it determines the allocation of capital and labor to the various branches of production, with the economic consequences resulting therefrom. Such a formulation, of course, does no more than outline a very general program, which it took Marx several volumes of theoretical work to accomplish. Throughout, the link between economics and sociology is maintained by reliance upon the law of value, as a principle of exchange relations between commodities, as well as a determinant of the manner in which the social product is distributed among the major classes. Since it is assumed that under any social system the organization of production determines the consumption, distribution, exchange too, the task consists of showing how the particular organization of capitalist production determines the exchange of commodities so produced. This involves the theoretical problem of explaining how and why exchange ratios continue to be a function of embodied labor ratios, although in appearance they diverge. Failing such a demonstration, it might still be asserted on general grounds that relations of production ultimately determine relations of exchange, but proof of the assertion would be lacking, at any rate for the case of capitalism. That is why the labor theory is relevant to Marxist sociology, while the strictly economic analysis embodied in Capital can, with some ingenuity, be rendered independent of it. Of course, if one happens not to be interested in Marx's doctrine beyond its contribution to economics in the technical sense, the whole problem falls to the ground. The analysis begins with a reformulation of the familiar classical distinction between use value and exchange value. The former is ruled out as a determinant of prices, though the grounds for dismissing it are not fully stated and had to be rather laboriously rediscovered by Marx's followers in the next generation. 1 Exchange value is defined as a historical category pertaining only to commodities produced for a market. 2 Under capitalism, where the producers no longer own their tools, exchange value acquires a further connotation. It now signifies that the social division of labor, which gives rise to the phenomenon of commodity exchange, is at the same time a division between classes. For purposes of simplification, it is assumed that production takes place under conditions where all essential operations are performed by hired workers, while those who control the means of production figure simply as owners of capital and hirers of labor power. This is the general economic model discussed in Capital, Volume I. Like all such models, it is sufficiently abstract to yield formulations of the type required by any theory that aims at more than a simple enumeration of empirical data. On the same principle, it is assumed that all the labor performed is socially necessary, i.e., in accordance with prevailing technical standards and normal conditions of production, as well as homogeneous, i.e., expenditure of one uniform labor power. 3 The difficulties inherent in these assumptions were not overlooked by Marx, but he probably underestimated their seriousness. The next step consists in accounting for the phenomenon of profit on the assumption that labor is the only source of value. This concept had been modified by Marx in order to bring it into line with his definition of labor as the measure of value. Clearly, if labor was the invariant measure of the exchange value possessed by commodities, it could not itself have value. But under capitalism, labor appeared on the market as a commodity and thus must be assumed to possess exchange value. Moreover, if the exchange value of a product equaled the labor time contained in it, the exchange value of a day's labor must be equal to its product, i.e., the wages of labor must equal the product of labor, which plainly was not the case. Marx solved the puzzle which to non-Marxists must appear artificial by introducing a distinction between labor and labor power, the latter signifying the working capacity of human beings, i.e., their store of physical and nervous energy. Under given conditions, this general human faculty appears as the particular qualification of free individuals who have nothing else to sell. Labor power having become alienated as something that could be bought and sold like any other commodity, its value was determined by its own costs of production, i.e., by what was needed to maintain its owner. The difference between this minimum, and the productive capacity of the laborer when applied at work, appeared in the form of surplus value. Hence profit was accumulated by those who owned the means of production, not because capital was a scarce factor which commanded a special premium, but because the productivity of labor under normal conditions exceeded what was necessary to maintain the laborer. The appearance of such a surplus was characteristic of all stages of society, but its appropriation under capitalism in the form of profit was conditioned by the fact that human labor power was purchased as a commodity by those who owned the means of production. Under earlier forms of society, example under feudalism, the productive surplus had simply been appropriated by the possessing class without further ado, but under capitalism, where all relations assumed a value form, there was no visible surplus product to be withheld from the producer, only a surplus value which had been generated by the social relation in which workers stood towards employers. Given this institutional arrangement, the requirements of the law of value were satisfied by the purchase of labor power at its current market rate. That this particular commodity had the special faculty of generating a surplus over and above what it cost to reproduce, was no one's fault, and no one was to blame if the surplus later made its appearance as a profit realized upon the investment of capital. The exchange value of commodities so produced consists of two separate elements: the value transferred to it by the machinery and raw materials consumed in the process of production, and the additional value created by the application of labor power for which payment is rendered in wages. A given proportion of this newly created value is required to reproduce the labor power expended in the process, i.e., to maintain the worker, while the balance represents surplus labor whose value constitutes the source of profit. The ratio between these two magnitudes determines the rate of surplus value, or rate of exploitation, while the ratio of surplus value to the total capital represents the rate of profit. In this theoretical model, prices are supposed to be regulated directly by values, and profits are made to depend on the proportion of variable capital to the total. The whole construction is necessarily abstract and not meant to apply to empirical reality without serious qualifications, which are developed in Capital, Volume 3. Nonetheless, Marx maintained that the principles laid down in Volume I, though not applicable to each individual case, still determine the exchange value of commodities in the aggregate, as well as the rate of profit. The crucial difficulty here is the relation of values to prices. It has already been pointed out that for Marx the value of a commodity is defined in terms of embodied labor. This disposes of the question whether or not his value theory is wrong, a pseudo-problem on which both his followers and his critics subsequently wasted a good deal of effort. The relevant question is whether on his assumptions it is possible to account for the movement of prices and profits, and the candid answer must be that, though not impossible in principle, the operation is so involved, and requires so many auxiliary hypotheses, as to be very nearly self-defeating in practice. Point 1. Marx sets out by laying down the general rule that commodities tend to exchange at prices which correspond to their values. Price is the money name of the labor realized in a commodity. Temporary deviations from this rule are to be regarded as infractions of a general law which determines the exchange of commodities. In Volume 3-2 this principle is qualified by the admission that account being taken of different capital-labor ratios in different industries, as well as the prevalence of a uniform rate of profit established by competition, commodities do not in fact exchange in accordance with embodied labor values, but rather according to prices of production, i.e., monetary costs plus an average profit. Whether one treats this admission as a fatal contradiction of the basic law laid down in Volume I, or whether one regards it as a sensible qualification of a theoretical first approximation whose significance is not diminished thereby, must ultimately depend on what one expects a theory of value to do. If one's interest is focused on a sociological explanation of the genesis and operation of capitalism, there is no particular reason why one should not employ the Marxian apparatus, since its conceptual tools are evidently suited to an approach which treats the accumulation of capital as the central mainspring of the entire process. If one believes that a theory of value must justify itself by enabling economists to derive prices from values, it is hard to see what useful purpose is served by trying to salvage a theoretical model which makes such an operation impossibly difficult. Nothing that Marx has to say about the sociology of capitalism is invalidated by his adherence to a traditional standpoint which treats labor as the only value-creating factor of production. On the other hand, the convoluted mazes of sophistry developed by his orthodox disciples in order to bring the labor theory into harmony with the formal requirements of economic analysis, undoubtedly help to give the whole system a more bizarre appearance than is really warranted. Point 3. At the risk of becoming enmeshed in a controversy which has now gone on for over half a century, an attempt must still be made to indicate briefly why Marx thought it necessary to maintain an approach whose difficulties were certainly apparent to him and which did nothing to facilitate his strictly technical work as an economist, work whose significance has become more apparent as interest has shifted from a static to a dynamic conception of the economic process. Part of the explanation clearly has to do with the fact that the labor theory of value was an important constituent of an intellectual heritage to which every major classical treatise from The Wealth of Nations to John Stuart Mill's Principles of Political Economy had paid homage. In a sense, the true question is not why Marx employed this conventional approach, but why he did not abandon it. The answer is that the concept of value defined the subject of economics in a manner which was both traditional and rational. If what was wanted was a model applicable to secular changes in the growth and distribution of society's output, while the concept of surplus value was required to account for the phenomenon of profit. In the Marxian model, surplus value arises from the difference between the value of commodities and the value of labor power, the latter representing not simply a cost element of production, but the source of an unearned increment appropriated by the purchasers of labor power, i.e., the capitalists. The trouble with this construction is that it introduces a constant derived from pre-capitalist conditions as an explanation of what happens under capitalism, where this determination no longer applies. The advantage Marx gained from this procedure was that it gave him a theoretical standpoint outside the capitalist nexus, and thus enabled him to treat the whole system as a passing historical phase, where other economists naively identified it with the market economy, commodity production, monetary relations, or some such unhistorical abstraction. As against this greater sociological realism, he paid the price of having to account, in terms of value, for what was occurring in the domain of prices and profits. He also entangled himself in serious methodological troubles by trying to settle the relation of skilled to unskilled, and of productive to unproductive, work. Some of these difficulties can be resolved with the aid of auxiliary concepts, but only at the cost of introducing fresh assumptions no longer grounded in the original ones. Perhaps the only summing up which might commend itself equally to adherents and critics of the Marxian approach would be to say that it represents an attempt to relate the sociology of capitalism to a theory of how the social product is allocated by way of the price mechanism. This leaves unanswered the question whether the statement that all products cost society an effort of labor is a suitable starting point for an analysis of exchange values in terms of labor costs. But even if the complicated transformation of values into prices which Marx effects in the third volume of Capital be regarded as a circuitous way of arriving at a predestined result, there remains the sociological core of the argument. To say that total prices equal total values implies a restatement of the classical doctrine that profits are derived from labor, from which it follows that mere ownership of capital per se is not a productive activity which can be adduced to explain the phenomenon of profit. This is not, of course, equivalent to saying that manufacturers and entrepreneurs are claimants without function, The Marxian capitalist is an abstraction who enters his theoretical scheme only for the purpose of clarifying the capital-labor relationship. Where Marx has to deal with concrete historical problems, example the genesis of the capitalist mode of production, he drops this approach and reintroduces the actual historical agents, farmers, manufacturers, merchants, etc., whose activity causes the whole process to get underway. In passing, it may be observed that the treatment of profit in terms of class income had been a commonplace since the later 18th century. It was Smith, not Marx, who described profit as the income of those who employed hired labor, the third of the three great, original, and constituent orders of every civilized society, from whose revenue that of every other order is ultimately derived. 1. Moreover, Smith was careful to distinguish profits on stock from wages of management, thus by anticipation exposing the fallacies of a line of reasoning whose prevalence in mid-19th century literature explains, if it does not wholly excuse, the language Marx occasionally employed about other economists. 1. Smith, like Ricardo, was as complacent about the role of entrepreneurs as Marx was hostile to them, but it would not have occurred to him to suppose that profits could be explained on the hypothesis that possession of wealth confers upon its owners a particular reward of abstinence, or alternatively that capital by itself, i.e., stored up equipment lying ready for use, has a magical capacity for generating that part of the national income which flows into the pockets of employers. Explanations of this kind had to await the coming of a more sophisticated breed of economists, who had eliminated all trace of empirical realism from their formulations. By now the wheel has come full circle, and academic scholars in the purest tradition of pre- and post-Keynesian economic analysis, though indifferent to the very concept of value, are nonetheless reverting to the classical treatment of the subject, down to the measurement of output in terms of labor time. 2. Instead of pursuing the value problem through the ramifications of Marx's analysis in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, let us turn briefly to his theory of capitalist development as motivated by the accumulation of capital, and the consequent problem of keeping all the factors of production employed at a level which will enable accumulation to go forward without serious and worsening trouble. By common consent, this is the most important part of Marx's theory, judged in terms of present-day significance, both with regard to the issue of full employment in industrially developed countries, and in relation to the scarcely less imposing problem of getting the process of capital accumulation started in areas still dominated by peasant farming or by primitive forms of pre-industrial capitalism. The Marxian theory of crises on the one hand, the Marxian view of capitalism as a dynamic system which generates its own steam on the other, have acquired a topicality denied to most 19th-century intellectual constructions. These aspects of the system will recur at later stages of our discussion. Here it is merely intended to present a brief outline. Marx's emphasis on capital accumulation as the factor which propels the whole economic process forward through time was, like other elements of his theory, an inheritance from the classics. It consequently shared the fate which overtook the classical system in the latter part of the 19th century, that of being abandoned in favor of equilibrium analysis of relative prices within a static system which was no longer expected to throw light on long-term processes of growth. Such an approach, however appropriate to a situation where economic expansion could be assumed, had the decided disadvantage of leaving blank all those spaces on the economic map where no such expansion had as yet got underway. In consequence, economic theory ceased to be relevant to the problem of industrialization and capital accumulation, despite the fact that over very large areas of the globe these were still unfulfilled desiderata. 2. What Marx had to say about these subjects mapped out territory into which few academic economists had yet penetrated, though a spirited debate was carried on in Russia, from the 1880s onward, over the question whether capitalist development was inevitable, a debate for which Marx's followers were partly responsible and which in the end they managed to monopolize. For the rest, it has taken the more recent global upheaval to stir academic interest in the problem of economic development under conditions of surplus labor. The Marxian apparatus in this field mostly developed in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, which were not widely read, looks crude compared with some current models, but Marx's general approach in terms of capital-labor ratios, and the relation of capital accumulation to the growth of the labor force, provides the kind of theoretical framework that is needed to bring the whole complex of investment, industrialization, and planning into focus. This is now widely recognized, and it only remains to be said that, until the recent change in fashion, socialists were not markedly more concerned than liberals to invest intellectual surplus labor in this area. There were of course good reasons for this neglect. Leaving aside the natural tendency to concentrate on one's own troubles, there was every warrant for regarding the Marxian theory as important, chiefly from the viewpoint of the full-blown capitalist economy already established in the advanced industrial countries. Marx himself gave the lead in this direction, and among his followers only the Russian Marxists, and not all of them, took systematic account of the altogether different set of problems connected with industrialization. In the eyes of most Western socialists as well as their opponents, the Marxian doctrine had to be judged in terms of its ability to give an account of how capitalism functioned under modern conditions. These included the cyclical expansion and contraction of what Marx termed the industrial reserve army, i.e. mass unemployment, but that was an altogether different matter from the kind of surplus population which went with pre-industrial stagnation. It is worth emphasizing that the Marxian critique of capitalism had absolutely nothing to do with the latter question, though Marx did incidentally provide the analytical tools which later enabled sociologists and others to study the complex problem of underdevelopment. Marxian socialism, during the 50 years between the publication of the first volume of Capital and the Russian upheaval of 1917, had for its central theme the performance of capitalism in the most highly developed countries of the world. Marx's own analysis was expressly designed for this purpose, though for historical reasons it maintained the continuity of the classical tradition, and therefore came into its own again when public attention in the industrialist countries turned once more to the problem of long-range development. In the light of these considerations, the relevance of Marxian thinking can be briefly considered under three main headings: technological change and the alleged fall in the rate of profit, the share of labor and the pauperization issue, cyclical crises and the prospect of permanent breakdown. For people who still believe that Marx left a unified system whose totality is involved in every one of its parts, these issues are simply so many aspects of the crisis of capitalism. Those who see the matter in another light will be more concerned to ask whether there is any necessary connection between the theorems in question, and to what extent they are capable of being reformulated. That there was a long-run tendency for the rate of profit on capital to fall, was generally accepted by economists in Marx's time. 1 His originality consisted in linking this prospect with changes in what he termed the organic composition of capital, i.e., the ratio of constant to variable capital. Competition among capitalists, he held, would, via technical progress and capital accumulation, necessarily tend to enhance the proportion of embodied to living labor, or in different terms, raise the amount of capital per man employed, and since constant capital produced no additional surplus value, there would be a tendency for the share of profit to fall, assuming the rate of surplus value to remain unchanged. Marx took due note of countervailing tendencies such as increasing productivity of labor, but seems to have felt that on balance these could only slow down the fall in the ratio of surplus value to embodied value. Thus a gradual decline in the rate of profit was postulated as an abstract tendency, while the question to what extent it could be temporarily counteracted by forces working in the opposite direction was left open. Such forces might include a higher rate of exploitation which raised the amount of surplus value in proportion to capital, while technical progress and increasing productivity might cheapen the elements of constant capital by reducing the value of machinery and raw materials, thus altering the organic composition of capital in a direction running counter to the main trend. In this case the value of capital per worker employed might remain unchanged though productivity rose. The whole conception is clearly abstract and depends on a balance of conflicting tendencies which might equally well operate in the other direction, and the most one can say of the theorem is that it has not been positively disproved. So far as the statistical evidence goes, it has been estimated that in Britain capital equipment per worker almost doubled between 1870 and 1940, while in the United States since 1870, with the not very surprising exception of the decade of the 1930s, capital has consistently grown faster than the labor force, in some decades almost twice as fast. But since productivity per worker rose during this period by approximately the same amount in Britain, and at an even faster rate in the USA, capital per worker did not grow in value terms, hence there was no reason why profits should have declined. In fact, they appear to have remained fairly constant, and where a drop has occurred, the cause seems to have been labor's growing share in the total product. A possibility overlooked by Marx in this context is that, under given social conditions, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital might remain more or less constant, though profits showed a tendency to fall. With increasing productivity, real wages then must rise. This conclusion can easily be demonstrated, and it is surprising that Marx should have neglected the matter. Point 1. If labor receives a stable proportion of the net national income, real income per head must go up, even if the share taken by wages does not alter. This is in fact what has been happening in all advanced industrial countries, once technical progress and the rate of accumulation have brought about an expansion of output sufficient to absorb the whole labor force. It is of course assumed here that the balance of forces in the labor market keeps the rate of exploitation fairly constant. It is also assumed that there is no mass unemployment, and that the labor force does not increase faster than the national income, the latter being the typical situation of backward countries. Given these conditions, which are present in all advanced countries where trade unions have adequate bargaining power and something like full employment prevails, real wages must rise. This is so obvious that adherents of the pauperization thesis have had to fall back on increasingly unreal assertions regarding the growth in the rate of exploitation, in order to salvage the proposition that living standards are bound to decline, or at any rate cannot rise above a bare minimum whose constancy is ensured by the operation of the system. In actual fact, pauperization plays no great part in the Marxian argument, apart from those passages where it is invoked to show what happens at the bottom of the social pyramid, where a reserve army of more or less permanently unemployed is accumulated by the mechanism of technological change operating upon a competitive economy. There is no warrant for the assertion that Marx expected real wages to fall until the entire working class was at, or below, subsistence level. The point of his argument is rather that real wages cannot permanently rise very much above this level, since their encroachment on profits would cause investments to decline. The reserve army keeps wages stable and ensures that the rate of profit does not fall as rapidly as capital accumulation by itself would tend to imply. The argument is ingenious. The only trouble is that it does not reckon with the actual rise in wages, which is likewise a function of technological progress, given certain not unreasonable assumptions about population growth, employment, and the balance of forces in the labor market. This is not to say that a situation corresponding to the Marxian hypothesis is not perfectly possible under capitalism. It is indeed characteristic of the early stages of capitalist development, and is still to be found in societies which have not broken through the sound barrier of rapid technical and social advance. But it cannot be described as a general law of development. At most it represents an abstract tendency which asserts itself only in the absence of counteracting forces. Such forces are not extraneous to the system, they are inherent in the kind of capital-labor relationship characteristic of a high degree of industrialization and a high rate of progress. Only stagnation, or a series of worsening crises, could produce a situation akin to that envisaged by Marx in those passages of his work where he seems to imply that there is an actual historical tendency for conditions to deteriorate in such a manner that the accumulation of capital goes parallel with the growth of wealth and misery at opposite poles of society. Point 1. Although Marx does not state in so many words that the relative share of wages in the total product is bound to decline, such an inference is implied in his contention that the organic composition of capital changes over the long period so as to increase mechanical equipment per worker. Even so, it does not follow that real wages are bound to fall or remain close to the subsistence level, and in fact the belief that they will tend to do so is linked in Marx's theory to a quite extraneous assumption, namely that the industrial reserve army of unemployed, or irregularly employed, will keep wages down as capital accumulation proceeds. Something like this would doubtless happen if the system operated in vacuo and if there were no socially determined balance of forces in the labor market, but under present-day conditions this is no longer a reasonable supposition. The second strand of the argument, the tendential fall in the rate of profit, is developed at a level of abstraction where offsetting factors, example technical progress, can always be said to be irrelevant to the long-run tendency. An assertion of this kind is inherently secure against disproof, but even at this level of theorizing it is apparent that Marx did not allow sufficiently for growing productivity and its effect on the formation of surplus value. Point 2. The falling rate of profit makes its appearance also in the Marxian theory of economic crises, this time as a short-run phenomenon whose connection with the alleged long-run tendency for profits to decline is rather tenuous. Point 1. In fact, it can be questioned whether such a connection is implied by the logic of Marx's argument, though it clearly enters into the genesis of his thinking about crises. This circumstance is easily explained. What is today called the industrial cycle was still a fairly novel phenomenon when Marx first came to the study of economics, and the majority of those who busied themselves with this particular aspect of economic reality were either conservative opponents of industrialism or socialist critics of income distribution. In either case, i.e., whether they reasoned along lines suggested by Malthus or by Sismondi, they tended to interpret crises as symptoms of a fundamental disorder rooted in the nature of the new mode of production. Though Marx rejected the naive arguments put forward by the underconsumptionists, arguments which in the case of Malthus issued in a defense of landowners and rentiers, while Sismondi drew the conclusion that the workers ought to obtain a larger share of the social product, he was sufficiently impressed by their style of reasoning to link his own explanation of the trade cycle to his general theory of capitalist development. Hence the periodic rise and fall of profits which accompanies the decennial cycle had to be related to the assumed long-range fall in the rate of profit. Fortunately for his analytical work, Marx did not rest content with this dubious hypothesis, but went on to investigate the specific nature of the cycle, and in doing so managed to anticipate certain conclusions which academic economists reached by a different route only at a much later date. Point 2. To avoid the confusion which customarily attends the discussion of this topic, it is important to realize that Marx's tentative explanation of the decennial production cycle is not logically dependent upon his hypothesis concerning the long-range prospects of capitalism, though such a connection doubtless existed in his own mind. Failure to appreciate this has frequently caused the discussion to revolve around extraneous issues, example whether on the Marxian assumption there is a tendency for cyclical depressions to become more acute until the whole system breaks down or grinds to a stop. This question was always important to Marxist economists, and we shall have to refer to it in dealing with the general development of Marxist theory from the 1890s onward, but it is not strictly relevant to the trade cycle as a phenomenon peculiar to the functioning of the market economy. Point 1. Unlike other socialists of his time, Marx took the view that periodic crises represent a mechanism whereby the system restores its equilibrium, though at considerable cost to the workers, and even at some cost to individual capitalists. From this it followed that crises are necessary and not to be regarded as superficial phenomena caused by credit fluctuations, and that as long as they occur, the peculiar automatism of the system can be said to be fully operative. This approach has more in common with the classical view than with the underconsumptionist fallacies of Sismondi or Rodbertus, though Marx also assailed the conventional reliance on the law of markets, i.e., the proposition that output creates its own demand. The whole subject is much too complex to be dealt with in a few pages, but at the cost of extreme compression the following summary can perhaps be justified. A. At the most general level at which Marx develops his argument, he is concerned to show that the basic features of capitalism are potential causes of such cyclical disturbances as do in fact occur. Point 2. Fundamentally, capitalist accumulation is regulated by the search for profit, while the satisfaction of wants comes in only incidentally. Production is thus divorced from consumption, and though the two are brought together by the mechanism of the market, the latter operates in such a haphazard way as to ensure equilibrium between supply and demand only at the cost of periodic upheavals, in which superfluous capital is destroyed and large numbers of uncompetitive firms are driven to the wall. Since purchases are divorced from sales, the law of markets represents an abstraction to which nothing corresponds in reality, unless it be the recurrent trade cycle with its violent equilibration of prices and profits to values. Point 3. b. The bare notion of potential causes does not of course explain why crises do in fact occur, far less why they take the form of periodic disturbances within a recurrent cycle. The anarchy of production is no more than a general precondition of what Marx regards as the characteristic movement of industrial growth under capitalism. The operative term is growth. In a static system there would be no crises, at least none of the sort, while under capitalism the crisis is a factor within the general dynamic of a system propelled forward by the motor of accumulation. Within this system, the decennial cycle represents a way of overcoming the built-in internal contradictions, though in a catastrophic manner and never more than temporarily. Each revolution of the system, taking the term revolution in its original sense, raises it to a higher level, thus storing up the elements of new and more violent crises, alongside the accumulation of greater riches and an enlarged fund of technical knowledge. See, the general preconditions of disequilibrium reappear in the actual causation of periodic crises, inasmuch as the latter are brought about by a sudden contraction of the market in relation to the mass of commodities produced at the height of the boom. Overproduction always relates to current prices and profits. The market could absorb all the commodities produced at lower prices, but in that case the original capital invested would not be replaced with the customary average profit. Fresh investment therefore grinds to a temporary halt, thus initiating the opening phase of a downward cycle which normally continues until prices and wages have dropped so low, and capital has become so abundant, that investment is once more profitable at any rate for the more efficient entrepreneurs. Since constant capital has run down towards the end of the depression, there is a pent-up demand for fixed installations, the satisfaction of which provides the basis for a revival in the production goods industries. In consequence, the demand for labor grows, the reserve army contracts, consuming power expands, and investment in the consumption goods industries once more becomes profitable. Thus another upward phase of the cycle is inaugurated, and so on until the next crisis, which typically occurs at the very height of the boom, when profits are at their peak and wages have risen above the depression level, so that the preconditions for steady expanded reproduction appear to be present just when they are about to evaporate. It is evident that this schema is only very tenuously, if at all, connected with such general notions as the tendential fall in the rate of profit. 1. What relation does it bear to the other pillar of Marxist doctrine as popularly interpreted, the contradiction between unlimited capital accumulation and limited demand for consumption goods? The difficulty with this question is that Marx failed to supply an unambiguous answer. Instead, he may be said to have given several ambiguous ones. On the one hand, he rejected the ordinary underconsumption explanation as superficial and tautological. 2. On the other hand, he said just enough about the barriers to progress imposed by the consumptive demand of a society in which the majority are poor and must always remain poor. 3. To render a more sophisticated version of such explanations plausible. Add to this the fact that his observations on the subject are scattered through his writings, and that the concluding volume of his major work was left unfinished, and it is not surprising that there are almost as many interpretations of his theory as there are interpreters. Matters are not eased by Marx's habit of developing separate, though parallel, lines of reasoning on different levels of generality, so that a description of the basic features of capitalism which condition the possibility of recurrent crises, turns up in a part of his work where an explanation of the particular form of such crises would be in order. Thus it has been possible to cite formulations of a very general kind as though they represented specific observations on the mechanism of the trade cycle. Example: the much-quoted statement, "The last cause of all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses as compared to the tendency of capitalist production to develop the productive forces in such a way that only the absolute power of consumption of the entire society would be their limit." 1. Or again, crises are always momentary and forcible solutions of existing contradictions, violent eruptions which restore the disturbed equilibrium for a while. 2. The real barrier to capitalist production is capital itself, namely the fact that capital and its realization appear as the starting point and the conclusion, the motive and the aim of production, that production is only production for capital. Three such pronouncements, whatever their general import, evidently do not take us very far in explaining the periodicity of crises, or indeed their necessity. Moreover, the underconsumptionist bias of some of these utterances is contradicted by other passages. It is now generally recognized that Marx did not develop a unified theory of crises, although his fragmentary writings on the subject include analytical work of a very high order which has retained its significance not only for the further development of Marxist theory, but for economics in general. Some of his formulations, notably the model of simple and expanded reproduction developed in the second volume of Capital, anticipate the kind of thinking that has become academically respectable only in recent decades. Space forbids even a summary treatment of this subject, which to professional economists probably represents the most interesting part of his work. Point 4. It is, however, scarcely possible to abandon this theme without indicating very briefly wherein the difference lies between the Marxian and the Keynesian type of crisis explanation. Leaving aside the dispute among Marxists over the relative importance in Marx's scheme of statements pointing to overproduction, and assuming that the more technical parts of his analysis are not logically dependent on long-range hypotheses about the rate of profit, we are left with the question whether the fragmentary doctrine sketched out in volumes 2 and 3 of Capital is capable of development along lines which at least need not conflict with Keynesian theorizing. The short answer would seem to be that this is indeed the case, though any such further development will have to abandon certain notions dear to orthodox Marxists, example the dependence of the trade cycle on the alleged fall in the rate of profit, or the tendency for wages to take a smaller share in the national income. Part of Marx's argument can be reformulated in terms acceptable to modern economics. In other respects it appears safe to conclude that Marx does not develop a full theory of the trade cycle, or of the long-run movement of capitalism, but he points the direction in which a theory can be found. 1. Unfortunately, however, this does not exhaust the issue. Though Marx anticipated a good deal of modern thinking, he also introduced long-range considerations which cut across every type of theorizing that treats the economic structure as given. For him, crises are ultimately traceable to built-in contradictions inherent in the capitalist mode of production, while in modern liberal, i.e., Keynesian, economics, crises represent a failure of the mechanism to operate in accordance with its own basic principles. These differences of approach can be argued in technical terms, but ultimately they relate to different visions of the economic process. The Marxian view of capitalism as an unstable system which periodically solves its inherent problems only by setting up even more formidable barriers to further progress, is incompatible with any doctrine which treats the social structure as merely a given factor of a total economic situation. In the end, this is perhaps no more than to say that liberal and socialist economics necessarily take different views of the future of bourgeois society. It is time to cast a backward glance upon the development of Marx's thinking on economics. In the light of what has been said earlier, we can now note the underlying consistency of his approach, from the Paris manuscripts of 1844 to the final volumes of Capital. Some of the early formulations were indeed tacitly abandoned, thus the notion of estrangement or alienation, which is central to the 1844 manuscripts, and still plays an important part in the Grundrisse of 1857-8, leads only a shadowy existence in Capital, where it reappears briefly as the fetishism of commodities. Other concepts were diluted to take account of changing circumstances. Nonetheless, a comparison of the earlier and the later writings discloses a fundamental unity of outlook. If in the Paris manuscripts it is stated that the accumulation of wealth goes parallel with that of misery, the same assumption underlies some of the more striking passages of Capital. In 1844 Marx already held that the worker becomes all the poorer the more wealth he produces. In a certain fundamental sense this idea still haunts the sophisticated pages of his major work. If actual pauperization is no longer much stressed, relative impoverishment through the growth of the proletariat and especially the reserve army of labor receives all the more emphasis, as the necessary counterpart of capital accumulation at the other pole of society. Whatever his concessions to empirical evidence, Marx never renounced his Ricardian heritage. The same reluctance to dispense with the intellectual apparatus of the classical writers is evident in the altogether disproportionate significance Marx allotted to the value theory he had taken over from Ricardo. After what has been said on this point, it is scarcely necessary to emphasize that an exploitation theory could have been deduced without much trouble from the capitalist monopoly of ownership and the claim to unearned income that goes with it. In strict logic, a theory of this type is not dependent on the notion that labor is the unique source of value generated in production. Exploitation is present when the capitalist monopolizes the gains which accrue from employment of capital, whether or not the value-creating quality is uniquely imputed to labor, or allotted to all the factors of production. In a sense, Marx recognized this when he made ownership of the means of production central to his argument. The labor theory of value, in the form he gave it, is not really essential to this part of his argument, and the excessive reliance he placed upon it created quite needless difficulties for his followers. The reasons which impelled him to adhere to the Ricardian approach have been indicated. They were partly of an historical nature and in part related to the urge for intellectual systematization. If the resulting construction, for all its undeniable grandeur, has acquired a distinctly old-fashioned look, that is a drawback it shares with other attempts to erect a comprehensive system upon the foundation of a few apparently self-evident propositions. In the perspective of Marxism as a school of thought, this stress on systematic unity and completeness, coupled with faults in analysis due to the inadequacy of the labor theory, was to have far-reaching consequences. The publication by Engels in 1894 of the unfinished third volume of Capital proved a turning point. If it supplied the Marxist school with a firm foundation, it also helped to give rise to the revisionist movement in theory. A few years after Bohm-Bawerk had opened the academic attack on Marx's solution of the value-price problem, the revisionists in the socialist camp were beginning to echo his arguments. This was not indeed the end of the matter. From about 1904 onward, the neo-Marxist school, with Vienna as its center, began to rebut the marginalist and revisionist assault. Value derivation from utility and consumer choice, the core of marginalism, were dismissed as a shallow evasion of the problem, and the classical approach received fresh emphasis, though in practice the neo-Marxists operated less and less with deductions from the labor theory, and more with empirical results obtained by generalizing Marx's views on the concentration of capital and the trend towards larger units. In this way the Marxian theory of capitalism merged insensibly with the neo-Marxian doctrine of imperialism as the expression of a new stage of economic development. By 1910 the old controversy over prices and values was giving way, at least in Central Europe, to a new and more topical disputation over economic rivalry among the European powers and the long-term viability of capitalism as a world system. The 1914-18 war speeded this process, and by 1930 the debate over methodological fundamentals seemed to have ended, when it was suddenly and dramatically revived by the world economic crisis and its theoretical sequel, the Keynesian revolution in academic thinking. Since this went hand in hand with the belated discovery of Marxism by American and British economists, recent years have witnessed something like a revival of the controversy which shook the socialist movement in Europe around 1900. From a purely theoretical standpoint, this post-1930 debate has many attractions. Its general level was remarkably high, and it impinged directly upon two of the most dramatic developments of the period, the world economic crisis of 1930-3 and the planning experiment in the USSR. 1 The trouble, from the historian's viewpoint, is that the discussion coincided with the final dissolution of the Marxian school properly so called, whereas the great debate of 1895 to 1905 took place at the peak of the preceding era, the one that was brought to a violent end in 1914. In consequence, we are now once more obliged to retrace our steps and inquire into the fortunes of the socialist movement during the age of its most rapid expansion. This is the proper procedure if one wants to know what happened to Marxism, and why. Mere theoretical exegesis will not supply the answer. Somewhere between 1870 and 1914-18, Marxism became the doctrine of European socialism, and its fortunes from that moment were closely tied to the practical and ideological requirements of a mass movement. Even Lenin's theory of imperialism is not explicable simply in terms of what he had learned from Koskay and Hilferding. One must also know why he regarded the 1914-18 war as confirmation of the orthodox thesis on capitalist development. This question is properly an historical one, it cannot be eluded. Even if one stays within the framework of Marxian theory, it is important to ask what effect capital had on the developing theoretical consciousness of the socialist movement from the 1890s onward. The inconvenience of this approach is indeed plain when one considers that the resulting doctrinal disputations both among Marxists, and between Marxist and bourgeois economists were frequently conducted in terms which by current standards are somewhat antiquated, as well as being related to political issues that no longer concern us. But this cannot be helped. It is one of the penalties of approaching the subject from the historical side. Thus the so-called breakdown controversy, i.e., the argument over the supposed tendency for economic crises to become more violent, was closely connected with the debate over imperialism, which became so important a part of socialist thinking in the first quarter of the present century, and the same applies to the disputes which from the 1880s onward raged among socialists in Russia over the inevitability or otherwise of capitalist development. Though neither of these controversies can be traced in detail, they must somehow be integrated into the general picture if the relevance of Marxism, indeed its very nature as a doctrine and a movement, is to be clarified. We therefore at this point drop our consideration of Marxian economics, which was merely intended as a general sketch, and return to the subject of socialist theory in the age of what came to be known as orthodox Marxism. This means inter alia giving attention to a particular chapter in the history of Central Europe. Why this is so ought to become apparent in the measure in which it is made clear what Marxist socialism stood for between, roughly speaking, 1870 and 1918. These dates are not chosen at random. In our context they signify, among others, that Marxism as a movement took its shape from the historical environment which it attempted to transform. And here it may be said by way of anticipation that the ideological cleavage which from about 1905 increasingly divided the socialists of Eastern Europe from those of the western half of the continent already foreshadowed the political line of division which after 1918 came to run between communists and social democrats. Ultimately this rift made possible, even if it did not directly provoke, the partition of Europe in the wake of the Second World War. Political upheavals often have their harbingers in what at first appear to be obscure wrangles among academic theorists. In the march of events leading from 1848 to 1948, from the first formulation of the communist program to its institutional embodiment in Soviet communism, the fact that Marxism was originally a German doctrine has always counted for more than a mere coincidence. It was through Germany that Russia, and the whole of Eastern Europe, were put in touch with the modern world during this period, and it was in Germany that this world impinged upon a complex of unsolved problems, national, social, spiritual, which came to a head in two European wars. There is no paradox involved in saying that the catastrophe of Germany as a nation between 1848 and 1948, when its eastern half was incorporated in the Soviet orbit, forms as much part of the history of Marxism as does the authorship of Capital. Part 5. Marxian Socialism 1871 to 1918. 1. General character of the period. The closer we are to an epoch, the more difficult it is to comprehend its essential traits. We know at once too much and too little. While innumerable details elude us, enough information is available to make us wonder whether our principle of selection is not arbitrary and irrelevant. With periods lying in the remoter past, this difficulty is lessened. We know or think we know what gave them their particular character, what it was, vulgarly speaking, that made them tick. Our immediate ancestors are at once more familiar and less comprehensible. The fact that within limits we are able to enter their universe illuminates, but also distorts, for the categories we bring to the task of understanding our predecessors are partly those by which their own world was organized. Not surprisingly, they seem to fit their object. Yet the disappearance of that world also involves the rearrangement of those intellectual principles with whose aid the chaos of phenomena was at one time reduced to order. Thus we cannot enter even briefly into the history of the liberal age without becoming aware that its unifying concepts are no longer quite the same as our own. The period under review saw a vast expansion of Western, particularly European influence, together with the first stirrings of a counter-movement which was to gather strength from 1918 onward. It also witnessed a rapid, though uneven, economic expansion, with the industrialist countries in the van of reaping the corresponding benefits, but the remainder toiling not too far behind. In purely economic terms, the United States and Germany were the chief gainers, but industrialization was rapid in Russia, Japan, Italy, and some of the overseas areas settled by Europeans. France maintained a slow tempo of growth, mainly from internal causes having to do with the social structure and the policies of successive governments, as well as the territorial losses suffered in 1871, when part of Lorraine was annexed by Germany. 1 The slowness of industrial advance translated itself into a significant failure to modernize social relations, so that French socialism after 1870 became the political expression of a relatively weak labor movement and gradually relinquished the leadership it had hitherto exercised. What France lost, in this as in other domains, Germany gained. There was no corresponding shift in favor of Britain, which now began to rank as a competitor of Germany rather than as the dominant world power. Intellectually and politically, liberalism continued to center on the United Kingdom, while Germany and Austria became the rallying points of agrarian conservative and labor socialist currents hostile to liberal ideas and policies. This polarity became marked from the 1880s onward and gradually helped to shape new alignments which in the end involved a rearrangement of international relations as well. 2. Britain's economic difficulties began in the 1870s, when progress slackened in comparison with the preceding period of extremely rapid growth. 3 Until 1870 or thereabouts, industrial production had been increasing at an annual rate of approximately 4%, thereafter it averaged less than half that figure, while other countries forged ahead more rapidly. Between 1873 and 1913 the annual rate of growth in industry averaged 4 to 8% for the United States, 3 to 9% for Germany, 3 to 7% for the world as a whole, and only 1 to 8% for the United Kingdom. The main cause of this relative stagnation is now generally attributed to unfavorable changes in the export markets on which Britain had become unduly dependent during the Victorian free trade boom, when she captured a share of the total which she could not possibly hope to hold. There may have been some slowness in adapting to new industrial processes, but the industrialization of overseas countries was probably the main factor. 1 At first real wages continued to rise, though mainly due to falling prices, but from about 1900 there is evidence of stagnation in wage purchasing power. Not surprisingly, the period witnessed a gradual growth of socialist influences, though the small Marxist groups failed to profit from this trend and eventually lost out to their Fabian rivals. 2. The significance of this gradual shift in Britain's world position was not limited to balance of power relationships, it affected the prestige of liberalism and therewith the outlook of the entrepreneurial middle class, which on the whole was still the most influential though not everywhere the ruling group. From the 1880s onward the trend in Europe was away from free trade and laissez-faire, towards protectionism, state control, labor legislation and militarism. The forces behind these departures from liberal orthodoxy were manifold, but the outcome was uniform. Agrarian protectionists, heavy industries in need of tariffs, socialist or Catholic labor unions, bureaucracies anxious to mediate social conflicts, nationalist and imperialist movements in search of Lebensraum, had different aims in view and frequently conflicted with each other. Where they agreed was in promoting the gradual abandonment of liberal ideas and policies, notably in economics. The drift was slowest in England, though here too bourgeois self-confidence no longer matched the optimism of the mid-Victorian era. It was rapid in Central Europe, where liberalism had already been politically defeated before it came into conflict with the new economic and social trends. In Russia the issue scarcely arose, liberalism existed primarily as an aspiration in the minds of a minority among the intellectuals, virtually everyone else was hostile to it, the ruling bureaucracy as much as the agrarian conservatives and the socialist sections. 3. Some of these changes did not immediately disclose their long-range import. The relative stagnation of British industry, for example, was barely visible to wage earners, whose real income may have risen by as much as 50% or between 1880 and 1900.1. On the other hand, the trade unions could not help noticing that unemployment had become chronic. This did more than merely promote the growth of the new unionism from the late 1880s onward, or the spread of Fabian ideas among radical intellectuals. It also lent strength to protectionist and imperialist tendencies. Sometimes the two went together. It would have been difficult to say what was more attractive to British voters in Joseph Chamberlain's unauthorized programme of 1885 and in his subsequent activities, his imperial sentiment or his toying with the vocabulary of collectivism. 2 Elsewhere too, the advocates of protectionism and of social reform were often the same people, and in coming together they invariably caused the surviving defenders of liberal orthodoxy to look old-fashioned and a trifle foolish, though only in Central Europe did liberal parties actually collapse at the polls as early as the 1880s. In general the trend was gradual until the very end of the period under review, and in some areas of predominantly Catholic influence it was altogether neutralized by the Liberal Socialist Alliance against the Church, which pushed all other issues into the background. But such circumstances were exceptional, and even where they occurred the political advantage did not lie wholly with one side. As time went on it became apparent that Christian social movements could refloat themselves by making common cause with trade unionism, agrarian protectionism, or anti-Semitism, depending on local conditions. In general, conservative forces did not yield much ground during the period. What they lost in one direction they generally recovered in another, their gradual expansion paralleling the more dramatic growth of the socialist movement. The losers were the liberal parties and the business classes that supported them. Socially, all this was quite compatible with a considerable improvement in working class standards and in the relative status of organized labor. The period in fact witnessed a significant growth of trade union organization, and concurrently a gradual, unsystematic, but fairly uniform expansion of welfare legislation. Together with the rise in real wages, which was not confined to England, and the shortening of working hours, these factors brought about a social climate in Western Europe which enabled the social democratic movement to rid itself of anarchist competition and gain working class support for what was on the whole a program of democratic reform. Sheer despair over the condition of the industrial proletariat gave way, from the 1870s onward, to a growing conviction that labor could better its status by organization and collective bargaining. Reformism was not confined to the British trade unions. After the anarchist split of the 1870s and 1880s it underlay the activity of the continental socialist parties, for all their revolutionary phraseology. Of course all this applies only to Western Europe and, with some qualifications, to Germany and Austria-Hungary. In Eastern and Southern Europe the impact of early industrial capitalism during the same period reproduced all the horrors of the earlier West European phase in an aggravated form. The important point to note is that this lag was already felt as such. Where democratic liberalism obtained a second wind, as it did in England with the advent of the Liberal Labour Alliance after 1900, it was clearly perceived that the more backward European countries were going through a process which the industrialist nations had already left behind. Hence the sudden popularity of the term industrial revolution. In Britain, not to mention the United States, which had escaped some of the worst horrors of the transition period and accordingly tended to adopt a somewhat patronizing attitude towards Europe, the governing classes now felt able for the first time to draw breath and take credit for the achievements of the past. In this more relaxed climate the social problem no longer signified as it had done for the early Victorians the inevitability of widespread pauperism, but rather the need to bring backward countries, and underprivileged classes, up to a more civilized level. The material foundation of this new attitude has often been linked to the rapidity of economic expansion which is supposed to have characterized the epoch. This explanation is unconvincing. World trade was anything but flourishing between the mid-70s and the mid-90s, when most of the changes here described took place, and when a new period of rapid expansion opened around 1900, real wages in Britain remained stagnant. 1 Moreover, the pace of industrial growth after 1900 was fastest in Russia and Japan, not exactly areas of political maturity. In reality it was the social climate which had changed, and this because in Western Europe the Industrial Revolution had been absorbed. In its formative phase this revolution had involved the disruption of so large a part of the accepted social texture that class war was never far below the surface. Even where it did not, as in France, explode into civil war, the conflict of classes which accompanied the great economic gear shift was heightened to a degree which has ceased to be comprehensible to the inhabitants of fully industrialist countries. Socialist and anarchist doctrines of revolution were extrapolations from a state of affairs which a few decades later came to be thought of as characteristic of backward countries. The same is true of working conditions and working class standards of life. The environment reflected in socialist literature between 1830 and 1870 was that of primitive accumulation as depicted in the descriptive passages of Capital and in Engels's studies of the 1840s. It represented a unique condition of social barbarism characteristic of a period in which the newly emerged class of small industrial entrepreneurs was compelled to accumulate capital by every possible means, and naturally tried to extract the maximum working potential from the labor force at its disposal. With the gradual maturation of industrial capitalism including the rise of larger and stabler units, and the disappearance of untrammeled competition, labor conditions became less barbarous and tensions abated. Relative rates of growth had little or nothing to do with it. The paradox in all this from the liberal standpoint was that the movement away from free trade policies occurred precisely at the time when the fruits of laissez-faire were beginning to be harvested. 2 Of course this is a somewhat partisan way of stating the matter. It could equally be said that liberalism had unleashed forces it could not control, much as Britain, after cradling the Industrial Revolution, failed to maintain the leading position she had occupied during the third quarter of the 19th century. There is truth in both statements, though in relation to Central and Eastern Europe it would be more accurate to say that liberalism had failed. The peak of political influence was reached by liberal parties in Germany and Austria-Hungary around 1870, and what they had by then achieved fell considerably short of introducing parliamentary government, not to mention democracy, in these areas, though they did manage to implant the rule of law. Here if anywhere are the roots of the subsequent growth of social democracy to a position not equaled by labor movements in Western Europe until much later. Conversely, the still predominantly agrarian character of Central and Eastern Europe, which provided their governments with a conservative basis, hampered political reform, and drove the emerging labor movement sharply to the left, also limited the prospects of democratic socialism by setting peasants against city workers. This was to become the principal tactical problem of social democratic parties from the 1890s onward. In Western Europe the gradual waning of liberal influence from the 1880s onward could for the most part not be camouflaged by external circumstances. There were no further bulwarks of autocracy to be stormed, though clerical pressures and peasant electorates retained importance in France and Italy, not to mention Spain, where the modern world had not really penetrated. If liberal parliamentary majorities failed to usher in the Golden Age, other explanations had to be found. In a measure this is also true of England, where the successful completion of the liberal programme was blocked, almost down to the eve of 1914, by the House of Lords, the Irish imbroglio, and Tory exploitation of the unholy trinity, protectionism, nationalism, imperialism. But imperialism was making successful inroads into the liberal camp as well, and even had its adherents among socialists. 1 In Germany the transition from the agrarian cum industrial protectionism of the 1880s to the rampant colonialism, navalism, and imperialism of the Wilhelminian era encountered little opposition, and none at all from the dominant national liberal wing of middle-class liberalism. This was not because Germany's mercantile interests demanded such a policy, but rather because the mercantile centers lacked the power to impose a rational attitude upon the imperial government. But the effect was the same, in that Germany drifted away from the policies which in the preceding generation had kept Europe more or less at peace. These events had their counterpart in the intellectual sphere. It seems advisable to employ this cautious formula instead of insisting that certain changes in the mental climate were the ideological reflex of an altered situation. The new outlook in philosophy, science, and literature derived in part from a weakening of the liberal faith, and this can be related to the dwindling self-confidence of the middle class, faced with its own creation and no longer certain that the world of industrial capitalism corresponded to the optimistic anticipations of the Enlightenment. But it can also be held that the liberal movement faltered in the face of resistance from the old, unshaken world of conservative traditionalism. On this reading of the situation, the breakthrough originally associated with the French Revolution and the American Revolution had now been absorbed, and bourgeois society had become conservative. If this was a correct assessment, it fell to the socialist movement to resume the forward march from the point where middle-class radicalism had come to a halt. In summary form, this may be described as the typical socialist analysis of West European reality after 1880. There were of course alternative ways of looking at the matter. In the United States, radical democracy, as represented by Henry George in economics or by W. J. Bryan in politics, implied agrarianism, not socialism. Even in England it was still possible in the 1880s for Chamberlain's associates to couple a program of industrial welfare legislation with promises admittedly utopian of 3 acres and a cow for landless labourers. There was some theoretical foundation for land nationalization schemes in the views on rent which Ricardo had transmitted to his followers, down to and including John Stuart Mill, and Mill at least took this inheritance seriously enough to interest himself in practical land reform proposals. But by the time the Liberal Party had fallen under the spell of Lloyd George, on the eve of the First World War, the traditional attack on the landed oligarchy was losing its power to stir the electorate, compared with the new collectivist schemes for coping with urban misery and unemployment. Naturally, the old slogans were not abandoned. They still meant a great deal to many liberals, if not to social theorists in sympathy with the party's general aims, but their glamour was beginning to fade. By contrast, welfare legislation was attracting more interest. For a movement which once had rested firmly on the support of the middle-sized entrepreneur, the Liberal Party on the eve of 1914 had come dangerously close to toying with collectivism. 1. Mention of Mill indeed serves as a reminder that there were conflicting ways of interpreting his heritage. In what follows, some attention will perforce have to be devoted to the dispute between radical and revisionist tendencies in continental Europe, while Fabianism will of necessity disappear from the picture. Yet the Fabian sources of much that was later called revisionism in Germany and elsewhere were plain to see, while it was equally obvious that in England there was no longer a clear dividing line between liberalism and collectivism. Since adherents of both schools were in the habit of invoking Mill, it is not irrelevant to inquire where he stands in the matter. To students of his writings this is not really such a difficult question, and any remaining uncertainty is adequately settled by the reflection that the British labour movement probably knew what it was doing when it incorporated the substance of Mill's teachings in its social philosophy. Briefly, these teachings amount to an acceptance of socialism as both the probable term and the desirable goal of modern civilization. 2. This attitude, however, was not based on a pessimistic assessment of capitalism's future performance, but rather upon the belief that the problem of production had largely been solved, from which it followed that society could now begin to occupy itself with the infinitely more agreeable problem of distribution. Of course, if one takes the Marxian view that relations of production are paramount, such notions will seem hopelessly unscientific, but we are not obliged here to take sides. The relevant point is that a doctrine of evolutionary socialism could with the greatest ease be derived from Mill's writings. And it was so derived. The philosophy which underlies the original Fabian essays is plainly that of Mill, and in this sense the critique of capitalism put forward in that seminal work can be described as a gigantic footnote to the principles. There is nothing surprising in this. After all, Marx and Mill had both started from Ricardo. If the Industrial Revolution was viewed in terms of its effect on society as a whole, and not merely on the entrepreneurs, then concern with matters such as class, income, and social inequality followed naturally, and it was just this which formed the bridge from liberalism to evolutionary socialism. Of course this relationship was not visible to anyone save intellectuals, but then intellectuals were bound to take the lead in the socialist as in any other movement. If there was a difference between Fabian socialism and rival schools, it lay not in the social ancestry of their respective supporters, for the tiny Marxist and anarchist sects in Britain were likewise dominated by intellectuals, but in the respective influence they exerted on public opinion and the emerging labor movement. A situation of this kind could arise only in a country which was already fully industrialist and where liberalism had effectively conquered. Once this is grasped, it also becomes clear why German revisionism was bound to fail. But there is another side to the matter. On Millian principles it was assumed, even if not always clearly stated, that the gradual advent of socialism entailed the socialization of all strata, in that they would all have to adapt themselves to a more collectivist way of life, with the public authorities, the state, taking over large sectors of activity hitherto left to private initiative. This was an accurate forecast and also an interesting essay in applied sociology, as indeed much of the success of Fabian propaganda was due to its near monopoly of sociological thinking, in an environment still dominated by pre-scientific forms of theorizing about social wholes. 1 But it was likewise a conclusion which ran counter to the original impetus of liberal radical thinking, and for this reason was bitterly resented by some people who might otherwise have sympathized with the new movement. Since we shall not encounter either Mill or the Fabians again, it remains to be said that this particular variant of socialism has proved entirely suitable to an environment such as England provided. In all probability it represents the typical form in which socialism outgrows its liberal ancestry, under conditions where liberalism may be said to have accomplished its task. In a situation of this kind, the only question that finally remains is how a planned economy can be made to work, and to this question Fabian socialism supplied at least one possible answer, though there were others. For in one of its aspects Fabianism turns out to have been an anticipation of what is now variously known as the age of planning, the rise of technocracy, or the managerial revolution. This should inspire one with fresh respect for the realism of its founders, but it likewise remains a fact that this particular brand of modern socialism is defined as the outcome of a situation in which radical aims are no longer compatible with liberal solutions. Had this circumstance been better understood, a good deal of scholastic disputation over the respective merits of Marxian and Fabian doctrines could have been avoided. Two related subjects must be briefly discussed before this introductory account is concluded: the growth of imperialist tendencies from about 1880 onward, and the gradual emergence of certain intellectual attitudes which pointed to a disintegration of some traditional liberal certitudes, notably the rise of what has been called social Darwinism. Whether or not these currents had a common source, they certainly displayed a marked affinity for each other, and in the end their confluence produced a distinctive worldview which had scarcely anything in common with classical liberalism. In the period under review these stirrings had only begun to take shape. The final crystallization was to occur after 1918, but most of the elements that went into the new synthesis were already present before the First World War. So far as imperialism is concerned, its post-liberal emergence after 1870 is evidently all that matters. There is not much point in going into the history of so ancient a phenomenon. For our purpose what counts is that the free trade era did not, as its protagonists had firmly expected, culminate in the dissolution of the old protectionist colonialist militarist nexus, but on the contrary laid the foundation for a tremendous new outcrop of such tendencies from the 1880s onward, following some preliminary rumblings in the preceding decade. That, and not the continuance of old-fashioned power politics in Eastern and Central Europe governed as before by autocratic, or semi-autocratic monarchies, was what shook confidence in the power of liberalism to dissolve the traditional political structures. It made no difference whether liberals adapted themselves to the new trend or whether they conducted an unsuccessful rearguard action against it. In either case they were obliged to concede defeat, and that in fact is what happened. 1. The new movement, for obvious reasons, was cradled in late Victorian England, and its emergence as a political factor, also not surprisingly, coincided with the after-effects of the great economic crash of 1873, which inaugurated a new mental climate in Western Europe. 2 For the Conservative Party, it was a question of recovering its influence and drawing the electorate away from Gladstonian liberalism. Tory democracy and social reform were part of the mixture, but imperialism became the chief ingredient, and thereafter for many years provided a unifying concept which reconciled the voters to the ruling oligarchy, indeed made any other attitude seem unpatriotic. It was put in the form of imperial federation. The colonies, of which Disraeli in 1852 had written, "These wretched colonies are a millstone round our necks," these same colonies were to become autonomous members in a unified empire. This empire was to form a customs union. The free soil of the colonies was to remain reserved for Englishmen. A uniform defense system was to be created. The whole structure was to be crowned by a central representative organ in London, creating a closer, living, connection between the imperial government and the colonies. The appeal to national sentiment, the battle cry against liberal cosmopolitanism, already emerged sharply, just as they did later on in the agitation sponsored by Chamberlain, on whom fell Disraeli's mantle. Of itself the plan showed no inherent tendency to reach out beyond the empire, and the preservation of the empire was and is quite a good description of it. If we nevertheless include the Imperial Federation plan under the heading of imperialism, this is because its protective tariff, its militarist sentiments, its ideology of a unified Greater Britain all foreshadowed vague aggressive trends that would have emerged soon enough if the plan had ever passed from the sphere of the slogan into the realm of actual policy. 1. For Britain there were ways of reconciling liberalism and imperialism, if the latter meant no more than official promotion of overseas investments and a colonial policy which did not shut out competitors altogether, and in the end some such uneasy solution was adopted by the dominant liberal imperialist wing of the Liberal Party. There was a precedent for this in the earlier compromise which had kept the Whig-Liberal coalition together in the 1850s, despite the mutual detestation of Palmerston and Cobden, and perhaps, going further back, in the lasting effect of the Whig tradition, which was mercantilist and colonialist to the hilt, though it also groped towards the freeing of imports. But then the notion that mercantilism and protectionism are synonymous is a German delusion. The founders of the Second British Empire, the one that succeeded the loss of the American colonies, knew better. It was after this awful shock that Huskisson, a Tory but a convert to free trade, warned his countrymen, "England cannot afford to be little. She must be what she is, or nothing too." In this perspective, which envisaged empire as an extension of overseas trade, imperialism and liberalism could be reconciled, so long as there was no drive to erect a tariff wall around the empire and defend the protected enclosure by force of arms against all comers. This latter aim ultimately became the Tory concept of empire. It was also what the German apologists of imperialism in the Wilhelminian era meant by it, but even before their brief heyday, German economic historians like Bucher and Schmaler had recast the concept of mercantilism so as to render it synonymous with industrial protectionism or economic nationalism, policies which Bismarckian Germany actually introduced in the 1880s. These men were the contemporaries of Marx and Engels, and it was in conscious opposition to their views that the leaders of German social democracy adopted a more or less consistent free trade orientation, at any rate from the 1890s onward. In this they were guided by Engels's gradual abandonment of his original sympathy for Liszt's advocacy of nationalism and protectionism, and his adoption of Marx's uncompromising adherence to free trade. Such an attitude was not welcome to all sections of the German labor movement, but while it prevailed it made a bond between that movement and the dwindling liberal opposition. 1. For the European labor movement of the 1890s and the decade preceding the war, the rejection of imperialism, though not necessarily of protectionism, was part of the struggle for democracy. The latter implied at least that the electorate should be the final judge of its own interests, which were not likely to be furthered by unregulated capital investment in the colonies, let alone by wars conducted for the sake of such investments. A conviction that governments or legislatures dominated by the great financial interests were likely to pursue warlike policies spread slowly but persistently from the 1880s onward, When the joint Anglo-French intervention in Egypt and the partition of Africa confronted the public with the spectacle of overseas rivalries reacting upon traditional national animosities at home. This of course was nothing new to the governing oligarchies, who had always been aware that European tensions were likely to be aggravated by the clash of interests abroad. But it was a disagreeable discovery for the liberal-minded part of the middle-class public, which had been taught to believe that the dark ages of mercantilist struggles over spheres of interest were over for good. The disillusionment was particularly bitter in England, where the liberal intellectuals had somehow managed to persuade themselves that their political creed, including the hedonist calculus which underpinned it, had genuinely become the credo of the industrialists. The awakening, which began with the Boer War of 1899 to 1902, was violent enough to drive whole sections of the old radical movement into the socialist camp, though until the eve of 1914 democratic radicalism for the most part still adhered to the left wing of the Liberal Party. Here the First World War marked the Great Divide. After 1914-18, radical opposition to imperialism no longer had a place within the liberal fold. 1. What such radical liberals were reacting against was in the first place a certain temper of mind which, broadly speaking, can be described as hierarchical and authoritarian. In social terms it signified that the upper strata of the middle class, notably those connected with the military services and the colonial administration, had become infected with the ruling class ethos. In its origins this attitude reflected a society in which class relations depended on status rather than contract and were cemented by veneration for a social hierarchy dominated by the landed aristocracy. When applied to the more fluid world of big business, whose title deeds rested on personal achievement rather than hereditary status, the ruling class ethos took on a different color, but it remained authoritarian and anti-democratic. Its central idea was the need for a self-conscious elite to manage the common business of society. Where the aristocracy still exercised important governing functions, as it did in Victorian and Edwardian Britain, such notions drew strength from tradition, while their spread among the middle class was powerfully assisted by the imperial nexus. It was natural that an aristocratic Whig like Rosebery should for a while have become the most prominent spokesman of the liberal imperialist school. For him and his like, the empire was no ordinary thing. How marvelous it all is! Built not by saints and angels, but the work of men's hands, cemented with men's honest blood and with a world of tears, welded by the best brains of the centuries past, not without the taint and reproach incidental to all human work, but constructed on the whole with pure and splendid purpose. Human and yet not wholly human, for the most heedless and the most cynical must see the finger of the divine point too. Such lyrical flights were not untypical, for if democratic radicals gravitated increasingly towards pacifism, and finally towards socialism, their opponents likewise had to seek new ground to stand on. From the 1880s onward, imperialism, in addition to being so to speak a normal ingredient of governmental policy, gradually became an ideology and as such a rival of the democratic creed. This was in itself an inverted tribute to democracy, for apart from the framework of public discussion and popular elections such a development would have been quite incomprehensible. If left to themselves, the governing classes would have been quite content to follow their traditional objectives, which of course included the preservation, and if possible extension, of imperial possessions without enlisting the help of an ideology. But in the age of democracy it was not enough to pursue an expansionist line, there had to be a creed to buttress it, especially if the policy was one that did not rhyme too well with majority interests. Hence imperialism now became the focus of a brand new ruling class ideology, and anything that looked like being helpful from natural selection to eugenics was pressed into service. 1 Racialism and social Darwinism in particular were effectively conscripted and made to perform various non-combatant duties in the counter-attack against democracy. There was indeed nothing new about the belief that certain groups were endowed by nature or history with particular talents for commanding others and generally getting the world's work done with the maximum dispatch and efficiency, but such notions could now be paraded with all the authority of science to back them up. The fact that they also did useful service in persuading governments and parliaments not to enact too much welfare legislation, naturally endeared them to businessmen, and to that extent weakened the attachment of the middle class to the older egalitarian liberalism. It became common form to maintain that those at the bottom of the social pyramid were there because they were unfit to rise higher, and that changes in environment or education could not do much to alter the state of affairs. For obvious reasons, such notions did not commend themselves to the labor movement, which thus found itself practically compelled to assume the heritage of the traditional radical belief in perfectibility. This, if nothing else, helps to explain why in the period under review socialism became the chief repository of every hopeful scheme for the improvement of mankind. Not that socialists had a monopoly of the reforming spirit, it is only necessary to mention feminism and pacifism to demolish such a notion. But on the continent at least such currents tended to coalesce increasingly with the social democratic movement and even to affect its fundamental outlook upon society. The feminine strain in particular grew rather marked as time went on, and probably helped to induce a somewhat lopsided emphasis on the more amiable aspects of existence. It became rare for socialists to concern themselves systematically with disagreeable topics such as foreign affairs or military problems. Social Darwinism represented a corruption of positivism, with its more hopeful anticipations left out and replaced by a belief in cast iron laws which, by a curious coincidence, guaranteed both a species of progress and the permanence of the status quo. The response to this kind of fatalism necessarily stressed the element of change, hence of human responsibility. This explains why Marxism had a liberating effect on radical intellectuals in the 1890s, notwithstanding its insistence on laws of social development. We touch here upon one of the key issues of the subsequent debate over the revision of Marxist doctrine: how far was materialism compatible with a belief in the ability of men to alter their environment by conscious action? Depending on how they stood in regard to this question, revisionist and orthodox defenders of the doctrine took different views of the ability of bourgeois civilization to survive. However, we shall see that the political cleavage between reformists and radicals did not correspond to this ideological lineup. Marxist orthodoxy was quite capable of inducing a marked passivity in political matters, while some of the more prominent revisionists were far from being peaceful reformists. This situation had its reverse side. In England, where Marxism was without influence before 1918 and indeed had scarcely any competent spokesman, philosophical idealism in some cases underpinned a radical critique of existing institutions. Neo-Hegelian emphasis upon the state and the collectivity became fashionable, via the universities, among members of the governing elite who prided themselves upon their emancipation from old-fashioned laissez-faire liberalism. Both the liberal imperialist Haldane and the Tory proconsul of empire, Milner, had links with the Fabians. The latter in turn, at any rate in the persons of their intellectual leaders, the Webbs, shared the new imperial creed. The common denominator was contempt for laissez-faire, and an altogether novel readiness to employ political coercion the state for the purpose of remolding society. It is evident that at this point we touch upon one of the key issues in modern intellectual history, the relativity of political ideals and the closely related question of ethical value judgments, not as a dry epistemological problem but as a question of vital significance for the culture of that particular age, which broadly speaking was the declining age of European liberalism. 1 If it can generally be said that philosophy rediscovers in the world that very scheme of representation which had, by a necessary process, been projected into the world from the structure and institutions of society in its earlier stages of development, one need not be unduly surprised to find that the intellectual debates of the period revolved around some of the chief constituents of the liberal humanist creed: freedom, rationality, democracy. For all these were now under attack, and the counter-movement arose not from external factors, but from the disintegration of the liberal tradition itself. Socialists, especially if they were Marxists at that time, still considered themselves immune from this mounting challenge. Only later, during the fascist era, did they learn to their cost that no section of the humanist army was exempt from the threat. Still, for the period under review, the statement holds good that the crisis affected primarily the established liberal viewpoint, which was also the traditional ideology of the European bourgeoisie. That class was now about to undergo a prolonged ideological bombardment before being exposed to the traumatic shock of the First World War. Some of the factors making for the disintegration of its accustomed way of life have been briefly indicated. None is sufficient by itself to account for the severity of the crisis that first manifested itself in 1914-18, but taken together the evidence points to a gradual loss of certitudes political, intellectual, moral of the sort that typically precedes a major cultural reorientation. There is not much purpose in going into the cause and effect problem, for beyond a certain stage a movement of this kind becomes cumulative and feeds upon its own logic. The intent of these preliminary remarks will have been served if it is made clear that the rise of Marxian socialism between 1871 and 1918 is here viewed in the perspective of a transformation which affected European society as a whole. There were of course other symptoms of the same process, e.g., the surprising revival of political Catholicism in Western Europe. However, we are obliged to limit our field to one set of circumstances alone, and even here it is necessary to bear in mind that what we are dealing with are not strictly speaking facts in the conventional sense, but situations in which both ideas and events were inextricably involved. The crisis of liberal civilization or bourgeois society, if the term is preferred, concerned not merely social arrangements, but also the values incorporated in the fabric of personal and communal existence. This truth became evident enough when the collapse of the liberal integration in continental Europe consequent upon the 1914-18 war let loose destructive and irrational forces undreamed of in the comfortable philosophy of the bourgeois age, but in a more theoretical way it ought to have been perceived before. After all, thought is not concerned with brute circumstance, but with the representation of reality to which the mind contributes its quota. Materialist philosophies are not exempt from this rule, though their adherents tend to credit themselves with a unique capacity for getting round it. If the history of Marxism during the period under review holds any lesson, it is that a simple faith in the omnicompetence of positive science can itself become a philosophical illusion. 2. Marxism, anarchism, syndicalism. What has been said so far relates to the disintegration of liberalism, principally in England and Germany, and to the growth of socialist tendencies to the right of social democratic Marxism. But social democracy also had rivals on its other flank, notably in France, Italy, and Spain, where anarchism had profoundly marked what was left of the labor movement after the catastrophe of the Paris Commune. It is not too much to say that Marxism as constituted around 1890 was primarily a Central European affair, while in Western Europe its progress was slowed by the Proudhonist heritage of non-political trade unionism, and in the South it encountered anarchism in its classic form, complete with principled rejection of state and society. Marx and Engels had taught their followers to regard such tendencies as an expression of backwardness and immaturity, and to count on their disappearance consequent upon the emergence of a modern industrial proletariat. This expectation was shaken when syndicalism appeared in the succession of anarchism, not merely in Spain and France but elsewhere in Western Europe and even in North America. For the syndicalists repudiated the social democratic pattern while adapting Marxism to their own purpose. Syndicalism represented a revival within the socialist fold of tendencies inherent in the libertarian doctrine of Proudhon and his French and Belgian followers, including those who had rejected his anti-political teachings, and its growth on the eve of the First World War signaled a malaise for which the official socialist leadership had no remedy. There was even a substantial syndicalist movement in pre-1914 England, where social democratic Marxism had virtually failed to penetrate. 1. To grasp the significance of this tripartite division of forces it is necessary to recall what anarchism had originally meant in the 1870s and 1880s, a radical protest movement of impoverished artisans, or downtrodden rural laborers, against society and the state, while Marxist socialism during the same period had in practice come to stand for reformism in the spirit of the 1864 inaugural address, the birth certificate, as it were, of modern social democracy. This division was not altogether to the taste of Marx, but as time went on he and Engels adapted themselves to the trend, and eventually Engels became so wholehearted an exponent of the new social democratic creed as to cause his followers almost to forget that at one time they or their predecessors had shared a platform with Bakunin. Yet within a few years of Engels's own departure from the scene, the ancient anti-authoritarian heresy raised its head again, this time within the official socialist fold and under the direction of men and women who repudiated every connection with Bakuninism. The new movement was not a despairing rebellion against industrial capitalism, but rather an attempt to supersede it. Its leaders rejected state socialism, but not the state as such. They were not even radically hostile to parliamentary politics, merely indifferent to it. Perhaps their attitude can best be summed up by saying that they were groping towards what later came to be called workers' control in industry. This made them tolerant of political nostrums which ignored the fact that society was not composed exclusively of factory owners and industrial workers, and after 1917 it caused many of them to succumb for a while to the lure of the Soviet experiment. But syndicalism was essentially a radical democratic creed, and when the authoritarian character of the Soviet regime became manifest, most of the syndicalists who in 1917-21 had mistaken Leninism for a modernist version of their own doctrine turned away from it, though not towards parliamentary politics. In a history of the socialist movement, these cross-currents would necessarily occupy an important place. They cannot do so here, since we are primarily concerned with Marxism. Yet the division is not clear-cut. After the collapse of the original anarchist movement sometime in the later 1880s, every other school of anti-authoritarian socialism was obliged to come to terms with Marx, and did so to a greater or lesser extent even when its theorists prided themselves upon their doctrinal independence. The relevant point here is not that these groups held dissenting views, but that they formulated them with reference to the dominant Marxist credo. This was a state of affairs very different from that of the 1860s, when Marx was simply regarded as a rival of the more widely known Proudhon, or the 1870s when there was thought to be a choice between an authoritarian and a libertarian corpus of socialist doctrine. From about 1890 onward, the legitimacy of such a distinction was no longer admitted by the parties and movements which had come together in 1889 to form the Second International, and in 1896 this attitude was formalised by the refusal of the International's Third Congress in London to seat anarchist delegates. 1. This did not mean that the anti-authoritarian current had disappeared, though to remain orthodox its adherents now had to cut their connection with the remnant of Bakunin's old following. What it meant was that henceforth anyone who aspired to the socialist label was obliged to conform, more or less, to the established social democratic pattern and the quasi-Marxist terminology that went with it. The upshot was syndicalism, with which we cannot deal here since its spokesmen, whatever their national or regional importance, made no significant contribution to Marxist theory. 2. But if doctrinal development is our yardstick, it is likewise unnecessary to consider such minor offshoots from the Central European stem as the Marxist group which came together in London in the 1880s. It is a matter of considerable historical interest that British socialism was at the critical moment captured by the Fabians, while the rival Marxist movement never got off the ground and eventually dwindled into an unimportant sect. The revival of Marxism in England had to await the Russian Revolution, and in an important sense Marxist thinking may be said to have gained a foothold in the British labour movement only with the prolonged economic and political deadlock of the 1930s. For our purpose, the period under review represents almost a complete blank so far as England is concerned. There were important political currents outside the official labour movement, but so far as theoretical thinking goes, Fabianism had a near monopoly until syndicalism came on the scene, shortly before the outbreak of the 1914 war, in the characteristically English guise of the Guild Socialist movement, and even this took the form at the doctrinal level anyhow of a breakaway movement from the Fabians. 1. We are therefore left with the continental European countries, and here the division between the German-speaking group and the rest is fairly clear-cut. There were in the 1880s a handful of anarchist groups in Germany, and a rather larger number in Austria, where the socialist movement proper did not get underway until the end of the decade. But there never was a significant anarchist movement in Central Europe, or for that matter anything like the syndicalist wave which rolled across Western Europe after 1900. Nor was there a counterpart to the populist agrarian socialism which then grew up in Russia and the Balkans. Germany and Austria were the twin citadels of Marxian social democracy, the intransigence of whose orthodoxy was rivaled only by the bureaucratic discipline imposed upon its followers. It became the special mark of this orthodoxy to refuse even to engage in theoretical discussions with adherents of the heretical libertarian creed. By contrast, such disputations never ceased in France, Italy, Spain, and the minor West European countries, Switzerland and Holland above all, where libertarian socialism had early secured a foothold, just as socialists and syndicalists in Western Europe never ceased to argue over the relative status of political parties and trade unions. Indeed, the syndicalist controversy turned almost entirely on this issue. It is not possible therefore to run a straight line from the differences which split the First International to the tension between socialists and syndicalists in, say, France between 1890 and 1905. The issues had changed, and so had the terminology. And yet the old dividing line between Central and Western Europe persisted. In the case of France, the proximate cause of the dispute clearly lay in the insistence of the socialist leaders, at any rate those who, like Jules Guesde, were Marxists, that the trade unions should come under the control of the political wing. 1 But when one inquires why this demand was conceded in Germany, while it was successfully resisted in France, one comes up against imponderables, the memory of the Paris Commune, and behind it the old and deeply rooted tradition of ouvriérisme, i.e., distrust of middle-class intellectuals, irrespective of whether or not they were socialists. Proudhon, himself of working-class stock, had benefited from this ingrained hostility towards socialist theorists of bourgeois origin. It was one of the sources of his antagonism to Marx. 2 When syndicalism revived in France from the 1890s onward, its leaders, though by now in some cases themselves of middle-class origin, instinctively groped towards a slightly modified form of the traditional ouvriérisme. Individuals from other classes might join the labor movement, but not entire groups. Moreover, the union movement, though not opposed to parliamentary activity that would have been anarchism, i.e., heresy, must remain strictly autonomous and independent of the middle-class lawyers who got elected to the chamber on the socialist ticket. The whole issue hardly existed in Germany. In France it overshadowed all others. 3. One does well to center attention on France, for it was here that in the period under review the dispute between Marxism and anarcho-syndicalism was fought out, both politically and doctrinally. Elsewhere no such head-on clash occurred, for the good reason that it takes two to produce a conflict, and one of the contestants was commonly absent. A partial exception might be made for Spain, but for the fact that the two rival movements there had tacitly agreed upon a territorial division which enabled them to practice a form of armed coexistence. There were in Spain followers of Bakunin who gradually drifted from pure anarchism towards anarcho-syndicalism, and there were adherents of Marx who called themselves socialists and looked to their French comrades, not so much to the Germans, for guidance. But there was no real communication between these rival camps, whereas in France the labor movement was sufficiently united for various shades of socialism and syndicalism to exist more or less peacefully under one roof, even before the adoption in 1906 of the Charte d'Amiens, which formalized the relationship of the trade unions towards the unified Socialist Party established the year before. 1 In principle the same applies to Italy, where anarchism likewise died out in the 1890s, following its expulsion from the official socialist fold. But Italian socialism did not as yet have much of an independent orientation. 2. But if France is the classic case, then the most one can say about the outcome of the contest is that until 1914 Marxist socialism more or less managed to hold its own. It did not yield ground in its two-front struggle against reformist opportunism on the right, and revolutionary syndicalism on the left, but neither did it gain much new territory. The Unified Socialist Party established in 1905 was a coalition within whose ranks the Marxist wing under Guesde and Lafargue barely counterbalanced the eclectic doctrines, and the somewhat opportunist tactics, of Jors, while the trade unions, under their syndicalist leaders, deliberately remained aloof. To describe this outcome as a victory for Marxism is evidently nonsense. On balance, the French situation differed from the German chiefly in that the official leadership was largely revisionist and made no pretense of defending every letter of the Marxist canon. This did not prevent the French socialist movement from being on the whole rather more combative than the German, but then orthodoxy and radicalism had little to do with each other. 1. Yet France remained important to Marxism, not merely for the obvious reason, but because of its strategic position at any rate down to the 1890s in the propagation of Marxist doctrine. Contrary to a widespread notion, it was the first major country where a significant section of the labor movement adopted a Marxist platform. This event took place in 1880, 11 years before the German Social Democrats followed suit. 2. The platform was a reformist one, in that it tacitly repudiated both the anarchist preachment of armed violence and the indigenous Blanquist tradition of Parisian coups d'état. Instead, emphasis was laid on the need for the working class to build up its organizations as the only basis of the coming collectivist order. This was a return to the classic document of the First International, the inaugural address, and it marked the abandonment by Marx of his temporary infatuation with the utopianism of the Paris Commune. It was precisely in this sense that Marxism was then understood both by its adherents and by Bakunin's followers all over Europe. If Lafargue and Guesde, the latter himself an erstwhile Bakuninist, nonetheless found themselves at odds with an opportunist group on their right flank, this was because the opportunists had no desire to be completely cut off from the radicals with whom they cooperated from time to time in defense of the Republic. This adherence to Republican solidarity later became the principal issue between Guesde and the ex-radical Jours, and the fact that Jours eventually imposed his outlook on the party had much to do with the evolution of French socialism from a workers' sect into a mass movement. Yet in the 1880s, when the reawakened labor movement took its first halting steps in the political field, it was the Marxist emphasis upon complete independence from all bourgeois parties, including the radical Republicans, that enabled it to rally the surviving veterans of the Commune to its banner. Any other attitude would have left the field open to the followers of Bakunin, or alternatively enabled Clemenceau to enroll the entire working class under the radical flag, an endeavor in which he very nearly succeeded. 1. Thus Marxism, besides being collectivism and authoritarian, additionally came to stand for reform, though not as yet for reliance upon parliamentary politics. It was the specter of such a further development that caused the syndicalist leaders to maintain an attitude of reserve towards the Socialist Party. In so doing, they unconsciously anticipated the central issue of the post-1918 situation: what was to be the role of the labor movement when confronted with a socialist government, or worse still, a socialist dictatorship? Before 1914 this question hardly arose in a practical form, but one can perhaps say that the syndicalists tried to think it through. To a large extent they drew their strength from the belief that the workers' movement must at all cost preserve its autonomy even under a collectivism form of society. For the rest, syndicalism had its own myth in the idea of the general strike which would bring the social order tumbling down. This was not just a fanciful expectation of some far-off event, it conditioned the outlook, and even the tactics, of the active minority who led and organized the movement. 2. That minority drew its fundamental inspiration partly from Marx, in considerable degree from Proudhon, and most of all from the traditions of the Paris Commune. Hostility to every form of centralist authority was not indeed something the syndicalists needed to learn from either Proudhon or Marx, but both men had sanctioned it by their authority, though in the case of Marx with reservations which enabled his followers to straddle the issue. Such traditional attitudes were hallowed by the memory of the Commune and its martyrs. There was not a socialist in France, from the orthodox Guesde to the opportunist Brousse, for whom the Commune was not the ultimate test of loyalty. It was this which made it so difficult to bring French and English socialists together in one international, an event finally consummated in 1889. With the Germans there were fewer obstacles. Praise of the Paris Commune was of course verboten in Germany, but since most leading social democrats were in exile until 1890, owing to Bismarck's anti-socialist legislation of 1878, they could profess revolutionary sentiments abroad. In consequence, the founding of the Second International in 1889 appropriately in Paris, to mark the centenary of the French Revolution was largely a Franco-German affair. 1. It goes without saying that in 1889 few socialists dreamed of repeating the tactics which had led to the great disaster of 1871. Indeed, the repudiation of armed insurrection, side by side with ceremonial acknowledgement of the Commune's spiritual heritage, was the very essence of the new faith. The surviving anarchists saw this very clearly and never ceased to marvel at the inconsequence of their opponents, who went on talking about revolution when in fact they had no intention of overstepping the bounds of legality. But this seeming incoherence had its own logic, wherever democracy had not been established, i.e., where the people did not have the vote. The social democratic credo implicitly sanctioned violence, though it did not openly advocate it. This ambiguity made it possible for social democracy to square its political faith with its revolutionary vocabulary. Nor was this simply a matter of tactics. By the 1890s it had become the conviction, at any rate of Engels Marx was no longer there, that political power resided in the vote, and that a duly elected legislature with a socialist majority was both an attainable goal and the surest guarantee of victory. 2. How far the movement had traveled in the quarter century since the heyday of the First International is evident when one contrasts these massive certainties with the doctrinaire debates characteristic of the congresses of the late 1860s. But something else becomes apparent too, the decreasing importance of personal and doctrinal differences. In 1872 the conflict between Marx and Bakunin was largely instrumental in wrecking the First International. After 1889 no two theorists, however eminent, possessed the power to disrupt what had become a mass movement. Neither the revisionist controversy in Germany, nor Millerandism in France, posed a serious danger of large-scale secession. It took the 1914-18 war to bring the structure to the ground. The interplay of theory and practice can perhaps be decisive only in the formative stage of a new movement. Not that there was ever something like a trial of strength between Marx and Bakunin at the theoretical level, if only because Bakunin was no theorist. 1. Had such an encounter taken place, it would not have been difficult for Marx's opponents to embarrass him by quoting his youthful utterances, though the most recklessly utopian and libertarian of his early writings, the economic philosophical manuscripts, lay safely concealed in a drawer, to be brought to light only in the turbulent 1930s, when existentialism was rampant in Europe and radical intellectuals yearned for mental sustenance more rewarding to the spirit than the dry dust of historical necessity. Few socialists would have cared to give prominence to such aspirations in the sober 1890s, when official Marxism drew part of its prestige from the positivist tone of its utterances. Marx himself, in drawing up his critique of the Gotha program in 1875, took care to lay emphasis upon the unscientific character of Lassalle's rival doctrine. What was left of his original libertarianism appeared only in the form of some brief anticipations of the future, hints so guarded in tone and so ambiguous in meaning that they did not seriously incommode his followers in opting for the present as the best of all possible worlds. 1. In general, it can be said that if libertarianism remained an effective strain within the socialist movement in this period, it was thanks to the hold which syndicalism had gained in Latin Europe. 2. German socialism, notwithstanding Marx's criticism of Lassallean state worship, remained emphatically authoritarian and bureaucratic, though perhaps no more so than the Fabianism of the Webs. At the opposite pole, though still within the official socialist fold, syndicalism represented a groping attempt to work out the theory of a decentralist form of collective ownership under which the central authority was to share responsibility with autonomous, producer-controlled, bodies. This fell short of total hostility to the state, à la Bakunin, but pointed towards its gradual supersession. At the center of these opposing currents Marx can be watched cautiously steering his way between the Blanquist Sylla and the anarchist Charybdis, notably in his critique of the Gotha program, where the vision of a future stateless society is sequel to the Paris Commune and the subsequent anarchist assault on his own position is qualified by the reluctant admission that this goal cannot be reached until bourgeois society has been transcended. 3. In 1875 this kind of talk was bound to have an academic ring. In Germany at any rate, bourgeois society, so far from being ripe for the transition to collectivism, had not even come fully into its own. But although Marx was aware of this fact, he evidently felt a need to define his attitude on an issue which was of no great importance to his German followers. Not surprisingly, the critique of the Gotha program remained unpublished until Engels brought it to light in 1891, by which time German social democracy had struck its characteristic balance between practical politics and long-term aspirations. The area where the hints thrown out in the critique were to acquire practical significance was Eastern Europe, notably Russia on the eve of 1905 and 1917. Marx's impartial hostility towards Blanquism and anarchism, his unceasing concern with the lessons of the French Revolution, his passionate involvement with the heritage of the Commune, were barely comprehensible to his followers in Germany, where a phrase such as dictatorship of the proletariat had a distinctly outlandish ring. A revolutionary break with the past was an experience lacking in the history of Germany. Moreover, the Jacobin Blanquist phraseology of French socialism sounded strange in German ears. There was little to connect it with the realities of German politics in the later 19th century. Conversely, there was much in the Eastern European setting that corresponded to the experiences which France had earlier undergone. If the socialist movement in Eastern Europe was to take the lead in the coming upheaval, it could not fail to encounter those issues which had helped to shape French political thinking, chief among them the question whether the revolution could be carried through without establishing a temporary dictatorship. In the Central European setting this was very nearly a meaningless question, since the revolution here signified the democratization of the traditional state and society. Social democratic Marxism after 1890 thus concealed a profound ambiguity, depending on whether it was given a German or a French meaning. It connoted either the peaceful conquest of power through democracy, or the imposition of a socialist dictatorship by a revolutionary minority. This unresolved tension remained latent during the period under review, but was due to explode when Eastern Europe had become ripe for revolution. For the time being both tendencies managed to coexist within the intellectual framework of orthodox Marxism as formulated by Engels and Koskai in the 1890s. In many ways this is the classical moment in the history of Marxist socialism considered as a body of doctrine, the moment when the inherent disharmonies of the system were held in balance and brought to rest. It can scarcely be thought an accident that this unique constellation coincided with the rise of Germany to European eminence, or that the region of orthodox Marxism's principal influence was located in Central Europe. We are confronted with the phenomenon of German social democracy in the era of its unchallenged hegemony within the international socialist movement. Many different factors went into this constellation, but in terms of intellectual history what stands out is the temporary preeminence of German theorizing. For a start we do well to turn our attention to Engels. 3. Engels 1. There is a certain ambiguity about the customary interpretation of Engels' share in the development of Marxism. For the orthodox he is simply Marx's lifelong ally and helper in shaping the theory and practice of the movement, a figure of comparable size, though admittedly not quite his equal as a thinker. In the ideology of Marxism-Leninism even this distinction tends to be blurred, Engels's philosophical writings rather than those of Marx being the source of the distinctive worldview known as dialectical materialism since the late 19th century. Some contemporary neo-Marxists by contrast tend to question the significance of his contribution, almost to the point of excluding him from the Marxist canon. Neither party to this controversy can well dispute the historical fact that Engels was chiefly instrumental, after the death of Marx, in giving shape to what became known as orthodox Marxism. For our immediate purpose this is all that matters. We therefore start from the well-nigh unchallengeable proposition that as a coherent system Marxism came into being during the dozen years which separate the death of Marx from that of Engels, to which may be added the somewhat more debatable statement that in its fully developed form the new synthesis was the work of four men, Engels, Bernstein, Koskai, and Plekhanov, with some valuable assistance from two learned historians, Mering and Ryazanov, and with the indirect but indispensable support of the political leaders in the strategically decisive areas, principally W. Liebknecht, Babel, Geste, and Victor Adler. This is all that needs to be said at this stage about the interrelation of orthodox Marxism and social democracy. Later it will be shown that these terms describe two aspects of the same socio-political reality, and that both the doctrine and the movement disintegrated after the 1917-18 upheaval. But this is to anticipate. For the moment we are concerned with Engels as the founder of Marxist social democracy, or social democratic Marxism, for there were, and are, other interpretations of Marx. Yet it was Engels who established the central tradition. His version did not go unchallenged, but the critics placed themselves outside orthodoxy. This was made plain when the revisionist controversy erupted around 1900, but the decisive step was taken in the early 90s, when Engels's authority was employed to fasten the new scientific doctrine on a movement that at heart was still Lassallean or else simply democratic. The classic formulation of social democratic Marxism in this period, the German socialist Erfurt program of 1891, was the joint work of its ostensible author, Koski, and of Engels, and its subsequent critics on the left and on the right had to reckon with the fact that fidelity to the program was regarded as the touchstone of faith in scientific socialism. With this evocative term we have crossed the border line from history to theory and simultaneously touched upon the vital center of the new worldview. Socialism, as understood by Engels and those who followed his lead, was above all scientific. What was the meaning of this affirmation? Plainly its significance was not exhausted by the familiar stress upon the union of theory and practice. Such a union had been envisaged by Marx as early as 1844, when he conceived the revolution in Hegelian terms, as the synthesis of philosophy and proletarian revolt. The theses on Feuerbach, with their proclamation of the need for thought to become practical and change the world, represent a pragmatic doctrine of revolutionary action which cannot by any stretch of language be called scientific. Attempts to justify such a use of the term, on the grounds that the theses expressly repudiate philosophical thinking, turn upon an equation of philosophy with contemplation. What the theses reject is the contemplative attitude in general, and German idealism in particular. What they proclaim is a conception of the world which is no less philosophical for being couched in language hostile to traditional philosophy. In modern parlance the Marx of 1844-5 was an existentialist in revolt against Hegel's all-embracing panlogism. He was not a positivist. The notion that objective thinking might furnish a guide to practical conclusions would have struck him as even more preposterous than the Kantian invocation of disembodied ideals supposedly located in the moral consciousness. Viewed from the original Marxian standpoint, scientism and moralism are two sides of the same coin. The union of theory and practice is not science, it is a fusion of philosophy and action mediated by the vision of a unique constellation of circumstances, the approach of a social revolution which will inaugurate the reign of freedom. In contrast to all this, the thinking of the mature Marx plainly discloses a growing emphasis upon the scientific study of processes independent of human volition, and a corresponding stress upon the concept of historical necessity. The tension between this determinist mode of thought and the original vision was discharged on the plane of action, through practical revolutionary manipulation of those very historical forces which appeared on the theoretical level as blind instruments of an impersonal destiny. Marx never relinquished his hold on the two horns of his peculiar dilemma. His solution consisted in treating the socialist labor movement as the prime agent of history. Because socialism was in tune with determined necessity, it could not in the long run be balked. Because its victory meant the end of external determination and the establishment of the true realm of freedom, the attainment of its aims was synonymous with the realization of the radical humanist program. Faith in the impersonal necessity underlying the striving of the working class for emancipation from bondage partly replaced the Promethean urge to hurl the reigning deities from their pedestals, but the change of emphasis concealed an underlying continuity. For Marx the historical process moves towards a goal which can only be described in quasi-metaphysical terms. Its internal logic culminates in making man sovereign over his circumstances. The social revolution, determinately propelled by causal circumstances which can be understood and guided, is the partly conscious agent of this transformation. The factor of consciousness is represented by the theorist who has perceived the meaning of events, and at a second removed by the socialist movement itself, hence theory and practice can be unified, on condition that the former is permitted to guide the latter. Despite an increasing tendency to emphasize the element of determination, Marx never quite abandoned his youthful vision of a breakthrough in which theory and practice interact to bring about a total transformation of the human condition. In his eyes, every other goal was not merely unworthy of serious effort, but also unrealistic. If mankind aimed at less, it would merely perpetuate its enslavement to circumstances not of its own conscious making. To say that Engels and following him Koskai and the Orthodox school in general abandoned this perspective would be altogether misleading. What they did was to transform it from the vision of a unique historical breakthrough into the doctrine of a causally determined process analogous to the scheme of Darwinian evolution. Point 1. The first steps in this fateful interpretation were taken by Engels at a time when Marx was still alive, and indeed with his express, though possibly reluctant, sanction. In 1876-8, when Engels composed his bulky rejoinder to Dühring's version of the then fashionable positivist socialist credo, there were doubtless good reasons for Marx to acquiesce in an interpretation of his doctrine which commended it to the German public as even more rigidly scientific than Dühring's own eclectic system. 2. It is apparent that he was by then more or less reconciled to such an interpretation. He had, after all, not spent half a lifetime in Victorian England for nothing. Yet the subsequent drift towards positivism and scientism accelerated after his death, and formalized by Koskai after Engels in his turn had left the scene went far beyond anything he can have envisaged. In the place of the original dialectical conception, in which critical thought was validated by revolutionary action, there now appeared a cast-iron system of laws from which the inevitability of socialism could be deduced with almost mathematical certainty. Theory and practice virtually fell apart, the former serving principally to demonstrate the causally inevitable decomposition of bourgeois society, from which socialism was expected to arise in more or less the same manner in which capitalism had grown from the disintegration of feudalism. At the same time, the goal was transferred from the here and now of conscious activity to a horizon so distant as to be almost invisible. Every other attitude was denounced as utopian and unscientific. Point 1. So drastic a transvaluation of values was bound to leave its mark on every aspect of Marxian thought. In the long run, its most important consequence lay in the effect it had on the central energizing source of the new doctrine, its theoretical and ethical value system. The heart of Marxism is the belief that insight into the nature of reality is all that is required to release the forces making for the eventual triumph of liberty and rationality. Once men come to understand that the circumstances of their lives are opposed to the fullest development of human freedom, they will spontaneously strive to throw off these external constraints. To this optimistic assurance Hegel had added the notion that what is truly rational comes to empirical existence through a logical process. In contrast, Marx had placed the emphasis on what is truly human, but without abandoning Hegel's certitude concerning the ultimate identity of the real and the rational. Since reality is rational at its core, its unfolding through the manifold contradictions of empirical existence is the ultimate guarantee of those aims which in the philosophy of a pre-Hegelian thinker like Kant appeared as ideals counterposed to brute facts. For Marx as for Hegel, the idealist emphasis upon the discrepancy between things as they are and things as they ought to be, is the mark of a shallow and trivial incomprehension of the ultimate identity of mind-matter. There are no ideals that cannot be realized, for the emergence of new aims is itself an index to the presence of forces which make for their realization. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist, or are at least in the process of formation. 1. Now it is evident that this view implies a criterion of moral conduct, though Marx and Engels would have balked at the term. The criterion is inherent in the nature of things, being nothing else but the principle of rationality, which is the essence of all that is truly human. To be rational is to be in control of one's faculties, such control is freedom, and its eventual triumph is the undisclosed aim of the historical process. But men must control their self-made circumstances if they are to have mastery over nature, including their own nature, hence socialism is the goal of history and the precondition of liberty. To call this an ideal is to overlook that it represents the unfolding of the human essence, which is the striving for free self-determination. This was the implication of Hegel's teaching. Consequently, Engels was able to assert in 1888 that socialism as understood by Marx and himself embodied the heritage of classical German philosophy. 2. Yet it was Engels who took the first decisive step away from the classical conception. Marx had held fast to the identity of the real and the rational, and it was this underlying certainty which enabled him to dispense with traditional philosophy, while embodying its moral values in his own thinking. If the rationalist assumption was abandoned, the conclusions built upon it turned into a mere amalgam of factual and value judgments which lay open to attack from Kantian moralists and positivist skeptics alike. Marx's untroubled dogmatism concerning the inner principle of history saved him from the difficulties which must beset every thinker not blessed with similar certainties. For if the unity of the real and the rational was dropped, there arose the familiar problem of relating normative principles to objective, factual, scientific statements, a problem which Marx had dismissed as shallow stuff unworthy of a critical philosophy that had at last penetrated to the secret of the discrepancy between the truly real and its irrational encumbrances. Once the crucial vision of a critical theory, which would transform the world by exposing its inner contradictions, had been exchanged for the far less exciting notion of a science of causal evolution, the ancient cleavage between what is and what ought to be, and with it the clash between factual understanding and normative judgment, was back in full force. If socialism was essentially scientific, it clearly stood in need of an ethical system which pointed to the connection between is and ought. Alternatively, its motive force had to be found in the nature of science itself, a hopeless undertaking. In 1843-8 Marx and Engels were not aware of this problem. Indeed, from their post-Hegelian, but still essentially philosophical, standpoint it did not exist. Their critical theory, which was practical and revolutionary by its very nature because its nature was to lay bare the contradictions which spelled the imminent end of the old world, carried its own ethical implications. If the existing order was both senseless and doomed, there was no need to invoke the Kantian, or any other, moral imperative. Conversely, the vision of a transformation in which the critical theory would guide the revolutionary proletariat could not long survive the discovery that the theory was inadequate, while the proletariat was anything but revolutionary. From about 1850 Marx and Engels were thus faced with a dilemma which became acute when the new labor movement turned to them in the 1870s. The original conception, at bottom a variant of the grandiose metaphysical construct known as German idealism, could not be transmitted to a generation which had lost all faith in the metaphysics of revolution, the less so since its own authors had meanwhile grown skeptical of it. Yet without it the Marxian system was rendered immobile. If the union of theory and practice did not signify a concrete whole of critical theorizing and revolutionary action, the system's mainspring was broken. Yet every attempt to treat its pretensions seriously was bound to lay bare its non-scientific character. The history of orthodox social democratic theorizing from about 1875 onward, i.e., from the time when Engels was reluctantly obliged to enter the lists against rival doctrines in the name of what now came to be known as Marxism, is the story of an unceasing effort to overcome this tension between the idealist core of the Marxian vision, and the materialist science draped around it. What resulted from these labors was no longer a critical theory in the old sense, but rather a comprehensive worldview which in due course became the ideology of the new socialist movement, taking the term ideology to signify what it did for Marx and Engels, namely a system of beliefs which partly reveals and partly conceals the nature of the reality reflected in it. From about 1880, socialists in Germany and elsewhere had at their disposal such an ideology, now labeled scientific socialism. Its classic formulation is Engels's tract against Düring, by far the most influential Marxist composition of the period, and the source of almost all the theoretical thinking then available to the fast-growing membership of the social democratic movement. To this were added such companion pieces as Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, the essay on Feuerbach which presented German socialism as the inheritor of German philosophy, and last not least the origin of the family, private property, and the state, which may be said to have done for the labor movement what the popular writings of Darwinians such as Haeckel were simultaneously doing for the liberal middle class in dispelling the remnants of the theological world picture. With the exception of Engels's Dialectics of Nature, which had to await posthumous publication until 1925, all these writings achieved canonical status in the labor movement at the very peak of social democratic influence, i.e., during the period from 1890 to 1914. It was from them, rather than from capital, that most socialists drew their mental picture of the world. For readers who found Engels difficult to follow, there was a more popular exposition of the materialist doctrine in the writings of Joseph Dietzgen, notably his Nature of Human Brain work, one to which Engels himself drew attention in his essay on Feuerbach. Dietzgen cannot be ignored, for he is one of the sources, albeit a minor one, of Lenin's outlook and consequently of Soviet Marxism. But he does not compare in importance with either Engels or Kosky as a purveyor of the new materialist creed. At best he represents a link between the Marxist school and the social democratic movement, of which in a sense he was more representative than its other major theorists, being not merely an active pioneer of socialism but a genuine working-class autodidact, a sort of German Proudhon. Dietzgen did not lack originality, indeed, it is tempting to say that originality was all he had. A disciple of Feuerbach and, like his master, a radical empiricist who rejected speculative thinking, he came on the scene at a time when Marx and Engels had already substantially preempted the worldview he was about to develop, but his somewhat rough and ready exposition of the materialist monist standpoint served its purpose in helping to wean the nascent social democratic movement away from Kantian idealism. He is mentioned here only for this reason. There is little in Dietzgen that cannot be found in Engels, Kosky, or Plekhanov, all of whom treated him with respect. Morally, his evolutionary ethics derive through Feuerbach from Spinoza, their ultimate sanction being a species of pantheism. This too was not altogether novel, and has its parallel in Engels's writings, but Dietzgen expressly rejected atheism, insisted that God, truth, nature are names for the same thing, and saw a substitute for revealed religion in the communion and intimate connection of all men and things. On the whole, he probably came closest to expressing what the average socialist of the period thought and felt about the world, but his thinking was too unsystematic to yield the kind of coherent doctrine that could be opposed to the official teaching in the universities. Something more authoritative was required, and it was supplied by Engels. That this something was no longer the critical theory of 1843-8, i.e., the revolution in thought, but rather a general science of nature and history, concerns us here for reasons other than the purely intellectual interest which anyone may take in the development of doctrine. Marx and Engels never ceased to regard theoretical thinking as an element of the social transformation they aimed to bring about. It was no part of their intention to theorize about things in general apart from their historical significance. Their growing interest in natural science from the 1850s onward reflected a tendency which they shared with most of their contemporaries to see history in evolutionary terms, a viewpoint at variance with their original conception, though, as we have seen, Engels had always been inclined to treat evolution and revolution as complementary. Point 1. The question was how this new mode of thought could be related to the old dialectical scheme of the critical theory, in which revolution signified something radically different from mere change or progress. This was not an academic problem, it concerned the worldview of the socialist movement and, in the long run, its political orientation. For better or worse, socialist practice over the greater part of Europe came to reflect an attitude of mind which derived final confirmation from the materialist doctrine expounded by Engels in his writings of the late 1870s and 1880s. This was particularly true of Germany, then and for many years the dominant power in Central Europe and beyond. In the gradual movement of ideas from the French Revolution to the German Counter-Revolution, the transformation of Marxism into a scientific doctrine emptied of genuine philosophic content and hence powerless to stem the inrush of romantic irrationalism which began in the 1890s and reached a disastrous climax in the 1930s was destined to be a factor of crucial importance, though negatively, it helped to bring about that cleavage between the democratic labor movement and the traditional idealist outlook of the middle-class intelligentsia, which fascism was later to exploit with such fatal results. In narrowing its perspective and adapting its level to the rather modest intellectual requirements of the labor movement, orthodox social democratic Marxism obtained a political foothold at the cost of shedding those aspects of Marx's thought which bore on the human situation as such. In the long run, this meant that socialism was confirmed in its role as a sectional trend within society, and that the labor movement became a vehicle for the transmission of a somewhat old-fashioned version of the positivist faith which the middle class and the workers held in common. It is arguable that no other outcome was possible, however that may be. The failure to salvage the philosophic heritage played its part in leaving the socialist movement defenseless against the destructive tendencies which the disintegration of liberalism after 1914 brought in its train. 4. Dialectical materialism. Given the circumstances surrounding the emergence of the new materialist worldview, it was inevitable that the theoretical system outlined by Engels in his writings of the 70s and 80s should bear a marked resemblance to the doctrines propagated by Darwinians like Haeckel, not to mention Dühring, against whom his first and most influential tract was directed. From Hegel to Haeckel might serve as a summary of the evolution of Marxist thinking between the 1840s and the 1880s, though to be sure Engels was aware that positivism left a vacuum which attracted rival philosophies. 1. As he saw it, the task consisted in showing that the scientific worldview was not incompatible with a general theory of nature and history. In the original Marxian scheme of 1843-5, the notion of such an intellectual synthesis was tied to the concept of a transformation which would be at once the realization of philosophy and the overcoming of the ancient dichotomy between idealism and materialism. In the revised version proposed by Engels in 1878, this theme is set out as follows. The philosophy of antiquity was primitive, natural materialism. As such, it was incapable of clearing up the relation between mind and matter. But the need to get clarity on this question led to the doctrine of a soul separable from the body, then to the assertion of the immortality of this soul, and finally to monotheism. The old materialism was therefore negated by idealism. But in the course of the further development of philosophy, idealism too became untenable and was negated by modern materialism. This modern materialism, the negation of the negation, is not the re-establishment of the old, but adds to the permanent foundations of this old materialism the whole thought content of 2000 years of philosophy and natural science. It is no longer a philosophy at all, but simply a world outlook which has to establish its validity and be applied not in a science of sciences standing apart, but in the positive sciences. Philosophy is therefore sublated here, that is, both overcome and preserved, overcome as regards its form, and preserved as regards its real content. 1. Instead of the realization of philosophy through action which transforms a world that has philosophy for its necessary complement, we have here a differentiation of philosophy into the positive sciences, or rather its partial differentiation, for Engels holds fast to the dialectic as the science of interconnections, in contrast to metaphysics. 2. The resulting medley of philosophy and science constitutes what has come to be known as dialectical materialism, a concept not present in the original Marxian version, and indeed essentially foreign to it, since for the early Marx the only nature relevant to the understanding of history is human nature. For the later Engels, on the contrary, historical evolution is an aspect of general evolution, and basically subject to the same laws. The contrast could hardly be more glaring. That Marx put up with this travesty of his original standpoint is a factual circumstance which need not concern us, though it may be of interest to his biographers. The relevant point is that Marxism came to mean what Engels, in his writings between 1875 and 1895, said it meant, namely, a materialist evolutionism in which the dialectic figured as a link between the old philosophy and the new science. 1. Such a change in outlook was bound to have far-reaching consequences. It was not a matter of mere theory. Few things are more pathetic than the practical philistinism which fails to see the connection between the thinking that animates a movement and the practice allied to, and largely dependent upon, this thinking. Engels set the tone for a generation of socialists, and his interpretation of Marxism acquired canonical status. In due course his philosophy, notably as set out in the Dialectics of Nature, became the cornerstone of the Soviet Marxist edifice. There is no mistaking the line of descent which runs from Engels, via Plekhanov and Kosky, to Lenin and Bukharin. They all, whatever their differences, share the common faith in dialectical materialism as a universal science of the laws of nature and history, as supposedly adumbrated in a confused fashion by Hegel and finally given adequate expression by Engels. To treat this as no more than a formal commitment to ideology on the part of practical men is to mistake the whole temper and outlook of the Marxist movement. The union of theory and practice having fallen apart, the new scientific doctrine arose to take its place, determinism in thought-making for dogmatism in action. The cast-iron certainty which Engels imported into Marxist thinking found its counterpart at the political level in an unshakable conviction that the stars in their courses were promoting the victory of the socialist cause. This faith was to survive even the Russian Revolution and its aftermath. In terms of intellectual history, Engels's attempt to fashion a systematic body of thought patterned on traditional philosophy may be described as a revival of a certain archaic cast of mind already present in Hegel, notably the aging Hegel, who had likewise tried to comprehend nature and history in a unified system. This is the justification for treating dialectical materialism as, despite everything, a philosophy, or at least as an attempt to amalgamate philosophy with science. Not surprisingly, when one considers the derivation of this aim from the older speculative idealism, Engels felt able to look down from his eminence upon a shallow positivist like Dühring, or a mere empiricist like Haeckel, for whom speculative philosophy had ceased to be relevant. 1 Yet his brisk polemics against the former, and his condescending treatment of the latter, cannot conceal the fact that in substance the materialist evolutionism of the anti-Dühring and the dialectics of nature is closer to the mechanical materialism of his opponents than to the old romantic philosophy of nature whose heritage he was trying to salvage. There is a fatal flaw in his attempted synthesis of speculative philosophy and positive science. If nature is conceived in materialist terms, it does not lend itself to the dialectical method, and if the dialectic is read back into nature, materialism goes by the board. Because he knew this, or sensed it, Marx wisely left nature alone. Engels ventured where Marx had feared to tread, and the outcome was dialectical materialism, an incubus which has not ceased to weigh heavily upon his followers, though in fairness to Engels it should be said that he cannot be held responsible for the subsequent transformation of his speculative essays into a state religion imposed upon captive audiences by doctrinaire schoolmasters scarcely more literate than their pupils. 2. Dialectical materialism, then, is the general theory of an evolution embracing both nature and history. As formulated by Engels, its abstract outline presents itself somewhat as follows. There is a process in the real world of which the dialectic of concepts is the reflection, whereas Hegel had mistakenly supposed that reality is an inferior copy of logic. According to Hegel, dialectics is the self-development of the concept. Therefore, the dialectical development apparent in nature and history, is only a miserable copy of the self-movement of the concept going on from eternity. This ideological perversion had to be done away with. We comprehended the concepts in our heads once more materialistically as images of real things. Thus dialectics reduced itself to the science of the general laws of motion, both of the external world and of human thought, two sets of laws which are identical in substance, but differ in their expression insofar as the human mind can apply them consciously, while in nature, and also up to now for the most part in human history, these laws assert themselves unconsciously, in the form of external necessity, in the midst of an endless series of seeming accidents. In this manner the Hegelian dialectic was stood on its head, or rather, on its feet, and this materialist dialectic became an instrument for studying the real world. 2 However, the materialist inversion of Hegel's dialectic does not signify that Hegel's philosophy was abandoned altogether. On the contrary, the great basic thought that the world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes was retained. Rather surprisingly, Engels adds that this basic thought has, so thoroughly permeated ordinary consciousness that in this generality it is now scarcely ever contradicted. Point 4. However, to acknowledge the principle is one thing, to apply it in practice another. What matters now is to take seriously the notion that the things apparently stable, no less than their mind images in our heads, the concepts, go through an uninterrupted change of coming into being and passing away, in which, in spite of all seeming accidentality and of all temporary retrogression, a progressive development asserts itself in the end. And with a final flourish it is stated that if investigation always proceeds from this standpoint, the demand for final solutions and eternal truth ceases once for all. Point 5. How in the absence of normative standards it is possible to qualify the long-term development as progressive, Engels does not trouble to explain. This then was the general conceptual framework into which the empirical investigation of nature and history was to be pressed. At bottom it hardly differed from the fashionable materialist evolutionism of the epoch. Progress, in the ambiguous sense of a development that is both inevitable and beneficial, had long become the watchword of bourgeois society, and more particularly of bourgeois radicalism. Nor was there anything novel about the moral relativism lengthily developed by Engels in such writings as The Anti-Düring and The Origin of the Family. Point 6. His method consists rather in showing that if the typical assumptions of contemporary civilization are taken seriously, the conclusions are such as to support the critics of the established order. This was to become the favorite conversational gambit of socialists in the next generation. However effective as a debating technique, it inevitably led away from the notion that the thought forms, no less than the institutions, of society stood in need of being transcended by a critique that was genuinely radical. By the 1880s this possibility had dropped out of sight. It is wholly characteristic of Engels's outlook that in an essay ostensibly devoted to the subject of post-classical German philosophy he introduced as a major theme such recent innovations in natural science as the discovery of the cell, the transformation of energy, and the proof, which Darwin first developed in connected form, that the stock of organic products of nature environing us today, including mankind, is the result of a long process of evolution from a few originally unicellular germs. One, thanks to these three great discoveries and the other immense advances in natural science, it had now become possible to present in an approximately systematic form a comprehensive view of the interconnection in nature by means of the facts provided by empirical natural science itself. Point 2. Moreover, what is true of nature, which is hereby recognized also as a historical process of development, is likewise true of the history of society in all its branches, and of the totality of sciences, which occupy themselves with things human. Point 3. What then is the difference between nature and history? It consists in this: in nature there are only blind, unconscious agencies acting upon one another, out of whose interplay the general law comes into operation. In the history of society, on the contrary, the actors are all endowed with consciousness, are men acting with deliberation or passion, working towards definite goals. Nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim. But this distinction, important as it is for historical investigation, particularly of single epochs and events, cannot alter the fact that the course of history is governed by inner general laws. That which is willed happens but rarely. In the majority of instances the numerous desired ends cross and conflict with one another. Thus the conflicts of innumerable individual wills and individual actions in the domain of history produce a state of affairs entirely analogous to that prevailing in the realm of unconscious nature. Historical events thus appear on the whole to be likewise governed by chance. But where on the surface accident holds sway, there actually it is always governed by inner, hidden laws, and it is only a matter of discovering these laws. The general law asserts itself by working through a multitude of conflicting individuals. Men make their own history, whatever its outcome may be, in that each person follows his own consciously desired end, and it is precisely the resultant of these many wills, operating in different directions, and of their manifold effects upon the outer world that constitutes history. On the other hand, the further question arises, what driving forces in turn stand behind these motives? What are the historical causes which transform themselves into these motives in the brains of the actors? The old materialism never put this question to itself. 1. What Engels puts forward in these well-known passages is an amalgam of Hegelian and Darwinian concepts which does not add up to a totality comparable to the Marxian critique of 1843-5 with its stress upon historical turning points. His evolutionary scheme is basically Darwinian, while his appeal to inner, hidden laws recalls Hegel's cunning of reason, the providential design working through the agency of individuals subordinated to its purpose. What is missing from this picture is just what constituted the originality of the young Marx, the coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity too, whereby history is brought to itself and the disjunction between general laws and particular wills is sublated. By a stroke of unconscious irony, Engels appended the text of the Marxian theses to his own essay on Feuerbach, which for all its dutiful emphasis upon the novelty of Marx's conception in fact substitutes for it a thoroughly old Hegelian appeal to what is really the cunning of reason under a new guise. Where the youthful Marx had envisaged a unique historical occurrence which enables mankind to comprehend history as its own creative act, Engels presents an evolutionary pattern which in the nature of things can never come to an end, and thus cannot yield up any definite meaning. History as a comprehended totality can come to itself by coming to a climax. Nature is immortal almost by definition, and its study, as Engels never tires of stressing, discloses no finality, but at best an endless approximation to a constantly receding limit. To assimilate the historical process to that of nature consequently means doing away with the idea of a decisive historical act that reveals the meaning of history. In this respect Engels, for all his polemics against the Hegelian system, is closer to the late Hegel than to the early Marx. How Marx originally envisaged the relation of nature to history appears plainly enough from his early writings, where the dialectic of human, sensuous, activity and objectified nature is described as a process in which man's labor produces the external world confronting him. While the formation of the five senses is a labor of the entire history of the world down to the present, the world apprehended by the senses is the counterpart of the human being which grows to maturity through developing his innate faculties. 1. There is no nature apart from man. Thus the objectification of the human essence, both in its theoretical and practical aspects, is required to make man's sense human, as well as to create the human sense corresponding to the entire wealth of human and natural substance. At the historical level, industry and the established objective existence of industry are the open book of man's essential powers, the exposure to the senses of human psychology. Hitherto this was not conceived in its inseparable connection with man's essential being. Industry is the real historical relation of nature, and thus of the natural sciences, to man. Hence if industry is conceived as the exoteric revelation of man's essential faculties, one also understands the human essence of nature or the natural essence of man. Nature, as it unfolds in human history, in the genesis of human society, is man's real nature, hence nature, as it develops through industry, albeit in an alienated form, is truly anthropological nature. In short, for the early Marx and in a measure for the mature Marx too, nature and man are complex realities whose interaction is studied in society. This is precisely the reverse of Engels's habit of deducing historical laws from the operation of a nature conceived as an independent reality external to man. Another consequence of his progressive abandonment of the critical theory of 1843-8 is Engels's inability to appreciate the greatness of Kant, and the consequent failure of his disciples, notably the Russian Marxists of all political denominations, to make sense of the idealist tradition in philosophy. For this melancholy result Marx cannot be held responsible. The theses on Feuerbach are there to show that he was straining after a genuine synthesis of materialism and idealism which would take account of Kant's critique. No one who had genuinely experienced the formative influence of post-Kantian philosophy could ever again rest content with the naive naturalism of the French Enlightenment. Profoundly rooted though he was in the intellectual tradition exemplified by Holbach, Helvetius, and Condillac, Marx was aware that the materialist doctrine was untenable in the form in which they had left it. For one thing, their determinism was at odds with their humanism, since on their showing man was the passive object of corrupting influences which could scarcely prepare him for the task of reshaping the institutions that had molded him. Secondly, their naive sensationalism, an echo of the equally naive empiricism of Locke, from whom they were descended, was no longer acceptable after Kant had pointed to the creative role of the mind in shaping the world of experience present to the individual consciousness. Mind was no more a passive receptacle of sense impressions than man was simply the product of social circumstances. The very first thesis on Feuerbach expressly acknowledges the embarrassing truth that, owing to this defect of all hitherto existing materialism, a situation had arisen where the active side was developed by idealism. Though Kant is not expressly mentioned, the significance is unmistakable. One may say that the originality of Marx's standpoint consisted precisely in this: while the French materialists had entangled themselves in an insoluble problem by postulating a human nature passively dependent on the environment, and then superimposed upon this depressing picture an optimistic doctrine of progress, Marx pointed out that the key to the desired transformation lay in man's ability to rearrange the world of which he formed part. There was an end to the conundrum of who would educate the educator. The subject of the historical process educated himself in the course of his activity, which was nothing but the progressive unfolding of his own being. Of this complex dialectic Engels retained only the outer shell. Not that he formally abandoned a single element of the Marxian canon. He merely upset its equilibrium by making it appear that the purpose of the whole operation was to bring the old materialism up to date. The heart of the doctrine, the constitutive role of conscious activity, was replaced by a faith in science as the correct description of determinate processes. Matter was invested with a capacity for giving birth to mind, and Kant was rebuked for having dared to suggest that the world is partly our creation. In exchange for this retreat from the position already occupied by classical German philosophy before Marx reaffirmed its basic insights, Engels presents the reader with a static ontology wherein nature is discovered to go through all, or most, of the permutations described in Hegel's logic. Marx had been attracted to Hegel's philosophy because its emphasis on the constitutive activity of mind presented him with the key to his own concept of material activity, wherein consciousness reappears as the specifically human form of natural existence. For Engels, the stress lies on Hegel's conceptual machinery, whereby material motion is invested with logical certainty. What really fascinates him is Hegel's determinism, his ability to make it appear that nature follows a preordained course. If Engels is to be believed, the materialist inversion of Hegel's philosophy has for its aim not the termination of speculative system building, but the construction of a materialist ontology as systematic and encompassing as Hegel's own. He seems not to have realized that this was an abandonment of the standpoint occupied by Marx and himself in the 1840s when, under the influence of Feuerbach, they had rid themselves of Hegel's system. Whether the absolute is called spirit or matter makes little difference. Engels's repeated insistence on the dialectical nature of Hegel's method, as against the static character of his system, would carry more conviction if his own exposition of the new materialism were not infused with a quite evident determination to fill the vacuum left by the dissolution of Hegel's idealist ontology. The psychological roots of this urge towards systematization are obvious, so is the party-nost character, to employ a term belonging to a later epoch of the resultant materialist dialectic, in which the emphasis plainly rests on the materialist component. Apart from its anti-religious connotation, which was indeed important to 19th-century radicals, and crucially relevant to the Russian intelligentsia around the turn of the century, materialism is the corollary of a certain type of radicalism which comes to the fore in every popular emancipation movement. It is an old story that authoritarianism and idealism go together, so do paternalism and moral rigorism. By contrast, the exaltation of matter and of the materia mater makes an emotional appeal to that side of the popular consciousness which is activated by movements for human and social liberation, not least feminine emancipation, which not accidentally became a vital element in the socialist current. These were powerful motive forces in determining the course which popular materialism and vulgar Marxism actually took from the late 19th century onwards, but they cannot be invoked in support of an intellectual construction that purports to achieve the aim of replacing the traditional idealist ontology by a materialist one. Does this inverted Hegelianism at least encourage an interchange of philosophy and natural science such as to warrant the assertion that dialectical materialism can promote a synthesis of these two modes of thought? Hardly, for despite occasional claims to the contrary, there have been no scientific advances that could be convincingly ascribed to the application of the dialectical method. Nor is this surprising. When the dialectic is properly understood, it is seen to presuppose situations in which conscious activity realizes a possibility grounded in the nature of things, in other words, historical situations. In such cases, human action may be said to synthesize the antithetical elements by negating a definite obstacle to a chosen goal. To extend this possibility to the realm of inanimate matter is to read an element of purposive striving into the structure of reality, in other words, to revert to Romanticism. Alternatively, the concept of dialectical change has to be stretched to the point of tautology, so that any happening whatever is held to equal a development involving a qualitative change from one state to another. In practice, the application of the dialectic to the realm of nature reduces itself to a choice between these unattractive alternatives. If this was not apparent to Engels, the reason is that for his immediate purpose it was sufficient to interpret in quasi-philosophical terms the discoveries of various interconnections in nature which were actually being made by the science of his age. This was not too difficult, once it was assumed that dialectics meant the study of such connections. Given Engels's very considerable erudition and his command of philosophic metaphor, a plausible simulacrum of a universal logic of scientific inquiry could be sketched in outline and then left hanging in the air. To this day the program has remained unfulfilled. What was accomplished was something quite different and much less exciting, though socially of the first importance: the construction of a materialist worldview which conserved both the positivist outlook of the late 19th century and the language of romantic natural philosophy. A good instance of this curious synthesis is Engels's assertion against the rather more consistent materialism of the bourgeois empiricist Haeckel that it is the nature of matter to give rise to human beings and hence to thought. Though hardly a scientific observation, this certainly was an ingenious manner of bringing Hegel and Haeckel into some sort of balance. Point 1. The formal principles employed by Engels are the transformation of quantity into quality, the identity of opposites, and the negation of the negation. His application of these Hegelian categories preserves an outward resemblance to Hegel's procedure, but necessarily lacks the consistency which permits Hegel to dispense with the customary distinction between logical and physical concepts. Because he assumes that thought and its object have their common ground in the pre-existing logos which underlies being and thinking, Hegel sees no inconsistency in talking of contradictions in reality, or of quantity turning into quality, an impossible notion unless the identity of logical and physical structures is taken for granted. Engels, who can make no such metaphysical assumption, asserts that these dialectical concepts are abstracted from reality. His procedure then consists in trying to illustrate their validity by confronting them with the empirically obtained discoveries of scientific inquiry. This confrontation results in a set of formal analogies superimposed upon conclusions already reached by quite different methods. It does not yield a new approach, merely a useless duplication of the conceptual apparatus employed by science. This procedure is initiated in the Anti-Düring and carried to an extreme in the unpublished Notes for the Dialectics of Nature, from which Edward Bernstein shied away when he had occasion to edit Engels's literary remains, but which later became one of the canonical texts of Soviet Marxism and the principal source of what is now officially described as the worldview of Marxism-Leninism. Point 2. The extension of dialectical materialism to the realm of social history gives rise to historical materialism, or rather, it does so for Engels. Marx, as we have seen, had set out his view of history in connection with his theory of society. Here it is not even necessary to revert to his pre-1848 writings. The doctrine of historical materialism is concisely stated in the well-known preface to the Critique of Political Economy, and expounded at great length in the posthumously published Grundrisse of 1857-8. Nowhere in these writings is it made to depend on a general theory of evolution, let alone a universal logic of inquiry. This notion first rears its head in the Anti-Düring, and is carried further in the studies published by Engels after the death of Marx. In these writings the logic of history appears as a special case of a more general logic embracing the entire universe. At the same time Engels is at pains to deny that Marx employed a particular mode of reasoning different from that of the empirical sciences. As usual he tries to have it both ways. The process is a historical one, and if it is at the same time a dialectical process, this is not Marx's fault, however annoying it may be to Herr Düring. Thus, by characterizing the process as the negation of the negation, Marx does not intend to prove that the process was historically necessary. On the contrary, only after he has proved from history that in fact the process has partially already occurred, and partially must occur in the future, he in addition characterizes it as a process which develops in accordance with a definite dialectical law. 1. This is a fair description of Engels's own habitual mode of procedure, but hardly does justice to Marx. Compared with this radical inversion of the Marxian approach, the other innovations introduced by Engels are of distinctly minor importance. That also goes for his singularly unsuccessful attempt to come to grips with the Kantian theory of knowledge, which is dismissed in a very cavalier fashion on the grounds that its assumptions have been invalidated by positive science. 2 His excursion into epistemology is nonetheless of importance, not for anything it contributed to the clarification of this well-worn subject, but because it set the tone for the idealist-materialist controversy which erupted in Germany around 1900 in connection with the revisionist debate, and was later magnified into a major ideological issue by the Russian Marxists and their Soviet successors. Engels starts from the proposition that the great basic question of all philosophy, especially of more recent philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being. 1 The manner in which he develops this theme suggests that he sees no essential difference between the ancient metaphysical speculation about body and soul which on his reading of the facts gave rise to religion, with its notions of God, immortality, and so forth, and the specifically modern debate over cognition, as inaugurated by Descartes. Both are treated under the same heading, as sources of the conflict between idealism and materialism, as though the question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature led straight to what he himself describes as yet another side of the problem, namely, in what relation do our thoughts about the world surrounding us stand to this world itself? Is our thinking capable of the cognition of the real world? 3 By running these two quite distinct themes together, Engels arrives at a confrontation between two great camps in philosophy which are supposed to have confronted each other since classical antiquity. Hegel's philosophy, which assumes the identity of thought and its object, is consigned to the idealist camp, though almost in the same breath Engels invokes Hegel's support against Kant and Hume, with their skepticism as to the possibility of exhaustive knowledge of reality. 4 These confusions are then capped by the assertion that Hegel was after all on the right track, though he did not know it. His system represents merely a materialism idealistically turned upside down in method and content. 5 What emerges from this thoroughly muddled presentation of a subject with which Engels was certainly familiar, and about which he and Marx had expressed themselves quite unambiguously in the 1840s, is yet another aspect of that materialist monist outlook which is Engels's peculiar contribution to Marxism. Vulgar materialism, i.e., ordinary scientific materialism, is rejected, as is Feuerbach's naive naturalism. What is required is a synthesis of Hegel's encyclopedic turn of mind with the scientific temper. Such a synthesis must be global and embrace history as well as nature. For we live not only in nature but also in human society, and this also no less than nature has its history of development and its science. It was therefore a question of bringing the science of society, that is, the sum total of the so-called historical and philosophical sciences, into harmony with the materialist foundation and of reconstructing it thereupon. But it did not fall to Feuerbach's lot to do this. That task, in Engels's view, was satisfactorily accomplished by Darwin in respect of nature, and by Marx in regard to history, since when the science of society, no less than that of nature, had at last been placed upon a solid foundation. Point 2. This then is dialectical materialism as Engels conceived it. To point out that his exposition is flawed by the most serious logical inadequacies is merely to state the obvious. What matters in our context is not so much the theoretical shortcomings of the system as its historic function in helping to shape the outlook of the socialist movement. As a result of Engels's decisive intervention at the critical stage, that movement now possessed a coherent worldview which simultaneously linked it to, and separated it from, the dominant ideology of bourgeois radicalism and positivism. Social democracy as a historical phenomenon represents the unity of this worldview with a practice in large measure determined by it. The fortunes of the movement were to reflect not merely the evolution of bourgeois society's material base, but equally the manner in which that society reacted to the crisis which opened in 1914. 5. Koskai. 1883, the year of Marx's death, is a date of importance in socialist history. It witnessed the first successful attempt to create a Marxist school around the theoretical journal of a growing workers' movement, that of Bismarckian Germany. Hitherto Marxism had been virtually synonymous with the persons of Marx and Engels. From 1883 onward it obtained a foothold in the strongest socialist movement then in existence. The new organ of German social democracy, the Neue Zeit, which was established in that year under Karl Koskai's editorship, had rivals among other party publications and at the start could not purport to represent more than one current of opinion among several. This did not matter. Marxism now at last possessed what it had never had before, a regular public platform. In time, Koskai's Neue Zeit, which from the start counted Engels among its contributors, imposed itself upon the Second International as the authoritative voice of what was then the fastest growing socialist movement in Europe. When in 1890 its editor was commissioned to draft the official party program, the fusion was complete. German Social Democracy, already a major political party in the Reich, had officially become Marxist. What did this conversion mean, and how is one to assess Koskai's role in it? 1. It is easier to state what the event did not signify. It did not imply that German social democracy had consciously adopted the role of a revolutionary popular movement dedicated to the overthrow of the Bismarckian Empire and the completion of Germany's aborted democratic revolution. If the older party leaders, principally W. Liebknecht and Bebel, ever cherished such aims, they had quietly abandoned them by 1890, when the party they led became Marxist. German socialism had been genuinely subversive, at any rate from Bismarck's standpoint, in the 1870s, when it was still a fledgling growth. By 1890, with the expiry of Bismarck's anti-socialist legislation and the steady expansion of its electoral following, it had transformed itself into a radical democratic opposition movement within the Reich, neither more nor less dangerous to the governing caste than the Catholic Centre Party, and considerably less influential. Yet it was precisely at this moment that the party officially proclaimed its undying antagonism to bourgeois society as well as to the Wilhelminian regime. The Erfurt program adopted in 1891 was mainly the work of Koskai, and it embodied as much of Marx's analysis of capitalism as the mental comprehension of its readers seemed likely to permit. If the bulk of the platform was unimpeachably democratic and reformist, its preamble at least laid sufficient stress on the class struggle to satisfy Engels, with whom Koskai was in constant correspondence. 1. The seeming paradox of an essentially pacific and gradualist movement equipped with a revolutionary doctrine loses much of its bewildering aspect when viewed against the background of Bismarckian and Wilhelminian Germany. All German party programs of the period were excessively ideological and tended to deduce practical demands from theoretical propositions which satisfied intellectual and emotional cravings at the expense of immediate relevance. This was unimportant, since the government of the Reich, though in form constitutional, was in fact autocratic and irremovable. Its vaunted independence of the political parties had its reverse side in the irresponsibility of the latter. Since the Reichstag was virtually powerless, and the parties were condemned to the role of pressing sectional claims on the ruling bureaucracy, they were all the less ready to compromise on matters of principle. Their platforms showed the effect of this doctrinal intransigence, and the Social Democrats did not in this respect differ as much from their liberal or conservative opponents as either side was wont to suppose. Germany was a doctrinaire country because all existing doctrines were held in suspense. There was no reason why the Social Democrats should not preface a statement of aims with an exposition of their basic philosophy. What requires to be explained is rather why this philosophy took the shape it did, at the very moment when social democracy had, for practical purposes, settled down to tacit acceptance of the status quo. 1. German social democracy was the residuary legatee of democratic tendencies which had found no outlet in Bismarck's empire. It was also the organization of the newly formed industrial proletariat. The party's development into a mass movement, following its virtual collapse and voluntary self-liquidation at the outset of the legal repression directed against it in 1878, coincided with the prolonged economic slump of the 1880s. Among socialists this was widely regarded as proof that capitalism had lost its capacity for expansion. A fatalistic belief in the imminent collapse of the hated system, which was not clearly distinguished from the prevailing socio-political class rule in Bismarckian Germany, took hold of considerable strata of the movement, facilitating the subsequent adoption of a Marxist, or quasi-Marxist, platform. Among the party leaders, Bebel and W. Liebknecht were particularly prone to such attitudes, and their support enabled Koskai to impose his peculiar brand of economic determinism upon the movement. The reverse side of this coin was the stubbornly held conviction of many leading social democrats that the protectionist and militarist policies pursued by the Reich government were unfavorable to the rapid development of a more liberal and progressive form of capitalism. This assessment and the essentially liberal economic policies advocated by the Social Democrats in the Reichstag and elsewhere, later became the principal political content of revisionism. 1. This background helps to account for what is certainly the oddest aspect of the Erfurt program, the yawning gap between its theoretical analysis and its practical demands. The latter were basically reformist, and clearly related to the backward, undemocratic, character of Wilhelminian Germany, whereas the preceding theoretical section dwelt upon the self-destructive nature of capitalism and looked forward to the socialization of the means of production. Koskai's perfunctory attempt to deduce the practical conclusions from the theoretical postulates was altogether unconvincing and characteristically came at the very end of his lengthy exposition of the subject. 2. His real interest lay in demonstrating the economic necessity of socialism as a consequence of the automatism of capitalist production. The political demands, e.g., for social legislation and a more democratic franchise tacked onto the lengthy statement of socialist principles, did not greatly concern him. He seems to have regarded their inclusion as a concession to the weakness of the flesh, an attitude in which he was confirmed by his theoretical mentor. 3. That Engels should have taken such an attitude becomes explicable in the light of his frequently expressed conviction that the growth of social democratic influence, notably in the backward East Albion provinces which furnished most of the recruits for the Prussian army, would in due course precipitate a political upheaval on the pattern of 1848. In the end he was proved right, though the collapse of 1918 hardly lived up to socialist advance billing of what a democratic revolution should look like. Meantime his arrière-pensées freely communicated to Koskai and the German party leaders had the effect of confirming them in their chosen attitude of passive expectancy with regard to the coming trial of forces. The immediate task, as they saw it, was to organize the working class, and to this end it was essential to hammer home the party's relentless opposition to capitalism, as well as to class rule, the latter term signifying not the domination of the bourgeoisie, but rather, as with Lassalle, the absence of democracy. This equivocation runs through the whole of German socialist literature from the 1870s, and explains in large measure how a movement which had never really broken with the Lassallean heritage could regard itself as Marxist. The clue to the mystery lies in the political backwardness of Germany, compared with Western Europe. Under German conditions, and the same was true of Austria-Hungary, the other citadel of orthodox Marxism, democracy was still a revolutionary slogan. Indeed, it was easier for the governments of the day to compromise with quasi-socialist demands which did not touch the political structure, than to yield to the growing pressure for popular rule. It was the latter, not the former, that constituted the really revolutionary aspect of the social democratic movement. If the party failed in the 1890s to work out a clear-cut strategy adapted to the situation, this was partly owing to the enforced remoteness and isolation of the only major figure it possessed. Engels does not compare with Marx as a thinker, but as a political strategist he had no equal in the Germany of his day, or if he had, his only equal was Bismarck. A full-scale confrontation between these two would have been a spectacle worth watching. Had Germany been a normal country, Engels would have stood out as the leader of all the democratic forces arrayed against the governing caste. As it was, he had to content himself with the role of grand old man and theoretical advisor to a movement whose actual leaders lacked both his comprehensive understanding of European politics and his combative temper. The drift which set in after his death was already foreshadowed in the fatalistic spirit of the Erfurt program and in the growing sectarianism of his radical disciples. By the turn of the century the average social democrat had come to abandon the idea of an imminent political struggle and settled down to the long-range task of championing labor's sectional claims, though the party did not on this account renounce the radical terminology Marx and Engels had bequeathed to the socialism of the 1890s. In the political field, the appropriate combination of doctrinal intransigence and tactical caution was brought to perfection by August Bebel, the vastly popular and respected party leader. The corresponding theoretical synthesis was primarily the work of Kosky. 1. Karl Kosky is the key figure in the synthesis of orthodox Marxism and democratic socialism which became current in Central Europe and indirectly throughout Europe and North America during the quarter century of the Second International's rise and fall. The qualifying adjective democratic needs to be stressed in view of the subsequent association of Marxism with the Russian Revolution and Leninism. For all its revolutionary overtones and the disruptive effect it actually had on the political structures of the Hohenzollern, Habsburg, and Romanov empires, Marxist socialism as conceived and formulated by Kosky was completely integrated with democratic theory and practice. This integration was spontaneous and unforced. Neither Kosky nor Eduard Bernstein, with whom from 1880 to 1895 he was closely allied, ever thought seriously of dissociating socialism from democracy. Nor did the subsequent dispute between these former disciples of the aging Engels touch upon the essentials of the democratic faith they held in common. If anything, Kosky was more intransigently committed to radical democracy than the more pliable Bernstein, who showed a hankering for mere parliamentary constitutionalism on the British model complete with a reformed monarchy. Anything short of full republican democracy was anathema to Kosky, just as on the other hand he resisted with inflexible stubbornness any deviation in the direction of minority dictatorship. It was this rigid commitment to a central position which so enraged his opponents on the right and left, and caused so many misunderstandings in the course of the acrid polemics in which a large part of his political life was consumed. For the most fateful of these misunderstandings, the supposed identity of the new Marxism with the complete and unabridged doctrine of Marx and Engels, it would be a mistake to hold Kosky wholly responsible. As has been shown, Engels had already reformulated the original revolutionary credo of 1843-8 in a manner conducive to interpretations which brought it much closer to positivism and its political corollary, democratic reformism. When Bernstein and Kosky from about 1880 onward began to popularize the new worldview, they could regard themselves with reason as authentic interpreters of what was then coming to be known as Marxism. Indeed, Kosky never ceased to do so. Even in his last major work, a massive treatise on the materialist conception of history completed at the age of 73, he still expressly claimed to be expounding the doctrine he had adopted almost half a century earlier, albeit with critical reservations and emendations which around 1900 he would probably have qualified as revisionist. 1. The man who thus for half a century embodied the theory and practice of German social democracy, and who likewise shared with G. V. Plekhanov the position of spiritual godfather to the Russian Marxists, was by temperament and upbringing uniquely qualified to act as a link between German-speaking Central Europe and the Slav world. Born in Prague, the son of a Czech father and a German mother, educated in his native city and in Vienna before emigrating abroad, brought up by his parents to look with indifference and contempt upon the decaying Habsburg monarchy, a Democrat almost before he knew the meaning of the term, a socialist sympathizer from the moment he heard of the Paris Commune, an enthusiastic student of Darwin years before he had begun to familiarize himself with Marx. Koskai appears in his memoirs and in the recollections of his friends as one of those fortunate people who never encounter a serious doubt or feel uncertain about the direction of their interests. The beliefs and values he acquired in his youth and adolescence were also those of his maturity and old age. His commitment to them was, so to speak, organic. It took the form of an entirely unforced and unwavering certainty. There was no crisis, no conversion. This most erudite of Marxist scholars was also the most conservative of men, if conservatism signifies a profound concordance with the ideas and values of one's environment. His memoirs indicate that the thought of being anything but a social democrat never occurred to him. Socialism was in the air he breathed, just as his indifference towards religion or nationalism once he had got over the naive Czech patriotism of his boyhood was part of the intellectual climate in which he grew up. Rarely can the theorist of a revolutionary movement have had such an untroubled attachment to his primary loyalties. 1. This sense of unshakable commitment to ideas and values which he seems to have absorbed by a kind of osmosis gives to Koskai's writings an air of detachment in marked contrast to the lively polemical style of Engels, to say nothing of the molten lava of Marx's prose. In reading Koskai one is confronted with the kind of certainty that goes with the definitive formulation of a new way of thought after its first revolutionary impact has been exhausted. The immense mass of his writings, in addition to editing the Neue Zeit for 34 years and publishing some of Marx's most important economic manuscripts, he was a prolific controversialist and the author of weighty historical and economic studies is throughout informed by a pedagogic interest inseparable from his position as the authoritative exponent of a system which he appeared to have grasped in all its ramifications, though there were others, notably Plekhanov, who excelled him in their treatment of philosophic matters. Coupled with a certain rigidity of mind, this somewhat pedantic attitude conveyed the image of a professor expounding elementary verities to a large and unruly class of pupils. As time went on, this image became fixed in the minds of a growing army of critics on the right and left, and by the end of his long and astonishingly active life he had clearly lost most of the authority he once possessed. It became fashionable to see in him no more than the doctrinaire exponent of a hopelessly outmoded political and theoretical position, which in their different ways the revisionists and the Leninists had shown to be untenable. There is just enough warrant for this assessment of Koskai to make it seem plausible to people whose political memory begins and ends with the Russian Revolution, especially when such judgments are brought in as part of an indictment of the helpless passivity which the socialist movement in Europe displayed in the face of the fascist communist challenge during the 1930s. Nonetheless, it will not do to dismiss Koskai as a doctrinaire exponent of pseudo-Marxist scholasticism, an attitude currently fashionable among the disillusioned heirs of German social democracy. 1. The man who helped to turn Marxism from an esoteric system into the doctrine of a gigantic political movement was neither a mediocrity nor a mere popularizer of other men's ideas. For all his limitations, Koskai is a more interesting figure than his latter-day critics have been willing to concede. What makes him interesting, at least to anyone whose historical imagination is not bounded by the events of the last few decades, is just what rendered him ineffective after 1918. In Koskai one encounters the heritage of 19th-century rationalism as in a more imposing form one sees it in Freud. Indeed, the two men have more in common than is apparent at first sight. Born within 2 years of each other and brought up in the Vienna of the declining Austro-Hungarian Empire, they share to a surprising degree a cast of thought, even a style of writing which is distinctively Austrian and strikingly different from anything associated with contemporary Germany or Russia. A detached, pragmatic, sceptical turn of mind, combined with a somewhat doctrinaire interpretation of scientific materialism, is characteristic of both, as is the unquestioning acceptance of an old-fashioned and of course profoundly bourgeois personal morality and an equally Victorian belief in progress. To say this is after all to say no more than that they lived and worked in a bourgeois environment, but the resemblance goes further, for all the obvious disparity in intellectual force and sheer originality, Koskai's dry clinical detachment has something in common with the spirit of Freud. The long Indian summer of Viennese intellectual life in the last decades of the Habsburg monarchy left its mark both on the founder of modern depth psychology and on the chief exponent of the new socio-political worldview. 1. Koskai's version of Marxian socialism is neither the Marxism of the Communist Manifesto nor its subsequent Leninist reformulation, the World Revolutionary Doctrine of 1917. This is what makes it so difficult at the present time to appreciate the importance he possessed for the fast-growing socialist movement around 1900, when the most urgent requirement was some degree of theoretical clarification. We have grown used to identifying Marxism with communism, an equation which Koskai, then and later, regarded as absurd. In his eyes the manifesto was no more than a brilliant sketch of the fully developed system elaborated in Capital and in the mature writings of Engels. Its significance was that of an historical document. Unlike Bernstein and the other revisionists, he saw no need to repudiate it, but neither did he regard it as a vade-mecum for socialists of his own generation. As he saw it, the socialist movement had in the meantime shed its Blanquist tendencies and become democratic, without for that reason ceasing to be revolutionary. Its rise to power necessarily implied a complete alteration in the class structure, and this to Koskai was what the revolution meant, though for Germany and Austria he also envisaged the probability of a purely political upheaval which would make an end of the existing autocratic, pre-bourgeois regimes. This accomplished, democracy could be relied upon to do the rest. In Western Europe and in the United States, where democratic forms of political life had become fully established, the problem was to that degree further simplified. Here the task consisted in turning the working class movement from a passive adjunct of bourgeois society into an instrument of labor's emancipation. The eventual certainty of such a development was guaranteed. Here was the sharpest point of difference with Bernstein by the automatism of the class struggle, which in turn reflected the mechanism of capitalist economics as described by Marx. Meanwhile, however, the short-range political problem nearer home, in Central Europe, was of a different order. Here the issue was how to achieve the degree of democratic freedom already secured elsewhere. On this point Koskai, in common with the majority of German and Austrian social democrats, rejected Bernstein's optimistic appraisal as even more hopelessly utopian and wishful than his long-term economic prognosis. Political tensions would inevitably increase pari passu with the growth of the labor movement, and in the eventual showdown social democracy would obtain the support of the popular majority, though not of the propertied bourgeoisie, which had long ago turned its back on democracy. Hence the virtual certainty of revolution. But mark, the revolution's function was to introduce full democracy, not the dictatorship of the proletariat. The latter might indeed, in a certain sense, be regarded as synonymous with democracy, inasmuch as the working class already constituted the majority, but no sort of Jacobin Blanquist dictatorship was intended, or indeed according to Koskai conceivable under conditions of a highly organized industrial society. 1. This, then, in the briefest possible outline, was Koskai's view of the situation confronting the socialist movement. Inevitably he was drawn into controversy with critics on both wings. The revisionists flatly challenged his entire interpretation of economic reality and in particular his reliance on the sharpening of the class conflict. They were especially outraged by his insistence that small-scale peasant farming was doomed and that the smallholders could not become reliable allies of organized labor until they had resigned themselves to this outlook. Meanwhile on the left wing a growing army of malcontents, generaled by Rosa Luxemburg and her associates, protested that Koskai's fatalistic doctrines tended to confirm the party leadership in its traditional do-nothing policy. These criticisms had already swelled into a mounting chorus on the eve of the 1914-18 war and were reinforced thereafter, when Koskai once more entrenched himself in a central position of no support for the war and no revolutionary defeatism à la Liebknecht either. From 1917, with the victory of Bolshevism, the radical assault grew steadily in violence. Koskai was now held up as an enemy of the proletarian revolution, a renegade, an exponent of bourgeois democracy, a senile pedant, and a Darwinian in socialist clothing who had never really understood Marx. 1 These attacks soon extended from his policies to his person. Lenin poured vulgar abuse on him, Trotsky poked insipid fun at his style, younger Marxists, not all of them communists, complained that Koskai was hopelessly out of date. Meanwhile, the heirs of revisionism saw in all this pother additional proof of their old contention that democratic socialism required an altogether different theoretical foundation. Whatever merits the Koskaian synthesis might have possessed around 1900, it plainly no longer conveyed much to the post-war generation. Since we are here not concerned with the post-1918 debate, these points can be set aside. The relevant period is that of the 2 decades between the death of Engels and the outbreak of the First World War, when Koskai's authority was both unique and unchallenged, and the only question of importance is how far his involvement in the great controversy over the revision of Marxist theory and practice helped to clarify the issues. Was he, as his critics maintained, the doctrinaire defender of an outworn position, or did he, rather than Bernstein and the others, bring about that adaptation of theory to practice whose urgency was proclaimed on all sides? And if he did, why was the synthesis he represented so catastrophically inadequate after 1918? At the political level, the answer stares one in the face. Koskai was the theorist of the democratic revolution that occurred in Central Europe at the end of the war. If the German and Austro-Hungarian upheavals of October-November 1918 were not his work, they were in complete accord with everything he had taught, and even more so with everything he had said in private. Germany and Austria, no less than Tsarist Russia, had to pass through revolution before social democracy could come to power. 1 That this initial task devolved upon the working class was due to the exhaustion of bourgeois radicalism. In principle, regimes such as Tsarist Russia or the Habsburg Empire simply had no right to exist in the 20th century. On this issue, Koskai's doctrinaire intransigence turned out in the end to be simple common sense. It took a certain detachment to pronounce as early as 1901 that there was no hope of further political development until these ancient structures had been cleared away, but then detachment was just what was required in a theorist. The passage in which he set out this opinion is so characteristic of the man that it is worth quoting. Most of our people suffer from the delusion that one can find a solution to every problem, if only one is clever enough. But there are insoluble problems, and the establishment of a viable Austria is one of them. National autonomy would not be a remedy either. It is essential for us in our propaganda and organization, but under the given conditions, and with the present relation of forces, it is not conducive to a solution. In Austria of all places, a gradual approach to some solution or other is unthinkable. The only cure lies in complete collapse. That Austria still exists is to me not proof of its viability, nor yet evidence that we now have the political basis for a slow and peaceful development. All it proves is that bourgeois society is no longer capable of doing away with even the most rotten structures, the Sultan, Tsarism, Austria. True, one does not as yet see when we for our part shall find the strength to demolish these ruins. No doubt we shall need a great deal of patience, we are still far from our aim, but let us have no talk about our needing only an organic step-by-step development and not having to pull anything down by force in order to make headway. 2. A passage such as this, and there are others in Koskai's correspondence which display similar incisiveness, though in his public utterances he tended to blunt the sharp edges, discloses both his strength and his weakness as the theorist of a mass movement. At his best he could size up an entire historical situation with a ruthless clarity almost recalling that of Marx. What he lacked was the ability to clothe the doctrinal skeleton with flesh and blood. The public role he assumed was that of a doctrinaire professor of Marxism who taught the socialist movement to rely on the relentless march of history. This was hardly the best preparation for the crises into which the movement drifted from 1914 onward. A skillful tactician like Victor Adler, who held his party together for 30 years by pleasing all factions, had a clearer notion of what was needed to instill confidence into his followers. Yet in the long run Adler's party followed Koskai's prescription to the bitter end. He was less successful in Germany. For reasons which he never quite managed to fathom, German social democracy in the crisis of its fate eluded his direction. This was partly due to the accident of Babel's death in 1913, which deprived Koskai of his strongest support, just when the outbreak of war in 1914 threw an unparalleled strain upon German socialism. But there were deeper currents against which he struggled in vain. The revisionist controversy at the turn of the century had already taken him by surprise. That Bernstein theoretically a cipher, no one who has understood Marxism can talk such nonsense as Bernstein is now giving out. One should have been able to provoke such an upheaval struck him as incomprehensible. In the end he fell back upon a purely sociological explanation. Revisionism represented a new political current to which Bernstein was giving expression without knowing what he was doing. It was part of an international trend of which Fabianism in England, and reformist socialism in France, were parallel manifestations. The reason was that there were people who were dissatisfied with the existing state of affairs, but who did not want to go very far in the direction of Marxist social democracy. Point 2. As the revisionist controversy was to show, this was too simple an explanation. In the meantime Koskai spent a good deal of effort trying to shore up the system he was defending. The heaviest attack had fallen upon the economics of Marxism, and his defense of this part of the fortress consequently absorbed most of his energy. By way of anticipation, it may be observed that those critics of orthodoxy who more or less dimly perceived the vulnerable side of Marxian economics were not well served in the person of their leading spokesman. If Koskai was not really a theorist of the first rank, Bernstein was no theorist at all, but rather an erudite publicist with a talent for simplifying complex matters sometimes to a dangerous extent. This made it comparatively easy for Koskai to demolish him, without thereby ending a debate which was nourished by a succession of political and economic issues peculiar to Germany. The story is complicated and will be considered in greater detail in the following chapter. Here it is intended only to outline Koskai's share in it. Revisionism began not in 1899 with the publication of Bernstein's Critique of Marxism, but 5 years earlier with a controversy over those sections of the Erfurt program which dealt with farm policy and more generally with the prospects of peasant farming. Point 1. For reasons which cannot be extensively developed in this space, the agrarian problem was the key issue in German politics between 1890 and 1914, i.e., during the period that saw the growth of social democracy to a mass movement which attracted the support of 1/3 of the electorate. In the 1890s this trend was already sufficiently marked for the question to be raised whether social democracy should continue to represent the sectional interests of labor and the urban consumer, plus such landless farm workers as it might be able to attract, or whether the party would not do better to water down its principles and reach for the support of the millions of peasant smallholders who traditionally supported either the Catholic center or the liberal parties. The argument had very little to do with differences over Marxism, but Koskai's successful resistance to various attempts in 1894 and 1895 to modify the program was in part determined by his somewhat pedantic insistence that peasant farming was a lost cause. Point 1. By 1899, when the second round of the revisionist controversy was opened by Bernstein on a much wider front, Koskai had already modified his original position, though not sufficiently to suit either the tactical needs of the leading South German advocates of rapprochement with the peasants or the doctrines of their chief spokesman. Point 2. Meanwhile the party leadership, which in 1894-5 had been disposed to make concessions to the agrarian viewpoint for purely practical reasons, 3 having now taken fright at revisionist heresies, had veered round and lined up behind Koskai. The resulting confusion is amusingly illustrated by the fact that in the meantime Koskai for his part had come to the conclusion that he had after all been wrong about the inevitable disappearance of the peasantry. But he still refused to follow David and the other revisionists in their insistence that the family farm provided the optimal conditions for agricultural progress. Point 4.